This is Paranormal M, where captivating mysteries and spine-chilling tales come to life. Hit subscribe and tap the bell to ensure you never miss an episode. Join us as we dive deep into the supernatural. My real terrifying horror/paranormal supernatural experience. I wanted to share a real horror, paranormal, supernatural experience of mine. My family is a joint-type family in my native homeworld. Hometown. Which is... Pratapgarh. Pratapgarh, Uttar Pradesh. But me, my sister, mother, and father, we live separately here in Chandigarh. From the very start, like it was in 2007, we're here, so it was because of my mother's wish, if you can. She insisted to my father that she wanted us to get better education here in Chandigarh. So we live here, so it was in the year 2013 that my father wanted us, my mother, me, and my sister, to go our native hometown and live there with our other family members, as it was very expensive for my father to take care of us in the city's salary. It wasn't even much that, plus the cost of everything from living to the education of child. You know. He is the sole earning member of my family. So he decided that by going there, we can save money. I just had done my third class when he decided this. And my sister was in first standard. When everything was done, their loan from shifting everything even changes the school. My school there is St. Francis Xavier School, a Christian school there in my hometown. So it was basically a very bad experience, as after living in the cities, now suddenly you're living in a village area. It's quite difficult for me to adapt there. So at that point of time in 2013, I don't remember the month, but yes, our area wasn't that much developed. It's basically like pinned types, so it was summer season. Our house is like for other house of Muslims people, like which are surrounding our house, which only a little bit distance. There's a huge peepal tree, or peepal tree in front of our house, which is basically very, very huge and thick. It's like a thickness or room and height of a 4-floor building. Damn. So there's no roads, only like plain area full of grass and soil, and we have a big bagacha. That's only a walking distance of hardly 5 minutes from our house. Our family is quite big. It's a joint type. My father has 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. My eldest uncle has 2 sons and 2 daughters, and my second uncle has 1 son and 2 daughters. My father has 1 son, which is me, and my sister. We all live together. My grandmother, uncles, and their families. My grandfather passed away when my father was a small kid due to an accident. Even my father hardly ever saw him properly. My eldest uncle, as well as my second uncle, both have a shop, a grocery store type. We also have our own fields for farming and agriculture, just for living expenditure of our home. My eldest aunt takes care of the entire field work and the buffalo and the cows, while my younger aunt handles household chores. Both the houses are just 2 steps walking distance from ours. It's like basically this one house, my second uncle, then a little gap of 2 steps, then our house. Then same 2-step distance, my eldest uncle's house. I was very young when this incident happened, around 7 or 8 years old. I was born in 2015, or I screwed that up. 2005. Sorry guys, I'm jumping over brutal hurdles and trying to make this understandable for you. It was Monday. Only my mom, aunt, and grandmother were home. My cousins, my two older brothers, live in Allahabad, Prayagraj, for their studies. My third cousin's brother was gone for some household items in the market. My older sisters had gone to college for their studies. So the thing is that there are 4 houses in our surroundings like a square. All the members of those houses were Muslims. We also had our own field in our orchard. Bagicha mini fruit trees area type, which basically is mango tree, jackfruit tree, banana tree, guava tree, lemon tree. That sounds good. There's also some flowers of hibiscus, rose, and alamanda. These all in the shape of circular types. Casually, we walk out to go, so on this day I casually was going to my orchard for just in time to pass as mobile phones, especially smartphones, weren't that popular around that time in our locality. Only keypad and button types that were used at that time. So there's 2 paths from our house to the orchard. One straight, the straight one was a bit of a right-hand triangle in which the straight way was like hypotenuse. The straight way was like a hypotenuse way from my house. Slightly slanted straight away, it was short and easy also. And one slightly curved. The curved one was a bit like a long path, and it was a pathway with both sides surrounding the fields. Don't worry, I'll show you the map of all these things. I wish. That day, just on a whim, I chose the curved path through that. Every time I chose straight way this time, why not curved one? It was summer peak time around 12 p.m. The sun was scorching and very hot with strong hot winds. There he is. No one was outside, everyone was at home. No one was in the field, only I was the fool one going outside for fooling. Don't even why. After I started walking on it, I had a thin stick, just picked it from the ground, fallen somewhere. I was walking, hitting the ground with the thin stick I had in my hand, looking around. As I approached our field, it was like a middle pathway in the middle with this field on both the left and right-hand side. The right side field was our family field, and the left field was some neighborhoods. The thing is that left side field was plain empty without anything on it. There was just a tree, like a small, only 6 feet in height, with some dead branches on the top of the crown of the tree. Or rather, some dead branches, and at the crown of the tree was black, dead, scorched, not even a single leaf. The shape of that tree was like in the middle from the trunk there was an opening bifurcation of the branches in 2 different directions with some small little branches growing from those 2 branches. Those 2 big branches were quite big in a way. It's like one can sit in that gap and easily, like I saw a woman sitting on that gap of the branches like a throne. She was wearing a white saree and had long black hair and was combing her hair with her fingernails. Literally, quite big black hair, and she was just kind of tuning with herself and fiddling her hairs with her fingernails. The moment I saw her, I thought, come in my mind, who is this crazy woman sitting in the tree? In that time in my village, the area, it was very difficult for women to go outside. It was not allowed. Only the eldest daughter-in-laws were allowed, only if they had spent many years, and now were no more younger due to the restrictions on women in our area. I was surprised to see her sitting there. As soon as I saw her, I felt an intense fear. I don't know why I felt that, but I know that it was fear which I cannot describe in words. She seemed lost in her own world, as if she sensed my gaze and then slowly raised her head. And when she looked at me, she smiled, literally was terrified from her smile. She don't know why, but she signaled me to come toward her. I somehow even don't know why, but I understood her gesture. I immediately shook my head to refuse. She stared at me intensely, like with evil, tense gaze, and if I refused her, something horrifying will surely happen to me, and I refused again, shaking my head. The thing is that my mom had taught me to not approach any stranger and refuse if some strangers or anyone offered me something. I didn't know who she was or what she wanted, but one thing I was sure, that I was feeling afraid as those things I've only seen or heard from our elders. That's when they talk, and I just used to brush it off, but at the moment I really felt fear. I tried to face turning toward my right side, thinking that maybe it's my hallucinations, or if I ignore it I don't see her, nothing will happen. So I closed my eyes and I turned to my right. Slowly started walking forward. As I walked about just 4 steps, a thought suddenly came into my mind to look back. As soon as I did, the entire time she was there and seeing me, and when I did this, she smiled at me again and signaled me with her fingernails again to come toward her side. But again I refused, and this time she was completely enraged the moment I turned her down. She literally glided down toward me from that tree, covering the short distance between us instantly. I was shocked as I was just standing there, and I tried to scream, but she just came in front of me and gave me a creepy smile. Like now, or you can run, I was like a bird in the cage, and after this I lost consciousness and I fell down there. Later, when I regained consciousness, I found myself on the path. My cousin's brother, number 3, who had gone to the market, came back and had returned from the market and found me unconscious. He took me home, and everybody thought I had fainted due to the heat. It was the summertime, and the wind was very hot, and everybody thought that it was just the effect of wind in summer. For the next 1 or 2 days, nothing happened. I just felt a slight chill. I ignored it, but after a few days, I developed a high fever and severe constipation. I still remember as it was summer and we all used to sleep on the roof during the night, and it was unbearable to sleep without electricity. The thing is, it's random. There's no proper or stable timing of the electricity in the area at the time, so everybody just used to sleep on the roof. I remember my mom was putting wet clothes on my forehead the entire night. She didn't sleep that night, just doing that in hope of cooling down my fever, but it had no effect. My fever was extremely high, like my head was on fire. I was feeling a burning type of headache and pain, and my mom stayed up all night changing the wet cloths and trying to bring down my fever. She was very scared and worried that something terrible might happen to me. You asked for it. Not the kind of story. As the medicines weren't also working, no effective painkiller, everybody started worried, and especially my mom, as my father was here in the city of Chandigarh. Having no other choice, we had asked our guardian spirit. In our family, we believe in a guardian spirit that protects our home. My eldest uncle performs rituals and prayers to appease the spirit. When I fell ill, they realized I wasn't suffering from a normal illness. My eldest uncle performed a ritual. Basically, every family member gathered together and my eldest uncle tries to contact the guardian spirit. He asked our guardian spirit that what is happening with me, and is there really some kind of evil thing, maleficent spirit harming me, or doing all of these things? Then it really told that there was a female, bad and harmful spirit inside of me. In Indian culture, this is known as a chudail, a very bad, dangerous spirit. When our guardian spirit told this, our family, everyone was really worried and afraid. It was really not a good thing. Later, my eldest uncle, with the help of my guardian spirit, took me inside the room where the ritual happens. Whenever my eldest uncle talks or seeks some answers, or if some kind of trouble is coming toward any family member, such as this evil spirit harming thing, there in the room they asked me, which was basically the thing inside me, and that thing that Chudail literally replied, saying, Why are you bothering or annoying her? The Judale said this. They asked the Judale, the evil female spirit, why it had possessed me, the child, as I haven't done anything, like I didn't done any kind of thing and disturbed the graves of the dead ones, peeing on the place where any spirit or body's buried, not applying any kind of perfume or things on the body which attract the maleficent spirits. Why did you possess him? The spirit, or Judale, replied that because he saw me and he shouldn't have seen me in the first place, as it wasn't meant to be seen by anyone. But how would I know? Or anybody know about it? It was completely being unreasonable. My family was also being angry, as this wasn't a reason they knew. This thing was just teasing them, and it won't tell the truth. Then they asked this, what you will take to leave the body of this child. But that Judale evil spirit wasn't ready to leave my body. She said she wouldn't leave me no matter what. Even if I do anything, I will take this boy with me. He will not survive anywhere. And it was true, as my condition was really worsening from the fever, and the cold medicine was also not working. My family was shocked. My eldest uncle scolded the Judale evil spirit and started cursing the spirit with asking it to leave me. It seems kind of polite. It refused. Obviously, they couldn't expel the spirit from my body, and the very next day my family contacted 7 priests or gurus from the village. Renegani. It's quite far from our village town. That village town was quite famous for all these types of things related to spirits and all of that, very famous for its spiritual practitioners. Apparently, they can also ward off evil spirits. They're always contacted by the nearby villages also, as sometimes there's also other beings possessed from this spirit, and after some day, a date was decided. I don't know the date or day, but on this date, they decided to perform puja, hawan, and recited mantras. It was quite tiringly long of a process, which took 24 hours continuously chanting the mantras within the order of the turnwise. Eventually, after some twists and turns, it left me. But I guess this wasn't the end. Doing all these things really made evil Judale left my body. And from this we got to know that this thing, evil Judale, was literally being nurtured and fostered by the neighbor called Tiwari family surname. Tiwari are those family nicknamed as Tiwari family, the left field. It was the field of these peoples they on purpose release in their fields to let harm the others. But after this incident, I don't know if it was the after effect of all of this thing or something else, but I would have had the same incident as recurring nightmares for 3 or 4 months every year, reliving the experience. These nightmares would be so vivid that my body wouldn't respond and I would be able to open my eyes until the dream ended. It was as if somebody was manipulating me, making me remember every tiny detail of that incident, forcing me remember every single thing. It was quite scary, as the dream and my body wasn't following my will, like it was like a machine completely doing its order until the very same end. My mind was awake, but my body wasn't. I couldn't turn or move my fingers a little bit. Because of these recurring nightmares, I remember the incident very clearly. It's been a frightening experience, and even though it's been many years, I still recall the details. Whenever I ask my family about it, they scold me or tell me they don't know what I'm talking about. Really. These nightmares continued until 2019, but I haven't had them since then. Despite that, the memory remains etched in my mind, but thank God I'm okay now. I'm grateful to have overcome the experience, and thankful to God for keeping me safe. Mirror, mirror off the wall. This incident took place right around the summer of 2021. I'd recently moved into a reasonably large home, the first actual home I'd ever lived in as an adult, where I'd had the freedom and responsibility to decorate it and make it into my own unique living space. I've never had a lot of money, so when it come to decorating, I highly benefited from being resourceful and artistic and creative. I became very skilled at finding little parts and materials within other people's quote-unquote junk to repurpose and transform into something new and finding a way to tie it all together. I relate. My parents' garage was a treasure trove of possibilities for any time I wanted a new project or to add something new to my decor. By that time, my parents had lived in the same residence since we had moved to the city back in 1998. Their garage was very evident of that. During this nesting period of my new place, any time I visited my parents' house, which I did about every once a week, something like that, I would take a quick peek out in their garage and see what new ideas I could find inspiration for. I always ran it by my parents, of course, before taking anything, but I'd been at it for a few weeks by then, so my mom was used to me asking to scour the garage. At one point, she stopped caring what individual items I took and just said, "Take all you want, less to clean out when we finally tackle that job." One day while out there, I found a small white antique metal mirror. It looked like it was used to be attached to something else, such as maybe a jewelry box or maybe a vanity. It couldn't stand alone, or it couldn't stand alone. But it also didn't have anything to hang by on the back, but looked like something had been broken off on the back. It was very heavy for such a small mirror, maybe about a pound, but also about as big as my hand, and my hand is pretty small. I struggled to find the perfect spot for it once I had it home, but eventually I settled on a shelf in my living room, propped it up against the wall. This soon became an issue because it looked great in that spot. However, every time I would come back into that room each day, the mirror had fallen forward, face down on the shelf. It was slightly annoying, but I figured the wall just got bumped or a door got closed a little harder than normally. I just propped it back up, no big deal. But this kept happening, and almost just as often, it began to sometimes turn up all the way down on the floor right below the shelf. This wasn't some mysterious thing at this point. Beyond thoroughly beginning to piss me off, it seemed kind of normal that a small, heavy mirror propped up on a shelf by nothing but the wall could easily fall over. So I stuck a piece of heavy-duty Scotch tape behind it, wrapping the tape around itself to create a double-sided tape to adhere it a little bit more strongly to the wall, thinking surely that would do the trick. By the way, that never works. No such luck. Kept falling anyway. I just put it back several times until I was so fed up it became my personal immediate life's mission to make that damn mirror stay upright on that damn shelf at all costs. So I bought permanent mounting tape, the kind made with Gorilla Glue. This is a powerful sealant meant to stay permanently, able to secure objects of far greater weight than this little mirror. I had no doubt in my mind I wouldn't have another problem with it after this. I followed the instructions for the mounting tape to a T. Also had to use this tape before and never had anything come unstuck. Quite the opposite. Sounds like you got a little bit of a wet wall. The day that I mounted it with the permanent mounting tape, I was home alone. My dog was there, but she was always right next to me. She was next to me while I stuck the mirror to the wall. Then she followed me out to the garage while I did more work out there. She couldn't get back in the house unless I let her in. I went inside to use the sink about 2 hours after mounting the mirror, and as expected, the tape was doing its job. I hadn't expected anything otherwise, so all was normal. We went back out to the garage again, about 2 or 3 minutes later, and didn't come back inside for about another hour. When I went inside again, I opened the door to walk inside. I was immediately startled out of my skin and nearly stumbled back over my dog, who was following closely behind me. This freaking mirror was laying on the floor a few feet directly in front of me. This spot was approximately 10 to 12 feet out into the living room, maybe even more. And the spot on the wall where I had mounted it was already completely freaked out. After standing there frozen for a few moments, frantically scanning my mind's knowledge of how the entire hell this could be physically possible, I finally slowly picked it up to inspect it. It wasn't broken, and the permanent mounting tape was firmly attached to the back, along with a decent chunk of the drywall stuck firmly to it that had seemingly been ripped off the wall. I checked the spot on the wall, and as expected, a chunk was missing where I had mounted the mirror. This mirror had fallen down while propped on that shelf at least 30-plus times before that, and never had it gotten further than the shelf it was on, or on the floor directly below. Never been able to come up with any plausible explanation for how in the world this happened, and how additionally it wasn't the tape that failed. No, it was rather aggressively torn from the wall and propelled nearly 4 yards across my living room. The drywall might be a little bit wet. Sometimes you can't even tell. I had to tell someone, so I told my brother. He had a much stronger connection to his spiritual side than I had at that time, so this information was pretty intriguing to him. After holding the mirror, he said he had a strong feeling that something was attached to the mirror, and it wasn't the tape, and he wasn't getting a positive feeling from it. That was the last thing I needed to hear to know I needed to go. My brother said that he was going to rid the mirror of whatever was attached to it, but I said it needed to go either way. This type of stuff freaks me out beyond belief, so I didn't pay too close attention to what he did, but he said that what was attached would leave the mirror once we completed the final step. Of course, I was like, okay, great, so do the final step and thank you so much. Then he told me the final step was taking it to the hallowed ground and burying it. I nearly fell out. I yelled, "A cemetery!" I told him there was no possible way I was going to be able to be any part of that. He said he didn't want to do it alone, and I agreed that it wasn't sane and that I didn't want that for him, so... However, I still couldn't have any part in it. No way. So eventually, he said he would take care of it somehow. Left my house later that night, taking the mirror with him. Nothing worth noting happened over the next few weeks. I just assumed that he had done what needed to be done, and I just tried to forget about the incident and about the mirror altogether. Then one day, I was visiting my parents' house. My brother was also there, sitting with me on their back patio. I'd glanced one of the decorative tables my mom had out and around the perimeter of the patio, and something caught my eye. I did a double take, and to my freaking horror, the weird-ass haunted mirror was sitting right there. I instantly got my brother's attention and asked him why the hell he brought the mirror here instead of getting rid of it. He looked very confused for a moment, as if he were trying to sort out something that he forgot to tell me, but also something that didn't make sense. He eventually asked, "How did you find it?" To which I replied that it wasn't really hidden all that well in plain sight right before our eyes. He went over to examine the mirror and continued to mutter, "How in the hell?" My mom came outside and he asked her, "Mom, where did this mirror come from?" Her answer was so odd. She said, "Oh, that's my mirror." This entire time, I was still stuck on why the mirror was brought back here in the first place by my brother when it was supposed to be underground. My brother then asked her how she found the mirror when he had buried it in the garden. It's not quite hallowed ground, but I guess it was the next best thing. His thought process, which he explained to me a little bit later, was that over the years, several of his pet rats and birds had been laid to rest back there, so it could technically qualify as hallowed ground. Doesn't quite work that way. My brother then explained to my mom why he had buried it. It had something seemingly malevolent attached to it. I quickly told her the story about the mirror catapulting itself across my living room, and my mom replied, "Oh, well, that's gone now." My brother and I just laughed at the nonchalant tone she had about the situation, and she hadn't seemed fazed for even a moment by the notion that we suggested the mirror had something attached to it. It's one of those situations where it was so awkward and out of the ordinary, you don't quite know how to handle it in the moment, and when you think back on how the conversation ended without seeming to reach any type of clarity, you can't quite recall how it ended or why you don't have the answers to all the obvious questions. I asked my mom where the mirror came from. She said she had gotten it from an antique thrift store many years ago. I had originally assumed it may have come from my grandmother or had belonged to my mom as a child, but when finding out that it came from a random antique shop my mom had visited on vacation somewhere, it made a lot more sense that it could have been carrying presents of some sort. If I'd known that, I probably never would have taken it to begin with. I've thought numerous times about asking my mom how the mirror ended up on the back patio if it was buried in the garden without her knowledge, but I've yet to do so. Haven't been avoiding it, I just never remember to ask her. Maybe I'm not meant to know. My mom still has the mirror to this day, and last I saw it, it's made its way back out to the garage. My childhood while growing up in that house, my parents still live in it, was spotted with minor possible paranormal experiences throughout, and almost every single one had happened in the garage. That now made a little more sense to me. There haven't been any instances directly tied to the mirror that I know of since my brother had buried it in the backyard pet cemetery. What do you think happened? How did the mirror rip off my wall and fly across my living room if not due to something paranormal? Do you think my mom knows more than she's letting on, or do you think that she was just being her normal loopy self? This is probably the only incident that ever happened in my life that I couldn't think of any reasonable explanation for. I don't know how tall your mirror is, but given you didn't nail it to the wall on possibly humid drywall, it seems probable to me that if you adhered it along the top and then the drywall came off, or adhered it in the bottom, would kind of need to know that. If it was adhered on the middle, also a little bit different, well, physics related. But yes, something can fall and slide along your shelf and then, be a little bit far away. Some things are paranormal, that one I'm not picking up anything about. The Winchester Mystery House. In 1840, Sarah Lockwood Pardee was born to wealthy carriage manufacturer Leonard Pardee, or Pardee. His wife, Sarah Burns, in New Haven, Connecticut. Sarah was left yearning for nothing, enjoying the best education in the nation. She spoke 4 languages, performed on the piano fantastically, and shortly became called the Belle of New Haven. Her charmed life seemed to move strongly, whilst in 1862 she married the affluent gun tycoon person William Wirt Winchester. Okay, I am slightly familiar with this story. He was the son of Oliver Fisher Winchester, well known as the Lieutenant Governor of Connecticut. Their life collectively became like a fairy tale, filled with romance, opulence, and dinners with New England's elite. To mess up their happy life, in 1866 their infant daughter Annie tragically died of marasmus. The couple was devastated, and Mrs. Winchester unexpectedly fell right into a deep depression that she did not recover from. In March of 1881, 15 years later, tragedy struck again while her husband died of tuberculosis. With her family meeting their demise in a short span, Mrs. Winchester's grief led her into the palms of a spiritualist. Consistent with tabloid newspapers of the time, Mrs. Winchester consulted a Boston medium who supposedly channeled her dead husband and told her that her family and fortune had been haunted by the spirits of American Indians and Civil War soldiers, and everyone who'd been killed with a Winchester rifle. The medium then went on to claim that it was those spirits who were answerable for the premature deaths of her daughter and husband. The medium advised her that the only manner to break out of a similar destiny was to travel west and appease the spirits by constructing a house for them. Now, keep in mind that being the widow of one of the wealthiest men in the 19th century had its advantages. One of them was that on William Winchester's demise, Sarah inherited more than $20 million, nearly 50% of the Winchester Repeating Arms Company, which gave her daily earnings of approximately $1,000. In 2022, that might equal to earnings of about $28,000 every day. To summarize, she lived a life that gold diggers dream of. This inheritance ultimately allowed her to create the bizarrely dazzling Winchester Mystery House, a construction that reflects her own cracked mental state. In 1884, she bought an unfinished farmhouse located 3 miles west of San Jose, California, spent the following 38 years continuously constructing her retirement house for the recently deceased. By the turn of the century, this 8-room cottage had grown right into a colossal 7-floor Queen Anne-style Victorian mansion, covering over 6 acres of land and surrounded by 161 acres of farmland. She didn't use an architect and by no means had blueprints drawn up for the construction. This led to several oddities, consisting of doors and stairs that go nowhere, windows that give a view into other rooms, and staircases with peculiar-sized steps. Because of her monetary freedom, Mrs. Winchester became capable of accommodating any high-priced fancy item that popped into her head, but those additions rarely satisfied her. Consistent with neighborhood accounts, neighbors might frequently listen to a person in the residence ringing a bell at midnight, and again at 2 a.m. These have been the precise times of the appearance and departure of spirits, in step with ghost lore. What those ghosts do in those hours remains a mystery. Every night it's used to be said that Mrs. Winchester headed to the Blue Room or the Seance Room in the center of the residence to communicate with the spirits. This room consisted just of a cupboard, a desk with a pen and papers, a closet, and a planchette board. At these events, she would don one of 13 specifically colored robes and get instructions from the spirits on how to continue her bewildering creation. In fact, the number 13 appeared to have an occult significance for Mrs. Winchester, as it frequently takes place in motifs all over the house. Most windows have 13 panes. There are 13 bathrooms, and 13 bathroom has a 13th window. 13th. The wall prior to the 13th window has 13 wall panels, and there are 13 steps leading to the 13th bathroom. Even her will contained 13 components and was signed 13 times. That being said, it is not recommended to dash into any of those 13 bathrooms in your time of need. All of the restrooms, except for one, are dupes, designed to confuse spirits that would try to follow Mrs. Winchester. The trouble is that you're also hit at a confusing real, excuse me. The trouble is that they're also a hit at confusing real humans. There's one functional bathroom inside the whole house, and it's attached to one of the many bedrooms. But in her wily attempts to keep away those spiritual stalkers, she slept in a distinct room each night. But the residence's layout wasn't all committed to evading evil spirits. When it came to creating the house homely to specters, Mrs. Winchester spared no expense importing a number of the most lavish furnishings cash can buy. I think you mean homey. The house was almost completely made of redwood. She preferred the texture of wood. However, since she didn't like the appearance of it, she had all of it painted over, ending in the use of 78,000 liters of paint. Silver and gold chandeliers adorned many rooms. Parquet floors made from rare woods along with mahogany and teak-shaped impressive mosaics on the floors. Stained glass windows designed by Tiffany himself. Split incoming light with a beautiful blend of color. I drank too much coffee. A lot of these Tiffany windows have spider web motifs. One in all Miss Winchester's occult fascinations. And more importantly, the residence only had 3 mirrors, as ghosts would supposedly become disenchanted at their lack of reflection. Tragically, a lot of those fixtures have been in no way used and ended up in the fabled $25,000 storage room, which the contents of which might be now well worth over $300,000. The house's interior beauty becomes matched best through its uncommon devices, as several of the conveniences that it boasted had been exceptionally rare at the instances of its construction. It featured indoor heating, cutting-edge indoor plumbing, push-button gasoline lighting, a hot shower, and 3 elevators. If you've ever lived in a residence and not used an indoor lavatory, you'll understand how genuinely magical this must have felt to the people of the 19th century. In 1906, a giant earthquake hit the area, reduced the residence to just 4 stories. Unsurprisingly, Mrs. Winchester believed that this was a message from the spirits, causing her that she'd spend an excessive amount of money on the front segment of the residence. She right away had 30 of the front segment rooms sealed and just sealed closed, such as the grand ballroom and her preferred daisy bedroom. They remained that manner till the house got into the possession of John and Mame Brown in February of 1923. Although on her demise, lots of Mrs. Winchester's property were bequeathed to her niece, her residence got sold at a private auction and was soon opened by the Browns as a tourist appeal. It rapidly became a site of large interest, even attracting a go-to from the mythical Harry Houdini in 1924. Nowadays, this structural behemoth is still open to the general public and made up of about 160 rooms, which include 40 bedrooms and a couple of ballrooms, 47 fireplaces, over 10,000 panes of glass, 17 chimneys and 2 basements and 3 elevators. Not long after it became open to the general public, people started to record odd happenings within the residence. Brent Miller and his spouse, who had been the caretakers from 73 to 83, they had been convinced that they might listen to someone's respiration in the empty rooms and the sounds of footsteps within the bedroom wherein Mrs. Winchester died. One of Miller's pals, who had come over from New Year's Eve, took a few clicks of the house with his new camera. One of them featured shifting lighting fixtures with the silhouette of a man fully covered, standing in the background. In its long history, visitors to this mystery house have temporarily lost their eyesight, felt chilly spots, and seen locked doorknobs turn, while a collection of paranormal investigators from the Nirvana Foundation decided to spend a night there. They used electric devices to try and record any supernatural occurrences. Their tape recorder picked up on the sound of an organ being performed, and as they walked through the residence, several of them pronounced seeing shifting lights. One of the investigators even claimed to have sighted a person and a female watching the bunch from across the room. Fascination with the mystery house persists to this present day, irrespective of whether you believe in the supernatural or not. The Winchester Mystery House has an indisputable mystique that is positive to draw visitors for years to come. Ghostly experiences. All 5 of these experiences have happened in the same location: Comish Hall, Albion, and Idaho. Background. In my local area, we have a series of haunted mansions. They were built out of an old teacher's school when people were moving across the country to live out west. The rest of the campus had been restored to be homes and condos, I believe. The 4 that have not been touched outside of some outdated wiring and reinforced spots are left for the public during the October to walk through. 3 of the buildings are set up as a scare attraction, while 1 of them is left empty for self-guided exploration. I've had weird experiences in this building's vicinity. First encounter. The first time I'd ever gone was me, my parents, and a friend. We were with her brother and their parents. She was a really big scaredy cat toward anything horror. Through the attraction houses, she had been oddly calm and excited to go through everything. However, when we got to this building, we hadn't even walked up the steps before she had started to bawl her eyes out and scream like something was attacking her. Our moms and her brother had opted to stay outside and take care of her while our dads and I went and explored. We had no other strange things happen in the building, but when we asked her about the meltdown in the car on our way home, she didn't remember ever doing such a thing. Was genuinely really mad at us for going without her into the building. A few months later, we stopped talking. No contact. It was out of the blue. Second encounter. This happened a few years later in the same area with a different friend. We did manage to go into the building, and all the photos we took this time have acted weird. I would genuinely love more than anything to share them, but the thing that happens is the photos I took refuse to be uploaded anywhere. Well, anywhere but my Snapchat account. I've tried to save one particular photo to my actual camera roll, and it will vanish after a few weeks, or if I'm lucky, months. In all of these photos, there's a weird film grain. It's kind of over each one, like the quality of my camera's been disintegrated, which is weird because I took the photos on my phone. In one set of photos taken from 3 different phones of my father, there's this weird, fleshy blob in it. The way it looked would suggest a hand moving, but my dad's hands were in his pocket and around the guide, so they were making sure that we got out of the basement safely. The guide's hands were covered by sleeves. Also, a few months later, this friend also left my life. We no longer speak to each other either. Third encounter, the longest one. This one, I don't know what to make of this because it still haunts me. This time I had multiple experiences, not that I witnessed, but that I was a part of. Both this friend and I are very big into spiritual things, and the use of tarot crystals and things of that nature. We had black tourmaline with us, and that was on this one trip. But now I'm fully aware of how stories can be manipulated because the mind plays tricks on people, but I've never seen an amethyst act like a magnet. One of our first encounters, I had something trying to force my glasses off my face. It was pushing them through my head from the left, and my friend was experiencing the same thing. That was after a large crowd of people had walked by the room that we were in. This energy felt violent, like the crowd made it mad. We had at one point labeled this entity the toddler, as the pain from our glasses felt like a tantrum. Later on, in a different room, there was this strong masculine presence that felt like it just wanted to exist with us. I do 100% believe I tried to attach itself to my friend at one point and failed or only partially succeeded and grabbed his hand. Later on in this building, we both felt this insanely strong pull to find a woman who was on the 2nd floor. Unfortunately for us, the stairs at this time were blocked off for fear of the roof collapsing. We tried to find a room below this, and this feeling, we couldn't do so. Eventually, we ran into a cast member whose job is to guide people out of the building. We ended up talking with him about what we had experienced and what questions that we asked. He mentioned that at one point there was a chair in this old meat locker in this dormitory that had been bent to hell. That's a deep bend. There was no real explanations as to why it suddenly gave out, so we went to check it out and brought the cast member with us. My friend then points out that there's a very faint, separate masculine energy that's following this cast member. He ends up communicating with this energy and with the cast member using the amethyst pendulum that he had brought. The cast member leaves, and suddenly, the pendulum refuses to move. Cannot be bothered to answer any questions, so he hands it to me. The second it's in my hands, we both feel the woman that we've been looking for. However, her energy is still on the second floor, like she's stuck. But she can now communicate because of where we are at. At about halfway through this encounter, we had gathered a small crowd, and the only request that we had was that there was no light on or my friend because we didn't want to risk weird shadows. So we had one light facing away from us, and the area I sat in was dark. I had wrapped my arms up in the broken chair so that my movement wouldn't affect the pendulum. The whole time, if anybody asked her a question, she refused to answer unless it was my voice speaking to her. Not yours. Like the pendulum went scarily still, like something was refusing to let my hand shake or let the crystal swing. The one time she responded to a person that wasn't me was when somebody asked to take a photo of the room, and I, like 10 other people, watched the pendulum hold at this established no. There was no swing. My arm didn't move, and the chain was diagonal as the tip of the pendulum pointed to no. Eventually, I got a phone call from my mother saying that we needed to leave, and I watched this pendulum start to violently swing towards the no. Like my presence was needed, and the energy my friend and I felt was a wave of anger toward my mother because I was being taken away. I never once felt as if I was in danger up until that point. I really was feeling safe before, like I was in an environment I had spent my life in. Eventually, I convinced her to let me go and that I'd come back. When we were leaving, the person who asked to take the photo informed me that she had seen the shadow of a woman standing behind where I sat leaning over my form, like she was looking at what I was doing. End quote. When we went to leave this town to drive home, I felt this insane need to go back, like she was trying to have me go back to her and keep talking to her. I know she's still there and didn't follow me because the need died when I get back to my hometown. Well, turns out that after a few months again, this friend and I no longer talk. Fourth encounter. I took my ex-roommate and rented every single room that I'd previously had an experience in. They got so violently ill that they couldn't even go back near the room on the second floor. That's the one where I thought my ghostly shadow resided in, or the basement meat locker I'd spoken to her in. When my ex-roommate left, I felt a strange sense of calm, like danger had been removed from my area. I couldn't find her presence or anyone else's presence. Turns out this ex-roommate, for reasons I can't talk about, decided to leave my life in a very violent and traumatic way. Continues to attempt making my life hell. Last encounter. This past October, I took my roommate and a friend of mine there. The grounds were so calm and safe that, other than a few, very gentle pulls to specific places, nothing happened. There were no feelings of I needed to find something or someone, and I didn't have any crystals on me. Didn't have my pendulum. It was just me throughout the experience, and I felt safe enough to unmasked. And to be my actual self, and watch these two people be okay with that. Granted, my roommate is moving out, but that's because our apartment has no internet. On our drive home, both of these people fell asleep in the car while I was driving home, and something that I know only happens if you feel safe enough to do so. One of my other friends has a very similar thing happen. A friend named took, no longer friends with after meeting a strong feminine entity. My thoughts are with all of these experiences is that for some reason, something or someone in that house was trying to protect me, and then when the threat was gone, the need for me to sense them wasn't there anymore. If people stop talking to you, address all possibilities. My experience living with a demon or poltergeist. In 2017, me and my girlfriend moved into a tiny, crappy house in our college town. The house was made by a couple of students a few years prior, so the architecture was a bit sloppy. For example, the roof was flat. Take note of this, because it'll be important later. However, the house was really cheap and close to campus, so it seemed like a total steal. The first couple of months living there, nothing out of the ordinary happened. But it wasn't too long before we started experiencing strange paranormal activities. The first odd occurrence was with our smoke detectors. Our smoke detectors would go off constantly. It was strange because they'd go off even if there wasn't smoke in the house. From our bad cooking, for example. We thought that maybe it was because of old batteries, but no matter how many times we'd change them, it never made a difference. It got to the point that they were going off 3 to 5 times a day, and at that, we just broke down, took the batteries out of all of them. And by the way, there were 6 detectors in total. However, even without batteries, the smoke detectors were still going off. So out of desperation, we turned off the entire smoke detector circuit to the house. It was at this point when things started getting really out of control. The back room storage room in the house always had a really eerie feeling, like someone was watching you or standing just behind you staring down at you. Thankfully, me and my girlfriend's bedroom was the furthest room in the house from the storage area, so I basically avoided it like the plague. Anyways, one night at around 3 a.m., the smoke detector in our bedroom goes off. However, it's not its usual repetitive beeping. It's a single long beep. Sounded like when somebody holds its test button on a detector. Frustrated, my girlfriend grabs a chair from the dining room and stands on it to reach the detector. But moments before she touches it, the beep stops. We both groan in irritation as she goes to put the chair back. But before she makes it to the dining room, the smoke detector down the hallway from our room makes the same continuous beep, just like before. So she stands on the chair to reach the detector, but right before grabbing it, the detector stops. Our smoke detectors continued this pattern all the way back to the creepy storage room. This happened 2 more times that night. It was as if whatever was messing with us was trying to lead us to its room. This would happen to us at least once or twice a week for the next 1.5 years we lived there. Shortly after the encounters with the smoke detectors, the house became absolutely infested with bugs. There's no history of a bug issue, at least when we bought the house. It started almost immediately after our first experience with the smoke detectors. Bugs would pour out of light fixtures, small cracks in walls and counters, and of course, the smoke detectors. Ew. Literally, 1 minute everything would be fine, then the next winged insect or ant would pour out of the walls. We had multiple exterminators come, but less than a week after treating the house, the bugs would come back just as bad as before. It made us miserable. I've never seen an infestation to that extreme. It was unnatural. After these occurrences, we began feeling really terrified and depressed. We both hated being home. There's no other place for us to go. This was when the footsteps started. Remember how I said our roof was flat? Well, at least a few times a week we would hear large, heavy, possibly hoof-like footsteps on the roof. We tried writing it off as being animals. So whenever we heard the steps, we would just run outside to see if we could spot the animal in question. there was really never anything there. The steps were very far apart from one another, and whatever was walking on our roof would start from the creepy storage room and maybe 3 or 4 steps walk to our bedroom. And the steps were so loud it sounded like whatever was haunting us was either very big or stomping to get our attention. Now began the phantom sounds. We had large metal bowls that we used daily for cooking, so when we were done, we would wash them, set them on the counter to dry. The first time it happened, me and my girlfriend were sitting on the couch in the living room. The kitchen was right next to the living room, but there was an island that blocked our view to the sink area. Anyways, on this night, we were startled by the sound of our multiple metal bowls being thrown off the counter. At this time, we didn't have pets, so we assumed the worst, thought somebody might be breaking into the house. We both shot up and ran over to face our worst fear. But not only was no one in the house, nothing in the kitchen had been moved. The bowls were still on the counter just where we left them. This was the most common paranormal occurrence in the house. Happened at least 5 to 10 times a day at all hours. After a while, we're so sick and tired of these disturbances that we stopped using our metal bowls completely. Or if we did use them, we would hand dry them and put them away right after use. This didn't make the spirit very happy. So next we started hearing what sounded like our ceramic plates being thrown to the ground, and our kitchen cabinet slamming over and over again. You know those type of cabinet hinges that close slowly? Yeah, that's what we had. So to slam the cabinet like that, they would have to been closed with excessive force. The next phase in our haunting was sightings and photographs. The phone I had at the time had one of those automatic face tracking features, meaning you'd have to take pictures on my phone. Yellow boxes would appear around the person's face to focus on them. One night I'm taking a picture in me and my girlfriend's bedroom with a yellow face tracker. It appeared at the foot of our bed, way above our bed. If that was a person, they would have had to have been at least 7 feet tall. And at the time, we did have posters in the bedroom walls, so while focusing on the face tracker square, I circled the room to confirm that the tracker wasn't just focusing on one of the posters by accident. To my dismay, no matter where I was in the room or from what angle, the square stayed in the exact same place. Oh yeah, even better, I was home alone for a few nights. I don't think I've ever experienced such sheer terror as I did when I went to sleep that night. After this first encounter, having cameras track faces in our pictures became a constant occurrence all throughout the house. The final phase of our haunting before getting the heck out of there was physical encounters. This happened more often to my girlfriend than me, but something would occasionally grab and pull her hair, especially when we were walking through the living room. But the most terrifying experience goes to our friend Jamie. She came to visit us for a few nights. While she was there, she would just sleep on her couch. She was aware of all the paranormal encounters in the house, and she had seen most of them firsthand, but nothing compared to what was about to happen. It was around 3 in the morning when she woke up with an eerie, uncomfortable feeling. All of a sudden, she experienced what felt like someone or something stepping up onto the couch. It stepped both of its feet up, one on either side of her body. Starting from her feet, it slowly walked up the length of her body until it felt like 2 feet on either side of her head. She said she felt an intense, malicious energy staring down at her. She was too terrified to open her eyes. Meanwhile, the cabinet in the kitchen began to slam over and over again. For the next few hours, she pretended to sleep, all while this presence still stood over her. She told me she's not exactly sure when it went away because she eventually became so exhausted she fell asleep. Not too long after this experience, we were finally able to sell the house, get the heck out of there. We lost tons of money because we sold the house for way less than what we originally paid. Can't help but feel bad for the person who bought the house. But it's been almost 3 years and she's still living there. I think the takeaway from this story is, if a house is priced too good to be true, then it is. Don't make me lose hope. Strange personal premonitions. I've been looking for years for a forum to summarize my paranormal experiences. Some of these could be entirely coincidental, but a couple of them are just too bizarre to be true. Let me first start by saying that I don't believe that I have a quote-unquote gift, nor do I believe that my experiences are extremely unique. I think that many people have premonitions that cannot be ignored but often are, because of our lack of understanding, much out of an sort of inner working. Those thoughts and the capacity of our memories and brain function still need to be researched and explored. And people are doing it every day. We know that our brain captures billions of different images throughout our lifetime. And much of what we dream up often comes to us subtly through other means that we may not even remember. Hence the use of subliminal messages in television commercials and in magazine ads. That being said, I take all of the experiences posted in this community seriously, and am of the opinion that the vast majority of readers here have lived through their own, oddities. My first memorable or weird experience occurred when I was in high school. It was a dream. No doubt that it was a dream. I'd been standing with my two classmates, both girls, chatting about nothing. We were outside and not far from our school. It was very realistic and nothing unusual was occurring. Another one of our classmates, Pat G., walked up to the three of us and said, "Hey guys, you want to hear a joke?" He started telling it before we could even respond, and I started walking away saying, "Oh, I've heard this one before." That was the end of the dream. Nothing weird at all, nothing until I woke up. I had fallen asleep on the living room couch, which I often did. I woke up and my parents were right in the living room reading the Sunday morning paper. I picked up the sports section, which I always did, and ran through the box scores. I then grabbed the Sunday comics, which I also always did, and started reading. I'll never forget the Peanuts comic, which was the first one on the front page. It was literally the same joke I just dreamt of. I immediately asked my mom, excitedly, as if she were reading these out loud or if my sister had been downstairs reading the comics, and she hadn't. Told her that I just dreamt about this same exact joke. She had no idea what to say, and neither did I. I just found it to be incredibly coincidental. The next very strange experience that I had may truly also be a coincidence, but it's odd nonetheless. I know that a lot of people have experienced something similar, and still, I need to post it, and this occurred only a few years ago. I was sitting at a Delaware beach with my sisters, their family, my mother, and my kids. We're all educators. My older sister was reading a book on education. The gist of it was rules that we learned that meant nothing. I'll never forget the hallway monitors in elementary school demanding absolute 100% silence from us in order to proceed from the hallway to the lunchroom just to eat. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Anyway, I proceeded to tell her about a 5th grade teacher in the same school who used to demand that everybody walking down her hallway walk, quote-unquote, to the right. I can still hear her screeching voice echo through the halls. I can also remember the sense of fear that I, for one, had throughout all those years in elementary school. Fear that somehow I would fall out of line and end up in the dark stage, sitting in silence with my back to the cafeteria after school. Lonely and afraid that the bad kid bus would drop me off at the wrong stop from my home. So I proceed to tell my sister about these rules and this particular teacher, whom I did not have as one of my own teachers. My sister had known a lot of the teachers in the district, but didn't know who she was. Sorry, a weird bug just flew across my room and landed on my microphone, and I'm sorry, Bug, but get off, please. I wonder if you could hear that. So, when she inquired, I simply stated, "Oh boy, she has to be dead by now. She's probably in her 60s back then, nearly 35 years ago." That was the end of the discussion, until around 2 or 3 weeks later when my sister called me and asked if I'd remembered telling her that story. Of course I had. She said, "Do you remember saying that she has to be dead by now?" I again said, "Yeah, of course." She continued, "Well, you were probably right. I'll send you her obituary. She just passed away, whatever it was, 94, I think. My jaw just nearly hit the floor, though. Couldn't believe what you just told me." The next one's very similar. I won't spend a lot of time on it because it really wasn't me that it happened to, but it was my mom. I was involved, however. Again, oddly enough, it happened during our annual family vacation to the Delaware shore. This time, my mom was telling my daughter, who had just started her first job, about her first job at a factory in Binghamton, New York. She was laughing about the uniforms that she and her friend had to wear and compared their jobs to those in the episode of I Love Lucy when they were on the assembly line eating the chocolates. No more than 3 or 4 days later, my mom received a call from an old friend who had reported that this very same woman had passed away in Arizona, and her husband had called to tell her the sad news. The last of these strange stories also wasn't a dream. Now, this is totally a dream and nothing more. Or is it? So, 2 stories, both at the Delaware shore, both strangely dealing with the random mentions of people from the past who both happened to pass away peacefully at an old age right around the time we were discussing them. And now, a second dream. This one has not come true at all. However, I still hold on to it as if it will, someday. So in this dream, I'm speaking with a neighbor about a promotional video that a group of investors had put together in order to be a viable candidate for a state grant to improve our downtown. She told me that the video is really cool and well done. I had to check it out, apparently. I was anxious to see it, but just ran out of time. But I had a dream that night that I was driving down a highway. The car was driving slowly but methodically. All other cars were the same distance from me on a wide highway and were all traveling the same speed. The car proceeded down the highway and into town, surrounded by enormous green signs promoting the community. The signs themselves were the size of like a football field. They were very high up and like the entire structure. Highway signs and all, you know. So we're under a frosted glass peaked cover, something resembling a very tall greenhouse. And when I say tall, I mean probably 40, 50 stories tall. I was in awe. But here's the kicker. I wasn't watching a video. I was literally driving through in a car. I was taking the tour in real life. And yeah, it was a dream, but talk about realistic. Then I'm off the highway and the car was taking me down a familiar street. The same one that I grew up on, but a different section of it. The houses were the same, but in between each one was a newer, totally modern house, with each a little different from like the other color and features. A little bit different. They're made out of concrete, and they were rounded with rows of black rectangular windows and a metallic structure like a support about 2/3 of the way up. Could have just been the design, but it reminded me of something out of a science fiction movie. New houses mixed with the old restored classical ones were absolutely gorgeous. I woke up, watched the video, and it was nothing like the dream, but the dream still seems so real to me that I can't ignore it, nor do I want to. It was literally inspiring. A banyan tree. Ganesan, a 60-year-old man from Andhra Pradesh, is the protagonist of the story. The year was 92. He was 30 years old back then. He owned a teak grove, which was his main source of income. The grove had over 300 teak trees, with one banyan tree planted in the middle. It was located in close proximity to his house. This grove was his ancestral property, and he revered it, so it was established by his father himself. He used to guard the grove all by himself, and as there were a lot of wood thieves during those times, he used to spend most of the time inside that grove guarding it. One day when he went to the toilet outside his house at around 3 a.m., he saw a fire amidst the grove. Thinking that somebody was intentionally trying to set his grove on fire, he rushed into the grove making a lot of noise. He followed the light, which led him to the banyan tree in the middle of the grove. He was shouting, "Hey, get the hell out of my grove or else!" He stopped shouting as soon as he had heard the view of that fire. He was shell-shocked to see a figure that resembled to be a man burning. He ran toward that man to help him, but as he neared, he saw that the man was not even flinching in spite of the heat of the flames. That man slowly went behind the banyan tree, and when Ganesan followed him to know what was happening, he was nowhere to be found. Startled by what he had seen, he stood there for a while blank-minded. When he felt the heat of the fire in his wrist, he came back to his senses. Sensing something was wrong, he decided to leave the grove as soon as possible and started to walk back. While walking back, he saw someone on that tree in his periphery. When he turned, he saw that burning figure hanging from the tree. He was scared to death by the scene and ran back to his house in fear. With a lot of questions clogging his mind, he did not sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, he explained what had happened the previous night to his friends and took them into the grove along with him. Everything looked normal, with a few burnt leaves near the banyan tree being the only exception. Showed them to his friends. He told them that some thief might have burnt them for heat. They suggested appointing a separate night watchman, which he agreed. The next night, he was woken up at around 2 a.m. by knocks on the house door. When he opened it to see who it was, he saw the weeping face of his watchman. When he asked what was wrong, he said, "Did I wrong you in any way? Why did you put me in the guard of those wretched trees? I saw 4 men burning there. I went to help them, but I was wrong. Those are not humans. Those are something else." Ganesan asked him to calm down, and they reluctantly walked into the grove again to see what was causing all of this. As they neared the banyan tree, Ganesan saw a man performing some ritual near that tree. He was surrounded by 3 burning figures. When he asked the watchman, "You told me there were 4 figures, but I only see 3. Are you sure there were 4? He got no answer. When he turned to see why the watchman was not speaking up, he saw his face turn pale. The watchman seemed to be frozen with fear, looking at something near him. When he turned to see what was looking, he just saw another burning figure staring at him. Its one eye was gouged out. Its body seemed to be completely burnt. They were so scared that despite their attempts to shout, their voice never came out of their throats. That figure slowly moved near the other 3 figures. They rushed out of that grove without turning back to save their lives. After sending the watchman back to his house, Ganesan went back to his house and slept. He was woken up by the wailing of the watchman's family. They were blaming and cursing him. When he asked the reason for their bad behavior, they told him that the watchman had hung himself from the banyan tree in his grove and died. Ganesan had a feeling of guilt for the death of his watchman. He felt that the watchman died only because of him taking the ladder into the grove again. He gave a ransom to the watchman's family and informed his dad about the things that were happening in the grove. His father yelled at him for not informing him earlier, went to the village leader's house. He explained everything to him and told his dad, and this is what he said. "All of us will go to your grove tonight. Let us see what is happening there." Ganesan, along with the village elders, camped inside the grove that night. There seemed to be no unusual occurrences until one of the elders complained of a sudden burning sensation in his hand. The others told him that it could be because of a honeybee sting, but a section of the hand which he complained of started to show second-degree burns. It looked as if a man wearing hot iron gloves had held his. He was taken home by a few of the elders and his condition was seeming to worsen. Later, Ganasan's father had a similar burn on his arm. They weren't really sure about what was causing these burns. The elders were dismayed by what they were seeing, and the clock struck 2 a.m. When Ganasan turned toward the tree, he saw the black magician he had seen the previous night. He stood near the tree with the 4 burning figures. He screamed in fear, which made the villagers turn toward him. When they saw the magician, they rushed toward him to beat him up, thinking that he was the cause of all the happenings. In the groove. They've been writing groove every time. I'm assuming it's grove. Slightly funny to read when you read it groove, though. Sticking with grove. But as they got closer, they saw those figures themselves and stood frozen in fear. He told them that the thieves from their neighboring village hid their loot in that tree. They had died in an accident, and these 4 figures are their spirits, he added. When the elders asked him what should be done to free the grove from these spirits, he told them that the tree should be cut and burnt. He also said that the tree can only be cut only after a week, as a few rituals were supposed to be done on it. He warned them that during the forthcoming week, those figures could kill people from their village, and that they should stay watchful. During that week, as he warned, over 12 villagers had hung themselves from that tree and died. The list included a 6-year-old girl, a pregnant woman, and an elderly woman in her 60s. Those people didn't have any driving factor, and the cause for their decision still remains a mystery. On the first day of the very next week, the elders, along with the black magician, headed to Ganasan's grove to cut that banyan tree. They proceeded to cut the tree after getting Ganasan's approval, who, despite being reluctant at first because of the emotional value that tree had, decided to let him cut it for the greater good. While cutting it, the elders heard a sound that resembled the wailing of a crowd of people, told the black magician about it. He told them to continue without heeding much attention. They cut that tree together and burnt it. They were happy that no one else was harmed and continued with their daily routines. Everything seemed to be normal in that village for a week, after which everyone who cut that tree hung themselves to death on the same day and time. The people who died, including Ganasan's father, as well as the black magician. These people were financially settled and had no reason to kill themselves. The cause of their death still remains a mystery. As days passed, the villagers started seeing their harvest catch on fire all on its own, right in front of their eyes. They started hearing the cries of people on the streets during the night. They tried seeking the help of almost all the priests in and around the village, but they seemed to be of no use. These occurrences eventually stopped on their own, and Ganasan says that they don't know even now what caused all that ruckus, and how it stopped on its own. Ruckus is one word you could describe that situation with, I suppose. My house is haunted. Since I was a kid, I've been able to see shadow figures and ghosts. I've lived in my great-aunt's house most of my life, except for a brief period when I moved between states. Oddly, I don't remember experiencing many encounters here as a child. P.S. My house was built in '77, so that takes a bit of time to be haunted, or hauntable. Things changed when I turned 12. That's when I started seeing shadow figures and hearing my name being called. By 13, I developed an eating disorder and strange things started happening. Items from the pantry and even closed cabinets would get thrown at me. The shadow figure I see is usually the same. tall and black with a vague shadowy appearance. But sometimes it mimics people I know. For example, I once thought I saw my dad peeking around a corner. I mentioned that in a previous post. Last night it turned my lights off. To be clear, I'm not scared. I've had plenty of encounters with things like this before, though they've lessened over the years. But last night when I went for a snack, I reached for applesauce and a box of Pop-Tarts fell down instead. What kind? Should I be worried? I'm not beset or frightened. I'd just like to understand this presence better and maybe even connect with it. I have 2 dogs, and while neither of them is allowed in my room, my puppy loves sneaking in whenever she gets the chance. This afternoon, I left my door open to let air circulate during the winter storm. I saw her standing in the doorway. I immediately reprimanded her. She bolted into my room, hid behind my jewelry holder. It's a big stand. I could still hear her moving around in there, so I started scolding her, trying to find where she had went. That's when my mom called out from the living room, asking why I was yelling because the puppy was in her lap the whole time. I told myself I was just being paranoid and went back to my room. About an hour later, the same thing happened. I saw her creeping down the hallway, so I decided to catch her in the act. I hid behind the jewelry holder, waiting for her to come in, and I saw her reflection in my mirror. Waited about 5 minutes. But when I finally glanced in the mirror again, she wasn't just in the doorway. She was right next to me. I freaked out and left the room to go get some water, only to find her still lying next to my mom in the living room. This made me reconsider everything I've been experiencing. I think I may have multiple spirits here, one mimic and another that seems more benign. The benign one has been with me for a long time. When I was 12, during a really rough time in my life, I remember something throwing food at me during meals. At first, it felt annoying, but looking back, it almost seemed like it was trying to help in a weird way. Another time, when I'm crying in my room with the blanket over me, I felt the bed sink and something patting my back. I thought it was my brother, but when I yelled at him to stop, he called out from across the room, "I'm not touching you, I'm playing Fortnite." Pulled the blanket off, and sure enough, he was sitting at his desk on the other side of the room. But this kind of thing happened often. I'd feel the bed dip as though someone was sitting next to me, but it never scared me. I've also had a history of seeing things others can't. That was ever since I was a toddler. So maybe it's all connected. For now, I'm just trying to piece it all together. Is the mimic new? Is the benign spirit trying to protect me? I'm not sure. My house has felt so empty lately, like there's no energy in it other than mine. Until last week. I live at the mouth of a holler. I grew up here, so I know the rules pretty well. My mother, not so much. I have 2 coon hounds, and the other night during the floods, one of them was begging to go out. This was around 11 p.m. His tracking collar died, and by 2 a.m., my mom and I were out looking for him. Now, my mom is superstitious, but she doesn't take me seriously when I bring up things like, never whistle in the woods. If you hear something, no, you didn't. Of course, I remind her, and what's the first thing she does when we step outside? Whistles. We don't find him and decide to wait until somebody calls, and I go to bed. At around 4 a.m., I wake up and I start making coffee. I turn around and suddenly something feels off. The air feels heavy. The house feels different. I feel watched. Now our front door is broken, so sometimes it opens on its own, no big deal, but our back door, that one has 3 locks, and I triple-check them every night. Both doors were wide open. I shut them, grabbed something to protect myself, and scanned the house. Nothing. This day goes on normally. My house isn't that old, but it was built badly, so critters sometimes sneak inside the walls. We also have a crawl space underneath the house, but the drop is so heavy that nothing, not even a rat, could climb onto it. 2 days later, I get home from school. My brother is studying late at a friend's, and both my parents are at work. I'm completely alone. I go to the freezer to grab a popsicle when crack! Oh shit! First thought, the floor's collapsing. I freeze. But the floor feels sturdy. Next thought, a bear. But it's the dead of winter and there haven't been any sightings. Whatever it is, it sounds big, sounds heavy, and it's coming from beneath me, like something scratching or straight up munching on something down there. I call my parents and my dad says he'll check it out, but the entrance to the crawl space has been sealed for months. When he gets home, it's still intact. The next night, I pull an all-nighter because I'm drowning in math homework. At some point, I go to grab another popsicle, and as I open the freezer drawer, the stove light flickers. Weird, but maybe the bulb just needs changing. Then the overhead light flickers. Shit, the power's going out. Nope, power's fine. I have this thing where if anything even remotely seemed paranormal, I say, unless you want to pay rent, get out. I messed up. A cup falls off the counter. A cabinet swings open. I'm scared, but I refuse to let this thing get satisfaction. So I go to bed like nothing happened. The next night I actually try to get some sleep. And I've always been the type to wake up throughout the night, and at around 2 a.m., I feel it. Something is watching me from the window. I told my friend about everything. He said it sounds like a mimic, but I'm not in danger. It hasn't tried to hurt me, and honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm not looking for help, I just wanted to share. Also, I almost forgot about last night. I went outside to grab a cold water off the porch, and now I hate being outside after dark. Crackheads, mountain lions, and God knows what else. So obviously, I bring my dog with me. The water is about 10 steps away from the door. Easy, I walk over and grab it. My dog sprints to the end of the porch. He growls at nothing. I whip around with my dad's hunting light, praying that one of the rabbits just got out, and nope, nothing. Great, I'm gonna die. Practically have to drag my dog back inside, and once I do, the lights start flickering around me again. Something in the shadows. When I was 17, I joined the Army. I was sent to southern Georgia for basic training in infantry school. At the time that I was in, the base that I was on was entirely combat arms training, infantry school, airborne school, ranger school. It's important that you know this because I enlisted during a time when the Army was still practicing archaic conservative restrictions such as don't ask, don't tell, not allowing transgender people at all, really, and not allowing women in combat arms. All stupid and useless restrictions. But my disagreements with the Army are a topic for another time. The point is that this base was an isolated facility, more or less exclusively occupied by male soldiers. Near the end of infantry school, I fractured both of my shins and was given 3 choices. Medical discharge, stay in but move to more of a desk-type job, or go to physical therapy and rehabilitation program, PTRP, to heal and to try again. I chose the latter. PTRP was on a different part of the base, and it was a little bit removed, and drill sergeants were more focused on her healing and rehabilitation than her training and hardening. Consistent throughout my time in the Army, I was duty called to go to something called Firewatch. Fire watch is a guard shift that, despite its name, has less to do with the prevention and response to fires breaking out in the barracks and more to do with preventing guys from running away, assaulting each other, or trying to commit suicide. Running away? Charming. So, as it would go, you and your bunkmate, commonly referred to as your battle buddy, or simply battle, would be assigned an hour or two to watch at some point throughout the night. The assignments moved down the bunk roster. There are always two of us, one guarding the door and the other silently roving, making sure nothing and no one was out of place. One night, my battle buddy and I pulled watch between 2 and 3 in the morning. Started out as any other watch. Battle took his spot on the door while I roved. Now there was this corner of the barracks opposite from the door past the 4 rows of bunks, and it was notoriously creepy. In daylight, the other soldiers would whisper about it, but all anybody could really muster was that it was exceptionally dark and unsettling. Most guys used a flashlight while roving on fire watch. It always made me wake up, and I hated it. So, while I roved, I left my flashlight off, allowing my eyes to adjust to the dark and hopefully not interrupting the sleep of my fellow soldiers. That's a good anti-dick move. As I made my way through the rows of bunks, I turned the corner on the last row, the row farthest from the door. That corner was exceptionally dark, the kind of thick darkness that goes beyond being devoid of light. It had an unnatural density. This was more than emptiness. This was the kind of darkness that contained something within it. Something from beyond the veil, kind of beckoning. That was the first impression I had as I made my way down the rows, closer to the corner. Something was building inside me. Every step closer to that corner, I felt more dread seeping up into my body. Like how rain will crawl up your pant leg from the foot, cold and invasive. I was only about 5 bunks down out of 30 or 40, and every slow, silent step forward was spent not observing the bunks, but locked on that corner. I became absolutely certain of 2 things. The first was that there was something in that corner, and something that I couldn't see, but something that I couldn't look away from. And second, its gaze was fixed on me as well and made me feel hollow. This realization caused the hair all over my body to stand on end, and terror washed over me, pulling me like gravity. I felt as if every atom in my body was screaming to get away, screaming against its pull while my feet stepped closer as if no longer under my control. This sensation filling up inside me is hard to explain. You ever get a feeling deep in your bones, an understanding beyond thought, maybe? A sudden realization that whatever it is that you're feeling is the absolute truth. That shadow creature just emanated it. Emanated a pulsing feeling and a being of sinister wrong. I mean the most wrong anything has ever felt in my life. I had to get away from it. Finally, my feet were my own again. I decided at that point it was time to join my battle buddy by the door. After very slowly backing out of the row, never really turning away from that corner, I thought I'd feel better once I got away. I was wrong. The shadow's awareness seemed to remain fixed on me, following me in the darkness that stretched across the ceiling until I reached my friend. At first, I wasn't sure if I would tell the other guy about this, really. I mean, what could I say? Its inability to be spoken of was part of the haunting feeling. The shadow had me. I was vulnerable and isolated in its darkness. It claimed me. I tried to shake it off and quietly started a conversation with Battle. Just as I was beginning to feel okay, we heard something that couldn't have been there. The small, soft, almost angelic voice of a child. It called for its daddy from outside the very door we stood guard. It just said daddy. Benign as it sounds. It's almost 3 in the morning on a training base. Not only should there not be children here, but certainly not awake and looking for their daddy. This was all wrong. My bunkmate and I stared at each other, and I asked if he heard that. He says yes, and asked if I heard it. I said yes, too. We stare at each other in silence for a moment before I say the stupidest thing possible. We have to check. I can see on my friend's face that he absolutely hates me right now, his eyes pleading with me not to. I don't blame him, because as I reach for the door handle, I'm hating this decision too. But if there's somehow a kid out there, we have to try to help. Slowly, I turn the handle, ready to open the door. I wait, and with our eyes fixed on each other, we count 1, 2, 3. We open the door. We bob our heads in and out as quickly as though they might get shot off. Nothing. An empty field. Quickly and quietly, we closed the door. We locked eyes again, but before we could say anything next, a sound filled our ears. Child's laughter. No longer angelic, but a mischievous, wicked giggle surrounded us. I watched as a friend's eyes gaped with horror and dread washed over his face. No doubt he saw the same in me. As we stood there with ice in our veins, there was no need to ask each other if we heard it that time. We locked the door. We stood next to each other, completely still and in total silence for the remainder of our guard shift. Then woke up the next two to take over without saying a thing about any of it. In fact, we never spoke of it again. I wonder if, wherever he is, it still haunts him too. Can't explain what we encountered, but whatever was with us that night, it manipulated our emotions. Kinda delighted in frightening us. Made a meal of our fear. Yes, Gecko. I think he's hungry. I grew up in a haunted house. As it says on the tin, this is exactly that. My memories of the years I lived in a haunted house, aged 8 to 18. It's a little long, but buckle up if you want to hear an actual account of actually living in one, not the Hollywood version. Me and my parents still talk about this, but I'm 30 and engaged now. I'm in my own home, and my parents moved soon after I moved out. I guess I just wanted to get it out there because it's all true. And I've tried to explain it to so many people who just don't believe it. And I thought maybe this community would hear me. The lady that sold my parents this house warned us of weird things going on, but my Christian parents ignored it and felt that we would be fine. At that time, I think they thought it was all bollocks, to be honest. It was a fixer-upper, but definitely a great house with lots more space than our first. Anyway, as the weeks went by, things got a bit weirder. I quickly learned when playing the street, and by the way, this was the 90s. Children in my neighborhood thought my house was haunted. And to be fair, it being an old, tall Victorian house with a rickety, overgrown Gothic pathway, it was creepy to a kid. And there were many horrible stories about things that happened inside of it. Kids wouldn't come round, play at my house due to this. I earned a stigma being the new girl that lives in the haunted house at school. The house was 3 stories high with banisters running the entire way, and out of nowhere things started dropping from the top of the house to the lower landing through this banister gap. Proper poltergeist shit. Ornaments, vases or vases, dog toys that were never upstairs. Our dogs wouldn't go up to the top of the house by the attic. All they would do is bark and whimper at the landing. I was also absolutely terrified of the entire top floor. I was an only child, and I wouldn't go upstairs when home alone because it frightened me so damn much. All I can describe it as is as soon as the light wasn't upstairs, I could feel a presence there with me. An angry, bitter, cold feeling, like a shadow behind me getting bigger and bigger. I'd sprint as fast as I could downstairs, and strangely, even now, more than a decade on, I still haven't had bad dreams about my legs slowing down. Slowing down on that final staircase like I'm running through water. Something's chasing me. So anyway, the weird stuff continued. I started knocking on a wall one evening, playing as a kid, and to my delight, it would respond to me, knocking back. Responding and copying my pattern. My mom started absolutely freaking out at this, and when I showed her running outside to demand who was doing knocking to her kid all night to find just a brick wall and air, no one was on the other side. On Halloween, we all heard a scream from the attic, only to brave checking it out to find it totally vacant and fine. By this point, my parents were spooked. Being religious, they brought a priest in who informed them the upstairs was very negative spiritually, and they should remodel the entirety of it to try and get the spirit out or get rid of it. He told them to gut the attic, bless the area, and ask the spirit to leave. Okie dokie. So they began to remodel the attic into a bedroom and bathroom. The spirit did not like this. At one point, my father claims his leg was pulled through the floor, and sure enough, his leg went through the floor into the downstairs bathroom ceiling. Later, when we had a guest in the separate part of the house, all of a sudden part of the ceiling fell onto his head for absolutely no reason. Builders said it was a complete fluke and didn't make sense. On the last night of converting the attic, I had the worst dream of my life, which I will never forget. My bedroom was an en-suite, so it had 2 doors and both were heavy on hinges. Like you couldn't open them without pushing down on the handle, just for reference. So this dream, I was watching a man and woman argue. The woman was wearing Victorian clothes, and I likened them to Oliver and the musical characters at the time. The man was in a gentleman's suit. They were arguing back and forth, and I couldn't make out their words clearly, like I was listening underwater. She suddenly looked at me straight in the eyes and started screaming and pointing to the floor. Now, trigger warning, because this was terrifying to see as a kid in a dream and nothing I'd ever seen in any film or TV show at that age. On the floor was a dead baby face down. I woke up hyperventilating in my bed thinking it was all over, when I looked down at my own bedroom floor to see the same dead baby, but it was crying and contorting. The woman slammed open my bathroom door, the one in the hinges, ran across my room and out the other door. Both my doors were literally swinging, which was physically impossible without somebody standing doing it, and all I could hear was screams and cries. I screamed. I woke again to my mom shouting for me to wake up, saying that she could hear a racket of slamming doors upstairs. But when she checked, I was tucked up in bed just tossing and turning. I told her my dream, and she told me to come sleep with her. Years later, when I was old enough, she admitted that, they did research on the house. After the priest visit, found information that a maid had been pregnant by the housemaster and forced to kill or abort the baby in the attic. Ugh. My mum, being spiritual, but also Christian, said that she had tried to make peace with the spirit after learning this. Not say. This is just a sprinkling of the crazy things that happened over the years in that house. But I bet you're wondering if the conversation worked. Well, interestingly, it did for us. We all were able to sleep very happily in the new guest room. No more poltergeisty stuff going on. There was still an eerie energy in the loft, in the conversion, but not a threat. Kinda never felt like it was our home, but I'm not sure if old houses ever do. I'll say the dog stood firm and hated the upstairs the entire time we lived there. They never accepted it and would bark still. So nothing really weird happened until years later when I was 17 and got a new boyfriend. who was awful and abusive in the end. But anyway, we were staying in the converted bedroom up there whilst I was home from uni. Never had told him any of the stories of the house, and we were very new to dating. Anyway, we went to bed, watched a movie, fell asleep. I was woken to him screaming, saying a Victorian woman was standing over me watching me sleep, and told him very aggressively that he needs to leave. I kinda didn't mind that. She had good judgment on him. So yeah, there it is. I didn't believe in ghosts until I lived with one for 10 years. Feel free to ask questions. What is haunting my family? My grandparents moved out there in the early 90s. The whole family experienced weird things there. I wonder if anybody who's lived in the house after them, or even now, experience it as well. My grandpa bought this foreclosed house. They lived in a condo or something in the meantime while they finished the house. My uncle told me that when he went to go and smoke and chill with friends, the house had pentagrams spray-painted in the walls and empty beer cans everywhere. He assumed that teens used the house to party and do weird shit while it was empty. He took a girl there one day. He said he heard pipes banging upstairs. When he went to the spot that he heard it, the pipes started banging downstairs. He thought it was weird. They finally moved in, and my aunt, the youngest sibling, came home from her first day of school crying. She said that the kids were telling her how a girl hung herself in their attic. That's where both of my aunts slept. The attic wasn't like a crawl space either, it was a finished room. My other aunt, the oldest sibling, said that the initials of the girl who supposedly killed herself were carved into the windowsill. My dad said he'd always see a girl in white in the house, but never really thought anything of it. My dad's side of the family are hardcore realists. He said he remembers sleeping and feeling the pressure of someone getting into bed with him, but no one was there. He'd sometimes even feel someone breathing on his neck. Craziest story is the oldest aunt got engaged and her fiancé was at the house playing cards with the family. They both told me that they clear as day saw a woman walking and floating in the kitchen up to the attic. She had white on and something white on her head. They were confused because my youngest aunt had gone to bed about an hour before. So my aunt ran upstairs to check if it was her sister, thinking maybe she had just showered. But my aunt was passed out, dry hair, and not wearing white. My grandpa, who's a foreign Albanian man, which is important because Albanian men have a toxic way of thinking that, well, talking about this kind of stuff is embarrassing. No man should mention it. So the fact that he admitted it was true means it definitely was true. Said that he would also see a girl walking around the house. And one time he got so upset that she wasn't answering him, thinking it was his daughter, and then he walked around the whole entire house looking for her. And one day, one of the family members, like years after moving out, mentioned how they used to see a girl walking around, and everybody had one of those, "Oh my God, I saw it too" moments. My grandma and grandpa on my mom's side, they were born and raised in Montenegro. My great-grandpa's house is where they and the whole family lived. Things were done differently in my culture. So if something in this story seems odd, it's just how things were done then. Witches are and were very common back home in Montenegro. Most people couldn't afford doctors. And, like my family, when you live surrounded by mountains and no one owns cars, you'd go to the village witch doctor. This woman, who was known, or rather known as a witch, married my grandpa's brother. Before she could get pregnant, my grandpa's brother was murdered. So even though she didn't bear any children, My great-grandfather still kept her in the house as his daughter-in-law. Only thing I've heard about her is that she was an evil woman. Her and my grandparents lived in the same house. My grandma got pregnant for the first time and had a dream that a woman in a wedding dress came to her and said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant, and it's a boy. But don't get excited because he's going to die." Oof. My grandma had the baby, and before he was a couple months old, he did die. My grandma got pregnant again, and the same woman visited her in her dreams. Said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant, it's a boy. But just like before, don't get excited. That's because this child will be taken from you too." Sure enough, it happened again. Before the baby was 1 year old, he died. Third time my grandma got pregnant, she believed the land or something had been cursed, and so she had the baby far from home. After a year or so, she woke up in the middle of the night to the baby dying. She can't explain to us exactly what the baby was doing because our language doesn't have a lot of descriptive words. But she called the witch to come help. The witch cracked an egg on the baby's chest, and my grandma said she saw the yolk slowly move up to the baby's neck and stay there. The witch turned to my grandma and said, "The baby won't die with you in the room. You have to leave." My grandma said the moment before both her feet were outside the house, she heard her baby die. Suspicious. My grandma had 11 children, and only 5 of them are alive today. The worst she went through was they had a son in Italy while they were refugees coming to America. When he was 8 years old, he got hit by a car when his ball rolled into the street. My grandma and family are convinced that the witch cursed her. Union Cemetery, Connecticut, is known to be one of the most haunted in the country. You can research yourself. There's a lot of people who have seen the White Lady. My family who lives near the cemetery told me that the legend is that you'll see a green mist or a sparkle. Then you'll see her, usually in their car. Whenever I visit them, I pass the cemetery more than 5 times a day, and it's definitely creepy looking. About 20 years ago, when my aunt and her family moved there, they all went and got ice cream one night. On the way home, they were all looking to see if they could spot the ghost. One of my cousins was maybe 5 at the time and acted very weird when they got home. He told his sister that he saw the woman, but they were kids and she thought he was just trying to scare her. That night, he woke up screaming and crying. His mom and sister went to calm him down, but he didn't stop. Every night, he would wake up crying and screaming, talking to someone, sleepwalking, all the stuff that you'd imagine. Whenever they tried to calm him down, he was totally not aware of anything that was happening around him. It was like as if he was in another world. They'd shake him aggressively, and he wasn't ever responsive. My aunt said that she took him to see a spiritual doctor, and the doctor healed him. Nothing's happened to him since. Fun fact, Ed and Lorraine Warren from the Conjuring movies lived less than 10 minutes from my family's house. I drove by it last year, and it was crazy to think that Annabelle doll was in that house. Lorraine wanted to visit my cousin's high school because the catacombs were supposed to be haunted, but they didn't let her. A couple weird things going on in there. Strange song from the forest. A couple of years ago, I lived with my parents still in a very small town that consisted of only a gas station, a post office, and a church, and many farm homes. It's a small town about 30 minutes from a military base. My parents' home was about a mile down a gravel road from the main highway and only a mile from the center of town where this church, gas station, and post office are. One night we're hanging out in the front deck. while my little sister and her friends get some senior photos done in the front yard, seeing as we have 2 acres of yard and we're kind of in a bowl surrounded by woods. It's a beautiful place to take photos. It's about the golden hour, which is right before the sun goes down, and kind of starts to get a little cloudy, like a storm's rolling through. But everybody's still outside hanging out nonetheless. But as time goes on, it looks as if the storm is building up and it's getting pretty windy. So we rush over and help the photographer and the girls gather up all the equipment and props they're using to take photos. By this time, it's starting to get dark anyways. Well, it starts raining a little and the wind's picking up a bit, so all the girls run inside, as does the photographer with the camera and whatever equipment that they could carry. But leaving a framed backdrop outside that me and my mother told them that we would take down and put up in the rain so everybody else could get inside. So as me and my mom are struggling to disassemble the frame for the backdrop while getting a little wet in the rain, we hear a faint sound through the woods. Sounds almost like music. Which wasn't very odd because right through the woods about a mile away was the highway and right across the highway was the church. So it wasn't very strange that we would hear music, or even singing in that direction. So here we were getting the frame and the backdrop packed up and thrown onto the front porch. And from the first time we heard this singing or music, only 10 seconds has gone by, we hear it again. And once again, we don't think much of it, and we're still going to the yard to grab any other random things left out there, like stools or someone's shoes. Well, another 10 seconds goes, and once again we hear this singing, which by now is a little bit louder, and we can tell that it is singing. It's the same 4 to 6 notes over and over again. So it's like someone singing a short tune over and over again, but only in ahs. So sort of like a ah, like, oops. Well, not like what the narrator just did, but like Ariel, Little Mermaid, would sing, opposite of me. And so at first, like I said, it was so faint and sounded so far away, we really thought it was the church. But at the end of the last note, it would restart back over to the first ah note, and this time would be a little bit louder. And so, every time the tune would restart, it was a little louder, sounded a little closer. And so by now, we were finishing picking up the yard and completely mesmerized by what we were hearing. This tune getting louder and louder each time it sang back over again. And to give you a visual, we're standing by the garage, facing into the yard, which is about an acre long and looking out toward the tree line, which through this tree line, like I said, was the church across the highway, so it's almost dark, but still light enough to see the tree line, and this tune is getting louder and louder, slowly sounding as if it's coming closer and closer. But at this point, it definitely sounds like it's coming from inside the forest, and no longer from the church. So me and my mom start talking about, okay, maybe there's these people in the forest chanting this song or something. And that's because where we live, there had been reports of cult activity in the woods. So, naturally, this is both our first thought if it isn't coming from the church. But one thing we can't explain is the sound the voice is actually making. It doesn't sound like a group of people. It doesn't sound like 20 different voices coming together, harmonizing, singing the same notes over and over again. Instead, it sounds like one person, neither male nor female. Yet it's almost as if this one person had been cloned 20 times, and 20 of the same voice are coming together, harmonizing, singing this tune. That's what was creepy about this. And obviously the fact this is happening at all is creepy as well, so here we are almost paralyzed staring at the tree line listening to this Ariel-esque over and over again, getting louder and louder as the 20 same voices start the tune over. So by the end of the last note it restarts, and when it does, It sounds louder and closer than before. After about 10 times of this mysterious song playing over and over again, getting louder and closer as it plays, it sounds as if the 20-person cloned singing group is right there in the tree line, just standing behind the trees. I don't mean I can physically see anyone. It's just the tune is so loud at this point as if it's coming from the right on the tree line. And of course, as soon as the last note ends, it starts back over at the beginning. It's even louder now. This time, it sounds as if it's surrounding us, coming from all directions, and no longer paralyzed. Me and my mom are now in fear. We both look at each other. We sprint to the front door, shut and lock the door behind us. Both in the kitchen now, breathing heavy. Looking at each other, trying to understand what is that we just experienced, we completely and entirely frightened, and we were also amazed. We both heard the same thing. The same exact thing. 20 cloned voices, neither male nor female, singing the same 4 notes over and over again. With every beginning of the tune, it gets louder and closer, and eventually is so loud it's literally surrounding us. To this day, me and my mom haven't found anything like it on the internet. Nothing that even comes close to explaining what it is that we experienced. Haven't come across another person's experience that even comes close to what we heard. It's like whatever we heard and experienced is so unique, but I've done so much research and still years later I can't explain of what we heard. And so, here I am typing this here, so maybe I'd find at least one person who's experienced something similar, or has read something that is similar to this experience. In mythology, in someone's personal account on another forum, like anything, this is just one of the most mysterious things that's ever happened to me. The fact that my mother was standing with me hearing the exact same thing with me at least lets me know that I in fact did hear this, and it was 100% real. I wonder if there is a music studio anywhere near you. Sounds like something I would do. There's something at my window. I, a 25-year-old male, grew up in a small village in rural England with both my parents and 2 siblings, 1 brother and 1 sister. I always loved the paranormal for the entertainment side, but never truly believed it myself. I watched debunking shows all the time, like Fact or Faked, and readily enjoyed arguments against experiences people had. Our house sat not far from local farmland. A few roads led to the entrance to the local woods, which separated the village from the fields next door. Everyone in my family had a story about an experience that they had had. My mum and sister both claimed to have seen a ghostly figure of a farmer peer around the door at them, but disappeared quickly when they turned to look at him. My mum also claimed of dreaming about twin girls standing over her bed at night. My dad never suffered from night terrors prior to moving to this house, but began in earnest around a year after we first moved in. My brother had less dramatic encounters, but claims the feeling of something in his bed one morning pressing down on his side with force. All of this I never believed, and I'm not sure I do even now. We're all avid horror lovers, and all of these felt to me like cheap versions of what you'd seen in a B-rated ghost movie. 14 years I lived in the house, never experiencing anything remotely odd or out of place. When I was 16, the first real strange thing happened. Our home was 3 floors in a very narrow terraced house. The first floor had my siblings' bedrooms, and the tool floor had mine and my parents'. As the stairs curved to the top, you immediately faced my parents' room, and turning 90 degrees right would face my own. After a movie, I was heading up to play video games for the evening. The lights were off on the top floor, but with a quick turn to my room, I didn't bother flicking them on as I would usually just turn on my own after entering my room. As I approached the hallway point on the flight of stairs, there was an incredibly bright flash of blue light that highlighted the entire floor. Ordinarily, in the dark, you could only make out a few features of a room with the door open. But this light took the whole floor from night to day. The blue was striking. I distinctly recall being able to see right through to the back wall of my parents' bedroom. The flash only lasted a few seconds, but I could clearly make out that it had originated from my bedroom. I did the bravest thing I could think of. Immediately turned 180 and legged it back downstairs. I remained down there for an hour or so and explained it as best as I could. I landed on the explanation that it was a police car and sirens on silent. But that would explain the blue and why it didn't last long. When my parents finally went to bed, I followed and was immediately greeted by my closed bedroom door. Where the hell had the light come from? I was creeped out, but I moved forward. Nothing else weird had happened, so I chalked it down to either the police car still flashing out of the doorframe or my wandering imagination. It didn't bother me again until about a month later. My girlfriend had come to stay the night. My parents were fairly relaxed, so even at 16 they were happy to let us stay at each other's homes at the weekends. We'd gone to sleep relatively early for our age, around 10 p.m. if I had to guess. I remember my eyes popping open at a strange sight. My room was exactly as it was when I'd gone to sleep. My girlfriend sound asleep next to me. Everything matched completely down to the crack in the curtain. Through this crack in the curtain, I could make out two black eyes staring back at me. They did not move, nor blink, but I could tell that they were focused on me. I couldn't move, but I began to hyperventilate. My breathing was growing heavier, and I could feel panic setting in. I didn't feel panicked at not being able to move, it was that it was looking at me. It didn't speak, move, or make any indication of what it was, or I just felt petrified, almost as if I knew what was out there wanted to hurt me. My girlfriend woke me up in hysterics, saying that I had started mumbling incoherently in my sleep before beginning to panic and thrash. I didn't realize I'd done any of that. I only woke to her shaking me. But I remember that dream so vividly. I remember it now almost 9 years later. What helps me remember it so vividly was the fact it happened again. 9 years I lived in my life and moved with my beautiful girlfriend into our now home. Everything had been normal. Finished uni, got a job, got a house. I was planning for the future. It was a work night, so myself and my partner went to bed at a normal time. Tucked in at around 9:30 p.m. Both read our respective books, and around 10 we both kissed goodnight and went to sleep. I woke in the night, unable to move. Room the same as it was, and again, two black eyes through the crack in the curtain staring right at me. The hyperventilating began, and again I panicked at what this thing wanted. As I panicked, I noticed a blue light begin to fill the room to my right. I couldn't turn to see, but I knew the doorway sat right by my head, and that's where the light was coming from. I shot awake suddenly, covered in sweat, at about 5 a.m. I don't know if I had mumbled or thrashed in my sleep, as my partner was still zonked out by the time, I looked around the room. Nothing out of place or different, but I couldn't shake that panic that I felt looking at that thing. It had been the exact panic I felt 9 years earlier in my childhood room. This was 4 days ago, hasn't stopped playing on my mind since. I usually work from home, but I've been heading into the office every day this week. I told my parents it's because we have important project deadlines as a team, but really, I don't want to be in that house anymore. I've ordered clothes pegs from Amazon to ensure the curtains are fully closed tonight. Staying awake lasts to do it without having to explain why I am awake. As a kid, I put it down to overactive imagination, but I know what I saw in that window was the same thing as nearly a decade ago, and I don't want it to come back. Weird events that my family experienced at my childhood house. These encounters do take place in the same house, but they're all from my family as they've seen different things than what I have. More context to my house is that we have a really big backyard. It was divided by a creek with a small bridge over it. Anyways, the creek always gave everyone in my house a weird vibe. So one day, my mom was taking photos. She had taken one of the creek, and in the photo, you could see all these weird, transparent figures standing around the creek in an old-timey clothing and hats. It's like what you would see when America was first being built. My mom and Grandma were working one day in the backyard. It was past the bridge where we had a shed fireplace and a playground. And all of a sudden, they had heard a noise over by the bridge, and when they turned to look, it was a little boy in a Confederate uniform. Not sure what happened after, if he disappeared or went somewhere, but that's what I'm able to recall from when we exchanged the story. In 2011, my grandpa had died a day after my birthday. So in my house upstairs, the layout was weird. It had 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. And in my brother's room, there was a staircase where it led upstairs to a master bedroom and master bath where my grandparents stayed. It had a door at the top of the stairs, which was usually shut. Not exactly sure of the context of all, but was home beside my brother at the time, which was addicted to Halo at the time, and he was playing, loading into a match when suddenly his scream turned black, and in the reflection, he had seen our grandpa walking from the stairs to his door. Then all of a sudden he turned back to see no one there. Then the door suddenly just opens, but no one is visually there, and it freaked my brother out. The final encounter in this house was before we moved out, and, well, my parents had just passed away. So we're gonna downgrade, so we were packing, and I'm standing outside the garage with my uncle and grandma and my aunt. They were inside the house shredding old papers. That's when I heard in my ear my name getting called. But it was like somebody was screaming my name calmly, if that makes sense. It was my mother's voice, and I asked my uncle or grandma if they heard anything or had called my name, and they both said no. I went to ask my aunt, and she had also said no. These are all the main encounters of what happened at the house now, and there's been times where you felt like you're being watched in the basement or in the kitchen late at night. The house just had a really weird vibe to it. After we moved, there was some other incidents that had happened. And one that just happened on Christmas Day that was pretty recent, so I can make another post explaining the stories in the past 2 houses that I've lived in. I was 6 when my parents had passed away. I woke up one morning from my grandma's room and went into my brother's room to ask him to walk down, and he said 1 minute, because he was in a Halo match. I then heard somebody walking behind me as I started walking down the stairs, so I thought my brother was with me. Once I got to the bottom, though, I walked where the half wall to the top of the basement stairs were, and my grandma said good morning to me from the living room, because you can see into from where I was standing and vice versa. Anyways, I turned around to tell my brother thank you, and then nobody was there, but I had heard someone behind me the whole time, and my grandma later said that she did see someone behind me, but it was a tall, dark shadow. We think that it was my dad watching over me, or the tall figure who watched me, who I mentioned in my previous post of the ghost that watched me when I was a child. After the passing of my parents, my grandma had taken me and my siblings that we had to downgrade to a townhouse. We were there for 6 years total. After we had first moved in, we never really had anything happen. But after a while of living there, it started with the smell of my dad's cologne that would randomly be in the house. None of my siblings owned it nor used cologne at the time. It was mainly in the hallways upstairs. But sometimes, you'd be downstairs, but it was very rare. You'd just be sitting there, and then the scent hits your nose out of nowhere. The second incident that happened didn't happen to me, but to my brother and my sister and their partners. They were all down in the kitchen one night, and me and my grandma were asleep. They were playing the game of life at the kitchen table. Nice. When all of a sudden, a basketball in the corner of the room that they weren't near started bouncing on a pile of some random things in the corner. The many years we lived there, the basketballs never moved, not even an inch. This story took place around 2018 after my great-grandmother passed. So my family all has their different beliefs on who it was. The final incident from this house was my sister's boyfriend, who was a long family friend and had come over, and me, him, and my brother were close. So we're all talking before we headed upstairs. As you walked upstairs, you have a wall in front of you with a dresser. And this will be important later. To your immediate right, there was me and my brother's bathroom, and in the corner to the left of that was me and his room. My door was on the left, his was on the right. To the right, when you walk upstairs, was a small walkway with a half wall. You looked onto the stairs, but if you continued, you had my grandma's room and her bathroom. After we headed upstairs, my sister went to take a shower to my grandma's room before we even got up there. Me and her boyfriend went to my room because I was going to show him some Pokemon card pulls I had gotten recently. My brother was walking to his room. He walked into his room first, shut the door, then we did soon after. As soon as the door had shut, we heard a loud thud on the door. Me and my sister's boyfriend looked at each other. Then I go to open my door, and my brother just opened his as I did. We noticed that her cabinet on the walkway to her grandma's room is wide open. All the stuff in the dresser at the top of the steps are knocked off. There was hockey pucks and pictures and some fossils on the dresser. We then looked down to see what a hockey puck was thrown at. It was at my brother's door and had left a dent into it. My grandma was getting old at the time and wasn't able to run up and down the stairs after doing something like that, and my sister was already in the shower like we had mentioned. You would have heard her running since the floorboard creaked near the cabinet. After that, we didn't have anything else happen in that house. Still creepy to think about. We moved into a new house in 2018 and have had some encounters, but nothing much. But I'll make a post soon enough about the events, considering I've had a lot of experiences for some reason. Let's throw some commas around. I've had a lot of experiences for some reason. I also have had a lot more when my family members from my first house that I was too young to remember. The Fairfield County Infirmary. Got a lot of these kind. The Fairfield County Infirmary, called a poor farm, used to be a place for the less lucky ones. It used to shelter the homeless, and it's also a place where people with physical or mental health issues got admitted. It also housed people with disabilities, who've been ill, and elderly who were too old to care for themselves, and also orphaned children. With an extended history of over 170 years of serving the much less fortunate, Fairfield County Infirmary additionally preserves more than just history in its partitions. Fairfield County Infirmary is said to be extremely paranormally active. It harbors a lot of darkest secrets. And after you know more about the infirmary, you'll quickly recognize why this brick behemoth has a haunted recognition. In 1828, township officials who were charged with overlooking the poor and unfortunate contracted the development of a wood building in the North Lancaster of Ohio, or the north of Lancaster, Ohio. It got filled to its maximum ability quickly, performing as a place where the impoverished, mentally sick, bodily disabled, abandoned elderly, and orphaned children would receive food, clothing, and a roof over their head and medical assistance. By the year of 1840, the wooden building was turned into a huge brick building. Additions had been made to the facility in 1865, both to the principal construction as well as building some of the outbuildings used for storage, tenants, laundry, and farming. The farm was situated across the street. Plenty of residents labored on the land to make food for themselves and others at the infirmary. In 1917, a natural gas line was laid out in the building to provide heat and lighting. Water pipes had been laid in 1926, but the building got electricity only in 1958. The cemetery, which stands behind the construction, is where the bodies of the mendicants and residents without family lie. Most of these graves are unmarked. In line with documentation, the number of residents in 1903 was 82. They had been admitted for numerous reasons, which included physical and mental health issues that their families couldn't handle. There were many residents, a majority of whose lives were at the infirmary, and they mostly met their demise in the infirmary as well. Sorry if these stories are boring you, and sorry if I sound a little bit bored. But I continue on. While residents usually lost their lives to old age or their health conditions, some met their demise more abruptly and tragically. One tale involves Jane Householder, a resident aged 72 whose clothes caught fire whilst she was near a gas stove. Whilst attendants working on the infirmary smothered the fire, Miss Householder was able to survive her burns for only a short duration. Tales persist that a former superintendent used to be especially merciless to the residents of the infirmary, reportedly hitting them as they worked within the fields and the farm. Those punishments had been witnessed by others inside the community, and it was stated in an article posted in 1851 in the Lancaster Gazette. The good souls of the vicinity ended the superintendent's brutality, and the life of the infirmary's residents became better, once the abuse stopped. Makes sense. It also stated that the county officials would sporadically visit the infirmary and have a meal with the residents. People from the community would donate Christmas gifts. Nearby musicians might play for the aged, and ice cream socials were also held at the times. Still, tales of suicide and violence persisted. Music and ice cream didn't solve it. Too many humans with different problems residing under one roof often proved to be disastrous. The infirmary functioned until 1985, after which it was seized, with the last 16 residents being moved to nearby nursing facilities or foster houses. The infirmary became remodeled in 1986, and the county offices got moved there after establishing multiple protection measures, including the installation of fire alarms, sprinklers, and emergency lighting. Its name was then changed to Clarence E. Miller Building, and the county health department functioned in the building till 2013, despite the fact that the structure was completely damaged in 2011. Mix the death, trauma, and mistreatment of the former residents, and you end up with a perfect blend for a haunting. Many spirits are reported to haunt the Fairfield County Infirmary, with eerie events often occurring in the building. A lot of people trust that the former superintendent Hummel still lingers in the building. It's believed that he might still enforce rules on the spirits on the property, overseeing them and silencing their tries to talk with visitors. It might be helpful. Another spirit stated to stay at the infirmary is that of Jane Householder. Jane died in the building while she was 73 after a terrible accident where flames from a gasoline stove took hold of her clothes. This woman spent the next 9 hours struggling from the burns before finally passing away. This terrorizing experience could be the reason for her lingering around. Other spirits said to loaf around the infirmary is that of a young girl. They've been named Susie. A spirit named Willie, who is said to haunt the second and third floor of the 9-foot-tall shadow figure, or rather, and a 9-foot-tall shadow figure who remains in the attic. Additionally, known as the dungeon, as misbehaving citizens were regularly chained in partitions up there. There are lots of areas in which eerie activities have been reported. However, they aren't necessarily connected to a selected spirit, per se. The prison-like cell in which residents were frequently locked up for not following regulations is paranormally active. The attic and dungeon, the toilets, the hallways, some rooms, and even the lower floors that contain the former morgue are also said to be haunted. Site visitors have recorded hearing unclear voices and slamming doors and windows, smelling lavender fragrance and objects moving on their very own. Shadows, footsteps approaching when no one is around, and device failure, malfunction, and unexplained banging are commonly reported occurrences in the house. The Fairfield County Infirmary is closed now, but those brave enough to visit can still visit the property. Does that strike anyone else as being AIE? Because, boy, laborsome. I'm convinced there's something attached to me, ruining my life. Let me start by saying these events are all 100% legit. You can believe whatever you choose, of course, but these are all true and are just what I experienced from my own point of view. So I'm currently in the worst time in my life. I recently lost my job, have no friends or family who care about me in the least, and despite always trying my best to be a good person and work hard, can't find any work or means to change things. I know, so far this sounds like me just crying and giving a sob story, but I only say these things to give me some perspective, or rather give you some perspective on how I got here. I used to be incredibly happy and inspired, as well as believing I could do anything I believe I could. Had many loving friends, great relationship with my family, until one night I believe something happened. I'd been living in a condo with some friends, and we needed another roommate to help with the rent. Since there was an extra room, we posted an ad. We had this guy in that week. The guy seemed cool enough at first. Maybe a bit strange, but who isn't at least a little? We actually became decent friends after some time, and I hung out with him and his friend one night. That was when the first red flag came up. When he was away from us a bit, one of his friends suddenly, he's serious. He asks me if I've noticed anything strange with my roommate. I'm going to call him Bob. I said, not really, Bob seems okay. Maybe he just keeps to himself a bit, but I'm kind of the same. They all stopped talking amongst themselves and started telling me about how when they first met him, he was very different. I guess they'd never met, like, any sort of family of his, and that he was into strange demonic type of almost ritualistic stuff. That is weird. They didn't elaborate much on it, but told me just to be careful, which I kind of laughed and brushed it off, thinking it must have been a joke. After this, life went on After this, life went on, and in our free time, we would try and meet girls online since we were single bachelors and whatnot. Sometimes one of us would have the other tag along because the girl would have a friend and ask if we had somebody for them. One night this happened, and it was him and I. We all set it up, and the night went great. Thought we stayed the night with them, and as I'm ready to leave, I knock on the girl's door that had just stayed with him to grab him. That's when he answers, walking out quickly, saying he's ready to go. I noticed the girl sitting on her bed with tears running down her face. I was shocked and immediately asked if she was okay, to which she nodded. He, already at the door, yells for me to come on, and he's got things to do. Red flag number 8. I looked back to her, and she just gave me this look, and I still see in my head that I can't figure out what exactly she was thinking, but it was enough to have never left my memories. So, I had last mentioned this guy was strange and into some possibly demonic stuff before I met him. I had later found out that during that night with the whole upset girl incident, he had actually been angry with me, because apparently the girl I had ended up connecting, wink wink, that was actually the girl he was originally talking to beforehand. I'm confused now. He was mad things didn't play out like he wanted, unbeknownst to me, of course. That planted the seeds for this growing resentment that he had for me, and yeah, it's completely subjective, but it's my thoughts on it. So, eventually, everything added up to him randomly and stealing my phone, after which we'd all been chilling in his room. Being us and some friends, mind you, but I had accidentally left the phone in his room during the night. This wasn't due to a lack of me trying to grab it, though. I had knocked and knocked many times through the night. What was extra crazy is that he ignored my knocks, and in the morning claimed he had headphones on and couldn't hear me. Also claimed my phone wasn't in there and tried blaming it on the friend that were over, which was absurd. Get this, though. He magically had the same exact phone as my lost phone 1 week later, which, long story short, led him to no longer living with us because I had it with him by this point. Keep in mind, there were many other smaller incidents that also happened, but they're mostly petty things that you wouldn't care about. So, jumping to the last time that we had actually hung out before that whole phone situation. We had been on another double date. You went on another? We were all in the car talking, and then at one point the supernatural topic came up, which put us in a spooky mood. Well, dude suggests me go to the cemetery that he knows not too far away, so we do. While we're all there, things are chill at first. We're walking and joking, and I'm trying to spook out the girls in a corny way as we do. When suddenly out of nowhere, roommate just screams out, "I command any demons here to possess myself and follow me until death." Oh, well, possess the protagonist here. We all stood there speechless until one of the girls said that she was tired and wanted to go home. A week later, the phone incident happened, and I've never heard from him again. Cut to today, and ever since that happened, I swear to you my life has been shittier and shittier and pretty much at every turn. Like I haven't been able to catch a break ever. Also, people I try to get close to, friends or more, their lives appear to get affected too, like I'm rubbing off on them. That's mainly why I'm such a loner now. Can't stand the thought that I'm the reason bad things happen to the ones I care about. It's seeming to get worse as time goes by too. Any job I've been able to get, something dumb happens that ruins my chances of moving up in the company. And now, despite trying everything, applying absolutely everywhere, even McDonald's, I can't find work anywhere. Any interview I've managed to get, I can tell almost immediately that they have no interest in hiring me. I try my best regardless, and always have a smile on my face because it's always the darkest before dawn, right? I don't know if what happened that night really had any effect on my life, well, if not then, my luck has taken a massive hit, and that shit was critical hit. I got some things to say, but I'm going to hold them. Something screamed my name. Alright, so this happened a couple of weeks ago. I've told some of my friends, and every time I say it out loud, it just makes less and less sense to me. While it's not particularly horrifying, it was certainly something else. Tell me what you think it is. To start, my name's Adam. good buddy of mine, Bailey, invited me to go to this Christian camp. Now, I'm not very religious, but I do like camping, and I like him and his family. So I said I'd go. It was a beautiful place, but way different than I was expecting. Usually, when you camp, you kind of keep to yourself and set a tent up on the ground somewhere. However, here, it was like a whole community of people with trailers, tents, and cabins. There was daily activities and events. Everybody knew each other, and it was like a family reunion where I didn't know anyone. Very different from how I normally camp, but I will say I had a great time and I felt very welcomed. Met a lot of people, made a few pals, and learned a lot more about Christianity, though it didn't sway my stance. Anyway, two of the people I met were named Emily and Mike. They were a few years older, but that really doesn't matter. Great people who loved to party, and that was just dandy with me. I like to have some fun myself. I want to say it was like day 4 of my stay there, and it was around midnight. Everyone was going to bed, but the 4 of us stayed around the fire and had a few drinks. For those wondering, yes, drinking was definitely against the camp rules, but whatever, we were having fun. Mike then asks us if we wanted to go for a bit of a walk. Feeling good and not yet tired, we all said sure, and off we went. Mike and I were both barefoot because, well, why not? It's nice to feel the earth under your feet. It didn't slow us down much, so we rolled with it for the stroll. We weren't just gonna take a walk around the grounds, though. We wanted to go across the road and take the trail for a little hike. So we did just that. Bailey and Emily lead the way with the lantern, and Mike and I followed right behind, drinks in hand. After a couple of stops to chat and take a quick rest, we continued on our journey. We were probably about 2 kilometers away from the camp when Mike and I suddenly realized Bailey and Emily had marched right on ahead, leaving the 2 of us behind. Didn't seem to make much sense, though. They were right in front of us the whole time. It's like they triple-timed their walking. We didn't think anything of it. We also weren't too worried because Mike had basically grown up at this place. He's been going there for the last 30 years or so. Knows the trails very well. We had some moonlight, and it's not like our eyes didn't work, so we just decided to take our time, chill out, and enjoy the beauty of the night. However, if anything did happen, my phone was dead and Mike didn't have his on him. So, in hindsight, that was probably a mistake. We stopped for a few minutes so Mike could have a smoke, and we chatted about some deeper topics, you could say. At least it felt deep. Mike and I were really bonding, and it seemed like we could have kept our conversation going for hours, but out of nowhere we hear this sort of screaming sound, probably around 50 meters away. Now we're in the woods of Canada, and lots of things make strange noises. We're trying to figure out what it could be. Mike said cougar, I said fox. Screamed again, we still couldn't quite determine which one of the two, if either really, it could be. So we hushed and waited, just waited for it to do it again. Took a couple of minutes, so naturally we got to talking again. But when it did scream, it wasn't quite the same as the first 2. Something sounded a little off about it. The distance seemed to stay the same, so our concern didn't necessarily grow, but our curiosity most certainly did. Then we really stayed quiet, so we didn't miss it or mishear it with our talking. Took less than a minute this time, and it was clear as day, and a weird cougar fox-like scream. Adam! Mike and I just stood there still for a second and looked at each other. Mike said to me, "Did it just say your name?" I stayed quiet as I looked out into the woods, and I say with certainty that it wasn't a human, so I knew it wasn't Bailey or Emily looking for us or anything. Plus, it was in the opposite direction of where we had to go and where they went. As I'm trying to process what I heard and making an attempt at rationalizing it in my head, my thoughts are interrupted by another scream. Just as clear as it was before. Adam! I turned to Mike and I said, "Yep, that's definitely my name. The fuck is that?" Mike had a little chuckle and said he didn't know. As I started to follow up with my worries, he shushed me and said to wait. I hate being shushed. He wanted to hear it again. I suppose I did too, but by this point I just wanted to start heading back. I was getting increasingly uncomfortable. After the third time hearing this thing scream my name, I said to Mike, "Okay, let's get out of here. I'm not sure I want to meet whatever that is." He complies, but starts just talking about how he isn't worried because, in quotes, God is right there with him and stuff, which is fine, but it brought me a little comfort. We start making our way down the trail. Took a shortcut because if we took the trail, it would have been maybe another 2 kilometers back. So we barefoot bushwhacked until we ended up on the trail again. We reached the hill where the trail began, and I heard Bailey making a sort of caw sound. Mike and I returned with our own caw and began making our way down the hill. I had a laugh about how instead of calling our names, he's making crow noises at the base of the trail. We got to the bottom. Bailey had informed us that we'd been missing for about an hour and a half, and that him and Emily, along with Mike's wife, were getting pretty worried. Mike and I were blown away. Could have sworn it was no more than half an hour or so. Maybe the time thing was just the drinks, but I swore on everything I care about that something was screaming my name, something Mike or I couldn't identify. Went back up the following night just to the top of the hill, though we got nothing. No screams, hardly any noise at all, really, which in itself is kind of uncomfortable for a forest. It was just an unnerving experience, and I'd be cool with it if it never happened again. Any input on what we may have heard that night would be appreciated. Shadow figure in abandoned prison. To give context, from a small town in Georgia named Milledgeville, or Milledgeville. And one of two things: you either don't know the town or you do. If you've heard of the town, it's probably because Ben Roethlisberger, or because of Central State Hospital, also known as Georgia State Sanitarium, or Milledgeville State Hospital. Milledgeville. By the 1960s, Central State was known as the largest mental hospital in the world, with some 200-plus buildings on the campus. You can almost equate it to a military base where it was basically self-efficient. Had its own post office, kitchens, nursing homes, several prisons, police, and fire departments. The campus had pretty much been closed since 2010, with just a few of the buildings being operated by a Department of Corrections Training Division, the Probation and Parole Office, which was closed as of 2024. One night there was a fire in one of the prisons, the abandoned men's state prison, which had been since reportedly happened in 2011. Being a volunteer firefighter at the time and not knowing when I would have another chance to legally be inside one of the prisons, I responded. I was part of one of the first crews to make an initial fire attack on their fire room. It's been since 2019. The layout of where we made entry is a little bit fuzzy, but bear with me. We made entry through a maintenance room, made a left into a long corridor, went approximately 30-40 feet down the hallway, which then opened up into another corridor, both left and right, with the rooms on both sides of this hallway. Visibility was limited due to the fire, smoke, and it was about midnight. We found the fire room and was able to extinguish most of the fire before having to swap out with another crew because we were running low on air. Using flashlights, we were able to see down the hallway that opened up both ways. Nothing peculiar or out of the normal was there. Even without flashlights, could kind of make some things out. After the second crew came out, another firefighter and myself went in for another time as a mop-up crew. Since in the 2 attacks we made that we had pretty much put the fire out. Him and I followed the hose line and... Sir. And not thinking, I didn't grab a flashlight, however my partner did. So I followed him. Still inside the fire room was one of our investigators, a full-timer, a rookie who went through the same class as me, and of course myself. Since the guy I went in with on his second pass didn't get to quote-unquote play, as we called it, I let him be the nozzle man. I fed him hose from the hallway that opened up to the left and right. It was him and the other 2 firefighters that I mentioned above in the actual fire room. And this is where it gets creepy. As I was feeding perhaps, the guy's hose, I look right down the hallway, probably about 60, 70 feet, possibly more. I'm not great with distance at times. I saw a shadow fitting there. The figure was about 7, 8 feet tall, skinny, red eyes. How I could tell it was a shadow figure was yes, I didn't have a flashlight, and yes, it was dark looking down the hallway, but this figure was darker than anything around it. It wasn't the people that set the stuff in the prison on fire, because they were the idiots that showed up to the station in person and reported the fire. Nothing electrical in the prison was on and operational because it had been closed since 2011, like I said. So, nothing red would have been on. I probably looked at it with what seemed like to be forever. Well, it was probably only a minute to a minute and a half before the nozzle man said to back out. I looked at him, acknowledged that I heard him, repeated back out, and before I knew it, I looked down the hallway and the figure was gone. Of course, being the only one in the hallway at the time, and the only one that saw this figure. After this happened, I kept it to myself. I didn't want somebody to think I was crazy or make excuses as to what I saw. One day, I was visiting with one of my friends at the Outlier station several months later. I was just having casual conversations. She had been stationed at the fire station in that district and had just been talking. I don't know what made me bring it up to her, but I asked her if she had any experiences of anything out of the normal out there. Of course, she says, well, it's Central State. If you really haven't been out there. I went into what happened that night. When I start to mention about maybe seeing a shadow figure, she interrupts me and begins to describe it to a T. 7, 8 feet, skinny, glowing red eyes. I almost froze cold. Here's the interesting thing, though. I saw this figure in an abandoned prison after midnight. She saw the same exact figure in another building. Come to find out, on the opposite end of the campus in broad daylight while she was doing pre-fire plans. I try not to think about it. It's hard to forget seeing the experience like something like that. So I guess moral of the story is, if you go to the buildings on Central State grounds, which I don't recommend due to the deteriorating conditions of the building, asbestos, and you'll get arrested for trespassing, just know there might be a shadowy figure waiting to make his presence known to you. But I'd also like to know what y'all think this spirit figure entity, whatever you'd like to call it, could be. Especially since it doesn't just linger in one specific building, it seems like. A Mars Adversity. All of us would have felt unlucky at some point in our life. But what if you weren't actually unlucky, but under the control of a demon? The protagonist in this post was so unlucky that he was taken into the clutches of a demon who made sure he felt like he was the epitome of unluck. I think we got another one. Amar, a man from Chennai, is the protagonist of this story. He celebrated his 26th birthday all alone this year, in fact, and he had celebrated his birthdays all alone for as long as he could remember. He has no friends, and when asked why, he says, I don't want people to die because of me. He had never lasted as an employee in a company for more than a year. Very unprofessional, right? Very relatable, actually. No, it was not because of being unprofessional. Thanks. Despite being among the top performers of the company, he would always be kicked out. Amar, despite being a Muslim by birth, followed Christianity avidly. This was because of the way he was raised by his father. Amar's father always told him, "Amar, we call God by different names and groups ourselves into different religions, but the Almighty always remains the same. Follow the religion you like, but do not forget there's only one God." He was very fond of his father, but he too passed away in truth. Everybody that Amar had gotten close to had left him, and almost all of them had died in an obscure way later on. Despite being so ungifted, Amar had one extremely valuable gift, which was the ability to effortlessly astral project. He was petrified during his first projection, which happened when he was just 6 years old, but he says that the fright slowly turned into ecstasy. Alrighty then. Event 1. Demise of his father. Despite being born and brought up in a conventional Islamic family, Amar's dad was a man who identified him as a liberal. He was a pro bike racer and owned a garage, and he sort of tuned and serviced bikes theirs, apparently. He fell in love with Amar's mother during his early teens and eloped with her as soon as they reached legal age. Maybe it's not AI. I apologize. He was not blessed enough to live long with the love of his life, and she died when delivering Amar to this world. He saw Amar as the only reason for him to live and never agreed to marry another woman. Amar, however, had a love-hate relationship with him. He was not much attached to his father until his father's retirement, but by the time of his father's retirement, he had grown mature enough to grow a close bond with his father. But now he feels if he hadn't established that bond, the poor man wouldn't have died. The year was 2014. Amar had already begun to distance himself from others as he had a strong feeling that he was the cause of the death of his close ones. He was on winter vacation and had no one else to accompany him except his dad. Being a sucker for motorcycles, the time he spent with his dad became the time he would relish forever. As it got closer, his dad started to feel giddy sporadically and fell down unconscious. When he was taken to the doctor for consultation, it was found out that he'd all of a sudden developed a tumor in his head. Whoa. The doctors said that the tumor can't be removed as his father was too old to recover from surgery, I guess. They informed Amar that he would be lucky if his father lived on to celebrate his next birthday. Amar saw his father suffer every day as he gradually became bedridden. He felt nothing but helplessness when his father suffered a tragic demise in just a month after all the ordeal that they'd been through. Event 2. Death of his first crush. Amar was adamant about not having any friends during his college days, but his hormones got the better of him when he saw a girl named Mira for the first time. He developed an unexplainable admiration for her, you could say. He confessed his admiration for her and asked her for a date. The girl also seemed to have an interest in him and agreed to go on that date. Things seemed to go fine during the date, and he felt that there was quite a match here. Once they were done, he dropped her at home and they exchanged numbers. The next morning, he went to his college excitedly, not only to find her in college. He tried reaching out to her phone multiple times, but she did not seem to pick up. While trying to ring her again, he heard his principal speak on the announcement speaker. He was startled when he heard this. "One of our students named Mira had committed suicide yesterday night. We got the information just now. Let us pray for her soul to rest in peace." He said even the cops were not able to figure out the motivation factor of her suicide. Damn. Cause of his ill luck. Despite many failed attempts, Amar was not able to figure out the cause of his bad luck until the day he saw his dad's closet burn all on its own. He could only save a diary from the flames, and the rest of his dad's belongings were burnt to ashes. My fault. The diary looked like his father's diary, and it dated back to his birth year. He was surprised to know that his father had a habit of writing diaries. Despite knowing it was ill-mannered to sneak into someone else's diary, he proceeded to read it as he was overcome by curiosity. Amar, after reading the diary, got to know that a demon was cast upon his mother by his grandfather. The spell was apparently so powerful that despite many attempts, his father was not able to remove the spell. From his father's words, Amar got to know that his father strongly believed that his wife's death was caused by that demon, and he also thought that the demon left his family after her death. But little did he know that it attached itself to his son. Amar feels that he got his psychic powers from this demon, still refuses to establish a bond with others for their own good. It wasn't bad. Boyfriend saw and heard me, but I wasn't actually there. So this happened about 4 years ago or so. I was dating a man who was an extreme skeptic when I've always been 100% a believer, even with only one personal paranormal experience before. This is a cool story for another time. He and I had been dating for about 3 years at this point. I've always had a rule about no pranking, scaring, or tricking my partner. I've always been completely honest with him. He had the same values with me. Despite him being a non-believer, to this day he's always said what he experienced in this story was completely unfabricated, and to his dissatisfaction he still has no explanation for this event, even though he's mulled it over far too many times in the past years. Even after we had ended things between us, he still maintains his skeptic status. But if you ask him to logically explain this incident without paranormal activity of some kind involved, all he says is, "I don't know." Now, let me tell you what actually happened. If anybody has had a similar experience, or if they can offer any insight into this, I'd love to hear it. One afternoon, I was getting ready to go out on a date with said boyfriend. I like to do heavy makeup looks for fun when I go out. So, per usual, I'm standing at my mirror on the dresser, creating some eyeshadow look, which notoriously took a bit of time. My boyfriend decided to go outside while I did this. He wanted to clean up the back porch. So, about 15 minutes into me doing my makeup while listening to some songs, played Outlook on my Google Home, but not singing out loud because I didn't want to mess up my makeup. My boyfriend comes barreling in the front door, rushes to where I'm at in my room. He's completely out of breath, looking at me expectantly with teary eyes and as if I'm supposed to know what it is that had him in this state, which for context, he was the least emotional person I've ever dated. I'd only ever seen him cry about 5 times in our whole 4-year relationship. So I'm confused as hell. As if to try to make any more sense to me, he just yells, "What's wrong?" Still looking frantic and out of breath, I of course just say, "What?" He repeats himself again, just looking at me. I asked him what had him acting so uncharacteristically freaked out, but he's acting like I should obviously know. Confusion between us continues until I get him to explain what he's trying to ask me. His version of events in those few moments when he went outside was this. Says that he went to the yard and was moving fallen limbs and things into a pile as I was getting ready. A couple of minutes go by until he's interrupted by me, apparently, standing at our sliding glass door that overlooks the part of the yard he's in. He said that I looked extremely distressed, He could see my face very clearly, and that I looked scared. He then heard me bang on the door to get his attention, and it was as if something was urgent. Then heard my voice yell from inside, "Get in the house! I need you now! Come here, come here!" He doesn't hesitate, figuring something was very wrong or that I might be in danger somehow. Which, when I see him coming inside, I thought he was pranking me. I hadn't moved from where I was at, and the curtain on the sliding glass door was covered still. But like I mentioned before, it was not in our nature to joke like that. He thinks the same thing of me when I said I've been standing in the front of my dresser the entire time. I had him repeat these events, and he did so, sounding just as freaked out as he initially did. He said that he saw very clearly me, full body, distinctly heard my voice, which he said he could never mistake my voice for someone else's, like a neighbor. He said he watched my mouth yell these words to him, and I looked like I was the one freaking out. There's nothing there when he looked for me in the living room next to said door and found me in the room holding a makeup palette in one hand, brush in the other. I wasn't even singing along to the music I had playing, so it's not like he heard my singing and mistook it for whatever just happened. Nothing like that had ever happened between us since. Fast forward a few years to my next boyfriend. I still lived in the same house. I told him this story when we were first getting to know each other, as I've always thought it was interesting. He was a mild believer in the paranormal activity, but didn't have any stories of his own. A few months until us dating after he started coming to my house often, he had his own experience. He was out to his car at night and had just sat down in it. He had been out there a few moments while I was inside watching TV in bed. He comes in a couple of minutes later looking confused and asked me why I'd stepped outside or had called for him, which I did not. Then he tells me that it's weird that I didn't because he heard my voice distinctly, almost in his ear while he was in his car smoking. He said that he heard me say as clear as day, "What is that?" in a sort of upset tone. When he turned around expecting me to see, or rather for expecting me, When he turned around expecting me to see me, there was nothing. He thought about what just happened for a few seconds before getting out of the car and coming directly inside to see if it somehow was really me. What's the saying? Fool me once, fool me what now? The Mizpah Hotel. Situated in Tonopah, Nevada, the Mizpah Hotel is one of the historic hotels in the U.S. The Mizpah and the close-by Belvada building shared the record of the tallest construction in Nevada till 1927. The resort became named after the Mizpah mine. The hotel became a hotspot of celebrities and rich investors for the duration of the silver boom in Tonopah. It was turned into one of the first luxury hotels in the state. This hotel now stands as a haunting blend of the new and the old. Whilst the inn is one of the locality's oldest construction, it became predated by the Mizpah Saloon, which was started in 1907. George Wingfield, Cal Broger, George Nixon, and Bob Govan, some of Nevada's most well-known financiers, financed the hotel George Holsworth was in, or rather, they financed the hotel and George Holsworth was its designer. The hotel's financiers also owned other Tonopah firms. The resort's facade was made of stone. The neighboring Brower Govan block acted as the first Mizpah Hotel. These buildings were joined with a wooden stairway. They remain connected even now. It should also be noted that the hotel was the first one to have an elevator in Tonopah. The hotel was bought and sold quite a few times in the course of the years. That was till Frank of Las Vegas bought it in 1979. He renovated the structure to encompass sort of a modern luxury without disturbing its original antiquity. The renovation was valued at $4 million. It took almost 3 years to complete. The hotel was closed in 1999. It remained shuttered until it got purchased by its new owner, I'm sure. In early 2011, Fred and Nancy Klein bought the hotel and renovated and reopened the construction in August of 2011. Since then, the hotel hosts guests from all over Nevada visiting the region, ghost hunters trying to feel the eeriness of the Clown Motel, the Tonopah Cemetery, and the Mizpah Hotel itself. One of the well-known and dark memories to pop out of the Mizpah Hotel is that of a theft that went wrong. In line with the tale, 2 miners utilized the underground network of old mining shafts under the hotel to dig through its floor and to empty its vault. Later, the bodies of the miners were observed inside the tunnel beneath the resort. However, the cash they robbed was gone. Seemed like they were double-crossed by an unknown assailant, who murdered them, took the loot. Some claim the miners remain inside the basement underneath the resort. Visitors have claimed to experience paranormal events all through the construction. This includes rooms, hallways, and even the elevator. They've claimed to sight apparitions, hear voices, and even sight objects shifting on their very own. It's stated that a couple of children haunt the 3rd floor. This playful duo can frequently be heard playing and laughing inside the hallway. An unknown soldier lingers on the 4th floor, and it's said that he died within the hotel and, lamentably, nobody knew his identity. Perhaps the most known phantom that the hotel hosts stays on the 5th floor, more mainly within room 504, which is claimed to be the most haunted room of the hotel. A former prostitute who once lived in the hotel, she's referred to as the Red Lady. Unfortunately, she got killed outside room 504 in a brutal way, being strangled and stabbed several times by a jealous ex-lover. Many who've stayed in this room during the night have sighted the woman in her spirit form, heard her voice, smelled her perfume, witnessed objects shift on their own, and some even woke up in the morning to discover pearls left by her on the mattress. Unlike other hauntings, the Mizpah Hotel shares its spotlight with the Tonopah Cemetery and Clown Motel. There's also an apparent curse that sits over Tonopah. It started out with the Tonopah Belmont mine fire, in which 17 miners were burned to death and their bodies were buried in the Tonopah Cemetery. Visitors of this cemetery report sighting abnormal orbs and disembodied voices, but the nearby motel overshadows the cemetery in terms of paranormal activity. Named America's Scariest Motel, the Clown Motel has a lot of glassy-eyed circus clowns, and its owners swear that it's a safe location to spend the night. However, its visitors swear that it is haunted. In line with local legend, the clown statues act as containers for the miners' ghosts, who possess the dolls and make them come to life. That's a bold claim. Silhouettes have been seen walking from the cemetery to the motel, and disembodied voices had been heard announcing, "We mined, and we died that day." In records, the Pueblo natives used to get dressed in clown-like dresses while welcoming possessions of spirits. Possibly these clowns, with their identities ever converting, are portals into the spirit realm. Even the resort's proprietor says that he hears footsteps and knocking from vacant rooms of the motel. Apparitions of a person were stated leaving the cemetery and strolling across the belongings even during the day. It's said that one of the preceding owners vanished when he tried to interact with the spirit. And what's even more frightening is that clowns have been seen leaving the cemetery at night and moving into the motel. The motels, well, I guess now they're calling it a hotel. Pick one. The hotel stays open for public visits and offers overnight stays, which can be booked from the hotel's website itself. Now it sounds like an ad. I would surely recommend visiting the hotel once, Not just for its haunted statues, but also for its haunted locality, which is supposedly cursed. Strange sleep paralysis dream. I will preface this story by saying that while I'm very interested in the paranormal and love the idea of a world more interesting and unknowable, I personally have never had an experience that I would deem truly paranormal. Never experienced a ghost, never seen a UFO, or spotted a cryptid in the woods. I don't practice astral projection or lucid dreaming, and I've rarely taken psychedelics or other mind-altering substances. I'm fairly substance-free, and I've never suffered from any mental impairments or conditions, nor does my family to my knowledge. Also, I don't chronically suffer from sleep paralysis. Aside from this strange experience, I've only ever experienced sleep paralysis one other time, and it was not accompanied by strange dreams or figures or other common sleep paralysis symptoms other than an inability to move and difficulty breathing. Now, on to the story. This happened several years ago, so admittedly my memory may be fuzzy, but it left such an impression on me that I tend to have a pretty clear image of the dream in my mind even today. I went to sleep as I would any other night, with my dog barking at another dog. As far as I can remember, there was nothing notable about the day before or that night because I went to sleep. As stated above, I've never astral projected or lucid dreamed, and most of my dreams have that clear, dreamlike quality. However, I awoke within my dream, and I felt so lucid and real, almost as though I was awake. When I, quote-unquote, awoke, I was standing in a large, standard-looking office conference room. There was a large, glossy wooden conference table at the center, surrounded by black, leather-wheeled office chairs. It was carpeted with a short blue carpet, and the walls were not otherwise noteworthy. I do not recall any doors or exits. One wall was dominated by screens, sort of like a video call setup you'd seen in movies in like a war room type situation. All of the smaller screens were turned off, and there was a larger central screen that had some sort of screensaver of a rotating silver rune or sigil. My memory of the symbol is really hazy, but I feel as though it may have been similar in shape or font as the Majin M that you might be familiar with Dragon Ball Z. The most notable thing about this scene, however, was the entity standing in the corner opposite to me. I cannot remember if it was examining something on the wall, simply facing the wall, or otherwise manipulating something, but its back was to me. It was humanoid and very tall, and I'm 5'6", had to have been 2 or 3 heads taller than me. It was androgynous, but I leaned toward a description of male and glowed with an inner white light. Its face was vaguely human, but all of its orifices shed this bright white glow. My best comparison would be Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen movie, except with a white light instead of a blue one. More vague facial structure, and while naked, no genitalia, just smooth like a doll. This entity turned toward me after I noticed it, and I was immediately washed over with an overwhelming fear. Not fear for my life, but the kind of fear you get when you've done something wrong and you know your parents just caught you. Like I was about to get into big trouble. But my life wasn't in danger. It moved its mouth as though it was speaking, but all I heard was the sound of TV static. I was so scared that I was glued to the spot, and without moving it appeared that the entity somehow approached me in an instant. Its mouth and eyes widened as it kind of towered over me. The internal white glow got very bright, and my senses were overwhelmed by the sound of TV static. I immediately woke up, but was in a state of sleep paralysis. That same fear was still in my mind, but it started to fade and I had light spots as though I had been staring at a light bulb. I regained my control and breathing, thought to myself that was really strange. Grabbed my phone and wrote the experience down, then went back to sleep to an otherwise dreamless rest. I have never seen the Watchmen movie, just clips and memes, but I immediately made the comparison. I've not seen this entity or any similar entities in my dreams since, nor have I had sleep paralysis since. I don't like to express feelings because it really holds no basis for what actually happened to me. But thinking back on the experience, my mind always makes the jump to divine, whether angels or gods, almost instinctually when I think of the experience. This is noteworthy because I'm generally atheist. Though I'm open spiritually to paranormal stuff, my lack of experience has left me squarely in the agnostic, skeptic mindset. Tripped on that one. I usually joke to myself that I accidentally astral projected into God's boardroom and an angel janitor yelled at me to get out. The immediate feeling I had about the experience were that I was in trouble, but not life-threatening. That I had seen something or been somewhere I wasn't allowed. Perhaps this is just a really lucid nightmare that resulted in sleep paralysis. But this is in my mind, is literally the only experience that I feel I've ever had that borders on paranormal. Anyway, if anybody has ever had any similar experiences or dreams or knows something about the things I described that I missed, please let me know. I've not shared this experience with really anyone other than my girlfriend who inspired me to make this post about it. I moved out, and now I'm terrified. I don't even know where to start. I moved out of my parents' house 2 weeks ago, thinking I'd finally have some freedom and space of my own. At first, it was exciting. Decorating and staying up late, no rules. But now, I wish I never left. I don't feel safe here. I don't feel alone. It started small. I'd put my keys in the counter only to find them on the floor or in the fridge. Thought it was just me being forgetful, but then it got worse. One night I came home and all the cabinets in my kitchen were open. Every single one. I know I didn't leave them like that. Then a few nights ago, I woke up and noticed my closet door was open. I never leave it open, and I swear I shut it before bed. As I stared at the dark space inside, I heard it. Soft, raspy breathing. It was so faint it couldn't have been my imagination. Perhaps it could have, but it wasn't. I pulled the covers over my head and I stayed like that until morning. The next night I woke up to a noise underneath my bed. At first it was a low creaking, like the wood shifting. But then it escalated, a scream, choked, gurgling, and desperate. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make me freeze. I couldn't move, I couldn't even breathe. When I finally got the courage to grab my phone and turn on the flashlight, there's nothing under there. But the shadows are the worst. At night I'll wake up and see someone in the doorway, just standing there, not moving, not blinking. First time I thought it was a trick of the light, but it's happening every night since. Sometimes they're closer, like they're stepping into my room. Can't tell if they're real or if I'm going insane. Last night I locked my door before bed, and when I woke up the lock was broken. The door was wide open, and there were faint wet footprints leading into my room, stopping next to my bed. This morning, I found something on my bathroom sink. A hairbrush, old, cracked, with hair still tangled in it. It's not mine. I don't even know a hairbrush like that. When I touched it, it felt damp. like it had been pulled from somewhere wet. I threw it out, but an hour later it was back on the sink. Started hearing whispers when I'm home alone. Can't make out what they're saying, but it's like they're coming from the walls just low enough to drive me crazy. I can't eat, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like someone's watching me. I don't know what to do. Can't stay here, but where can I go? My parents won't believe me. They'll say I'm imagining it or being dramatic. But I know it's happening. There's something here with me. Something that doesn't want me to leave. Something that wants me to stay. And every night it feels like it's getting closer. It's happening today. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe it's to make sense of things, or maybe it's just because I need someone, anyone, to know what's happening to me. Since this morning, everything's spiraling out of control. I thought staying out of the apartment would help, but no matter where I go, it feels like it follows me. I woke up early at a friend's house, hoping for some peace. I didn't tell them what's going on. I didn't want to sound insane. But when I opened my eyes, their cat was sitting in the doorway of the guest room, staring at me. Its fur was matted and wet, even though my friend swore it hadn't been outside. Then I noticed a faint, damp footprint next to the bed. I decided to head home to grab some clothes and figure out my next move. But as soon as I stepped into the apartment, the air felt heavier. It was hard to my chest, and the moment I walked into the bathroom, I saw the mirror fogged up. It was as though somebody had just showered, even though I hadn't been home. Written in the condensation were 3 words: "Don't fight it." Can't bring myself to sleep. The whispers have grown louder throughout the day, almost like they're trying to form words. I don't recognize the language, but it's deep and guttural, like something choking on the sounds. It all came to a head a couple of hours ago. I heard water dripping and thought it was the kitchen sink, but when I walked down the hall, I saw a puddle forming. It led right to my bedroom. The bed was completely soaked, sheets, mattress, everything. And in the middle of it was the hairbrush, the same one I threw away twice. I don't know how it keeps coming back. I don't know how any of this is happening. I've kept all the lights on since. They all started flickering. My phone battery drains faster than it should, and no matter how many times I check the time, it's never, changing. I called my parents earlier today, desperate for help. The call dropped midway through. When I checked my phone, the last call wasn't to them. It was to an unknown number. I don't remember dialing it. I don't even know how long the call lasted. Right now, I'm sitting in my car writing this. I can't go back inside, but I can't stay out here much longer either. Every time I look up at the window, I see the shadow of someone standing there, watching me, waiting. Something's going to happen tonight. I don't know what, but I can feel it. Whatever this is, it doesn't want me to leave. I'm not sure I'll survive if I try. If you don't hear from me again, please just don't come looking for me. Whatever this thing is not just haunting me anymore. It's taking me. Today. Eerie Encounters, an Unknown Curse. Sasha, a software developer aged 25, is the protagonist of the story. Born in India and brought up in Singapore, Sasha had been a constant topper, and this had led to her peers getting jealous of her. Open to her liking, she was forced to come back to her birth nation because of the demise of her maternal grandfather. Seeing the mental state of her grandmother after her husband's death, Sasha's mother decided to settle back in India. Like any typical unmarried Indian, Sasha lived with her parents while she searched for a job. She got lucky enough to land a good job within the first month of her search. Her office was a commutable distance from her home. Her life was going peacefully until this event occurred. Although her initial days in India were worry-free, eventually she started noticing her family members becoming sick often. She didn't heed much attention as it started with a common fever, but with time things started to get a lot more serious. Her mother started complaining of severe stomachache, but despite multiple appointments with the best doctors in the town and prescribed scans, the cause of her ailment was never found. It was not just her mother, but her father had similar ailment as well. But for him, it was his head instead of his stomach that had constantly terrible aches. Imagine a 3 BHK condo. 3 BHK. Where 2 bedrooms are almost always filled with your sick parents. This was Sasha's reality, or Shasha's, excuse me. Surprisingly, when she left for another city with her parents to attend a close friend's wedding, her parents' ailment disappeared magically, only for it to return when they returned home. But this time she started having issues with her vision, which caused blind spots in her periphery. She was barely surprised when even the best ophthalmologist in the city couldn't figure out the cause. Despite her ailments, she continued to work as that was the only thing that gave her relief from the sorrows. One day after finishing her work, she left back home. She left her notice by 5 p.m. and the next moment she saw her watch, it was 10 p.m. Did she magically teleport herself from the office, or was her body being controlled by something else? When she returned back home, her parents asked her the reason for turning up so late. FYI, for most Indian households, 10 p.m. is quite late. So when Shasha tried explained, she just blacked out again for a few minutes. And when she came back to her senses, she saw her mom in a stunned state. When she asked what happened, she replied, "Why do you speak like a guy now?" Shasha thought her mother was pulling her leg and went into her room to sleep. But with time, she started having these blackout episodes quite often. This dented her reputation in her office, as she didn't know what did these during these episodes, or rather what she did, I think. Similar to her mom, her colleagues and friends complained of her speaking like a man and acting strange sporadically. With time, the frequency of her episodes skyrocketed, which caused her job, or perhaps costed her the job. This in turn led Shasha deep into a depression, giving her suicidal thoughts. With her parents suffering every day from an unknown ailment and her losing her job, her family eventually became financially weak. She wanted to leave that house immediately, as she felt it was the cause of all the things happening to her life. But her mother didn't even show a remote interest in it. That seems logical. It was the 40th day after her grandfather's demise, and a priest visited her house to perform the 40th day rituals, a ritual done by most Indians. The priest was visibly perplexed when he entered the house, and it became even more evident that he looked at Sasha. The rituals went as planned, but the priest's facial expression never changed. When he was about to leave, he asked Shasha's mom to bring her daughter to the place, as he felt something was wrong with Shasha. Her mother obliged and just brought her to his place, as he had asked. He greeted them, and after performing a few rituals, he went back to their house with them. They were surprised when he asked them about the ailments they were going through, as they did not say anything about it to him. He led them to a place near the house door, asked them to dig the ground, to which they obliged. During the process, they found 3 clay dolls. The dolls had blood on them, and they had pins pierced through them. One had a pin on its stomach region, the other on its head, and finally the last one on its eye. This instantly made them understand the cause of their sufferings. The priest burnt those dolls and told them that they had to perform a few rituals for 48 days. He also told Shasha that she was possessed by the spirit which was cast upon their family, warned her, saying that you might die if we try exorcising you, but even if we don't do it, the spirit will kill you. Brutal. she and her family decided to take the risk, proceed with the exorcism. Unlike in movies, no spirit came out of her body during the process, but she stopped having those episodes after it. Day after day, the family's sufferings reduced and completely disappeared by the 48th day. This story is a first-hand account of Shasha, who, along with her family, moved back to Singapore, who lived there happily. She's a married woman now and recently blessed with twins. She says that she's not sure even now about the identity of the person who used black magic on her family. But I wish that karma shows up on that moron. Welcome to Paranormal in my painting, where every story takes you deeper to the eerie and unexplained. Hit subscribe and stay tuned for haunting tales that'll captivate your mind. My family adventure begins now. I find myself a bit skeptical on anything spiritual or religious, but I don't really know how else to really explain what's happened to me. When I was maybe 14 through 16, maybe as a way to distance myself from the church, I found an intense interest in the occult, paganism, and things of that sort. I would even practice witchcraft from time to time and attempt to get some kind of definitive proof that something is out there. Nothing really worked, but it did feel like something was happening when I practiced. A practice I got especially into and would do frequently is meditation, which isn't inherently spiritual, but it does help in certain cases. Anyways, this story starts when I was meditating in my room. I may be halfway through my 15 minutes. I planned to meditate when something just felt wrong. I can't explain exactly the emotion I had. The best attempt would be the feeling of going down off the peak of a roller coaster, mixed with sorrow. Anyway, so I feel that in my gut and I open my eye to scan the room. Everything looked in place, but that damn feeling just wouldn't go away. I turned to pause my timer, and then I noticed a painting on my wall, which I had it for quite a while. It was the Starry Night painting. As I scanned over it, something about it was just wrong. I looked as if all the stars just actually were glowing. The longer I looked, the more bright a certain star would get. It was one of the stars at the top left corner, just to the right of the tree. This star, slowly but surely, got brighter and brighter. I was so sure I was dreaming or hallucinating that I had gotten up off my bed and started to make my way toward the painting. But as I got up and started to move closer, the star would fade. Not as if someone was dimming the lights, though. It was as if a fog was setting over this star. As I got even closer, the fog practically snuffed out the star, and in its place it was dark. I sat for a minute trying to process what had just happened in my brain, just looking at this dark spot in my painting. As I stared, though, something started to appear out of the dark noise. At first, I thought it was the star coming back into my vision. But as it became more clear, I saw it for what it really was. A face, a whole figure actually, big enough to cover a large portion of the painting. I remember my fight or flight kicking in when realizing what I was looking at. I distinctly remember thinking that the feeling of that experience went from curious to bad. Still, I stayed in a place and waited to see what else would happen, like I was in some kind of a trance. Once the figure was fully visible, I felt like it saw me. We were looking at each other eye to eye, soul to whatever it was. We sat there for 20 seconds or so with nothing happening. I was about to be done with this and run out of the room. But then, it did something. It started to reach out its hand. Not in a threatening way, almost as if it was offering something. I don't really know what it was selling, but I wasn't buying. Its hand almost looked as if it was fully outside of this painting. That was the last straw. I'd gotten my taste of paranormal for the night. Ran to my light switch, flicked on my bright overhead light, and I had a dim lamp on for meditation. But I looked at the painting, and it was totally normal. Nothing different about it. I sat and I stared to see if something would happen. Nothing did. As I was coming back from my trance, I realized my face was wet with tears. Something I hadn't noticed before the light was on. I then go to my phone to text to whoever and tell someone about this. I stopped before even unlocking it. Almost 30 minutes had passed since I paused the timer. It felt like an impossibly long time. There was absolutely no way I spent 30 minutes staring at a painting just then. It felt like maybe 3 or 4 minutes of watching. After realizing my little time loss, I freaked out and ran into my mom's room, needing somebody else's presence. I couldn't stand being alone. She heard my whole story and was 100% convinced I had just had a run-in with a demonic presence. Putting meaning behind all the visions, like how the stars were the Holy Ghost with the demons putting a fog over them. That sort of thing. I didn't know if I was fully on board with that idea, but I was just glad to be with somebody other than myself. She then got my dad to go in and bless the room, leaving a Saint Benedict medal in my room to hopefully ward off anything negative. He then took the painting off the wall, took it outside, and that was the last time I saw it. Good riddance. I'm actually typing this out in the same room that all this happened in. Still feel kind of off at times in here, and kind of like I'm being watched, but having the medal and several crucifixes help ease the feeling. I'm 19 now and about to be headed out for college, and I thought I'd put down this experience in writing before it fades any more time. I'm not exactly Catholic now, but I've given up the practice of my past, fully open to any and all explanations that anyone may have as to what happened to me years ago, paranormal or not. A Psychic's Encounter. Zorin, name changed, a well-established lawyer from Malaysia, is the protagonist of this story. Zorin is a single mother who tragically lost her husband to an accident after just 5 years of marriage. Because of her love for him, she continues to live alone with her daughter without marrying another person. She is a very strict mother and never compromises on her daughter's score, a characteristic of which her daughter's ranks are solid proof. Zorin claims to have been blessed with psychic powers. She claims that she can see spirits and demons and commune with them. She also claims to have used these powers to solve multiple tough-to-crack cases. Although these powers have helped me in my many instances, they have given me a lot of sleepless nights and mental scars, she adds. One day, Zorin's daughter's best friend named Gayatri, 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 went missing after school. A legal complaint was lodged by her parents, but despite the police officers trying their best, there were no clues about the missing girl for over 10 days. Her parents sought Zorin's help and requested her to take up the case, to which she obliged. Zorin was trying her best to figure out what had happened to the kid when she came across reports of a foul smell that resembled decaying meat getting emitted from a local department store. She reached out to the police, asking them to check what was causing this foul emission. The police, after investigating, figured out that the smell was coming from the cooling ducts of the store, and on further investigations, they found the missing child's lifeless body inside the duct. The case was already a nationwide sensation. The police proceeded to arrest the store owner. But this case was not that straightforward. Records stated that the owner was not inside the country for the previous couple of weeks, the time period during which the kid went missing. That sucks for that guy. Zorin, after seeking special permission from the police authorities, proceeded to investigate the detained owner, who constantly pleaded innocence and told her that he was not aware of how the corpse ended up inside the store. Despite tracing multiple loose ends, the investigation always ended in nothingness. Frustrated with her incompetence, Zorin filed a petition in court, seeking permission to witness the post-mortem procedures on the kid's corpse. He wanted to do this in person in hopes of a solution to the case. The court accepted her petition and granted her the permission that she had requested for. The procedures took place on the very next day, and Zorin had a really hard time trying to control her tears while looking at the kid's body getting eviscerated. After all, this kid was her daughter's best friend. The body had a whole lot of deep, disturbing scars, and the doctor who performed the procedures speculated that the girl was brutally tortured and raped for at least 3 days before her death. Once the procedures were completed, Zorin was able to hear faint whispers of a young girl. She anxiously looked around to see who was there, but there was no young girl nearby. Thinking it was her mind playing tricks on her, a depressed Zorin went back to her home. That night she went to sleep earlier than usual, only to be woken up by the same whispers again. When she opened her eyes, she saw Garithri's enraged spirit staring at her. Petrified at the sight, she just tried speaking to the specter. With every question she asked, Garithri's spirit came closer to Zorin, staying mum. Her whispers gradually changed into wailing. Although terrified, Zorin was persistent in her questioning and never stopped her questions. Her attempts did not go in vain, as the spirit finally gave her the answer she was seeking for. Zorin says that Garithri's spirit told her that I got a call from my boyfriend's number. When I answered it, I heard the voice of his friend instead. He told me that my boyfriend met with an accident, and he wanted to see me. He told me he would pick me up that evening and take me to the hospital. Extremely worried by what I heard, I grew gullible and agreed. He came in a car and picked me up as we planned, and my worries slowly turned into fear as the car went into a shady road. The car stopped near a warehouse, and when I refused to get down, 2 other guys came out of nowhere and pulled me into the warehouse forcefully. They tied me up and brutally raped me till I died. The spirit had apparently let Zorin know their identities in the warehouse where she was abducted. When asked about how her body ended up in the store, the spirit said, "One of the guys who raped me works in that store." Despite multiple attempts, the officers never believed in Zorin's claims. Asked her to meet a good psychiatrist, thinking that she was mentally ill. But Zorin did not give up, and with the help of her friend who worked in forensics, she gathered DNA evidence against those 3 bastards. Good. She presented a report that the police officials couldn't reject, and finally, those bastards were arrested and put behind bars. I did not reveal Zorin's real name, as she's still a practicing lawyer. Asked her identity to be kept a secret. The story's hard to believe, but the records of this incident excluding the commune with the spirit are officially recorded. Listening to this incident changed my opinion on ghosts. Maybe all specters are not bad. The story was a little bit brutal, but thanks for listening, guys. See ya. The House of the 7 Gables. In a historical town known for past witch trials in Salem, sits a colonial mansion named Turner Ingersoll Mansion, but it's better known as the House of the 7 Gables. The house was brought into a sort of spotlight by the Nathaniel Hawthorne's 1851 novel named The House of the 7 Gables. Because of the town's dark history of killing witches, It has got a plethora of haunted buildings, with the House of the Seven Gables being the pinnacle. The original section of the mansion was constructed in 1668 for Captain John Turner. It proceeded to be the hand of his family for 3 generations. That was until John Turner III. Facing the Salem harbor, the house had 2 rooms, 2.5 story, a front porch, and a huge central chimney. This house is now the middle of the mansion. After a few years, 2 new kitchens were added to the structure. By the year 1676, Turner added a spacious front extension with his own chimney. It had a parlor on the ground floor and a large bedroom above it. Nasty. The ceilings in this new wing are higher than the ceilings of the old portions of the mansion. During the first half of the 18th century, John Turner II altered the house in a new Georgian style by adding wood paneling and sash windows. Being an early example of Georgian architecture, the design of this house is still preserved. This mansion is one of the oldest timber framed in North America. It has 17 rooms spread over 8,000 square feet, along with large cellars. After the 3rd generation, the family lost the house in debt and ended up in the hands of Ingersolls, who altered it again. He removed the gables, replacing the porches, and added Georgian trim. The house was featured in a novel written by Nathaniel Hawthorne, named The House of the Seven Gables, which played a major role in the house getting its name and the popularity it gained. The author described the house itself as a living being in his novel. The aspect of the venerable mansion has always affected me like a human countenance. It was itself like a great human heart, with a life of its own and full of rich and somber reminiscences. The deep projection of the section gave the house a sort of meditative look. You could not pass it without the idea that it had a secret to keep. The author of Haunted Salem, Rosemary Ellen Guiley, once quoted that the house is a ghostly reminder of shipping fortunes made and then misplaced. A bust blamed at the curse of the witch trials of 1692. Although the employees and tour guides deny the existence of anything remotely paranormal inside the house. For many years, a lot of visitors have reported seeing multiple ghosts inside the House of the Seven Gables. Inside the well-known mysterious staircase, visitors have cited the spirit of a man running up and down the steps. Those who've seen him link his spectral origins to the Underground Railroad. Others document seeing a phantom boy who enjoys having fun in the attic. And during the day, his little footsteps may be heard running around upstairs as he giggles and laughs. According to one historian, the attic space once functioned as the servants' quarters, so this could be the spirit of one of the servants. However, others confidently say that the little boy is Julian, the son of Nathaniel Hawthorne. The most frequently seen visible specter on the residence is none aside from Susanna Ingersoll, Nathaniel Hawthorne's cousin, who fed him with the terrible memories of the Salem witch hysteria. She's an ex-owner and lived in the house during the 1800s. She was a well-known businesswoman who amassed huge amounts of wealth when she was alive. She's also the only woman to have been born and died within the house. Her spirit has been spotted taking walks in the halls of her former house, or even peeking out of the windows to those who enter the estate through the garden underneath, before mysteriously disappearing. In October of 2006, one visitor named Christopher toured the mansion along with his girlfriend. Unfortunately, they'd arrived only at 7:30 p.m. The museum had already closed. The next day, they returned in the early evening to make sure they didn't lose their chance for the second day in a row. They checked in without knowledge of the building's haunted nature. Whilst Christopher descended to the bottom of the infamous attic stairs, he heard a woman whisper, "Shh, shh," into his ear. Christopher turned around thinking it was his girlfriend. She was almost 4 feet away and swore she hadn't uttered a word. One other commonly reported paranormal hotspot is the attic. Suddenly, I felt queasy and lightheaded and I couldn't breathe. I had the feeling that I had to get out of the room now. Couldn't concentrate and felt incredibly anxious. They're the words of one verified visitor. Another visitor reported that I'm sensitive to that sort of stuff. I felt a very strong sort of presence inside the attic area. I remember doing a double take for no explained reason in the attic toward the little window facing the waterfront, but nothing was there. Also, one other visitor reported being strangled by invisible hands inside the attic. In 1910, the house was transformed into a museum. It had stayed this way ever since. You can still visit the place, though, but I'd leave the decision to your own judgment. And I need to calm down on a coffee. The Ohio State Reformatory. Among the top 5 biggest castle-like structures in the USA, the Ohio State Reformatory is the world's tallest steel construction. But this prison offers much more than world records in paranormal events or top pick in the menu that it offers. The history of the Ohio State Reformatory started in 1862, and the site in which the reformatory got constructed was used as a training camp for Civil War soldiers. The camp was called Camp Mordecai Bartley in honor of the Mansfield guy who served as Ohio governor in the 1840s. In 1867, Mansfield was decided to be the place for a new intermediate jail. The city raised over $10,000 to buy 30 acres of land for the jail, and the state bought 150 acres of adjacent land for $20,000, with the expenditure of the property being $1,326,769. The Ohio State Reformatory was meant to be a midway factor between the Boys Industrial School in Lancaster and the state penitentiary in Columbus, and was supposed to hold young first-time offenders. Construction started out in 1886, and the property was under construction until 1910 due to troubles with the funding which caused construction delays. The real architect for the layout was Levi T. Schofield from Cleveland, who used 3 styles which are Victorian Gothic, Richardsonian Romanesque, and Queen Anne. Schofield designed the jail with these particular styles to assist inmates to emerge as returned spiritual people. A well-known architect, F.F. Schnitzer, was entrusted with the construction of the building. In 1891, the name became modified from Intermediate Penitentiary to Ohio State Reformatory. So on September 15th of 1896, the prison opened its doors to its first 150 inmates. These prisoners were put right away to work at the sewer system and the 25-foot stone wall surrounding the construction. Schnitzer got awarded a double inkwell by the governor of the state in a lavish ceremony to recognize his services. In 1935, Arthur Lewis Galatke became the superintendent, and his tenure lasted till 1959. He implemented many reforms, which includes radio and cell blocks, and Glatke's wife, Helen Bauer Glatke, died of pneumonia 3 days following an accident in November of 1950. That's where a handgun shot her while she was trying to reach out into her jewelry box. Just like that, huh? Glatke met his demise due to a heart attack that he suffered in his office on February 10th, 1959. Later, over 200 died at the OSR, which includes guards who got killed during the escapes. During its operation, which was for almost a century, the Ohio State Reformatory had 154,000 inmates go through its doorways. Although not everybody got out of it alive, sickness, suicide, murder, and other ways rampaged the prison, taking the lives of the 215 inmates whose corpses are buried in the prison cemetery. Although the real death count in the building is said to be a lot more. Various spirits are stated to have been present in the reformatory and remains even after its closure. The ones to visit regularly document listening to disembodied voices, footsteps, and seeing apparitions or shadow figures, or even being touched, whether or not just a snatch or a brush. At times in a much more violent way. One of the regions that have baffled investigators for decades is the chair room. This is a small room in the admin building, and the only room within the structure to include no windows. Some speculate that it got used for darkish activities, as violent paranormal events are said to have been experienced there. Some who sat on the chair have pronounced to be groped or even scratched by an invisible entity. Others have even documented feeling the chair shake underneath them. Another location said to be paranormally active is the West Wing attic. This is a place where many prisoners with violent backgrounds were sort of housed because of overcrowding. Since the attic wasn't made with cells, the prisoners were housed in more of a dormitory style, leading to a variety of unruly behavior. Many others have additionally mentioned hearing and the sighting of paranormal things within the East Cell Block and the underground solitary confinement cells, also known as the Hole. This is the area where guards and prisoners got murdered, and some even committed suicide. The Mansfield Reformatory Preservation Society is presently operating to repair and restore the structure to its actual condition. Restorations encompass the elimination of dust and debris, changing roofing, and full restoration of the warden's quarters, in addition to the full restoration of the central guard room between the east and west cell blocks. The restoration are being fully funded via donations and tours. The windows of the south side east cell block were replaced, and all the stained glass windows of the building are of course, I would assume, being replaced. During the Halloween season, the facility hosts a haunted house via Blood Prison. The Ohio State Reformatory gives ghost tours along with ordinary daytime tours. They provide public ghost hunts for casual ghost hunters, private ghost hunts for experienced ghost hunters, and ghost walks for kids who are 13 or more, ghost hunt training for kids who are 13 or more, and special ghost hunt events. Shadow figures and my personal theory. Part 1. The experiences. In my early 20s, I started experiencing sleep paralysis, accompanied by a dark shadow figure. Sometimes it would just stand there, and other times I felt like it was trying to pull my soul out of my body or something. This would happen every now and then until I was in my 30s. And while it freaked me out when it happened, I didn't put much thought into making it stop, nor had I ever described it to anyone. In my mid-30s, I was visiting a friend in Colorado and sleeping in the same room with him. In the morning, he described that he woke up in the middle of the night and swore he saw a shadowy figure crouched on top of me while I was sleeping, and appeared to be eating me. He said he shooed it away by yelling at it and went back to sleep. He thought it was creepy, but assumed it was a weird dream and went about her day. After my spiritual awakening, which I'll describe more in part 2, I figured out how to make this stop. But a couple of more things had happened after that. A dream or so after I figured out how to make it stop, my brother randomly told me about his own experiences with the shadowy figure that haunted him that were similar to my experiences, and even described some of the same figures I saw. I also saw many describe them here. I drew some of them in one of my old journals, which I might go get and post pictures of later. Finally, after I figured out how to make them stop, I had a dream or other dimensional experience where these entities threatened to come after my daughter if I didn't, quote-unquote, let them off their leash, so to speak. I told them to try it and went on with my life. Unfortunately, a couple of years later, when my daughter was about 8, she did start having visual hallucinations, as her therapist described them, though she herself called them monsters or shadow creatures. It became so severe that we had to put her in therapy because she would not be in any room by herself and started having behavioral issues. I think the therapy helped, of course, but in the same way somebody described here, I confronted the shadow figures and told them to back the fuck up off my daughter and come for me if they were going to come for anyone. Eventually, we got this under control as well. However, not long ago, she's 10 now, I was walking by her room and I saw a shadow figure shaped as a deformed cat jumping off of her bed. I asked her later if she still saw them, and she said that she did, but that she was no longer scared of them. The creepiest thing about that conversation is that I never told her I saw the shadow figure. It looked like a cat jumping off of her bed. Didn't want to scare her. But in that same conversation, she told me she had named him Shadow Cat. Part 2. The Resolve. So, my theories on the shadow figures. After I got out of a very abusive relationship, I started doing shadow work as a way to self-heal and growth. This sent me down a spiritual journey rabbit hole. But long story short, I started reading a bunch of Carl Jung, which led me to my other archetypes, meditation, and many other spiritual theories. On a surface level, shadow work is about being able to recognize, accept, and understand the dark traits of your soul. Anger, jealousy, narcissism. How to control them and or accept them as part of you. Through this quote-unquote shadow work, I started being able to summon and confront these shadows or demons through deep meditations. The shadow figures are a part of you. They're the darkest parts of your soul and energy. And when you try to suppress them or ignore their existence, they'll try other ways to get out. This is often expressed through short tempers, fear, anxiety, self-destructive behaviors. Children, those who are perhaps going through something difficult, which makes you sensitive, those stuck in the in-between of awake and sleep, and those who just naturally have extrasensory abilities, see these shadows in their physical form. They also feel them physically or feel them consuming the part of them that is light. They want to be the ones in total control. If you confront them in meditations, they'll offer you the world to let them have this control. In everyday situations, it's more simple. Have you ever felt or thought, if I just punched this motherfucker in the face and got revenge, all would be right in the world? The answer for making this conflict stop is balance. You must accept and understand all parts of yourself, even the dark parts of yourself, to keep them from haunting you and trying to consume you. I started calling this putting my shadow on a leash. Like, I'm angry, but I shouldn't feel angry. This is unacceptable behavior to society. I'm angry and I should feel angry. This is the part of my soul telling me I'm being mistreated. With my daughter, through therapy and my own shadow work with her, she's learned not to fear her dark night of the soul. However, I believe she can still see the shadows sometimes because she hasn't learned how to regulate her emotions, fully accept these parts of herself, or integrate them. She's only 10 after all. The shadows knows this as well. Why they still wait to consume her light, and she still sees Shadow Cat, though she does not fear them like she used to. What did I see? This incident happened in early 2023. I was 21 and I was living with my mom and sister. Around 2020, I got really into spiritual things, such as crystals, tarot, and reading a ton of witchcraft, but kinda lost interest in it. My room was a safe space. I always had a feeling nothing bad or negative could get in, as I was always burning incense and things like that. We had 4 dogs, 2 cats, and my room was directly across from my mom's. My bed was set up against my wall, under the window, and access from my door. Also, my sister and her boyfriend have 2 dogs. One lived with us while the other stayed at his place. This night they were both there, and my sister always has the door shut at night with her dogs in her room. My mom was over at her boyfriend's for the night, and my sister and her boyfriend sleep in her room when she's not home because it's colder in my mom's room. I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. In the process of getting up, my boyfriend at the time also woke up. Down the hall was the bathroom, which always had a nightlight on. As I was walking to the bathroom, I saw our childhood dog, Barkley, just laying on the floor outside the bathroom. I reached down and pet him for a minute before going to the bathroom. I walked out, pet him again, and went back to my room. As I was walking back, I saw my mom's door was shut. So I left my door cracked in case Barkley tried to come sleep in my room like he usually does. Barkley. I got back in bed, and me and my boyfriend talked for a minute when all of a sudden my door pushed open and my sister's boyfriend's dog, Luna, came into the room. She's an extremely energetic dog, so she jumped straight onto the bed and started jumping and licking both of us. I pushed her off and she just left the room, and I leaned off the bed and pushed the door shut, but still cracked. You could still see a good amount of light coming through the nightlight in the bathroom. I remember us both being confused and talking about how weird it was that she wasn't locked up in my mom's room with my sister and her boyfriend, but didn't think too much about it. I'm not sure what time it was, but my blinds were open, so I knew it was still dark. I was laying on my back, and my boyfriend put his head on my chest facing my closet. We were just talking. I remember just looking at my door as the black shadow figure was staring right back at me. It was like an outline with no facial features at all. The way it was positioned, it looked like somebody was leaning over and peeking their head into the room. But as I'm staring at this figure, I'm telling myself it could be the cats on the bathroom counter just casting a weird shadow. I was waiting for my boyfriend to turn his head to the door and then ask him what he thought it was, since it so clearly looked like a person. I was probably staring at this thing for a solid minute when I felt my boyfriend turn his head to face the door. As soon as he turned his head, the figure backed out of view. I gasped, shoved him off me, shot straight up with my back against the wall, and couldn't talk. I was absolutely horrified. I was hyperventilating, so I couldn't even talk. He started freaking out, asking me what was going on and what's wrong, and finally was able to say someone's in the hall. After a few minutes, he went through the house. He said no one's here. I was freaked out, but what was even scarier was that I had him go into the hall and recreate it. And he was 6'4", so he's not short by any means. He barely reached where this figure was, and this thing would have had to have been at least 7 feet to lean into the doorway and still be near the top of it. I calmed down a bit when I heard my sister's boyfriend's alarm go off in my mom's room, so I knew it was around 6 a.m. I screamed his name for him and my sister to come into my room. My door was now wide open, so when my mom's bedroom door opened, we were both confused to see Luna run into the room and jump on us for a second time. We were both looking like, what the fuck is going on? They both came into the room, and as soon as I started telling them what happened from the beginning, my sister stopped me and said, "What the fuck are you talking about? Luna and Barkley have been in the room with us the whole time." I was so freaking out, asking everybody if I was sleeping and pinching myself, but I was awake. I ended up falling asleep when the sun came up. I asked my boyfriend if he remembered what happened, and he said, yeah, so I knew I wasn't dreaming. I still have no idea what happened that night. I don't know if it was just a bunch of paranormal stuff or if it was something else. I moved out of my mom's in September of 2023. Gave away most of my spiritual stuff to a girl who comes into my work. I now live with my childhood best friend and her boyfriend of about maybe 30 minutes away from my mom's. And I have seen shadows 2 other times. Weird stuff happens still, but we just say it's her dad or grandpa since both their ashes are in the house. I was with the guy I was talking to and we got in an argument. He was hugging me in the dark on my bed and I could see shadows bouncing around my room behind him. It could have just been my eyes, but again, pushed him off me, couldn't talk, and had an awful feeling. I saged our house the next day and have only ever saw one since. There was a tall shadow standing outside my door frame. It was a few months ago, but I'm just telling myself it was my friend's dad watching over the house. I don't know what I saw any of these times, but I'd love to hear other opinions. Apparition at La Salette. So I know anyone can just spit out a story about what they've seen. So I need to preface this with something important. Up until 5 months ago, I was a hardcore skeptic and atheist. The supernatural or spiritual realms weren't something I thought of. When I was much, much younger, about 20 years ago, I did believe in this stuff until I started going down the trail of YouTube skeptic and atheist videos. I determined this stuff wasn't real and nobody had solid evidence of it. However, for some reason, 5 months ago I started having a spiritual awakening. And to explain my experience is impossible because I can't quite put it into words, but I'll try my best. About right at the beginning of August of this year, I did something that apparently a lot of people have to do with guidance or teaching. I looked deep inside myself, started revealing myself of my sins. I recognized all of my bad habits and behaviors. I instantly in my heart and mind swore that whatever else came my way in life, I'd just accept it, because anything that's happening to me, I did to myself. Anything I worry about, I worry myself. In psychology, this is just CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. And that's the path I was on. I've had a therapist for 4 years now, and I've been actively working on retraining my brain, so to speak, to just stop worrying. I suffer from extreme anxiety, or at least I did, and something just happened. I started to feel it like I awoke to another level of consciousness. For the rest of August, it was strong. I was seeing things that were real, but had meaning to me. That's good. I was fascinated and spent most of my time researching things that would pop into my head. I was researching religions, but not the religions themselves. I could understand the religions now, like all of them. Buddhism, Christianity, all of it. Thought it was fascinating. And no part of this journey did I expect anything that I had seen or experienced. Somehow, my journey led me to the National Shrine of La Salette at night. When I was a child, my grandmother would have figures from La Salette, and I believe I was taken there a few times as a child. I walked there in the middle of a summer's night, just to enjoy the shrine. It's a beautiful location. People there are insanely kind. I was exploring the rosary, and around the giant rosary, there's these plaques that tell the story of Christ. I was following them along, just kind of looking and enjoying the night, and then I saw it. A person in a white robe walked in front of me, about 40 feet away from where I was standing. It just walked, but also sort of glided. This is not something I was expecting, and I knew if I didn't try to figure it out if it was a person or not, I'd regret it, so I followed the figure. However, when I tried to follow it, it would vanish. Then the figure would just be walking in the complete opposite direction. I started walking, trying to cut the figure off, thinking it was just a person. But when I tried to get a good fix on the area and where they could be, they were in a different location far away. It was as if somebody was purposely just appearing out of nowhere and vanishing, then reappearing in a different spot. However, the person looked so real. The weird thing is, the figure emitted light in a sense. Not bright light, but when I looked at the figure, it could be seen in the dark without having shadow cast upon it or having light really emit from it. It was just there, as if someone superimposed a figure, like in a movie. However, it was the most surreal experience I've ever had. I didn't think to take out a phone and capture it. It just appeared and vanished too frequently, and I was in awe and trying to prove it was a person instead of an apparition. I know this is ghost stories, but I call it an apparition because it didn't seem like a ghost at all. It felt like a benevolent figure that appeared there just to show me a bit of the spiritual. I've had other experiences that proved my spiritual awakening, but this was the thing that stood out to me the most. But also, I've accepted it as commonplace. It wasn't spooky or scary. It was actually kind of reassuring. It was like something was trying to show me that, yes, the spiritual exists, and to continue on the path of exploring religion and the spiritual. A lot of weird stuff from August has faded after the month was over. But in my head, all of this stuff happened very clearly, and, well, in reality. I'm not sure if this helps anyone, or is interesting to this forum, but I feel like explaining that these things are real, and actually do happen. The only other plausible explanation is that somebody likes to dress in a white robe at midnight and play pranks on people. However, it's absurd since nobody is really there at 12 at midnight except this homeless lady with her bicycle. She didn't wear anything white, so I know it wasn't her. A haunted hallway. The story I'm about to tell now was shared with me by a friend of mine. I will be writing the story from his point of view. Oh, cool, a real one. We were in search of a new house as my father's retirement balances were settled by the company that he was working for. After checking out quite a few houses, we stumbled upon a property that was being sold for a quarter of its worth. The house had enough room for all 9 of us, but it was surrounded by nothing but forest for 5 kilometers. The owner of that house said that he was being disturbed by something otherworldly in that house, and was selling it only because of that. My family, being firm non-believers of the paranormal, decided to purchase that house as we were, just getting a property whose worth was 3 times the amount that we were paying for it. The purchase went smoothly. We moved into our new house in the winter of 2020. Our family is made up of me, my mom and dad, my elder sister, my paternal grandparents, a German shepherd whose name was Lisa, and 2 Labradors that we named Tina and Maria. Our initial days in that house went peacefully. We thought the man who sold us the house was a madman who imagined things that were actually not present, but little did we know he was right. My family had to leave to a neighboring city for my uncle's wedding. I wasn't able to join them. My board exams were nearing and I had no time to waste. I was left alone in the house along with their dogs. I shut the house door after waving them goodbye and went back to my room to continue studying. While entering my room, I saw a man standing in the hallway on my peripheral. I went and I turned to see who it was. I saw no one. I paid very less attention to it and continued studying. The clock struck 8 p.m., and it was time to feed our dogs. Went to the kitchen using the light of my mobile phone's flashlight as there was a power failure. So, when I just bought Lisa her food, or brought it perhaps, I saw her stare into the empty hallway empty-eyed. I flashed the torchlight in the hallway to see what was frightening her. I saw no one again. I petted her and just sat with her until she calmed down. The Labradors, who were just 6 months old, they were already asleep, and I had to wake them up to feed them. Maria stopped eating and started barking at the hallway all of a sudden. I was confused by the behavior of my dog and decided to stay with them for a while as they were visibly scared. Thankfully, power was back on and I turned on the lights in the hallway. The dogs were calmer now and I went back to my room after turning off the lights in the other rooms. I had apparently slept while studying and I woke up in the middle of the night to the barking of Lisa. When I rushed out of my room, I saw a shadowy figure standing near the Labrador pups. When I ran downstairs, shouting "back off," the figure disappeared right in front of my eyes. I turned on the lights in the hall and slept on the couch with the dogs near me. I was woken up in the morning by my mom, who asked why I was sleeping in the hall instead of my room. I explained to her what had happened the previous night. She didn't seem to believe me and told me that I would have had a nightmare. Things were not the same in that house after that. I started hearing somebody walk in the hallway at night. My door was knocked on repeatedly when I fall asleep until I would wake up. My parents were worried as my grades were dropping and I was falling sick often because of not having enough sleep every night. I was now used to the knocks at night, and I thought I was safe as long as I stayed inside the room. One such night I heard the knocks along with the mumbling of a man in his 20s. I was startled when the man started yelling my name and ordered me to open the door. I covered my face in a blanket, and with the Holy Bible in my hand, I wished for the night to end soon. I rushed to my sister and I told her what I had been going through, and I was relieved when she told me I wasn't the only one, and she was also experiencing the same. The hallway was always colder than the rest of the house. We weren't able to figure out why or how it was happening. While watching a movie in the main hall together on a Friday evening, we saw Maria. She was playing fetch in the hallway all by herself. My dad went upstairs to see what was happening and brought the dog with him, and when he came back, he was pale. He didn't tell us why or really what he saw, despite us asking him multiple times. Later that night, all of us were woken up by a screaming Maria. When we rushed to the hall to see why she was screaming, we saw her being carried. She was thrown from one corner by a shadow. The shadow disappeared and we turned on the lights and the poor dog had already died. I don't like that ghost. My dad told what he had seen earlier, or I guess we told him that, and we saw Maria catch a ball that came out of the darker side of the hallway. When he turned on the lights, he saw no one. We went to the local priest the next day and told him about the issue in the house. He suggested we perform exorcism rituals in the house, which proved to be of no use. Despite many attempts, we weren't able to drive that entity out. Now we live in the same house with fear, and none of us step out of our rooms during the night. I far prefer the real stories. And if you happen to be still listening to this, I will at some point be posting my own ghost accounts. You might notice my profile. See ya. A haunted washroom. Arun, a man from a city named Madurai, is the protagonist of this story. The year was 1999 when Arun built his first house. He had grown immensely in his journey from working in a tea stall to becoming a landlord. His new house had 2 floors. He resided in the first floor and rented the second floor. The second floor had 3 houses with a shared washroom. After a grand housewarming, Arun rented 2 of the 3 houses to 2 different families. The third house was a little bit smaller than the second, so he wanted to rent it to a bachelor. Soon after the housewarming, a bachelor named Mayandi came to the house asking Arun to rent it to him. The person looked odd, which raised suspicion in Arun's mind, but he rented him the house after the person told him that he was a Shivite. After a week or 2, the other tenants started to complain about a weird sound coming from Mayandi's portion at night. Arun did not pay much attention to this and asked Mayandi to reduce the noise as it was disturbing the other tenants. He later noticed that many unknown men were visiting Mayandi's portion during the nights. and the weird sounds that the other tenants complained of were ritual chants made by these people. He called my auntie and inquired about the things happening in his portion during the nights. The latter said that those strangers were his friends and they were praying to Lord Shiva during the night. Arun could clearly sense that he was lying and told him, "Say the truth or vacate my house." My auntie told him that he was not a Shivite, but a black magician. He warned Arun, saying that if he questioned him again, he would cast a spell on him. Arun says that he went speechless hearing this, felt helpless as he started practicing black magic more brazenly. The other tenants eventually vacated because of the disturbance felt by the sounds from his portion. Arun was stuck in the middle and did not know what to do. So one day, his friend came rushing to his house saying that his newborn baby was missing and asking Arun to accompany him to the police station to lodge a complaint. His friend stood still after stepping out of Arun's house, looking at a piece of blanket. "This is the blanket my baby was wrapped in when it went missing," he told Arun, pointing at the blanket. Upon hearing this, Arun rushed into my auntie's portion and broke into the house. When he entered, he saw a baby in my auntie's lap who had a knife in his hands. He snatched the baby from him after a tough battle and gave the baby to his friend. Knowing that he was caught red-handed, my auntie ran out of the house, leaving behind all of his things. Arun tried to follow him, but he was nowhere to be found. When he came back inside, he heard the sound of someone breathing heavily from the washroom. He locked the door and tried calling the police. While the phone was ringing, my auntie started to chant spells, which Arun says, quote-unquote, hypnotized him. When he tried to open the door in a hypnotized state, his friend shook him and brought him back to his senses. He was enraged by what was happening and set the washroom along with my auntie who was inside of it on fire. That's fair. After a trial by the police, Arun was sentenced to 2 years in prison. The house remained uninhabited for the course of his punishment. After getting released, Arun renovated the house and decided to rent it again. During the renovation process, he demolished my auntie's portion completely as he felt it gave out negative energy. He rented the house in 2 different families, or rather, He rented the houses to 2 different families. The very next day after moving in, one of his tenants complained to him about somebody constantly walking around the washroom at night. She said that she could also sense someone else's presence while she was inside the washroom. Arun thought some burglar was hiding inside and went into the washroom to check it himself. When he entered, he sensed the smell of a burning body, and as he stood there thinking of what had happened inside the washroom before, he sensed the breath of someone on his shoulder. He ran outside in a jiffy, sought the help of a priest who knew. When he returned back home with the priest on his side, he saw an ambulance near his gate. When he rushed to see what happened, he found out that one of his tenants had slipped inside the washroom and had her skull cracked. She was bleeding profusely. She was admitted to a nearby hospital, and when she was gained back in consciousness, she complained of a burnt man who hit her hard on her back, which caused her to slip and fall. There was a handprint on her back, which proved that she was not lying. The poor lady, as Arun says, died of a heart attack the very same night. The priest, after performing a few rituals, told Arun that my auntie's spirit haunted that washroom, and asked him to demolish it and make a chapel for his deity in its place. Arun obliged and contracted a builder for the task. The bathroom was successfully demolished, but at the cost of an amputated worker who lost one of his limbs while demolishing it. The disturbances vanished after he constructed the chapel, and he still resides in the same house peacefully. I'm certain there are other things living with me in my apartment building. This isn't just one experience. It's a handful of experiences, so feel free to tell me if I'm using the wrong flair here. Flair. I didn't think this would be considered a quote-unquote haunting because it's not just one thing. It's not really centered around me. So I live in a 2-story apartment building on the 2nd story with my mom and her cat. I've lived here for over 5 years. I'm 18 now. I've got a handful of experiences that I've had here because of that. I've always known that there have been things that live here with me, and I've never really been scared of it. I can tell that whatever lives with me isn't really, out to cause me or my family any harm. Just probably trying to live beside us in harmony. It's also totally possible that they don't even realize we're here. That being said, when one of my best friend's boyfriend visited my apartment, they immediately said, "Oh, this place is haunted." I replied, "Yeah, I know." One of the experiences that terrified me the most was when I was 13 and Snapchatting a friend late at night. One of my pictures was an incredibly detailed but semi-transparent face right next to mine. This was way back before Snapchat introduced filters and facial detection. This was also before memories. So when I saved this picture, it only saved into my iPod Touch's photos, not online. 2 of my biggest regrets are that I saved it instead of screenshotting the photo, because when I saved it, the quality was so bad that you couldn't really see the face at all. Didn't have that picture anymore. I really wish I still had that picture. Try to find it if I can, though. Since then, it's been easy to sweep this memory into the category of loose childhood memories that I'm not quite sure happened. I can remember this moment so clearly, though. I remember how terrified I was. I couldn't sleep after that. And that was the biggest experience I had, but I don't really go looking for them. A more recent thing that still continues to this day, somewhat periodically, are the footsteps. I'll hear footsteps above me, stomping around in the middle of the night. Remember that I live on the top floor of the building, and every time our apartment does roof work, it's during the day, so not to wake anyone up. And they warn us at least a few days ahead of time. It's not as frequent anymore, but a year or 2 ago it got to the point where I was hearing them every night for a few minutes at a time. And it always happened all around the same exact time, 11 to midnight-ish. Similarly, the most frequent thing is the noises from next door. It's a very normal thing for us to hear banging and loud voices from the other side of the wall when we go to the bathroom. And it always startles my friend the first time they visit. That's not that unusual by itself, since it's an apartment building. But you always hear the other people stomping around. And the odd thing is that I've been hearing a baby crying on the other side of the wall since we moved in 5 years ago. The same baby. Really sounds like it. Plus, I've never ever seen the people in that apartment actually leave their apartment in the 5 years I've been here. That one is a lot easier to write off because it could simply be that they have a lot of babies and they just don't really leave. Another thing you can come up with an explanation of your own for, is that our fire alarm goes off all the time in the middle of the night, and our building is literally known for that. They've never caught anybody who may be at fault for this. I'm pretty certain they've changed their system several times to prevent this from happening, and it just doesn't work. Finally, possibly the most damning experiences I've had are the children in the hall. Just as it's normal for you to be able to hear your apartment neighbors yelling next door, pretty much certain that you're going to hear kids laughing and running through the halls. The apartment managers often send out notices to please try and contain your kids because they get noise complaints consistently. The problem with this is that I've literally never seen these kids. They run through the halls pretty much every day, and it's been like that for the past 5 years. But whatever, I've just tried to look for them, and I can't see them. My mom is one of those people who try to complain as well. Those in italic. The first few hundred times this happened, she stepped out to ask the kids to be quieter, but she's never been able to even find them. This might seem like easily explainable things, and I get that. I don't currently have any proof because these things happen either very quickly or gradually over time, but I'll definitely try and get some. Now that there are things living here with me, I can feel them. I don't really want to bother them when they're living peacefully beside me and have never caused me any harm, but I'm very cautious about trying to summon spirits or disturbing them, but I'm open to suggestions. I don't suggest trying to summon spirits or disturbing them. So good so far. Disappearing doors and vanishing roommates. I'm a skeptic. Always have been one. Probably always will be one. Do I have ghost stories of my own? Absolutely. But most of them can be easily explained away with seeing something wrong in the lighting or getting something confused. This is the one I've literally never been able to figure out. It was 5 years ago, so my memory's admittedly a little bit hazy. I'm 18 now, so I probably would have been 12 or 13 then, but I'm sure about what happened. I was at one of those school camps, the type where they take you an hour into the woods and you sleep in high-quality cabins. They'd fucked up in booking, though, and accidentally put too many people in the cabin made up of my friends. I offered to switch to the one with the available bed. Went to sleep around the same time as the other girls in the room. I woke up in the middle of the night, which is okay, super common. But the timing of it and what happened after is what makes me question the why of waking up. I opened my eyes to see that every single bed in the room is completely empty. It's made and flat and no bumps at all. These girls were all very tall. Would have been easily visible underneath the covers. They had been before I'd gone to sleep. The issue wasn't the darkness either, because I could see the beds themselves very clearly. Again, completely flat. I'm obviously pretty confused, so I get up and check in the beds closer. Flat. Okay. Then maybe they all got up and left. I just have to find them. I exit my room and enter the cabin hallway in the darkness. Then open the other room, my original room. See the beds full and all of them sleeping. By this point, I'm confused and end up deciding that these must be my roommates, and they'd switched rooms to get away from me. I have a back and forth with everyone in the cabin, waking all of them up, and finally figure the situation out and go back into the hallway. Here's the second weird part. No door. Our room was the one at the end of the hallway. I couldn't miss it or confuse it with any other door. Instead, I find myself staring at an empty wall. To be clear, I was having no issue seeing the other doors in the dark. I end up opening the wrong door again and, dorm. Get yelled only to turn around again and see a very clearly visible door at the end of the hallway. I was in the same position as before, with no increase in vision or in clarity. The door wasn't hard to see in the dark at all. When I enter, there's all my roommates, all clearly visible as large lumps in the beds. Didn't even take me a second to notice them. They couldn't have left and come back either. Spent about 3 minutes in the hallway, the only entrance to the room. And about 2 minutes in the wrong dorm. Even if they had managed to sneak back during those 2 minutes, I was in the other dorm. Then all gotten in bed and gone to sleep the next minute or two. I would have been able to hear them moving. No one was making much noise since they were all tired and the cabin had an elevated wooden plank floor. That thing was fucking loud. Any kind of footstep echoed. Can I be sure it really was paranormal? No, but I've never been able to figure out why it happened. Where the people and the door went. Why they came back like it was nothing. Couldn't have been visual issues because I had no issues seeing. The issue was that I could very clearly see completely empty beds. Edit. To clarify some things I've asked about. But this was no window in the room. There was, big enough for anybody to get out of at least. And doing so would have required moving something to stand on and then all of them jumping out of the window. And that didn't even fit them. Landing on the ground without creating enough noise to wake me up or leaving something behind either. They could have been hiding anywhere because I had the bottom bunk and could see the empty bottom in each bed. It was pretty sparse other than that. I also couldn't have really anything to do with sleep. It wasn't a dream because my friends in the other dorm all agreed on what had happened on their end, and I just remembered it. Couldn't have been sleepwalking either, as I was fully conscious and capable of thinking out full sentences and debating actions in my head. Memory isn't hazy like a dream would be. The only way this would work would be if sleepwalking was indistinguishable from being awake. But then why would I remember what happened in one dorm correctly and see things in another? Overall, it's improbable for them to have snuck out in the night. Would have heard them or seen them. Teachers on the complete opposite side of the cabin were woken up by me walking around in the night. I would hear movement right behind me, or for me to have been asleep. Please do suggest anything else that could explain this, though. So curious what happened, supernatural or not. The Peabody Whitehead Mansion. If you happen to walk through the suburb of Denver, you would surely stumble upon an innocent-looking brick house named the Peabody Whitehead Mansion. It's encompassed by rusted wire fences, and trust me, this mansion has an extremely dark past. It's not as innocent as it looks on the outside. The Peabody Whitehead Mansion was constructed in 1889 to house Dr. William Whitehead. He moved from New York, where he served as a wartime surgeon during the course of the Crimean War. He was also among the founders of Denver College of Medicine, which was established in 1887, and also the president of the Colorado State Medical Society in 1883. Because of his profession and reputation, he made a lot of money, which he used to construct the mansion of his dreams. A few years after moving to the house, Whitehead met his demise inside the mansion in 1902. After his death, Governor James Peabody, an extremely aggressive and adamant man, made the mansion his home, thus giving it the Peabody Whitehead Mansion title. The mansion was later abandoned before being bought by a new owner, who renovated it into a bar and a restaurant. It served its new purpose during the 60s and 70s. During the mansion's renovation, 2 construction workers allegedly abducted a young girl and raped her until she died. It said that they buried the poor girl's lifeless body in the basement of the mansion itself, before laying a new foundation. Yuck. Apart from this tragic death, the walls of this mansion have seen the death of many along with a reported suicide. Dr. William Whitehead, the original owner of the mansion, was a wartime surgeon, and because of the war's intensity and the lack of medical knowledge during the time, despite his best efforts, he was not able to save the life of many of his patients. It is believed that the spirit of the soldier, or soldiers who died under his nose, followed him to the newly built mansion when he moved in. He reported being tortured by these spirits, and also said that he saw these ghosts in every place he looked. It sounds like the guy has PTSD. It was not just him, but also his family who got a ghostly experience, with poltergeist activity being the most common. Books flying off of the shelf, falling picture frames, whiling during the night, and glasses breaking on their own are a few of their dreadful experiences inside the mansion. Whitehead died inside the mansion itself in a few years, and it is said that his spirit still haunts the mansion. The paranormal activity seemed to reduce after Whitehead's death, but after its conversion to a restaurant bar, it peaked rapidly. The property's second owner, Governor Peabody, was an extremely adamant man who made sure he got what he wanted. It seems that he was also adamant about staying inside the mansion even after his death. During the restaurant phase of the mansion, workers reported glasses falling all by themselves to the ground, being thrown onto walls and mysteriously breaking when they were still on the bar top. Also, a chandelier, which was completely disconnected from electricity, was seen flickering sporadically without any source of power. To add to the already terrible energies the mansion had, a young girl was raped to death by 2 construction workers who worked on the mansion's renovation. Jeez with that. They buried the girl in the mansion's basement, and later laid the foundation on top of the poor kid's burial. Her troubled spirit is now said to haunt the mansion. Paranormal investigators believe that at least 12 different phantoms haunt the mansion. A spirit named Eloise, who died inside the building, is said to haunt the 2nd floor of the mansion, and a waitress who killed herself inside the basement is said to still haunt the basement of it. Some claim to have seen the phantom of an old man near the woman's bathroom on the 1st floor. It's believed that he haunts the complete floor, with the bathroom being the paranormal hotspot. Visitors have claimed to sense a strong smell of cherry-scented pipe in this space. The phantom of a woman who died within the mansion's walls while waiting for her arriving fiancé had also been reported by many to be peeking out of the mansion's windows. Visitors have reported books flying off the shelves, objects being thrown around, constant wailing during the nights, eerie sounds of infants crying and ringing of disconnected bells and phones, mysterious scratches and bruises, and many other paranormal events within this house. With a metal gate that blocks the public from getting too close, this dreaded mansion now lies abandoned. The future of the mansion still unclear, entering it is highly restricted. Locals, however, wouldn't enter it. Apparently, even if they are allowed to, they fear that the mansion's deadly spirits might follow them into their home. Experienced multiple shadow figures. I, a male of 32, actually have a few ghost stories that all happened when I was younger. The first one happened when I was 6. The second one was when I was 17, and the last one was when I was 20. When I was a kid, my dad worked for a funeral company, ended up getting a good deal on an apartment that was just above a funeral home. As a kid, I wasn't scared and actually thought it was interesting to see a corpse, even though I was little and didn't really understand the impact of death yet. In the room that my little brother, who was 4 at the time, and I were staying in, that's where the cremation furnace chimney ran through the wall near our beds, and the only window in the room. One night around Christmas time, I heard something out in the living room. So as a curious, excited kid, I wanted to see what was going on. Maybe my dad was awake and getting something from the kitchen. Maybe our cat was messing with the tree. I opened the door to our bedroom and couldn't really see anything other than what was barely lit from the dim lights of the Christmas tree. I walked a little further down the hallway where I could now see the tree on our swivel rocking chair, which was facing the tree. I noticed someone was sitting in the chair, but couldn't make out who it was. I took one more step closer and the person turned the chair toward me. I immediately noticed it was a completely black figure with no face and a top hat. It darted straight back to my room. After shutting the door behind me, I went over and woke up my brother. I remember telling him about what I saw and convinced him to come out and look for himself. I took the flashlight that we had in our closet and gripped it tightly in my hand as we opened the door. We slowly walked down the hallway where we ducked down behind a piece of furniture that was there up against the wall. I pointed over to the chair, which was turned back around again, and pointed to the flashlight toward the figure, which was still there. I told my brother I'd count down from 3, turn the flashlight on. But as I was telling him, the figure turned around in the chair and stood up. We both quickly ran back to our room, shut the doors. We could both feel this figure getting closer, like it was chasing us. We both ended up going to bed after talking about what had just happened, but I don't remember anything like that happening again until I was 18. When I was in high school, I worked with my dad, who was a handyman. That was on the side to save some money. We had one client who hired us to mow and clean up his yard about once a week. He lived out in a wooded area with a lot of trees and acreage, which I hated going to because we could see bears and snakes out there. The client had a small tool shed near the front of his property, which was behind some trees and was sort of a weird place. One day, as my dad was finishing up some stuff, I went and waited for him in the car. As I was sitting there, I could see the shed, and standing next to it was a tall black figure. Quickly went under the shed, and I yelled out to my dad. He came over, and I told him to be careful because I thought it was a bear. We went home. I thought nothing more of it. The next time we went to the client's house, I was cleaning around the shed, and I noticed there was no hole or anything around it. Nothing as big as I saw could have gone under this thing. So I told my dad about it later. He told me that every time he would drive the mower around the shed, it would shut off, and one time the belt even flew off of it. I went with him as he went to collect the payment from the client, and my dad playfully brought up what happened with us, and the guy got completely quiet. He apologized for not telling us, but confessed that the shed belonged to his wife, who was keeping it as a reminder of her father who had passed away. Apparently, her father practiced Santeria, which is worshipping spirits. Also passed in the shed, and is who I may have seen standing next to it that day. The last time I saw something was a couple of years later. It may have been my fault. The house I was staying in belonged to an older couple who owned the place for 4 years or so. They had a literal graveyard in their backyard with every pet they ever had. I don't remember how many there were, but it was more than 20. That's a lot of pets. One day, I'm doing some yard work, and I was cleaning up in that area, and I remember that I felt really cold for a moment or two, but didn't really pay it any mind. That night, I had to get up to pee, which I do almost every night because I drink a lot of water, I think, and I saw a black figure sitting at the kitchen table. The table was right outside my bedroom, which was closest to the dining room, and my brother's room was closest to the bathroom. When I headed back to my room, I didn't see the figure sitting there anymore, and I went to bed. Next morning, I told my brother what happened, and he explained to me that he woke up in the middle of the night to footsteps in his room, which he thought was a dream. I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe in interdimensional beings, which is what I maybe saw, and maybe they were attracted to death for some reason, which is why people see them mostly at cemeteries or places where people were killed. Anyways, those are my stories. And the end of the stories for this evening. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Odd experience during a spirit communication game. I haven't thought about this incident in years. Scrolling through the sub reminded me of it, so I thought I'd share and get y'all's thoughts. I'm a pretty scientific person. I love everything psychology and science. Things grounded in reality. I also believe in the paranormal, though I'm pretty skeptical unless I'm given good reason to believe otherwise. So this particular incident was strange, and I still can't really explain it to this day. I've had a lot of experiences through my life, but this one really stands out even now. Apologies if things are slightly vague. I have issues with my memory recall, but I'll do my best to explain and describe what I can remember. This was way back in 2018. I feel old saying that. Try being me. I was 18 and visiting someone I was dating at the time. We were at a friend of his house, and it was their birthday, I think. Things were relatively normal as far as I remember. There was a small group of us, and It wasn't a big gathering, and it was nighttime when somebody suggested we play a spirit communication game. I immediately kind of piped up and asked them to make sure that they were all right, precautionary measures to make sure nothing went awry. The usual sort of things to protect the people participating. They did so, and we all sat down in the girls' room. This is how the game was played. There's a deck of cards that are laid out face down. Each card is designated as a yes or no. You ask a yes or no question, and you hover your hand over each card until you feel warmth over the card, which is supposed to be one of the spirits or whatever that picks their answer. We initially sort of screw around, not taking it too seriously, and things are relatively fine. We're getting what we believe are responses. No biggie. As I'm sitting there, I start getting this overwhelming feeling that someone is standing behind me. It's like the feeling I get when a person is right up to you, looking over your shoulder maybe. At first, I think it's one of the people in the room. Turn around to check, and there's no one there. The person closest to me from behind was someone across the room laying in the bed that was a decent ways away from me. Obviously, this freaks me out a bit. Then I start getting flash images in my head. As a note, I do have several mental conditions, including dissociative-caused immersive daydreaming. And so it's perfectly possible this was just that. I really couldn't say for sure. The images, though, were of a woman. I want to say she had brown hair and she was dressed in white, like a wedding gown maybe. It comes my turn with the cards, and I ask, "Are you a man or a woman?" This card for man and this card for woman. I do the whole routine of hovering my hand over each card one by one until I stop on one that gives that weird warmth. Flip it over, the answer is woman. I didn't say anything to anyone, not mentioning anything because I didn't want to freak anyone out. The game continued. My memories are hazy at this point, but what I do remember is after this I started getting, thought over and over and over. I wasn't an accident. The feeling of someone behind me persisted, I believe, but it's hard for me to remember. I believe I asked the questions of whether the spirit had been murdered, and I think the answer was yes, but I can't remember very well. After the game ended and we properly closed out the session and did our due diligence, I pulled the girl who lived in the house aside and quietly asked what she knew about the house. She said she didn't really know much. Her grandparents had built the house on the property, but otherwise didn't know anything about the property itself. I explained what I'd experienced to her. From what I can remember, she seemed shocked. We'd recorded the session with an audio recorder as well at my request, but nothing came up in the playback. Returned to the living room and wound it down. I told some stories about my own personal experiences with the paranormal because everybody was curious after I'd told them what I'd experienced. That was that. It's been a long time since I've thought about this, to be honest, and even now it kind of gives me pause. There's definitely some rational explanations of the thoughts. Imagination, daydreaming, train of thought latching onto the situation. The cards could have been coincidences, just chance and luck. All sorts of possibilities rooted in normal scientific explanation and not anything supernatural. That sound you heard was a mosquito flying into my mouth. That was horrible. The thing that really sticks with me, though, is the feeling I got of somebody standing behind me. It wasn't the stereotypical hair standing up feeling. It really, truly felt like there was a solid living person standing close enough behind me I was feeling it, and the general presence to the point I thought it was one of the other people in the room. Only to find out there was no one remotely close enough that could have caused that sensation. Odd, playful, nearly translucent beings I'd seen as a kid. To preface, I'd like to share that I know nothing about all this stuff, and therefore I can't say I believe in it. Still, I can't defend what happened. perhaps numerous times when I was a kid, so I'm lowering my walls down in this hopefully safe subreddit. I was probably around age 11 or so then. It was at the crisp of winter, and every morning I'd wake up at around 6 a.m. to bathe for school. I was learning to bathe and dress alone, without doing it with my siblings to save water and time. Yep, awkward joint family thing. During that age, it was always just me getting ready for the bathroom as early as I could before the others could wake up. The first time this happened, I'm sitting in the toilet. This was on the second floor of our childhood home in the suburbs. The windows on my right were overseeing a foggy yard full of tall trees and whatnot. It was always a green, plant-filled view blanketed with white winter fog in the mornings. That morning, however, when I sleepily looked out the window as I usually do amid zoning out, I'd seen two unmistakably white but nearly translucent beings. They were about 2 or 3 feet apart each, or rather 2 or 3 foot tall each. They were playing with each other midair. It was right above my aunt's ancient mango tree. I had an eye-level view from the bathroom window. They were rolling and tossing about, and it seemed almost like they were giggling and being playful. The giggles sounded like your stereotypical idea of little children laughing over something that gave them absolute glee. Could have sworn I heard the joy from them. I completely froze, as any child would at age 11. It lasted for about, say, 2 or so minutes. They kept bickering, rolling atop each other, giving a quick spin like air puppies. As for their appearance, it was not human. Didn't have a face, if I recall correctly, just white. And yet it felt like they were smiling to themselves the entire time. These beings did not take notice of my gaping, frightened, bewildered face by the window, still unable to process what I was seeing. Or maybe they didn't care. They gradually disappeared, joy and all. Once the fog thickened and covered several branches of the tree, they originally just hovered in the air. My first movement after they were out of sight, to book it from there, undies at my ankles faster than I'd ever run in all of my records. They headed to my parents' room. Residual, slowly growing panic visible and apparent. I told them, I just saw a ghost, I saw them. To which their response was, there's no such thing, sweetheart. Which, well, typical. Nonetheless, I made my mother, who was somewhat worried I'd been so shaken, made her go check the bathroom, the window, behind the shower curtains and everything. Granted, after that, I bathed with my siblings and had my mother stick around for several months. There were still blips and pieces of them that I'd catch during the cursory glance by the window during the rest of the season, but it was never quite like the full playful show they gave me the first time. They didn't feel malevolent, but it was definitely unsettling. I remember being constantly afraid to close my eyes or remove my glasses during my shower. That's because it left me super vulnerable, and what if they were behind me? Even when the window was closed, which is often what happens because, well, obvious reasons. I still felt their presence for numerous consecutive mornings, sometimes nights. The constant goosebumps on my arms and neck and the unsettling feeling of perhaps being watched never really left me. Until winter passed and we moved to a city some hours away from Mom's work. Then, around 2 years later, we returned back to my parents' house in the suburbs. I had to get adjusted to the same bathroom again, but I never encountered those beings or whatever after moving back. Never had the creepy feeling sit on my shoulders. I'm not sure what it all was. Now I'm in university and haven't been to that state in years, but it gets pretty spooky where I live at nights as well. But with entirely different quote-unquote encounters, so it got me thinking back to those inexplicable moments of my childhood. If you've read all this, then what do you think it could have been? Never told anybody about these encounters, and even when I tried as a child, they just laugh it off. I learned to shut up and not acknowledge it even happening. Helped me feel safer that way. Whatever it was, I'm glad it or they didn't actively try to reproach and ruin my life. They were content just giving me a grand display of their tricks and bubbly personalities. So I'll count my small mercies, I guess. Let's all do that. Childhood hauntings. Since I just stumbled into this subreddit, and after reading some of your posts, I decided to share my own experience when I was young. This story I've kept for 25 years. I'm a bit reserved to share it, though I have shared it with some of my closest friends in the past. Now I realized maybe this is the right time to at least post it here in the web, and God knows who finds it in the future. I might have similar experiences growing up. So here it goes. I was in the 4th grade when my family decided to relocate to a neighborhood somewhere in Asia. This was due to my father's work that we kept relocating. So it all started when we finally chose the house where we'd be staying for another year. There were 2 things about this house that was already a red flag. First, it was near a very big tree. That's a green flag. In Asia, there's this belief that big old trees can be home for spirits or familiars not from our world. Though this belief has slowly been forgotten through the ages, some old folks still believe in them. Second, when the renovation was going on in the front porch, the workers dug up skeletons. Now, if you're a believer in the paranormal, you'll already run for the hills after finding these. But for us, being a non-believing family, we just shrug it off. Besides, we already paid a lot for the renovations. After the house was done, we decided to stay. After a couple of months, I think it was around 3 months, strange things started happening. One of the strange things, as told by my mother and uncle, was during one afternoon my uncle went to visit. They kept hearing footsteps on the rooftop. My mother, thinking it was some big cat, since we were in Asia, just ignored it. But after some time, they kept hearing it again and again, so they decided to check it. So when the quote-unquote walking started again, my uncle quickly climbed up the backyard roof, hoping to find any animal. To his surprise, there was nothing on the roof. But at the same instant, they could hear the walking. The walking sound, as described by my mother, sounded like a person, as the sound was too heavy to be a cat. My uncle, scared as shit, pale as fuck, jumped off the roof and ran home. He just told my mom he needed to go home as soon as possible without any other reason. We also had a dog at that time. Now remember the tree I mentioned earlier. Our dog was tied near that tree most of his life while we were staying at the house. Now, for the strangest reason that my father can't figure out was why our dog just randomly barks at this tree at daytime. Then when nighttime comes, he would just cry and couldn't sleep near that damn tree. And this happened a lot. My dad got so annoyed he decided to move him away from that tree. We also had a maid at this time, and so far as I remember, she keeps reporting weird things happening in that house. My parents would just shrug it off or sometimes ignore her. Though I can't remember most of them. Our maid left us after 4 months without telling us a specific reason. In the back of my parents' minds, it was due to things she experienced. Now, things were getting serious. So remember the bones that got dug up during the renovation? My father, after experiencing all of this weird shit happening, decided to research our house and neighborhood. His hunch was right. The place where we lived was a former dump site for massacre victims during the 1970s. Skeletons wasn't just found on our house, but also on the neighboring houses. Knowing that, he decided we should move and as soon as possible. Now, the story didn't end here, though. During our final night, there is the finale of the hauntings. The night my parents and our front neighbor heard what seems to be chains being dragged in the pathway. The sound was going back and forth and back and forth. My father took a peek, and to his surprise, nothing was there. My father, scared as balls, took out his pistol, thinking it was some thief trying to break in, but damn, he couldn't see anything. The chain-dragging phenomenon happened around the crack of dawn. When the sun rose up, my father asked our front-door neighbor if they heard the noise. They confirmed it as well and were also scared. He left around afternoon during that day. Now I'm old, and so far there were no more strange phenomena when I was growing up, thank goodness. You might believe my story or not, and it's really up to you. For those who have similar experiences, I'd love to hear your stories. Finally, I can pin this story somewhere. We hired a domestic, and now I feel better about my mental health. Background. My wife, adult daughter, and I live in my wife's family home. Her parents bought the property at the end of World War II. The current house was built in the late 60s. My wife's mom started having paranormal experiences shortly after they moved into the old house. Her parents started the very wise tradition of not mentioning anything paranormal activity on the property to anybody. A benefit of this is that any guests or visitors won't be tainted. Also, my wife and I are natural skeptics. Like Granddad taught me, I don't believe anything I hear and only half of what I see. Occam's razor is always the first logical tool we grab, but we also use Holmes' razor, which was created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle for his fictional consultation detective. It states, when you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, is the answer. My opinion is that 99% of all the paranormal /UFO /conspiracy /ancient alien stuff can be debunked or explained away. The 1% that can't be dismissed due to solid evidence is pretty darn cool. The first time my mom came to visit in the early 90s, she said at breakfast, "This is gonna sound crazy, but is this house haunted?" It did sound crazy. No way anybody would ever suspect the 60s raised ranch to being anything other than boring. And yet, people experience things. As Dr. Seuss wrote, and there's a wocket in my pocket. I don't care if you believe it. That's the kind of house we live in. I hope we never leave it. I have enough material for a couple dozen Reddit stories if I ever decide to share them. So, to recent events. Most people, true believer or skeptic, they've had an experience of setting something down somewhere, being 100% sure where they put it. And when they go to retrieve it, it's not there. We get that on a regular basis. In the last 6 months or so, this has been getting worse. A few times lately I went to my wife with what she described as that 1,000-yard stare, muttering about how I was sure I had just put X in Y location. A few seconds or minutes later, it wasn't there. One would think I'd be used to this after a third of a century, but nope. Got to where I was seriously questioning my mental health, to the point of thinking I might have to voluntarily go into an inpatient. I mean, objects don't just move on their own, right? So logically, the faults must be in my perception. were finally in a financial position to hire a domestic, Jane. Jane is a no-nonsense retired RN, sharp as a tack, and she says, a fellow skeptic. Her first day, she and I were given the kitchen a long overdue deep cleaning and decluttering. I just opened a package of scrubber sponges. They're bright blue, two-tone blue, and it's mostly in a clear wrapper. I handed Jane one and put the package on the counter at the north end of the kitchen by the coffee maker. A while later, Jane ended up using that one for something nasty, so she went to grab a clean one. "Where are the scrubber sponges?" she asked me. I turned around, and they were not on the counter where I'd left them. Jane had witnessed me set them down there. We looked around carefully and found them on the counter and breakfast bar thingy between the kitchen and the dinette at the south end of the kitchen. Here's where it gets weird. Could Jane or I put them there? Absolutely. There's no other logical explanation. However, Jane and I had a bunch of stuff. The garbage and recycling bins, mop and buckets, and bagged recyclables. They were all staged in front of the counter. To put the scrubber sponges there, one would have to have either had to move stuff out of the way, climb over stuff, or walk into the dinette and put them on the counter from that side. Neither of us saw the other do that. Nobody else entered the kitchen during that time. After a couple more incidents like this, where's Lysol, you have the box cutter. Jane laughed and said, "You must have a poltergeist." Add another independent witness to the list. That's the whole story. If anybody can offer a reasonable explanation as to how those stupid scrubber sponges made their way from one counter to the other, I'm all ears. But I got nothing. The 99-door mansion. The Caledonia Estate 99-door mansion. A strange name for a colonial mansion, isn't it? Not if it has 99 doors. But what's stranger is its dark history. Hidden in an oil palm estate named Byram in Nibong Tabal, Penang, this enormous construction has remained abandoned for decades together. Stays covered by an overgrown plantation, securing the privacy of the property. Yet many refuse to go into or even approach this abandoned mansion for its darkish connections to the supernatural realm. During the late 1800s, Ramsden, a wealthy man from England, along with his family, decided to move to Malaysia in his pursuit of becoming a successful businessman. Interesting plan. He bought an estate in a place called Nibong Tabal in the hopes of establishing a sugarcane plantation. But as the price of sugarcane took a sharp decline, he decided to convert it into a rubber plantation. This decision gave him extremely high profits, and with the money he made, he fulfilled one of his dreams, which was to build a grand, majestic mansion. The mansion was built right in the center of the estate, and the mansion bewilderingly had 99 doors for just 10 rooms, with each room having a minimum of 6 doors, hence giving its strange name. Despite many speculations, the reason for this bizarre architecture still remains unknown. Maybe he likes doors a lot. The Ramsdens, in hope of living a blissful life, moved into the mansion in the year 1840 happily. However, with the murder of their grandson, John St. Maur Ramsden, their run of happiness came to an end. John was shot twice in the head to make sure he didn't survive, right in the front stairs of the mansion. A few have speculated that a jealous rival of the family was accountable for the murder, but the case was in no way solved. Through the 1950s, the mansion was completely deserted. A few claim that the whole Ramsden family died inside the mansion itself, which appeared to be cursed for them. Rumors exist that the home was taken over by the invading Japanese, and that they're the ones responsible for the death of the Ramsdens. However, this claim stays unsubstantiated. On the 26th of July in 2020, the mansion mysteriously caught fire, ravaging about 70% of the building. Firemen were dispatched to put it out, and an investigation was done to figure out the cause of this fire. However, until today, the cause of the fire remains an unsolved mystery. After the abandonment of the 99-door mansion, paranormal accounts from the locals started to unfold. Many declare that the Romsdens continue to be at their former home to haunt it. But there's a lot more chilling stories concerning the 99-door mansion compared to this ordinary haunting. It's stated that when the mansion became abandoned, a bomo unnoticeably moved into the residence. In Malaysia, a bomo is a type of shaman similar to a witch doctor, and this specific bomo practiced eerily dark arts. Supposedly, the bomo used the residents to touch the other realms. Once this news unfolded inside the network, people started trespassing the mansion to contact the dead ones or have evil curses put on other people. Though the mansion is uninhabited and dangerously damaged these days, many trust that the mansion's history has left back paranormal stains. Yucky. Legend has it that when the clock strikes 12 a.m. each night, a special 100th door hidden inside the mansion appears and opens. This acts as a portal to the realm of the dead, and allegedly lets evil spirits enter our realm as they please. These darkish spirits are cursed and have been described as having soulless black eyes. Some of the supernatural events reportedly experienced within the residence include the sounds of ritual drums being played across the mansion, being scratched by invisible entities, growls, screams, and even possessions. The sound of heavy footsteps on the empty staircase have also been reported. In recent years, many have sought to turn the Caledonia house into a heritage site. Reports suggest that a 54-acre land together with the mansion was purchased by businessmen in Parac. However, the present owner is uncontactable. In line with The Edge, the property's caretaker reported to the Star that the proprietary rarely visits, or proprietor, and that they locked up the fence to prevent outsiders from damaging the building even more. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the line between reality and mystery blurs. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to never miss a moment. The unknown is waiting to be explored. My ghostly hospital experience. I'm a therapist in a small rural hospital in the Midwest. This experience occurred during one of our COVID waves in the month of September in the year 2020. I had a patient on my caseload at the time who I'm going to refer to as Irby. Irby was an older man who unfortunately had caught COVID and was not doing well with it. My job was to come visit with him during his stay to assist him with completing exercises, using the restroom, getting cleaned up, etc. Sort of to help him stay active in hopes that if he recovered, he wouldn't be too debilitated. Unfortunately, this was not to be. Herbie and I had a good rapport. We were both Catholics and enjoyed talking about the various goings-on in our diocese, talking about the priests, some of the beautiful older churches in our area, and discussing his life up until this point. He just had finished work on this cabin, and he was planning on spending the remainder of his life in it. Really missed his dog. I remember Justice Ginsburg had recently passed away, and this was on the news every time I came to see him. Herbie's health did begin to take a turn for the worse, but I was sure to make time to come see him, even just do something simple so I would have the opportunity to keep him company for a little while. He had been in the hospital for a week at this point, and we sort of assured each other of our prayers every time we had to say goodbye. My manager needed my help on our inpatient rehabilitation floor one day. I was unable to see him. Late that night, I sat down to pray the rosary. I'm pretty serious about my faith, and so I sometimes like to, set the mood, so to speak, when I pray, to aid in my meditation on the mysteries. I'll sometimes light some candles and burn some incense to create a chapel-like atmosphere. It had to have been a Tuesday because I was praying the sorrowful mysteries. Could not keep my mind off Herbie the entire time I was praying, and I was distracted to the point that I stopped to try to clear my mind. I then noticed that the incense I was burning, a stick incense, was producing an uninterrupted flow of smoke all the way up to my ceiling, with no breaks or curling. Yet my 2 candles were flickering like crazy. The, quote-unquote, vibe in the room really changed when I noticed that, but I refocused and then finished the rosary. Still, though, I was unable to keep my mind off Herbie. When I finished, I put my rosary away and sat there for a few minutes to think about what was happening. The incense and the candles were still acting strangely. I didn't feel a chill or anything like that, but then I heard a very strange sound that I can't easily explain. Best I can say is that it had a garbled or guttural quality to it. Me hearing the sound was pretty unusual because I have profound hearing loss, and without my hearing aids in, I usually take them out when I get home, but there's a lot of noises that I'll simply just not hear. Then my phone at the opposite end of the room from me just began to go off. Get up to shut the thing off, and I'm feeling pretty on edge. My phone was on the Google Assistant screen. That's where you can talk to it to have it look things up or whatever. The time read 1:17 a.m. At this point, I think I have an idea of what may have happened, and I'm sure anybody reading this does too. I fell asleep that night praying Hail Marys for Herbie. The next morning, the very first thing I did when I signed on to our patient information program was to look up Herbie. He had indeed passed away that night at 1:12 a.m., and I was stunned. I went to the nurse's station at our COVID wing to try to get some information about what had happened that night before, but of course there was another crew of nurses there. I heard through the grapevine months later that there were many patients who begged for time with the priest for last rites, anointing of the sick, and so on. But these requests were ignored or denied since there was a strict no-visitor policy in effect at the time. Beside that, I really don't think the diocese would have allowed priests to enter the building anyway. I'll leave my opinions on that whole situation to the side for now. I've sat on this story for a few years, and I've only shared it with family and some of my closer friends. It had an effect on me that I struggled to explain, and I considered going to a priest to discuss it, but I've never really worked up the nerve to do so. I just don't think any of the priests in my area would be very, helpful. And if I'm being brutally honest, I'm still carrying a stone in my heart that the priest did not advocate more strongly for our dying patients at the time. It feels nice to get the story out in a somewhat more public way. Hope I made it even more so. Fourth of July weekend, and living next to a graveyard. Let me start off by saying I wish this was fake. I never really had any paranormal experiences beside the occasional thinking you hear or see something that isn't there. But that can be broken down and explained. Tiredness or medication. I have lived next to a Civil War graveyard for nearly 6 years now. Never had any experience or cool stories to tell. Well, I do now. There was nothing special about last weekend. Everything felt normal. I carried out my daily routine, waking up, feeding the dogs, spot cleaning the house, and catching up on a random show I decided to start on Netflix. Evening comes, and I haven't been any more productive, so I decided I'd take the dogs for a walk, which they happily ran to the door for me to harness them up. We began our walk at around 7:30 p.m., decided to take a different route around the elementary school. It was across the street from the graveyard. Why somebody would put an elementary school across from a graveyard, I have no idea. We loop around the school and then around the graveyard afterwards, since it's a sidewalk that makes a perfect circle around. And the dogs also love watching the birds near the graves. There's always so many pretty birds. Anyways, we're walking around and we're on our second lap when I feel a tug on my shirt that I shrugged off. As stupid as this sounds, I decided that it was cool to carry a backpack thinking that I could bring snacks and drinks and spend a good while outdoors. That doesn't sound stupid at all. I mentioned this to lead to the reason that sparked my suspicion of foul play. After shrugging off the tug on my shirt, I later felt like something was lifted and dropped in my backpack while I was standing still. I again felt it was weird and shrugged it off, and I came up with a reasonable excuse or explanation as to why. Had to be a water bottle or something. I finished our 5th lap. I stopped for some water before heading home. I reached around, brought my backpack in front of me to find it unzipped. I again paid it no mind and drank my water and went home. I let the dogs run inside and went to use the bathroom to start a shower. I had started feeling a bit weird in the shower. I figured it was heat exhaustion, so I switched the water to cool, and then I felt something scrape straight down the middle of my back, and I lost it. What in the actual hell? Again, I never believed in the whole paranormal thing, but as I jumped out of the shower, I noticed all my clothes are now missing from the bathroom. The door handle was stuck. Finally got it open. I ran straight to my bedroom, and I locked the door. The dogs followed me, and we were growling low, or rather, they were, at the door, and it felt as if my back was on fire. I ignored it because I was terrified and thought someone broke into the house or was messing with me. I heard a whining noise outside of the door, followed by what sounded like an old guy laughing creepily. This continued for what felt like forever, but in reality was maybe 2 minutes at most. I then heard a loud thud at the door. I waited a while and then opened it up to see my backpack thrown at my door. I dragged it in, locked the door one more. Inside my bag was flowed from the gravesite. 4th of July flowers. So inside their bag was flowers from the gravesite. 4th of July flowers. My stomach dropped and I actually puked. Grabbed my phone, called my husband. He got home fairly quick and we watched the cameras to only see nothing. We have indoor cameras as well. You can see the bag being thrown against the door, but the footage was weird. It glitched only to show it hit the door. The whole thing has been eating me and keeping me up. I keep dreaming of a dark figure and a laugh. Can't wrap my head around it and even went to stay with my mom for a few days after. I'm struggling to understand and I find it hard to believe something like this has happened. Was it paranormal or can it be explained? I wish I could chop it up to being an intruder, honestly. Because if not, what being follows me home? Did it leave and will it stay? I'm calling someone to cleanse the house and I'll update you. From one skeptic to another, please don't make fun of believers. I did, and it wasn't until this that I understood the possibilities of what lies unseen. Now I want to chop it up. Did I get abducted last year? So I tend to dream quite frequently about random things that have happened that week before and things I've been thinking about before bed, like anyone else. My dreams are always so vivid when I do have them. I can always remember the location and how I was feeling so vividly when I wake up, and I always tend to remember my dreams from start to finish. I'm quite a heavy sleeper, but noise in a close proximity, like alerts and alarms on my phone, seem to wake me up straight away. I'm always up by the first tone of my first alarm. Last year, however, I experienced a dream that I will honestly never forget for the rest of my life. It started like this. I started off in my bedroom at my dad's house. This was where I was currently asleep on my bed. I was scrolling through my phone or something, usual stuff. It was really dark outside in the dream, and I remember thinking I should definitely go to bed soon so I wake up for work in the morning. I got bored of scrolling, was just about to get under the covers and get comfy like I usually do. But I had a really bad feeling. All the hairs in my neck started to stand up. I remember thinking, whatever you do, do not look out of your bedroom window. But, obviously, curiosity got the better of me. Even though I somehow knew something really bad or evil was present outside, I just had to. At this point, I didn't even feel like I was in control, like I didn't want to open the curtains 1 inch. But me in the dream opened the curtains a slither. I could see 2 really tall, completely black figures. Like when kids draw stick people, or like the Slender Man, just for an image. I had a cold sensation, like when you have an operation and an anesthetic travels up your arm in waves, and a cold liquid type of a chill. All that through my body, and it started from what felt like my brain, all the way through to my toes. And as quick as it was, I'll never forget that feeling whilst looking at the 2 tall black looming figures a couple of gardens back at my window. Now usually this wouldn't alarm anyone. Weird dreams happen all the time. Could have easily been a nightmare, something lingering in my subconscious. But here's the part that even to this day I can't for the life of me get in my head. As soon as the cold sensation ran through my body, I jolted so hard. I remember how much my body leapt from the mattress, and I realized I was awake. I was still drowsy, that kind of half-asleep, half-awake business. Until my hearing suddenly seemed to just click into action. I realized my phone was ringing as loud as the volume would go, and I could see my boss was ringing me. Confused in my dazed state, I answered the phone as quickly as I could and put on my best "I'm definitely awake" voice. Hello. Are you going to join us today or let us know where you even are? My boss was so angry he sounded like he was seething. This confused me even more, and before he could even say another word, I took my phone away from my ear to check the time. It was 11:45 a.m., and I start work at 9, and I wake up at 7:30 every morning. Shit, I replied. I'm so sorry, I don't know how this happened. I'm getting dressed and coming in right now. I'll be there in 30 minutes tops. When I ended that call, I couldn't move. My body was squirming with discomfort, like I had been touched against my will. I felt sick to the bottom of my stomach and was stuck to the bed in sheer terror and panic. All of my alarms had gone off. My mom had called me 6 times, my boyfriend around 4. How have I lost nearly 4 hours? And how I didn't wake up to my alarms? And why did I feel cold all over for around an hour after I woke up? Now I know there are perfectly logical explanations to this. Could have just needed more hours of sleep that night. Just fell into the deepest sleep I've ever been in, not responding to my phone, which I'd place underneath my pillow every night. I wouldn't put it there. Bad for you. The phone whose alarm wakes me up every morning before and since this incident. Nothing like this has ever happened since. I haven't seen the figures in my dreams again, nor have I slept through alarms or lost hours. But let me tell you, I'll never forget what I saw out my window that night, and I will never forget the feeling I had after realizing how much time I had lost. I'd be very interested to find out if anybody else has ever experienced anything like this. Sorta. No one else saw her. So this happened in 2013 when I was 18 years old. It was sometime in the summer. I've forgotten exactly when, but that isn't really relevant. My friend, her boyfriend, and several of her friends just were up to go camp out for a couple of nights in Sulphur. That's in Oklahoma. They invited me and my boyfriend at the time to join them. Everything had been great. We had a typical summer camping experience with lots of swimming, hiking, and arguing over correctly setting up the tents during the day. Nighttime comes around, and earlier in the evening we befriended some people camping near us to invite them over. We have a nice fire going, and we're all just sitting around shooting the shit with our new friends and a bottle of Bacardi Zombie. Bacardi Zombie? Around midnight, we all start to get a little bit restless with our campsite. Our new friends tell us that we should drive out to a cliff that overlooks the town. The moon was super bright that night. We all thought that was a great idea. Kids don't go hiking in the middle of the night. It's super dangerous. I second that. Also, don't drink if you're underage. I mean, you will anyway, but as a responsible adult, I have to say that. Anyway, 9 of us pile into my friend's boyfriend's truck. 6 of us in the bed of the truck, 3 in the cab. By the way, her boyfriend didn't drink, so he was definitely okay to drive. And another point I'd like to make is that I had only had 1 drink this night, and at the point of our excursion, it had been a couple of hours since I'd had it. So I definitely wasn't intoxicated, and certainly not intoxicated enough to hallucinate what I saw. So where we were was a very dark rural road, headed up to this cliff area. There's a few houses up this way, but at the time it was pretty desolate. There were also no cars except for us. My friend, my boyfriend, and myself were sitting on the driver's side out in the back of the truck. We're outside enjoying the breeze. We come up to a spot on the road where we're passing a home. And again, there's some houses out here, but not a ton, and it's a residential area, not rural. So, no streetlights. As we pass this house, I see a girl standing next to the mailbox at the end of the driveway. She's barefoot, dirty blonde hair that's just past her shoulders. Light blue sundress with what appeared to be a flower print. She's just standing there motionless and facing the road. Her face was completely expressionless. I may have thought that she was a mannequin had she not turned just her head and held a gaze as we drove by. I kept staring until we were out of sight of each other. I instantly had chills lead from toe to my head, and it felt incredible. I was uneasy. She looked to be a teenager herself, or at least a very young adult, and she was alone and the house was completely dark. No porch light or light coming from the windows. I turned to my friend and boyfriend and asked if they had seen that. I exclaimed how creepy that was. They agreed but didn't have much else to say. Naturally, I thought whomever lived there was just trying to scare whoever drove by looking like a stereotypical ghost girl. But what made me so uneasy was the idea that she would have had just been standing out there alone for who knows how long in the hopes that somebody might drive by. And keep in mind, this was in the middle of the night and we hadn't passed a single other car the whole trip up to the cliff. It just wasn't sitting right with me. We continued on and make it to the cliff and enjoy a moonlit mini hike and enjoyed the view over the sleepy town. Without any other incidents, I might add. A few years down the line, my friend and I are having spooky discussions, and I brought up that night. I asked her if she remembered that night and how creepy that was. She'd told that she had a confession to make. She said, "You've brought that night up a few times since then, and I have to be honest. Never actually saw anyone standing there, and none of us did. We actually thought you were trying to scare us, so we played along." She went on to tell me that she does remember the house in question, and she does remember the mailbox and all that. There was never a person standing next to a road beside that mailbox, and everyone else in the car, and they hadn't seen her either. They all thought I was full of shit and just trying to scare everyone. So what the fuck did I see? I remember so many details of what she looked like almost in a frame-by-frame sequence. I remember the uneasy feeling I got as soon as I saw her and how it felt like she was staring directly at me. At the time, I thought she was just staring off at all of us, but maybe she was, in fact, only staring at me. My friend since told me the story, thoroughly creeping her out now, knowing that I was dead serious about seeing her. I definitely wasn't fucking around. I'm also way more creeped out that I'm the only one who saw her. I just don't know what to think of it. Sickly, creepy, 2-story house. So, I, female, and 28, have a big family. Mum, Dad, they're separated when I was 3 or 4. 4 brothers and 2 sisters. My mother and us kids moved into a small 2-story house on the outskirts of Melbourne City, Australia. That's in or around 2015. Obviously, Melbourne is absolutely massive and incredibly popular. Wouldn't be expected to having these unexplainable activities. At least we didn't expect that this house would. Well, at first, nothing was weird. We moved in and went about life as usual. A number of things started happening over the period of years when I was 19, I guess. Maybe a year after moving into that property. Things started to happen. A layout of the house. If you walk in through the front door, the lounge is the first thing you walk into. Next to it is the kitchen. Off to the side is a small hall with the door to the back part of the house on the left and the stairs leading to the second floor on the right. There's only 3 bedrooms, a toilet and a separate bathroom at the top floor. My mother's room, the middle one upstairs, and my younger brother's room, which was closest to the top of the stairs. They're the only rooms you can get a clear view of the bathroom and toilet doors. This is relevant later. So, the first thing that happened was minor. I was just walking up the stairs to my older brother's room just to hang out. Exactly halfway up the stairs, I heard, "Hey," kind of a whispery, low, quiet man's voice. Nailed it. It didn't resemble anyone in the house. I stopped for a minute and shrugged off, thinking I imagined it. A week later, it happened again. Halfway up the stairs, I heard a cough and a giggle in the same whispery, low tone. Again, not resembling anyone in the house. I was alone in that exact part of the house both times. I've only memorized some of the instances. The next one was about 3 years later. My sister was around 8 or 9 years old at the time, and she was in my mother's room alone at the time. It was about 11 p.m. Everyone was doing their own thing until we heard my sister scream bloody murder. My mother ran upstairs to check on her. My sister was crying, staring outside of my mother's room at the bathroom door. My mother asked her what's wrong, asking if she's okay. A shadow-looking man was over there just staring at me. He had red eyes. Now, my mother and I are strong believers of the paranormal for many reasons. But that's another story. So, my mother stayed with her for the rest of the night. The same year, I randomly got insanely sick out of nowhere. The last place I was before getting sick was the bathroom. I was incredibly fatigued, pale, and vomiting blood. I slept for 3 days straight, only waking to vomit blood. It took 3 days before anybody noticed something was wrong with me. My mother saw me coming out of her room to go to the bathroom, and she said, "Oh, you're finally deciding to get up." I didn't even notice that she said anything at the time. I headed to the bathroom, dazed, fatigued, and completely zoned out. My mother was apparently watching me waddle in there, lean over the sink, and completely drench it in blood. That's the first time anyone witnessed it within 3 days. I think she was in shock at first. I vaguely remember her saying, "What's that? Is that blood?" In a droopy, weak, half-asleep motion, I slowly turned my head to look at her, blood dripping from my mouth, and slowly nodded. She took me to the ER instantly. I was told I had a blood infection with incredibly high infection markers with an unknown cause and was close to just dropping dead. That scared the shit out of me. I also forgot to mention, Whenever I go into that bathroom, even to this day, I moved out, but my family still live there, I feel a really dark, negative vibe. I always instantly get a heavy feeling of fatigue, depression, and fear. My mother and sister admitted to feeling the same, but only in that bathroom. There's so many other stories about that house, and I just can't explain, but I think that gives an idea on how creepy and strange that house is. Unfortunately, I still go there somewhat often so I can visit my family because I'm very close with them. But I can't seem to ever shake that bad, scary feeling in that bathroom in the middle of the staircase, or just within the house in general. Grandma encounters UFO and Men in Black. It was summer of 1989. I got to leave the Lakota Res and spend the entire summer with my half-brother. Same dad, different moms. That was in Kentucky. I was 12 and he was 14 during this time. Stepdad was pretty cool and smart too. He was a nuclear physicist and... well, did I say nuclear? Nuclear physicist and always had an answer for everything. Not in a sarcastic way either, but in a genuine way, especially if it pertained to the natural world. My step-grandma was a nurse and worked swing shift at 2 different hospitals. That poor lady not only worked like 16 hours a day, but also would come home to clean house and cook large meals for everyone. I felt so bad for her. Like on the res, my family all lived next door to each other, or my brother's family, well, they did that too. So sometimes we'd go over and help out with Grandma and cook and clean. We even got started on firewood for her because she'd often do that too. We'd sometimes stay until she left work for night, and then walk the field back home. It was different there in rural Kentucky. The nights were darker and the dark was quieter. Not that it couldn't be on the res, but there was always someone moving about. Sure, you could go out a lot further and reach the same level of dark and quietness on the res, but I'm going to assume that you know what I'm talking about here. Occasionally a passing car on the highway, or maybe a distant freight train would break up the monotony there in Kentucky. My brother's stepdad ended up getting cable TV one day, along with a movie channel. So we had made plans to binge watch all the movies that we could that Friday night. So we let Grandma know that we would not be over that day. My brother even invited his friend over to spend the night, and he had gone down to town earlier. Sorry, I'm getting tired. He bought all the snacks, pizza, potato chips, black cherry, strawberry, cola, and lemon lime canned sodas, and plenty of candy. If I remember right, Escape from New York was going to be on that night. Finally, Johnny Carson was over, and the adults were going to bed. No sooner than we get settled in, there was a loud knock on the door. My brother's step-uncle Bill, his stepdad's brother, was at the door demanding to speak with his brother. We asked if everything was okay, but he had this look of terror on his face and waved us off. Stepdad comes out and his brother says that we need to talk about Mom, so they stepped outside and we're all trying to listen, but they took a walk. A few moments later, Stepdad comes in, get dressed, and says he'll be back. Also, he had a look, but one of disbelief. Here's what happened as it was, well, known to us. That night, Grandma was going to work like normal, so around 9 p.m. at night. She said that she'd get a few miles down the road, and keep in mind this is a rural road with little traffic, especially at night, when all of a sudden a bright, blinding white light shone over her car. She described it as intense and hot, caused her car to stall. The light was about 50 or so feet above her and never made a noise. She sat there paralyzed with fear until it left about 10 minutes later. She was then able to start her car again and went back home. She said she tried to call her son, which was my brother's stepdad, but the line was dead, but was able to call her other son, Bill. Bill and my brother and stepdad took turns driving her to work for the next few months until she got over her fear, and even then she took another route to work. She also said a few days later, 2 men dressed in black ties came to talk to her. She said they claimed to work for the government and showed badges and asked her a bunch of questions. Changed her personality, really. She went from being warm and non-aggressive to being impatient and short with people, family included. But years later, she denied everything, denied seeing anything or talking to anyone. My brother's stepdad believes it was something military-related and she was threatened not to say or speak about it. Everybody tried to get her to see a therapist, and I always thought she acted that way because she felt violated and no one would believe her. Shortly after that, a year or so I suppose, shadowy figures, they started being seen around the outside of her house. And her brother's house. There wasn't any sort of paranormal activity before that. That was the last time I was ever allowed over. We did a cleansing ritual and I got home, as my dad isn't into that sort of thing at all. All he would say is that he knew there was bad juju there. Wishing all of you guys good juju, if such a thing exists. The Moose Man. Wendigo. When I was a child, my family would go to my grandmother's house for Thanksgiving. I was one of the youngest of my cousins, of which there's a large group. My grandmother had a secluded home, backed up to expansive woods. Her house was adorned with Native American artwork and artifacts. My cousins and I would go off and explore the woods behind her house together, walking atop old rock walls and playing with the frogs in nearby ponds. The air was sweet and thick back there. The area was historically home to a large Native American population, and there were some interesting features in the woods evidencing that history, including an abandoned sweat lodge covered in animal hides, which I was always too afraid to explore, and old stone arrowheads in the dirt. One Thanksgiving, one of my older cousins and I paired off from a larger group, and we were in back of the woods, seeking to explore further into the woods. We walked about 15 minutes or so through a fairly thick, unfamiliar portion of the woods when we arrived at the top of a large rock outcropping at the edge of a steep embankment. The hair on my arm still stands up thinking about this. And it's right now as I write this. But I saw a tall, humanoid figure in ragged clothes at the bottom of the embankment, about 30-40 feet down, facing away from me and my cousin. I was curious, but wary, wondering if the figure were a dummy or maybe somebody that was injured and needed our help. I considered calling out, but saw the figure move slightly, and suddenly I was full of fear. Without making a sound, I tapped my cousin and signaled for him to look down at the figure. We looked back up at each other, and I was hoping for a sense of reassurance, but I could see a dread in his eyes that shot down my spine. When we looked back down at the figure, it turned toward us. This tall, lanky, ragged humanoid figure had the face of a moose. It was looking dead at me. We locked eyes, and I can't explain why, but I knew that it wanted to eat me. We didn't wait. We didn't even scream. My cousin and I ran as fast as we could possibly run, back the same way that we came. As I ran, I could feel that we were being pursued. I was younger and a step slower than my cousin. The air grew thicker and hazier, and the woods changed around us. All of a sudden, my cousin and I come into a clearing in the woods that did not exist when we had passed through originally. The air there was particularly thick, almost green, with fireflies floating around. The ground in the clearing was marked with circles of mushrooms, fairy rings. It was very disorienting. Felt like the clearing was luring me to stay forever. All of a sudden, I heard my mom call out to me through the woods. She, along with some of my uncles and aunts, came to look for me and my cousin. We were the last two in the woods, and it was getting darker. It was time to sit for Thanksgiving dinner. Her call pierced through the fog of this experience, breaking whatever curse was on me and my cousin, allowing us to escape. My cousin and I told the others what we had seen, that we had been pursued by the Moose Man. Apparently, he wanted to eat us, but obviously nobody believed us. I probably wouldn't have believed my own senses either, if not for what happened next. After dinner, all of the kids went back outside to play in the yard, running behind sheds and cutting in and out of the woods at the edge of the yard, evading and capturing each other in a game called Manhunt. I used to play that with my grandma. She'd chase me around with a cane and smack me. I was still afraid from before, but took comfort in numbers and proximity to the house. As a large group of us were trying to locate the last of the fugitives, one of my cousins shone a big flashlight into the woods. There, our whole group saw one of our fugitive cousins in a bush, and standing right behind him, a tall, ragged humanoid figure with the head of a moose was towering over the bush. We all screamed, sprinted back inside. That was the end of games that day. Sometimes I bring up this event with my cousins to see if they still remember. They do remember, but they hate to talk about it. Thinking my house from circa 1890 might have spirits. Last month, my sister and I moved into this old house from around 1890. Might have been 1860, can't remember. Since moving here, there's been some strange stuff going on that, for all I know, could just be a coincidence or easily explainable. First is our backyard light. It has a motion detector on it, and I often see it turn on for no reason when I'm looking out the window. Could just be a malfunction, but I don't know. Especially considering one experience I had. Second, on many mornings I come downstairs to the kitchen and find several of our cupboards wide open. This could very well be the result of the house being so old and possibly drafty. Never seems to be the same ones. In general, there isn't a pattern, like none of the doors feel loose at all, and they all feel tight and have magnetic latches. One really unsettling occurrence has to do with our basement lights. We have a basement that has those short and wide windows that go out to ground level, and we can see them from outside. On several occasions, I've gone out at night, seen lights shining in the windows, not reflections, and I looked closely, and they were definitely the basement lights. Then gone back inside to find that the lights are off. One creepy experience I had was when I was feeding my sister's dog. The dog's food bowls are in a small mudroom and, coat room area, whatever it's called. That leads out into the backyard. There's this closet adjacent to the back door containing the dog food. It was late at night and I went to grab some food for the dog, and as soon as I opened that closet door, I felt a strong presence and suddenly got really nervous. Ignoring this, I reached in and it was very cold. Not like the air was cold, but it was almost like a physical thing was there. Something that I was touching that was making a portion of my arm ice cold. When I turned around to put the food in the dog bowl, I got a sudden chill on my back. It felt like something moved into me from the closet. The scariest part was that right as the feeling faded, the motion detector light that I mentioned earlier suddenly turned on, as if whatever was in the closet moved out into the backyard. This next bit is leaning into the realm of wishful thinking, but I thought it was worth bringing up. My sister claims to sometimes see apparitions, auras, shadow people, ever since she had a near-death experience. The primary reason I believe her is because of an incident at her old apartment. I was in my bedroom in bed with my cat when he started staring at a spot directly above where my head rested, as if something was there. He stared at it for several minutes, and soon after I got up to grab some water, my sister was still awake and I commented on my lack of sleep. She happened to peer into my bedroom, and said that she saw a dark floating figure in there, the exact spot where my cat had been looking. Anyway, back to this house. My sisters claimed to see several different apparitions in the house in various forms. During a recent night, every time she entered my bedroom, she would just get startled and jump back, saying she saw for a split second the figure of someone standing right beside my nightstand, the corner next to my closet. Also, in relation to my bedroom, I sometimes hear this loud scratching come from inside my walls, but only in one spot next to my desk. Could very well be a mouse, though. I'll try to get a video of it sometime and update this thread with the link. On one particularly creepy night, I was hanging out in my sister's bedroom watching TV with her. That's when she said that she saw something outside her sliding glass doors that led to the backyard. She described it as smoky and dog-like. Moments later, the motion detector light flicked on. I closed the curtains to help her feel better, but she seemed pretty disturbed and asked me not to go to bed. It was around 3 or 4 a.m. at this point. I stayed for a while, but soon enough more weird stuff started happening. I heard a noise like paper being scratched on the other side of her bed. And there was indeed paper there, but it stopped moving as soon as I looked. Then as I walked away, I swear I felt something poke me in a spot right above my left ass cheek. Yeah, it's ridiculous, and I joked about it to myself to make myself less scared. That's about it so far. All of this has been happening over a month or so we've lived here. Please let me know your thoughts on everything. I'm curious to know if anybody else has had a similar experience. Tenpenny Bridge. When I was 14 and my sister was 16, we went to high school in a small Indiana town. This was back in the AOL days of the early 2000s. There wasn't much to do there, and we were often left on our own. So naturally, we got into trouble and made plenty of mischief. My sister and I have always been pretty good friends, and I helped her cheat in French, which has nothing to do with the story, but it is fun. Well, one evening we decided to do a search of local spooky and haunted places. We found a few, and resolved to check them out the next night with 2 friends of ours who were also brother and sister. We'll call them Samantha and Steve. So, the following evening, my sister, me, Sam, and Steve pile into my mom's car. Off we were to go ghost hunting, armed with only a list of a few locations, a Ouija board, flashlights, and 10 pennies. The 10 pennies were a specific location, Tenpenny Bridge, kind of local folk tale that read similar to the Jersey Devil, various goat men and the like. And as such, we reserved that one for around midnight. We hit up a few supposed haunted locations, but got nothing. I totally lost my spot. Didn't matter, though. Nor did the pause. We were just kids out being kids. We were having fun. By the time we got around to Tenpenny Bridge, we were feeling plenty skeptical and fearless. We drove for what seemed like ages to reach what we decided was the exact location of the middle of nowhere. Granted, much of Indiana felt that way. Finally, we found it. Tenpenny Bridge. All we knew about this spot was that it's supposedly haunted by a vagrant man who was killed there. Perhaps only having 10 pennies to his name at the time, but that part was unclear. Anywho, the story goes if you park and turn off your car and headlights in the middle of the bridge and place 10 pennies in a row on the guardrail, it's actually a concrete block, your car will stall and the pennies will either be moved or be missing. This seemed like an easy one to try, so just kind of there we were. Got out of the car, stretched our legs, and set our 10 pennies on the guardrail in a straight, neat row. Then, not knowing how long it might take, we meandered about, talking and joking. I think it was Steve who called us back to the show. or rather back to show us that the 2 pennies on the right end of the line had been pushed aside about an inch. We weren't sure about it, deciding that any of us, including Steve, could have moved them while we were all scattered about. We decided to move them back, all stood on the other side of the car, facing each other for 5 minutes before checking again. We stood talking, Steve and I leaning against the car, Sam and my sister facing us. Suddenly there was a flick and a ringing. The sound of a penny spinning through the air between my head and Steve's, and the all-too-familiar bounce of a coin on the pavement. It would seem that someone or something had thrown a penny over to us. We froze after what seemed like 20 minutes, but was probably 20 seconds. We moved as a group to investigate the pennies on the bridge. Then we saw it. Pennies arranged like a panicked line of a heart monitor in cardiac arrest. Predicting our own panic, compelling it, some of the pennies were pulled to the very edge, barely balancing on the rail. I can't tell you how difficult it was for us to pile into the car fast enough. We literally ran around it in circles like an episode of Scooby-Doo before finally getting everyone inside and stalling. My sister, who's a fine driver, I'll have you know, tried and stalled the car 3 times before it started and we peeled out. After about 2 miles, we stopped screaming and she pulled over. We gathered ourselves, and my sister, of all people, suggested that we go back. Well, she was driving, so off we went. Arrived back at the bridge, we found all 10 pennies back in a neat straight line. We promptly left, leaving the pennies behind. The next morning, all 4 of us woke to find that we were sleeping on a penny. More than 20 years later, my sister and I still talk about the 10-penny bridge. Don't blame you. Annoying ghost who moves boxes at 3 a.m. A few years ago in Montreal, I was staying in a 3-story apartment building. I had a neighbor directly beside my bedroom, and the neighbor upstairs had a bedroom right above me. I started to hear thumping and talking in what seemed like above me at 3 a.m. every night. I was pissed, but I'm too drowsy to the point to move, or rather to move, so I'm just putting some music in my headphones and hopefully I'd sleep decently throughout the night. It started to get out of hand. I started to have trouble sleeping and was just generally annoyed that something would be moving crap around at 3 a.m. every night. At times, I'd hear a man with a deep, raspy voice yell stuff like, "Ew," and talk to God knows who on the phone or something. Sounds a little bit like me. I talked to the landlord and he was really confused. He tells me that an old woman lives up there by herself. There's no man on that floor that would sound like that. I see the woman for the first time in the building and she looks absolutely disheveled, gaunt, and tired. She starts dragging herself up the stairs. I turn around and then I turn back and she's looking at me dead in the eyes with a wide, unblinking stare. It scared me, but I mostly felt bad for her. Didn't think much of it at the time. I talked to the guy beside my apartment, who's a construction guy. He tells me he's up at 4 a.m., and the guy who's making the noise is doing so between 3 a.m. and as late as 6 a.m. I rule him out, then I talk to the people across from me. They're a young couple and they're curious about it, but it's clearly not them. Their bedrooms are too far away and they didn't sound to have a raspy old man's voice. Next, I have to visit the old woman. I knock on her door and she very slowly opens it. The apartment is pitch black from what I can see, or what I can't see. I ask her a few things in English, but she responds in French. I'm almost certain she understood what I was saying, but she just stops talking and slowly closes the door. I talk to the landlord and he tells me a few things. One, she never turns on any lights on in her apartment, like ever. I start to notice that when I come home at night, well, rather, I guess that's when I notice that she doesn't turn the lights on. 2, she has crosses all over her apartment and pictures of Jesus. He tells me she sleeps on the floor beside her bed because she wants Jesus to sleep on her bed. Sorry for laughing. The landlord says that there's no possible way a man lives in the room above me or stays there often. The room's being used as storage. I'm assuming it was a hoarding situation, but I have no proof. The landlord's baffled, and so am I. Was it her son, her husband, or boyfriend? Was somebody actually doing some kind of work or moving that could only be done early in the morning? I am sure the noise is right above me. You can't go months hearing the same crap over and over again and get a detail like that wrong. The noise was constant, and I was always thinking, what the heck could possibly justify all this moving around for? That's when I started to entertain the idea it was a spirit. Not an evil spirit, not an angel, just a really annoying, neurotic, and weird dude who was just shuffling around making a racket. I also think this is why the old woman had all the religious stuff around. She's probably being tormented by the annoying spirit who needed protection. I couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't figure out any of it, and I had exhausted all of my leads. I certainly wasn't going to press that old woman on anything. She looked rough, and she had been living there for some 20 years, so I moved. The guy would always start around like the witching hour. I'd wake up, look at the clock immediately because I'm, well, superstitious and was always on time or close. I talked to everybody who could have been responsible for that sound, and every one of them were normal, lucid people who did not sound like the person or spirit. I have a very strange neighbor who lives in the pitch black surrounded by religious stuff, sleeping on the floor beside her bed, who she's leaving open for Jesus, by the way, if I didn't already say that. Where I'm certain I hear a strange man rummaging around a room, moving stuff around at 3 a.m., and this is every night for months. I don't believe in evil spirits, but I do believe this man was not settled in the afterlife. Reoccurring paranormal nightmare overlapping with reality. A few years ago, my husband had a recurring paranormal nightmare for about a month that we'll never forget about. It made us wonder if it could have been more than just a dream. For a bit of context, he rarely remembers his dreams, and for his whole life it's been that way. So it seems unusual that he was able to clearly remember having this one almost every night for multiple consecutive weeks until something seemed to cause it to stop. He explained the nightmare would always begin the same way, with him standing in the hallway outside of her bedroom and seeing a demonic-looking creature. It would be clinging to the top of the wall in the corner of the hall. He described the creature as having the likeness of a frail human, staring at him through solid black eyes with pale white skin that was tightly stretched over a jagged and nearly skeletal frame. It crawled rapidly on all fours along the wall with sharp-pointed fingers in an apparently inhuman way. He would try to chase it down the hallway, and he would always wake up the exact moment before he could catch up to it. But one night, this changed. On the night when this happened, he remembers catching up to creatures and finally grabbing onto it with as much force as he could imagine. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by the horrific sound of a deep guttural scream coming from my husband while he was still asleep. I woke him up as quickly as I could. After helping him calm down, I asked him if it was the nightmare again, already afraid of the anticipated answer. Of course, he said that it was. But it was different than all the other times because he was able to grab the creature, yet he had no memory of what happened after he did. Considering the scream that he let out in his sleep, we were both kind of glad that he didn't remember and tried to put out of our minds so we could go back to sleep. few nights later, while we were lying down, relaxing before bed, out of nowhere, our dog started intently growling at our closed bedroom door that led into the hallway, seemingly aware of something in the darkness behind the door. My husband hadn't experienced the reoccurring nightmare again in the few nights since the night when he screamed in his sleep, but I immediately thought about how this was the door that led into the hallway from his nightmare. I wondered if he did too. Growling was very unusual behavior for our dog. Put us all on high alert that something was very wrong. So, my husband grabbed a weapon and prepared to face a home intruder, or possibly something else behind the door. As our dog continued persistently growling at the closed door with the sense of fear and anxiety seeming to intensify as each second passed, my husband raised his weapon, threw open the door to the hallway when instantly there was an impossibly white flash of light. It was so bright that we couldn't see anything else in the hallway for the split second it occurred. It was almost unimaginable to comprehend the level of brightness. After it quickly returned to total darkness and our eyes started to readjust while trying to process what we witnessed, we noticed our dog was calm again and stopped growling completely. My husband turned on the hallway light, searched all around the house, despite finding no sign of an intruder or any sort of being or person or pest or poltergeist. We're still not sure exactly what we experienced that night, but he hasn't had the nightmare again since this happened. Recently, I made an unsettling connection between this experience with something that my husband had told me happened in the same house before we met several years ago, and long before we ever started having the reoccurring nightmare. He told me about one night when he saw a quick glimpse of what appeared to be a pale white face outside of the window of the kitchen, which led to an enclosed back porch. It gave him a strong feeling of fear and led to the feeling of being paranoid at night more often. When I brought this up again, then asked about the creature in this reoccurring nightmare, he seemed very uncomfortable. He said that he hadn't thought about how the faces looked eerily similar until now. We'd like to think that the white light we saw was a guardian angel or a good spirit protecting us from something that, thankfully, no longer seems to be present. But I'd love to know what others think about this. How would I go about finding out if the home I just moved into has had any crimes or murders committed there? Good question. Could I have possibly come across a site where luminol has been sprayed? In the home I just moved into, I was walking upstairs from the kitchen through my dark hallway and noticed a blue glow along the floorboard where it meets the wall. It's only visible from with the lights off, and I'm wondering if what I'm seeing is that. The reason I ask is because I've experienced some weird things after moving in, which is what made the findings even creepier. Here's what I've experienced so far. During the time I moved in, I had a 9-month-old and began noticing weird sleeping movements and small things when he was awake. First, when he's asleep, he'd sit up all the way up on his knees and out of nowhere, while fussing and crying, still asleep. To describe it, it looked as if someone was trying to wake him up and pick him up, and since he was, isn't ready to be awake, he'd fuss before laying back down again, at least to me. That's the only way to describe it, and this happens a lot. Just about every night, but only at night, never during the day when he took his usual naps. Another time, we're downstairs as I was making him a bottle. He was in his car seat in the counter, and of course placed in a way where he isn't accidentally knocked off the counter. Good call. Washing dishes at the same time, and he's watching his favorite show. After a while, I began noticing his attention suddenly being yanked away from his show to an area behind him in the corner of the ceiling, every few minutes. He'd gaze there for seconds at a time, and I couldn't figure out what he was saying or staring at since there were no bugs there, and it was at an awkward angle. Since the ceiling was behind him, it took a lot of effort for him to actually sit up and hang onto the edge of his car seat to turn and hold his upward gaze and position, and then turn back around and finish watching his show after about 15 seconds or so. It really creeped me out when I saw what looked to me like somebody'd been playing with him by tapping him on one shoulder and going over to the next shoulder to hide, back and forth. He'd been in the middle of watching the show before he'd suddenly jerk his head around to one shoulder and would be back looking there for a few seconds before looking over his other shoulder. He did this for what seemed like 10 minutes after he began staring at the ceiling. Incident 3. I'd gone downstairs to the kitchen, and while there I turned around to go back upstairs. That's when I saw what appeared to be a hand drawing back off of the top of the couch in my living room. It was brief, and it made my heart jump because I thought somebody had walked into my home and was hiding behind the wall to wait for me to pass them. I genuinely believe that I would have not jumped out of my skin just about if I had not seen anything. It scared the crap out of me. Incident 4. I was in my bedroom and the door was closed. I heard somebody knocking and didn't feel like getting up, so I told them to come in. I waited for the door to open, irritated that nobody had come in, thinking it was my son knocking, and after a second when the door didn't open, I got up and asked why he knocked and didn't come in. Looked at me like I was crazy. He said he was downstairs, came up about 5 or 10 minutes ago, but that he never knocked on the door and didn't come back out of his room during the time. I know when he's lying or joking, and he was genuinely confused and didn't laugh at all. He's 17 and hates anything involving ghosts. Incident 5. My friend thought they'd seen me walking by them and was talking to me only to not see me there. Called my name and asked if I'd just come downstairs, and I hadn't. I'd been in the bathtub for about an hour or so and would not have gone downstairs for any reason. Incident 6. My son said he'd heard somebody walking toward him in the living room while he was in the kitchen. Our floors are really loud, so you can easily hear somebody walking on them. He said the sweeping sounded like somebody wearing house slippers and that they were lazy, dragging steps. He was home alone at the time after coming from school. Previously thought I'd maybe been in the bath when it happened, but remember that it was a completely different event. Incident 7. My friend said he had gone downstairs, and as he's walking back to go upstairs, he'd seen someone round the corner behind him. He saw this briefly because he was turning off the light behind him, and when he did, he had to do a double take. When he did, no one was there. Is it an incubus, an alien, a spirit? What could it be? Experts needed. I've been dreaming of an unknown being, or having this being enter my dreams or take me into another dimensional space. It's happening for more than 2 years. I don't know who it is, and I can't see his face most of the time. He doesn't usually talk to me, and when he does, his voice changes. But I always know it's him. At first, it was strange because every time I dream of him, it feels like entering another dimensional space. It's so real. Our interactions were initially at a stranger level, but he showed a strong interest in interacting with me while still maintaining boundaries. I remember him talking to me and answering some of the questions I was asking back then. One of the few things he said to me was, "You are a chosen one." But he rarely speaks, and even when he does, it's more of a telepathic communication that goes straight into my mind. I recall one specific time when I'd had a boyfriend grab my arm tightly, so much so that it hurt a little bit. He didn't want to let go. Over the years, I've gone back and forth between thinking, wow, he's real. An otherworldly being is trying to connect with me. That and dismissing it as just a dream. Eventually, I got used to his presence and stopped asking so many questions whenever he appeared. Now I treat it as a dream when I wake up and go about my everyday life. However, over the past year, these interactions have become more physical, intense, and frequent. Many of the dreams I get pulled into a completely dark and confined space with little to no visibility. In these moments, I can only feel the incredibly real touch of this being on my body. He often engages in intensely satisfying intercourse with me in the dark, typically from behind. My hypothesis is that this position allows him to avoid showing his face. I started recording these dreams at the end of last year. I was shocked by their frequency. On average, they happen every maybe 3 or 5 days. And strangely, I don't feel exhausted or drained after these dreams. Instead, I often wake up feeling a bit scared because of how real they are. The reason I'm seeking advice is because of what happened 2 days ago. The dreams started as usual, nice and sweet. Toward the end, I somehow managed to see his figure in the dark. Couldn't help but notice that his head was oddly shaped, almost like a weird square. I stopped being intimate with him and felt unsettled and shocked. The being noticed my reaction and without hesitation, bit my right forearm and started sucking with an unnaturally wide mouth. The bite was painful, but not as painful as if it were in the real world. I tried to push him away and wake up, but I just couldn't. Eventually, I stopped resisting and stared at him. Not long after that, I was able to push him away and wake up. It scared the hell out of me because he's never done that before. It felt as though if I had stayed in that space any longer, I might not have made it back to reality. I'm reaching out to get opinions from experts about what this might be, or what being it might be, what it wants, and if it's a demon or a negative entity. How can I cast it away? A little bit more about me. I am New Zealander Chinese, 25 years old. I moved to New Zealand when I was 9 years old with my mom. The being talks to me in Chinese, and I think it's because it's my mother's tongue. I experienced a psychotic episode in China while studying for my master's degree in December 2021. And 2 more times after that in 23 and 24. Every time I tried to live or work in China. I've come back to New Zealand every time an episode happens, and now I don't suffer from any symptoms. More psychotic episode symptoms were hearing voices and having split personalities. I think it's important to share this information to help identify the key to my situation. However, I don't believe that my mental health issues are the reason why I'm having these dreams. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. There's a lot of details about the interactions I've had that I haven't really gone through yet. That sounds awful. Sorry about that. Weirdness on the road. It's been 20 years since this experience, and it's only really come back to me because it was the 20th anniversary get-together. There's a 6-lane highway between Kuwait and Iraq. It's officially known as Highway 80. It runs from Kuwait City to the border of Safwan in Iraq and then on the Iraq city of Basra. The road was used by Iraqi armored divisions in the 1990 invasion of Kuwait. It was repaired after the Gulf War, and it was used by the U.S. and British forces in the initial stages of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. During the Persian Gulf War, American, Canadian, British, and French aircraft and ground forces attacked retreating Iraqi military personnel attempting to leave Kuwait on the night of February 26, 1991. This resulted in the destruction of hundreds of vehicles and the deaths of many of their occupants. Between maybe 1,400 and 2,000 vehicles were hit or abandoned on the main Highway 80 north of Al-Jara. Some of the vehicles were still in the desert. You could still find bits of equipment like webbing and helmets out in the sand. There was always a weird feeling on that road at night. On one evening, we were in the last packet of the convoy heading to Basra. We had the recovery vehicles, and we were tasked with the recovery of, an apparent broken-down vehicle. We rolled up to the site of the breakdown. As the recovery team started work, we put out a security cordon. Night vision can really mess up your depth perception. Sometimes, really, but you could make out what looked like figures moving in the desert just beyond the cordon. In usual fashion, a squad was sent out to see what exactly was happening, and if it was a possible threat. So, off the four of us went into the dark desert. Over the PRR, personal radio, we got told to stop as we were right on top of where the suspected people had been seen. There was nothing that we could see, so we carried out our 5 and 20 checks. Beneath the sand, we discovered a pile of rags and 3 helmets. Having established there was no apparent threat, we returned back to the cordon. But over the next 30 or 40 minutes as we watched out into the desert, there were a lot of times that it looked like there were solid figures moving around in the perimeter. Now, if this was a one-off event, I would have put it down to lack of sleep. Maybe too much caffeine or just using the night vision. But over the years, since others from different units and who'd worked in that area at different times have talked about the figures in the desert that always seemed to be moving around but could never be found. On the night of February 26, 1991, for the next 10 hours, scores of U.S. Marine and U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy aircraft from the USS Ranger, CV-CVA-61, attacked the convoy, using a variety of weapons. Vehicles surviving the air attacks were later engaged by arriving coalition ground units, while most of the vehicles that managed to evade the traffic jam and continued to drive on the road to the north were targeted individually. The road bottlenecked near the Mutla Ridge Police Station. It was reduced to a long, uninterrupted line of more than 300 stuck and abandoned vehicles, sometimes called the Mile of Death. The wreckage found on the highway consisted of at least 28 tanks and other armored vehicles, with many more commandeering civilian cars and buses filled with stolen Kuwaiti property. The death toll from the attack remains unknown. British journalist Robert Fisk said, "Lost count of the Iraqi corpses crammed into the smoldering wreckage or slumped face down in the sand. That was at the main site. Saw hundreds of corpses strewn up the road all the way to the Iraqi border." American journalist Bob Drogan reported seeing, as he put it, scores of dead soldiers, and as he put it, in and around the vehicles, mangled and bloated in the drifting desert sands. A 2003 study by the Project Defense Alternatives, the PDA, estimated fewer than 10,000 people rode in the cut-off main caravan. But when the bombing started, mostly simply left their vehicles to escape through the desert, or into the nearby swamps where some died from their wounds. My paranormal stories from birth until present. Story 1, 2013. I was 15 years old. This is my first ever experience. My grandma on my mom's side passed away. Me, my brother, and mom would go visit my grandpa over the next couple of years a lot since, he was lonelier. This probably happened 2 or 3 times. We would all be sitting in the living room and we would hear soft sounds of plates and cutlery moving around in the kitchen. We would all kind of look at each other, knowing it was out of the ordinary. But I think we all knew it was her. Story 2, 2015. I was 17 at the time, and me and my friends decided to head out of the big city to explore an abandoned building in a small town. It was erected in the late 1800s, and it used to be a hospital or senior home, and a mental asylum at points in time. It was me, my girlfriend, her cousin, and my friend. Within minutes of walking around inside, we all stop in our tracks as we hear a loud, deep moan. There was no wind at the time, and it was clearly heard right in front of us. We all left immediately out of fear. Story 3, 2016. I'm 18 now, and I'm camping with my girlfriend, the same one. Camping with my girlfriend, my brother, and our friend. I had a very emotional dream of some being coming to me and explaining something bad had happened, but that everything was going to be okay. The next morning, we pack up, and after an hour or two, I don't really think anything of the stream. Just as we're getting out of the mountains into the foothills and prairies, a cop pulls us over with an unmarked car behind him, a social worker. Asks me and my brother's names. Pulls us aside to explain her mom had passed away last night. Since I was the only one with a license, it was the longest 2-hour drive home of my life, that's for sure. Story 4, 2017. 19 years old. Me and my girlfriend, still the same one. We head out for a camping trip to the mountains. We were only 20 minutes outside of town in the prairies. I see a semi coming from a mile away and get this urgent feeling that something wrong is going to happen. Since he's so far away, I had lots of time to explain to my girlfriend about the sudden sense that came over me. When we were 5 to 10 seconds from crossing paths, I noticed he starts to drift into my lane. It's a single-lane highway. But the time we passed each other, he was directly in the middle of both lanes. Luckily for me, I was already prepared and was way onto the shoulder. She looked at me after in disbelief. Story 5, 2019, 21 years old. I'm home alone, and at this point, I'm a full believer. I had not yet received any signs from my mom. I'm laying in my bed trying to talk with her, hoping maybe she can hear me. I ask her to knock on the wall for me, and it's kind of a more rough point in my life, so for whatever reason, I'm in tears at the time. I gave up and I tried to go to sleep. 30 seconds later, I hear a loud knuckle-to-wall sound in my room, clear as day. That was my sign, and I felt a lot more comfortable after that. Story 6, 2024. I'm now 25, and my grandpa had just passed on. It was 3 weeks earlier. My dad's over at my place visiting, and we're watching some hockey when all of a sudden one of us starts to whistle. Within seconds, we're both whistling random nonsense tunes. But when we heard a third whistle from, no one else in the house, and, my fiancée, different girl now, was out running a couple of errands, we started to whistle back, and something kept whistling back loud at us, mimicking our whistles perfectly. This went on for a good 2 or 3 minutes. It was whistling just as loud as us, but in a different area of the house. My grandpa was known to be a whistler, but I never got a good nor bad sense about it. I'll leave this up to you guys to decide if it was my grandpa or something more malevolent. My dad was a complete non-believer at the time, but this really opened up his eyes. It was his first real paranormal experience. Please help me understand what's going on. Hi, I'm a programmer who likes taking walks. And sometimes on my walks, something very strange happens. I'm not sure if this is even the correct place to post this, but I feel like I've gone through other avenues and like speaking to mental health professionals who told me this is not a mental health related problem. I was wondering if anybody had experienced or knows anybody who experienced something similar, or at least if someone has some explanation about what's happening to me. I'd really like to hear because I feel like I'm losing my mind. The problem. When I'm out on my walks with my dog, occasionally I will hit with what will feel like a distant memory. The odd thing is, the memories of the current place and seemingly the current time period. However, the memory feels ancient, even impossibly old, given I'm only 33 and these memories feel like they're from earlier than that. Not only that, I have no words to describe how high definition that memory is, and how weirdly interactive it is. The only way I can describe it is by comparing our reality to that of a PlayStation 1 game. This reality looks like a badly rendered PlayStation 1 game by comparison. The place in the memory is the same place, but there's so much feeling of belonging, home, and love that resonates strongly from these memories. So what about it? The memories seem to not be tied to an event or a person, but they're tied to places and smells and triggered by places and smells. They come with a deeper sense of home and belonging and love. Love than anything I can usually remember, a stronger sense of familiarity, and overwhelming happiness to quote-unquote be back. Or so the emotions would indicate. In the past, they were just flashes of picture filled with like layers of emotion, and now the memories can last of maybe up to around 10 seconds or so. I can look around and remember things are impossible, but when I leave the immersion, I forget them like a dream. But I remember having remembered them, even if I don't remember them now. Make sense? Doesn't make any sense to me anyway. My thoughts. Well, initially I thought I'm going crazy. Time to talk to a mental health professional. They assured me it doesn't sound mentally health related, it sounded like a strong imagination. I started finding out what else it could be. Since I know for a fact I could not have willingly imagined such a higher definition place because it seems impossible to imagine until you saw it. And so it seems to line up uncomfortably well with simulation theory. But if it's a simulation, then it feels like this reality has bugs or is breaking apart slowly in general. I would personally rather be a mental health problem, or even something paranormal, than breaking down a simulation for obvious reasons. But I do feel like this world feels less and less real to me every time it happens, which happens 2 or 3 times a week, by the way. Always on my walks, and always triggered by a combination of location and smell. There seems to be no reoccurring spot, and I cannot reproduce it purposefully. Please give me your thoughts if you know anything, or if this sounds like something familiar or similar to something. Please tell me what you think it could be, or even ideas how to trigger it to happen again, or to keep me there for longer. That's because these 10 seconds, it's just not enough each time. I just want to feel that sensation of home, belonging, and love again. But
Welcome to Paranormal M, where thrilling tales of the unexplained take center stage. Subscribe now and turn on notifications for your weekly dose of mystery. Let the haunting begin.
I got a lot to explain, but I need help. I'm a 19-year-old male. I want to start by saying I'm not an expert, but I know I'm not an idiot. I was valedictorian of my school as well, and find so much joy in reading and learning about physics, psychology, logic, and biology. A true atheist prior to this experience. I may be agnostic, don't know anymore. I was a heavy user of cannabis, but strictly weed in the sense of it helped my ADHD and depression, yet I did heavily abuse to the point I found myself one day uncontrollably puking for 14 hours. That's where I went to the hospital and was diagnosed with cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. This was devastating as you can imagine as somebody who was smoking a quarter ounce a day to themselves. Yet I still knew what had to be done, and I quit smoking. I had 10 days till I had a dream again. And when I say it was a dream, it was something else entirely. still trying to wrap my head around it. If a bunch of trauma growing up, including suicide, and between my grandfather, my best friend at age 16, and his mother, this was the reason why I picked up weed to begin with, as a way to cope with the loss, and I stuck to it like glue. Moving forward, I had a dream where inside of it, I'll spare you the read. At the end, I found myself staring at the mirror, and my eyes were red, and so red, in fact, that they were almost black, a deep wine color. And in the dream, I was trying to convince myself they weren't red, and I was high, so I was going to be okay. Yet when I looked in the mirror, I saw the 3 people I mentioned before just behind me. Hanging out, I was comfortable with it. If I paint the picture a little more, my friend as well as his mother killed themselves the same way by a shot to the head with a shotgun, relatively blowing their entire head off. Grandpa hung himself with some kind of strong elastic material. And in the dream, I couldn't help notice that at one point, me and my grandfather's eyes were the same color. That's when I woke up. I brushed it off entirely due to, understanding that I haven't had a dream in a few years because of weed, and it was going to be intense and started my day. And here's where I'm losing all explanations. My dream lined up with my day to a T in an emotional and metaphorical sense, to where toward the end of my day there was a conversation between my roommate about friends at school dying and being bothered by this conversation, but not relating the dream to reality. I isolated myself in the room where me and my girlfriend got in an argument, and she left with calling me weird. So, overcome by emotions, I did what I knew. I smoked a half of a gram joint, knowing how high such a little amount would get me. When I walk out, of course smelling like weed, one of my roommates gives me a very stern lecture on how I can't keep doing this to my body. I knew I couldn't, yet couldn't even give a chance to explain myself. So I sat and was just like, I know. Soon I went to the bathroom, sensing no one wanted to interact with me after I had smoked. In the bathroom, I swear to fucking God, I did the same thing, like I was fine. I'm just high, and then boom. Just in the reflection of all 3 of them hovering, I didn't freak out, and I knew it was real life. I was just kind of sitting there telling myself so many lies about things I didn't need to work on, and soon after I thought of my dream, I experienced a panic attack as well as a DID episode, which I had never experienced before. DID. My girlfriend, which I told about the dream earlier, makes her own connection. She said she found me freaking the fuck out in the bathroom and knew there was something going on. She believes in all things paranormal and supernatural, and just can't find an explanation for what happened outside of this. Excuse how difficult this is to read, as I'm writing this in the morning after still panicked and being confused. Could somebody, anybody, tell me what in the hell happened, as well as ask any and all questions necessary? Sweet dreams. Ghost or worse encounter. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend. It's out in a rural area of Melbourne, Victoria in Australia. For 3 months of 2020, during which I had 3 separate encounters with what I'm convinced was a ghost. The house itself was big, spacious, and spread out, with 3 rooms, a long corridor. The house was once a child care center that had been rezoned as a private property. So the corridor had 2 doors that were nailed shut. No curtains or curtain rods, which left the windows exposed all the time. At night it was absolutely creepy. It was on the main road, so far back from the street and absolutely surrounded by trees and bushes that the streetlights were barely visible. My first encounter was extremely terrifying. Even thinking about it now scares me. I was in bed, a long day at work and hospital. It was during COVID, extremely stressful. So I went to bed around 9:30 p.m. I remember just waking up in that slow way you sometimes do at night. But it wasn't because I need to use the toilet or to get a drink. It was because I felt a heavy presence on the end of my bed. I slowly wake up and the presence on my legs felt heavier. I was trying to control my breathing, trying to move my legs, and the heavy presence moved up my body until it felt like something was crouching on my knees and thighs. I tried to pretend to be sleeping because I felt like if the presence knew I was awake, something would happen to me. So I lie as still as I can. I sleep under 3 blankets, all of them wrapped around me, so I felt like I was safe. Until the blankets started slowly being pulled down from around me. I could feel the blankets being dragged back, and the presence shifted until it was on my hips and just above my belly button. I tried to breathe as little as possible as the blankets were dragged off me and the mattress shifted beneath me. It was as if something was kneeling and standing on it. That was when I started to cry, biting my lips so I wouldn't make a noise. As the presence pulled my first blanket off me and started on the second, I genuinely felt like I was just going to die, or at least be seriously hurt. So I lay there in heart-pounding fright. I think I might have, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I think I might have just passed out. I remember that feeling of lightheadedness and then nothing. The second encounter I had was once again when I was in bed. I was nowhere near sleep. I had tried to watch a few episodes of Collateral on Netflix, but had given up due to stress about an upcoming uni assignment. I was laying in the dark, half covered by my blankets, when something took hold of my arm. It tugged it out of my blankets, held it up in the air. Once again, I froze, pretending to sleep. My arm was perpendicular to my body up in the air. I could feel something heavy kneeling on my mattress next to me. I tried to breathe slowly as whatever it was held my arm in a tight grip. I remember desperately saying Hail Mary and trying to casually move my arm as if sort of shifting in my sleep. And all that happened was the mattress shifted, as if the presence was climbing onto the bed. It dropped my arm and sort of tingled for the rest of the night and felt like I had gone to sleep, or how your elbow feels when you bang your funny bone. I hate that. The last encounter was an early morning one. That's because I remember seeing the sunlight through the gap in my blinds. I started to push my blankets off myself and climb out of the bed. That's when something grabbed my waist, pulled me back down, wrapping what felt like an arm around my waist. I froze, unable to move, and this presence pushed up against me and something pressed up against my ear and whispered, "No." I remember shaking extremely hard as I pulled myself out of bed and basically bolted from the room, smacking into my cousin's boyfriend. He was walking up the hall from their room. Is my house haunted, or is something attached to me? For side information, I've lived in this house for 4 years. So the activity's been over the years of living here, and it's been built in the 1980s. I, female of 21, live in a small, poop brown house with my mother, 40, sister 18, and brother 16. Elk River, Minnesota. It's a small town off of many rivers. It's about 15 minutes from the Halloween capital in the world. Growing up, I never believed in anything spiritual. I don't believe in God, and I always told everyone ghost stories were exactly that, stories. Till I got to 8th grade, I lived in a house where the TV would randomly turn on and change channels. I took a photo with some friends in the backyard. When you took a close enough look, there's a figure standing between me and one of the boys in the dark. We lived in the woods in a small neighborhood at the time. There were no lights or anyone else standing behind us. That's when I began to believe. I moved into the house I'm in now, my junior year of high school. That's when my parents got divorced. Started with me and my friends buying a Ouija board from Goodwill. Whoa, that sounds like a strong Ouija board. I never had looked into anything, and me and my friends at the time thought it would be funny to prank my sister with it, who's always had a fascination with anything spooky. The friend I was with screamed and then threw the board at the wall. After the board hit the wall, the house was quiet. I had a bad feeling about it, so I just put the board back in its box and put it away. About a week later, my sister calls me while me and my friend, let's call her Kayla, we're in the McDonald's drive-thru, asking if I was home. I told her no, because obviously I'm trying to get a McChicken and a nice coffee. When she tells me the door handle to the bathroom keeps turning while she's in the shower. My brother was at school, my mom works 2 jobs, and normally doesn't get home till 5 or 6 p.m. I tell her, well, don't die, I'll be home soon. I hang up and head home. I come in, yell for her, and she walks out of her room and goes. I come out and I see no one. I tried to come out of my room a few minutes ago, and I swear I saw a woman walk down her hallway. Another time, I had come home at around 3 a.m. after going to the casino with friends. You can gamble at 18 here. I brush my teeth, wash my face, and climb into bed. So it's about 3:25 at this point when all of a sudden there was a high-pitched sound in my ear. Like almost a loud ringing, and the blanket got pulled off my body. Normal people probably would have freaked out, but I just closed my eyes and pulled the blanket over my head. My friends have heard their name whispered to them in the dead of night. And there was a time Kayla was sleeping on my couch upstairs in the living room, she started to feel the blanket getting tugged. Sleeping in my room downstairs at the time, and she assumed it was just me trying to mess with her. She turns her body to hit me and realized no one was there. I'd been packing to house sit last January and left my phone in the bathroom, the one my sister wasn't from the beginning of the story. Propped up playing music on the towel rack. I was out in my room when I heard something fall. I walked into the bathroom where my phone was now laying on the floor. I didn't think anything of it because maybe I got a notification and maybe it just fell, you know. But when I went to go check it out, I really had noticed my candle sitting on the bathroom sink. It was close to the faucet and nowhere near the end of the counter. So I pick up my phone and go back to packing. When all of a sudden I hear glass shatter in the bathroom I was just in. The candle that had been close to the faucet was now shattered all over the floor. I have other weird things that have happened, but this is already super long. I have another one about Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum in Vegas as well. But what do you guys think? Am I haunted, or am I just crazy? Car simply vanished. Time slip. Anyone have any ideas as to what the hell happened? For context, I'm a dog walker living in the west coast of Scotland. It was a rainy, miserable day sometime in August. I had about 5 dogs in my van to take on a group walk. And as it was rainy, I decided to take them to the beach. It would likely be empty in such a shitty day. As I turned off onto the 1/4 mile track leading down to the beach, I caught up with another car that was driving down there as well. I'll admit I was a bit peeved because I was hoping to get to the beach myself, but there are 2 bays, separated by a load of rocks you can't cross easily. I had 2 separate paths leading down to them from the car park of this particular beach, so I figured I'd let these guys park up and see which bay they wanted to go on, and I'd go into the other bay. You sound like me. As I followed the car into the otherwise empty car park, I immediately pulled into the first space on the right. Was the car I was following appeared to carry on driving right to the end of the car park, about 30, maybe 40 yards along. It's a small car park, more of a field, but whatever. I turned my engine off and looked out my passenger side window, and the car was still driving along. I gave it a minute, and I leaned over to look out the window again, and the car was just inching forwards as if it was finally about to stop. I waited a bit longer, expecting to hear the sound of car doors opening and shutting. I didn't hear anything. So I leaned forwards, looked again, and the car was still inching forwards as though it was just about to stop. It had seemed to be like just about to stop forever at this point. But it didn't strike me as odd. I was just getting impatient, wanting them to just go out and pick a beach and leave me to myself. At this point, the dog started to whine. Presumably a bit confused as to why I had just parked up and sat there and not letting them out. So I decided to get out and open the back door of the van and placate them. They're crated so they wouldn't be able to jump out. So I got out and walked around the back of my van, glanced over to the car that was still just slowly pulling into its car parking space. At this point, I'm still not thinking anything is off. I just thought this is the slowest driver in the world, and I'm getting a bit impatient. I just want to get on as I have a busy day. After glancing at the car, I opened my back doors. Maybe it would have taken 0.5 to 1 second. Look back at the car again, and it's vanished. There's no sign of it. There's no way in the other end of the car park, and the only way was the way that we both came in. Which would have required the car to turn around, drive past me, and I know this wasn't possible because 1, there simply wasn't enough time for it to have turned around and drove past, and 2, I would have definitely heard it do so. It would have been driving along the track about 1 meter behind me. And 3, I would have seen it driving back up the quarter-mile track that we'd just driven down, and I looked back up there and there were no vehicles. I know this story's a bit boring and it's hard to convey just how impossible this actually is without you fully understanding the layout of this beach and car park, but believe me, this is just impossible. Does anybody have any idea of what happened? The closest thing I can come up with is a time slip. However, people usually report feeling strange, losing time, and also going back significantly in time, whereas I felt nothing but irritation at how long the car was taking to park. Though, in retrospect, the fact I glanced at it several times over the course of about 2 minutes is like just pulling it into its spot every time is a bit strange. The car was pretty modern, and it was a Ford Mondeo estate car with a roof box on it. I didn't make a note of the year, but definitely under 10 years old. Are you doing metric or not metric over there in Scotland? Ghost that watched me while I was a child. I'd like to start by stating that all of my family members have seen somewhat similar things, and or different things than what I've seen. I've also had strange events happen in all the houses that we've lived in. The context to my family before I get into this is that I was around 4 or 6 in these events, and I have a brother or sister, and my parents lived with my grandparents on my dad's side. One of the earliest memories I have was living in this fairly large house at the time. It was a nice house, a bit of context on the layout. They walked through the front door and you had a small connector to the guest bathroom. And our garage to your right, and as you walk up the landing, it was a platform that had a staircase to your right and a hallway leading into a dining room in your left, which I used as a playroom. Small connector, a foyer perhaps. If you continued forward, you had the top of the basement steps, which had a half wall on the side closest to the landing, and then a couple inches before the living room if you went forward. The living room was pretty large. It also had the kitchen and an area where we had the kitchen table. I was playing at the end of the living room one day, furthest away from the steps, when it was just me and my mom home, and I didn't have school yet. Everyone else was at work or just gone. We had a TV at the end of the living room, which was just off at the time, and I was playing with my cars before I noticed that in the reflection of the TV, I saw a weird, tall figure at the top of the steps. I was very puzzled, so I turned around and looked, and I saw a man without a face that was tall, wore a suit and a top hat. I always described the man as having no face because it was a weird, fuzzy, transparent void, if that makes sense. I proceeded to stare at the figure for a while before I turned back looking at the TV, hoping it would go away, and I saw that the reflection was gone. I sat there puzzled for a moment before I ran to go tell my mom in the bathroom upstairs. I had to pass right when he was standing, and I saw him so he could assume little me was terrified to all hell. The second encounter that I remember about was this man that we were just talking about, which sounds a little bit like me in high school, but me and my sister were playing in the landing near the front door. The door had glass that was fully visible, but you can kind of see through it. Anyways, it was late at night, and one night everybody was home, but me and my sister were the only ones downstairs. We were, playing with different toys and stuff, and all of a sudden I see a man in a suit at the door outside. Now, like earlier, I couldn't see the face of him, but he was wearing the same suit this time, and his skin was grayish. But still, you couldn't see it, so I called it a wolf man in a suit just because the skin was gray. Third encounter, I don't actually remember it, but it was multiple and just put into one because, like I said, I can't remember. Anyways, my family members told me about the experience during this time, and I used to keep a book to try to draw these ghosts I saw. That's my dog. But they told me that I would talk about the man in the suit with the top hat in my playroom, and that he would always watch me. I always stated that the man was outside my windows watching me too. Overall, these are just some of the things that I've seen, and I'm now 18, but I have seen a decent amount of things, and I'd like to know if anybody else has anything or experiences that are similar or anything. I have tried seeing the history of deaths and etc. to see if I could find something, but couldn't. The only known thing to me is the house was burned down at one point, but they rebuilt it. I do have some more stories from this house that get a bit weirder, but if anybody wants to hear about them or share a story, well, feel free. The Wraith of Mary King's Close. On a dark and drizzly winter night in Edinburgh, Claire and her boyfriend James joined a small group tour of Mary King's Close, a network of underground streets buried beneath the Royal Mile. The guide's voice echoed through the narrow, claustrophobic passages, weaving tales of plague victims, lost souls, and lingering spirits. Though Claire was skeptical of ghost stories, she couldn't shake the oppressive atmosphere of the ancient walls closing in around her. The guide stopped outside a dimly lit room. "This," he said, "is Annie's room. A young girl abandoned during the plague. It's said to haunt it. Visitors often leave toys to soothe her restless spirit." He gestured to a corner piled with dolls, teddy bears, and trinkets. As the group moved on, Claire lingered. Something about the room's icy chill and faint musty odor drew her in. "Annie," she whispered, half joking. A sharp knock echoed from the far corner of the room. Startled, she turned to see nothing but the shadowed walls. Assuming it was James playing a trick, she hurried to rejoin the group. But James was with the guide. The tour continued deeper into the close, but Claire's unease grew. She felt a persistent tug on her scarf, as if a child's tiny fingers were toying with it. Twice she turned around expecting to see someone behind her, but the dark passage remained empty. James teased her, blaming her jitters on the eerie stories. At the tour's end, the guide pointed out a steep staircase that led to an unsealed exit. The staircase was closed for centuries, he said. The construction disturbed something best left alone. People report whispers, laughter, and other things. James, ever the skeptic, convinced Claire to climb the staircase before they left, hoping for a thrill. The steps were uneven, and the air grew colder with every ascent. As they reached a landing, Claire stopped dead in her tracks. At the top stood a figure cloaked in shadows, a gaunt woman in tattered 17th century garments, her face a pale mask of rage, her hollow eyes locked on Claire, and her mouth twisted into a silent scream. James laughed nervously. A projection or something, right? But Claire couldn't respond. Her throat was tight and her pulse thundered in her ears. The woman raised a skeletal hand and pointed down the staircase. Suddenly, a cacophony of whispers filled the air, overlapping voices pleading, sobbing, and cursing in Old Scots. The smell of decay filling their nostrils. Without warning, James was yanked backward. He fell hard against the stone steps, gasping. Claire tried to help him, but an unseen force held him down. His eyes widened in terror as claw-like scratches appeared in his arms, oozing blood. "Run!" he screamed. But Claire was frozen. The woman's ghastly form moved closer, her feet never touching the ground. She leaned toward Claire, her breath like icy death. Then, as suddenly as it all started, the whispers stopped. The apparition vanished, leaving Claire and James in suffocating silence. They scrambled down the stairs, bustling into the night air, shaken and pale. Later, in the safety of their hotel, Claire pulled back her scarf to reveal faint bruising around her neck, a perfect imprint of small, childlike fingers. They never spoke of Mary King's clothes again, but locals say they weren't the first to encounter the wraith, nor will they be the last. And if you ever feel a tug on your scarf while wandering Edinburgh's haunted streets, don't turn around. You might see her. My fiancé had the same night terror about hell at the same time as me. Well, about a few months ago, my fiancé, a male of 27 years old, and I, a female 24, were upstairs in her bedroom. Next to our bedroom is a spare bedroom that my fiancé and our roommate, male 24, use as a man cave or gaming room. At that moment, our roommate was in the room gaming while my fiancé and I were watching a new K-drama on Netflix. This K-drama was about a guy who was a fake shaman, and he tricked people into believing he was real with the help of his sibling or friend. Can't remember which one it was. Long story short, I started to pass out, and I looked over and saw my fiancé passing out as well. All I remember was screaming. It sounded like the depths of hell, screaming people. I was so scared, and all I saw was black, and I felt the ground underneath me shaking violently. The screaming was so intense that I swear I thought I was dead and I was in hell. The scream sounded like people burning to death. Writing. This even after a few months later gives me chills and a PTSD vibe. I can't handle screaming of any sort because of what happened. I struggled so hard to open my eyes as I started to scream with whatever was screaming. As I opened my eyes and continued to scream, my fiancé is already screaming and running to the door. As he's reaching for the door and screaming, I noticed that the shaman show was still on, but the Mac keyboard was stuck and causing the show to keep playing and stopping nonstop. I looked at my fiancé and started screaming. What the F? What the feck? I was going to bleep myself. What the fuck? What the fuck happened? Just what happened? What was all that? What the fuck? I don't know. I heard him screaming. I was in hell. I got up to save you. Thought you were dying with your roommates downstairs. Then outside at the bedroom door, we heard a gun cocking. My roommate was banging on the door and getting his gun ready for what the fuck was happening behind her door. All I remembered thinking was that this was real, hell is real, and he's going to end the hell that might be downstairs. Then I finally came to my senses as her roommate banged on her door one last time and said, "What the fuck? You guys okay? What's going on in there?" And all I said was, "Do you got a gun?" "Why?" he replied. "I thought somebody broke into your room." All I heard was bloody murder screams. We all eventually calmed down and explained to our roommate that my fiancé and I had the same hell night terror, and that we were sorry for scaring him. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night either. Neither did my fiancé. He described the screams and he felt the room shake. He felt the horror and the true meaning of hell with me. It took us a while to stop shaking and crying. We both came to an agreement that it might have been the Mac causing the screams to sound the way they were due to the button being stuck. I went through the K-drama episode and there was not one scene where anyone was screaming, let alone screaming bloody murder like they were being burned alive. My fiancé is a very religious man, and he believes it was the shaman show. He believes that whatever was in the show cursed us that night. I believe it was the weed we smoked a couple of hours earlier. Anybody else had this happen to them? Has anybody experienced a night terror with their partner or friend? Let me know, yes. I thought typically when one smokes weed, you have less dreams. And I will say that me watching a K-drama might have me screaming in such a manner. But that's just my taste. Full body apparition of my high school teacher. For a bit of backstory, me and my dad's side of the family have always been attuned with spirits and the paranormal. It's affected my grandmother, aunts, uncle, most of our cousins, and of course my dad and I. Spirits are drawn toward us because it's easier for us to see them and be positively or negatively affected by their presence. My earliest spiritual memories when I was a kid seeing and speaking to spirits. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I've seen many full-body apparitions in my life, but this experience was by far the most surreal. I was a freshman in high school when this encounter took place. On this day, I got to school much earlier than usual. Got there about 30 minutes before classes started, so I hung out by my locker for a bit. The student population was fairly small, so the entrance to our school was a narrow double-door entryway. During the start of the school day, students and faculty were usually squished together like a can of sardines while trying to enter the building. Anyways, my first class was near the front entrance. My locker was on the opposite end of the school. While walking to class, I had to push against the flow of people entering the building, all while getting slammed with backpacks and just glared at by knowing upperclassmen. But suddenly, I got a very uneasy feeling. Walking with the crowd of incoming students was my school's art teacher. He was fairly popular with his pupils. He had recently graduated from college, so it was easy to relate to him. Typically, people would chat with him wherever he went, but today, no one was acknowledging him. It was at that moment that we locked eyes. He looked startled when I saw him, and his reaction totally caught me off guard. Visually, he looked normal, but in my mind, I saw a dark aura hovering over his head. A sharp chill rushed down my spine that was so intense it was practically painful. I felt weirdly drawn to his energy, and it scared me, like a lot. I physically had to struggle to break her gaze, and when I did, I practically ran to my classroom. After first period, it wasn't long before the entire school erupted into chaos. Our art teacher, the one I had seen earlier in the hallway, had never shown up to class. This sparked out of control rumors. Some of his dedicated pupils had started to panic and cry. A couple of girls were crying in my second period, so I avidly assured them that I had seen him that morning. It made them calm down and feel a bit better. So I promised all my friends and classmates that I had seen him just a little while earlier. But at lunchtime, the news finally broke. The night before, our teacher committed suicide. Students were crying and the school fell silent. But I had seen him. I was confused and frustrated, so I was begging my friends, teachers, and even strangers to listen to me when I said that he was okay. People became furious with me. I was accused of making up lies for attention and was shunned by a lot of close friends. I was an insecure 14-year-old, so getting attention was the last thing I wanted, and I had no reason to lie. However, I would soon find out I wasn't the only one who had seen him. During lunch, as I was rambling on and on about seeing him, 3 upperclassmen approached me. They all began to corroborate my story. Yeah, I saw him by the school entryway. So did I. Me too. Something was off, but I'm certain it was him. Did no one else see him? And so on. Not only had we all seen him, it was at the same time, the same location, we all had the same reaction to his presence. That's an interesting one. Possible babysitter ghost. Backstory. When I started preschool, when I was about 3 or 4, my parents had their old friend Helga and her sister Jeanne. Or Jean. Jeanne? Anyhow, they lived with her, and they babysat me. I had afternoon preschool, so my mom would take me over there in the morning. Helga and Jean also babysat my older brother David, who was 5 or 6. Not only that, but the kids and other friends. Deidre and Danielle were fraternal twins, a year older than me, and their older brother Andrew was a year older than David, and, well, we lived in the Midwest. That's where everybody loves baseball, and, well, Helga was the biggest St. Louis Cardinal fan I'd ever met. First room you see when you enter her house is the living room, which had cardinal red painted walls and the cardinal logo on the wall above her TV. There was a fake cherry tree outside my house. It had cherries, but they were hard and not safe to eat. I don't know why we have it. Anyways, 4 years old me knew Helga liked red, so when she'd drop me off home, I'd pick a cherry and I'd give it to her. She was nice about it. Her rocking chair was right next to the front door when you walked in, and she was always knitting a rainbow blanket for me. She finally finished it shortly before she died. I don't know why I gave so much backstory. But I remember walking in the front door with my mom, David, Deirdre, or Diedre. I don't know how to say that. Deirdre, Danielle, and Andrew weren't in preschool at this point, so it was just supposed to be me, Helga, and Jean, until Helga drove me there. I walked in first in front of my mom, and I just looked left, and Helga was sitting in a rocking chair asleep. Or I thought she was asleep. It didn't look comfortable, but Jean was sitting on the couch watching something on TV, so I took it upon myself to wake her up. "Hi, Helga. Wake up, it's morning." Helga always let me nap in her room before I had to go to preschool. Sort of let us just snack on honey buns. She'd take all of us to the road ranger for pancakes in her red van sometimes. When we got to the mail, she would choose someone to run and get it, and when we came back, she'd pretend to forget to shut the doors for a few seconds, which was hilarious and incredible to 5 little kids. I remembered all of this while I was trying to shake her awake. My mom and Jean realized before I did, but I was crying before I knew why. Helga's skin was wrinkly, but still kind of warm. She had her cardinal baseball cap on, and she looked normal. But still. She had a heart attack in a rocking chair while asleep, and that was that. I remember my mom ushered me into the driveway, and police came eventually. I remember asking them to come back in many times to say goodbye. I don't remember the goodbye, but I remember running back into the driveway in tears. A few years after that, I still remembered Helga and the itchy blanket she spent so long knitting me. I didn't have many friends, and my parents divorced when I was 5. I was a sad kid, and I think it was Veterans Day when my dad took Grandma, David, and I to see our Papa's grave. Before we came home, we also went to go see Helga's grave. Talked to her for a bit, but didn't feel much better. My dad pulled up to the driveway. I saw a bright red cardinal in my dad's fake cherry tree. There's cardinals everywhere. I realized it could be a coincidence, but I'd like to think Helga's still looking out for me. I worked in a haunted bar, featured on Ghost Adventures. If anybody watches Ghost Adventures, you can look up the episode called The Chinatown Poltergeist, and it's an episode inside the bar I worked at for half a year. On my first day to interview, the general manager and the bar manager were very clear with me that the bar was haunted. They're very serious and that it's more mischievous than it is dangerous. Having had my own paranormal experiences in college and having somewhat of a higher vibration, you could say, I wasn't really too worried about it, and I really wanted and needed the job. Vinnie Paul Abbott of Pantera was actually there the night before he died. Fun fact. A lot of my coworkers had different stories, along with the stories that are featured in the Ghost Adventures episode. Entities mentioned were an old man and a little girl. Really something with little girls in haunted places, having things break or go missing. Voices in storage areas. Voices when the bar was empty during grave hours. It's a 24-hour bar. And even physical things like hair being pulled or one guy being thrown to the ground after mocking an artifact of a shrunken head that may or may not be a real shrunken head. I was also shown a ceremonial blade and it still has real human blood on it, and an urn that apparently had a fraction of the ashes of Aleister Crowley. For a while, I never saw or heard anything. I was left by myself alone in the bar a few times. I did put music on and just kind of sing like maybe their spirits here will give them a show. But I started to change. I was always angry and frustrated. I would rationalize all these things I should be happy and grateful for, but I just couldn't help it. I was always pissed. And on a 120-degree day in Vegas, when a belligerent customer started harassing me, I told her to shut the fuck up. And as liberating as that was, because she was an evil person, it was out of my character for a professional bartender of 13 years. Then I started getting these weird rashes and marks that are apparently called, not my dog flopping his ears, but these marks that are apparently called dermatographia. I thought I was getting really sick and got it in my head I'd developed something really bad. And that led to more stress, lots of restless days, and eventually my herniated disc started acting up randomly and got to such a level of pain that I was having a scoop of ice while on my knee. The pain in my back affected my performance so much that I lost the job. And from there, I spiraled into 3 or 4 months of panic attacks and levels of anxiety I never thought I was capable of experiencing. As a spiritual person that's still sort of learning about God, I called on that and I prayed for my strength. Eventually, I was able to push through, avoid medication, and work my way out of the depression. But I just haven't been able to shake the effect that place had on me. And I was warned. Never seen such a high turnover. There's very few of the staff that had stuck around for various reasons. One of the last messages from my bar manager was wishing me good luck on an admission and how weird the energies were there. Could have just been some coincidental nervous breakdown, but intuitively, I don't think so. This morning on my hospice unit. I work overnight shifts as a nurse, often take care of patients who are actively passing away. A large part of my work is to make sure that they're comfortable, clean, and that I monitor the patient to keep the family updated in their condition. I've got to keep moving at nighttime. I always help my nursing aides rotate and clean my patients. Besides, it allows me to keep close tabs on how my patients are doing. Last night I was helping one of my techs, and we noticed the patient was starting to breathe much slower and was starting to have pauses, though not for very long. Estimating when somebody's going to pass is never an exact science, but there are signals that can report to the family that the patient's having signs indicating that they're likely going to be passing soon. So after finishing rotating the patient, I called the patient's family to pass on what I'd seen. It was unfortunately a little after 1 a.m. when I called the priority contact, but after ringing twice, it went to voicemail. I leave a message apologizing for the late call, explain who I am and why I'm calling. Then I leave a callback number. My tech and I are back to this patient's room again at 3 a.m. taking care of the patient, and now the patient's breathing is getting even more drawn out. Again, I call the patient's family and again leave a voicemail explaining how I felt the patient won't be around much longer. At 5 a.m. I go and sit in the patient's room to chart on my mobile computer and just listen to my fella breathe. Towards the end of my charting, I noticed that the patient's breathing had finally stopped. After doing a quick assessment, I called my tech into the room and we prepped the body for the family to come visit. I called the family again at maybe 6 a.m. to update them on their family members passing. This time they answered the phone and came to the hospital right away as they lived close. 6:30-ish, the patient had 2 family members come up to the unit, and I guided them to the patient's room for them to say their final goodbyes. As I left the room, I closed the door behind me to give them some privacy in such an intimate moment. The day shifters were starting to filter in when I suddenly heard banging coming from down the hall from the nursing station. I quickly got up and investigated, as banging noises at 7:05 was really the bane of my existence. I found that the banging had come from my expired patient's room. I quickly run up to the closed door and call out, "What's going on? Is everyone okay?" As I push on the door handle to let me into the room, the door handle doesn't budge an inch. I look down to double check that I'm pushing the right part of the door as I hear a panicked call from the other side. The door isn't opening. Now, patients' door in hospitals are designed with a heavy emphasis on safety. They're designed to be simple so that staff can get in and out in case of an emergency, and there's no locking mechanism. It's a push handle. I try that push handle again, and it doesn't budge. I shrug my shoulders and consider how I don't have to pay for repairs and try pushing with actual man strength. And again, not a budge. I was in and out of this room all night, and that's not including my tech doing the same. We've opened and closed this door repeatedly, and now it's completely immovable. I had to call engineering to get somebody to take the door off the handle. Thankfully, the team came quickly, got the door off the wall, and let the terrified family out. I left shortly after, as it was about 7:23, and laughed myself the whole way home. My patient wanted to spend more time with their family, whether the family wanted to or not. I like that one. I feel like my dead mother visited me. Am I going nuts? So my mother and I had a close bond. She and I were very close, and we always talked about the spirit world. Neither of us knew if anything exists beyond the physical world, but we loved talking about the idea. 6 months ago, I took her out to dinner, and we once again got to talking about life and death. She promised that when she died, she would reach out to me if that was something that was even possible. Fast forward 4 months, and my dear mother suddenly died. She wasn't even sick. Here 1 second, gone the next. Obviously, this has been a very difficult time for me and my family. I've been assisting my father with settling her affairs. This whole time I'm looking out for some sign that she's still there. Nothing at all happened for well over a month until a few days ago. It was around 6 p.m. and I was upstairs playing video games, feeling normal. I get this really weird sensation like I'm being watched. Not in a scary way, just to be clear. It just felt like someone was nearby. There was also a fuzzy feeling in the head and overall feeling of being in an altered state somehow. I needed to get on making dinner, so I head downstairs. My fiance's down there reading a book. On the way to the kitchen, I say, "I know this is going to sound crazy, but do you feel like Mom's here with us right now?" Before she can answer, I get this overwhelmingly positive feeling throughout my whole body. Shivers start on the back of my neck, and it's like some energy was flowing throughout my whole body. I later described it as a full-body panic attack, but replace all the negative feelings of panic attack with good positive ones. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced. This whole time, my feet are planted in one spot. I'm locking eyes with my fiancé, and I'm basically just saying, "What the fuck is this? Wow," over and over. At one point, I noticed my fiancé squint her eyes and cock her head, but I was a little bit too distracted to ask what was up. This sensation lasted for about 20 seconds before I began to cry pretty hard. I was crying for the loss of my mom, but also from joy, because deep down I felt that was my mom. Anyway, after I began to cry, my fiancé had me sit down on the couch and held me for a bit until I felt more normal. This is the part where I say that I'm a naturally skeptical person, maybe too much so, and that I definitely would have dismissed this whole experience as a psychological thing if it hadn't been for what my fiancé said to me next. She said that while this was happening, and we were locking eyes, for a brief moment she saw a woman's forehead directly behind me. She said she saw it, looked away, looked back, and it was still there before disappearing for good. What I found interesting is that my fiancé is the biggest scaredy cat about literally everything. And despite that, she said she wasn't frightened by what she saw. She felt a sense of calm and peace as I did. I felt a slightly less powerful sensation the following day. I said in my mind, "Mom, if that's you, feel free to reach out." Suddenly, my dog runs into the room, gives me this really perplexed look, freezes, then runs down the stairs, Scooby-Doo style. It was weird behavior for my dog, to be sure. Just felt like I wanted to share the story in hopes that maybe others have experienced something similar. Any mediums present here, feel free to give me your perspective. I like when dogs Scooby-Doo style anything. The paranormal activity throughout my family. I think I might have a generational issue with spirits in my family. My granny, mom, me, and my sister have all seen or had an encounter with spirits. Let me move my mic closer. Granny's, my grandma, encounter. She was lying down in her bed, and she seen, like a real person was there, her sister open the screen door and walk through her old house. Now, at the time, she had a shared bunk bed with her sister. My granny had the top bunk and her sister had the bottom bunk. Whenever this happened, her sister was sleeping and had never went outside. This story may be a little bit messed up because I only heard it once. I would ask her about it, but she's passed since. I've been told this. My mother's encounter. My mom used a Ouija board. Nothing happened as she was using it. As she was lying down for bed, she'd seen this man in a white t-shirt above her bed. After she completely got rid of the board and never touched it again. She said that the guy in the closet used to make noises like moving stuff around and playing with her toys. That's all that she'd told me. She didn't like going into much details whenever it would play in her closet. My experience. I'm not going to go too much about my sister, or rather, into much of what? I'm not going to go into much of my sister. Well, that's good. But she experienced less things than me. I never had experiences with ghosts until I played the spiritual game with my old friends. I'll give you a short summary of what this game was, if you don't know what I'm talking about. This game's a 2-player game where y'all both use coins to ask yes or no questions. There's 2 major rules with this game. 1, to leave the game, y'all both have to get yes on the coins. 2, never spend or lose the coin after you use it. I'm not going to get too into the rules, I just want y'all to have the background knowledge of this game. Well, long story short, I played multiple games without ending them. I also lost my coin after 2 or 3 years. Losing a coin and spending is supposed to cause bad luck. Also, I didn't only play this game, I played other games that I didn't close them correctly. After all of these bad choices, I started to have paranormal experiences. These all ranged from stuff moving, hearing noises, doors, cabinets opening and shutting and knocking, running in footsteps. Talking, whispers, bells ringing like the ones that are used when somebody might be buried alive. Growling, whistling, and scratches. I started seeing figures after all of this too. I named the figure I seen as the Tall Man. I begun to see other apparitions, but none of them had as big of an impact compared to that figure. I'll attach a horribly drawn picture of the figure. Man, I wish I had that. That I drew myself. And by the way, he's taller than how he looks in the picture I drew. I would say he's about 8 feet tall. I have many stories I could tell, but there's so many that I have to pick and choose between them. I want that picture. My limited experiences. Back at the very end of my sophomore year of high school, I had an event after school that caused me to come home a little bit late. My parents had just split, so my mom and one of my sisters lived in an apartment together. My dad worked nights back then. As for my other sisters, the oldest was married and the other was rarely home. So it was just me that day until either my sister actually came home or my dad came back after midnight. I was chilling in my room. I heard the garage door from downstairs slam shut. Scared me so badly, especially as the next thing I heard was the front door open and slam shut as well. My bed was right by the window to look out. There's no one. No one left the house, and even stranger, my family's dog wasn't barking. She was a rescue who was all bark. No bite, but boy would she bark. She would bark at anyone or anything she didn't recognize, or even if somebody came into the house or left. Yeah, mine too. Yet she didn't bark once. She actually ran into the room, just seemed a little bit spooked. When I went downstairs to check, everything was in its place. I opened the front door, no one was there, possibly just staying on her porch or out of sight from my bedroom window. My next encounter was after one of the very last days in high school. I was somehow home alone again, despite having extended family move in after my parents split. Big house was filled with even more people, yet somehow I was alone again. When I made it all the way up the stairs, I heard something downstairs. Can't remember if it was like a pop or a slam, but nothing had fallen when I went to go check. Called out for anyone. I checked every single room, but there was nothing. And I know it wasn't any of the doors because each had their own distinct creaks or sounds when slammed, on purpose or on accident. I brushed it off thinking I was crazy. Ran back upstairs. A little bit later, I decided I wanted a snack. Barely a few steps out of my room, just before turning the corner to go down the stairs, I heard a voice over my left shoulder whisper, "Hey." It was in a hot, breathy way. It was a male voice. When I turned around, no one was there, and because, of course, I was alone. Normally, I would have choked it up to being my thoughts running rampant. I confused myself by thinking something, maybe, the vent was just blowing, but the vent wasn't blowing. Why would I hear a voice in only one ear? Or feel the air over my left shoulder as if it was hot? Despite it being spring, so the AC should have been on. I'll still never be able to explain that experience. But there was one other time, and this time it was like a day I had off of work. My dad was working, and for a short period of time it was just the two of us living in this big empty house. And again, it happened in the upstairs hallway. Almost in the same spot as before, but instead of me turning to go downstairs, I had just gotten upstairs. I heard another voice from downstairs call up to me, "Hey." And despite knowing no one would be there, I went back downstairs and searched every single room. Nothing. Went back upstairs, in the exact same spot I heard in my left ear, "Hi." It was in a similar voice, and now I've heard this voice twice now. That last experience was around 2 years ago. I've yet to be home alone again, so nothing's happened. And despite how jaded I was, I can't explain those 3 experiences. I encountered something very bad and very strong at a diner. The lady checking me out said she thinks she's haunted. You guys should already know about my other paranormal experiences. And I've hopefully already established that yes, I am a horror writer. No, I am not making this up. Otherwise, I'd put this damn thing to no sleep. Just an hour ago, I left the movie theater after watching a lighthearted movie. Nothing scary at all, really. Right after, I went to a restaurant to get some dessert. I had a hankering for pie. As I was there, I felt this nope, and I call it a nope because my back arches severely away from whatever's behind me. This nope only happens when someone or something bad is behind me. I don't claim to be a psychic, but I am sensitive. Usually this only happens with living people. I had an art teacher in the middle school that followed my class into high school and gave me this feeling anytime he was behind me, in the hallway, in the classroom, anywhere. If he was behind me, I'd feel it. Every now and then I get this feeling, and it usually goes away as soon as the person or thing in question isn't behind me or around me anymore. This feeling in the restaurant stuck the entire time I was there, though. I kept getting waves of it. It made me shudder, the kind of shuddering you do when something cold touches your back. Now, let me say, I didn't feel cold, I just felt nope. After I was done, myself and the person with me who'd been relaying this nonsensical feeling to went up to the register to pay. As we were up there checking out, I looked at the lady at the register and blurted out, "Is this place haunted?" I don't go around asking people that shit, I just don't. I don't need to look like a lunatic asking about bad vibes and cornflakes. It's just something I do. This lady, without skipping a beat, tells me that the other location she works at, she said she literally watched a printer nearby, nearly pushed off the counter in the back room. And another person there witnessed it too, and was caught on a security camera. She said that she was the only person who witnessed it. Or rather, she said she and the person who witnessed it, were both working at the restaurant that I was at tonight. She said that she was a little bit worried because she'd noticed things now moving around in her home. She asked if it could have followed her, and I told her yes, and I said she needed to sage herself, her home, and the freaking restaurant and tell it to get the fuck out. The entire ride home, I still felt this nope. So bad to the point where I just saged myself, the person I was at the restaurant with, and my whole damn house. feel much better after saging. The shit was too strong not to cleanse every inch of the place, and I feel the compulsive need to share this with you all. Anybody else get this nope, as I call it? Feel crazy for even sharing this because despite sharing other experiences, I've never really talked about the nope with anyone before, as I think it sounds absolutely off my rocker. I don't know if I'm sure if I'm looking for validation or closure or what, but Jesus Christ, that feeling was so strong tonight. And for some reason I feel old with this reckless abandon of the use of the word nope. I mean, obviously it's a word, but it's used incredibly often, and I want to know where it came from in its current use. Haunted vintage watch. Please tell me what to do. I wanted to share something that's been kind of haunting and oddly protecting me ever since I bought a vintage Ricoh R61 automatic watch from a quaint antique shop near JJ Hospital in Mumbai, India. I've always been fascinated by old mechanical watches and their history, but I never expected to encounter something like this. I picked up the watch from a seller who restores vintage timepieces from bulk lots. The Ricoh R61 immediately caught my eye. Had a square case, a day-date complication, and a worn but timeless charm. I didn't think much of its history then, though the seller mentioned the watches he acquires often come from estates, or as he vaguely put it, from lives now past. The first night I wore it to bed, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I was in what looked like a smoky disco in the late 70s or early 80s, like mirrored ceilings, strobe lights, polyester suits. Among the crowd, I saw a man in a white polyester suit with a deep maroon shirt and a collar spread wide. He exuded charisma, but carried an air of danger. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Gunshots rang out, and I saw him clutch his chest and fall to the ground, blood pooling around him. A mass shootout. Sterling SMG here and there, AK-47 burpings. I woke up in a cold sweat. Thought it was just a weird coincidence, but the dream repeated almost every night I wore the watch to bed. Each time I saw the same man, and I realized I was somehow viewing his final moments. What's strange is that despite the haunting imagery, the watch seemed to have brought me good fortune. A week after I got it, I narrowly avoided a serious accident. I was crossing the road, and something told me to step back just as a speeding car jumped the signal. Another time, I aced a crucial test I thought I'd bomb. There's been a series of small but significant events that's ever since owning this watch. It worked out in my favor. I began to suspect the man I see in my dreams isn't just anyone. He's the original owner of the watch, and somehow he's acting as a guardian soul. I did some digging into Mumbai's history and learning that the disco era in that city was often tied to organized crime. Gangsters frequented such place, and shootouts weren't unheard of. After researching and identified the year of the make, it was 1972. Only one major shootout at a disco hall in Bombay took place where the gangster died. Here's where it gets weirder. Sometimes, when I'm wearing a watch, I feel a cold sensation on my wrist. Even like, well, as he said, even on Swelter 3J. I've in nights while I study late night occasionally heard faint whispers, especially when I'm in a quiet room. Never clear words, just a murmuring, and the watch has a peculiar way of catching my attention, almost like it wants me to wear it on certain days. Has anyone else experienced something similar with an antique item? I'd love to hear your thoughts on what might be happening or how I can connect more of this spirit without inviting any negative energy.
me your opinion. First, I want to share some background. Since I was young, I've been afraid to stay alone and in the dark. I often feel like someone is watching me, but nobody else in my family has this problem or believes in spirits. When I was born, my parents moved to a new rented house. We stayed there for about 1 year. During that time, I was very ill for almost the entire year, according to my mom. Later, my parents found out that the previous tenants had a family issue, and the wife had committed suicide by setting herself on fire. When I was 17, I asked my mom about my reoccurring dreams where I was in a house that people would lock and set on fire. She then told me the story about the incident in the rented house. I was shocked because my dreams were similar to what had actually happened. In 2011, my dad's brother's daughter, who was physically handicapped, passed away at the age of 18. The doctors had already mentioned that her lifespan would be short. My dad mentioned that night after her death, I talked to her in my sleep and indicated how close she was to me. In 2011 to 2012, I started having nightmares, most often involving someone taking over my body or troubling me during sleep paralysis. Sometimes it felt like someone was sitting on my chest or walking around. These occurrences happened once or twice every 6 months, so I'd usually ignore them. In 2022, while studying law, I faced the possibility of a year back due to a strict guideline. When the college said it wasn't possible to avoid the year back, I lost hope. However, I recalled my relatives discussing that praying at my sister's grave could solve problems. As a last hope, I prayed with dedication, promising to visit her grave even though I never went inside since it was always closed. The next day, the year-back system was removed, and I felt it was a coincidence. Later, I prayed with dedication for my brother to go abroad, and within a week he did. Whenever I prayed with dedication, it seemed to work. However, in the past few months, I've been struggling to sleep. I often wake up between midnight and 2 or 3:30 a.m. feeling a strong negative energy. My whole family's in a deep sleep, and I frequently have dreams of snakes' possession or someone staring at me. I also get small injuries or scratches that I don't remember happening. A couple of weeks back, I woke up at 2:15 a.m., felt a negative energy, and left my room. Everyone was in a deep sleep, and nobody was using their phone. I sat in the hall, scrolled through a few reels, and thought of sleeping at 3 or 4 a.m. I decided to meditate, but suddenly heard a scary noise 30-45 seconds in my right ear. It caused me to panic. I checked my phone, which was on silent. My family was still asleep with their phones off. I felt it was a paranormal experience. Since then, I have not been able to sleep at night, and now sleep between 4 and 5 a.m. I can't tell my family because they won't believe me. I think I may have invited a spirit. My experience with an aggressive entity. I was living with my mom and little sister, who was 3 at the time. I'd lived there for 2 weeks when one night, while in bed, in the middle of the night, I thought my French bulldog jumped on my bed as I felt the weight of something pretty heavy on my feet. I was on my phone, not paying attention in pitch black at 3 a.m., and my dog had a habit of pacing around all the rooms in the house at night. I didn't look as I was so sure it was her because of the sheer weight of it, and the mattress was dipping until I went to try to move my foot. I had pins and needles and looked up from the phone and saw that the dog wasn't there. But I put the lamp on straight away, thinking I couldn't see her because it was too dark, and pulled the covers really hard and ran into the hallway shouting for my dog. She waddled in, but
didn't really want to come in. It was being awkward, but scared me even more as she was obedient. To my actual horror, I turned back into the bed and there was a huge dip on the end of the mattress. I saw it slowly imprint into the shape of someone's legs and buttocks. I was so scared I held my breath. My dog was staring at the bed from the hallway and started growling, which again isn't like her. I was about to risk it all and shout my mom, even though I know she would be annoyed if I woke her. That's when I saw the mattress lift up and the dog stopped growling. I stayed up all night as I was so scared, and my dog stayed with me. I shut the door so she couldn't roam the house. 2 days later, I'm in the bath with soap in my eyes, and I feel it tapping on my shoulder. I assume it's my little sister wandering, or they were nonverbal at the time. I say to her to go to my mom, as she shouldn't be walking in on people without knocking. Then I started shivering and went really cold all of a sudden. I wiped my eyes to turn to speak to her, and no one was there. I shouted to my mom, "Where's my sister?" and she said that she was playing in the garden on her bike. Got out so fast and tried to avoid thinking about it. Then that night, something awful happened. I went to bed, fell asleep earlier than usual, and woke up from a nightmare I couldn't remember, but I was sweating. I smoked at the time and went downstairs, which I never really did as I was scared of being near the back door at night. It was 2 a.m., and when I was standing there, I heard a massive smash and glass fall into my garden. I found out the next day that the neighbor had her window put through even though she was very quiet. Didn't have any issues with anyone. I was terrified, so I went to the front door instead, as I was unsure if I was losing my mind at this point. I finish, and as I'm walking up the stairs, I hear a massive smash in my bedroom. I go to my room, and a massive glass picture has come off the wall. It was secured with screws. Smashed right where my head would have been, and I should imagine if I were, well, it would have caused a major injury from the height it fell and the weight of it. I had many other weird experiences. Doors slamming, but whatever it was started on my little sister. She began waking up screaming in terror. One night I heard so much slamming in her room next to me, I thought she had got out of bed, and when I walk in, stuff was off her shelf, but she was fast asleep. Very disturbing. Moved a month later and never looked back. Ask Reddit. When I was about 12, I went over to a friend's house for a sleepover. Small little lakeside cottage in far northern Alberta, into the Algonquin territories, specifically the native Blackfoot families. If you're imagining a dense forest a mile from the nearest small town, that would be spot on. In addition to the main house, where we played Power Rangers on the Nintendo Entertainment System well into the evening, they also had a small little lakeside shack. It was purely a guest cabin, cramped and with 2 bunk beds and 1 dangling chain-pulled bulb for lighting. He suggested we sleep out there that evening, which I was all for. When we finally passed out for the evening, it was pitch black, save for the star and the moonlight. Very tranquil in a way I can't fully describe. I fell asleep on the top bunk and him on the opposite side of the shack on the bottom bunk, and that general sense of zen stuck with me until the lights woke me up hours later. Must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning when I drifted awake, lying on my side facing the wall. It was bright in the room, and the shadows on the wooden planked wall were moving peacefully. The sense of tranquility still hadn't slept, and I was only half awake, so I watched the shapes and tried to figure out if I was dreaming or not. They were the shadows of animals, rabbits mostly nibbling at the shadow left by the bed frame as if it were grass, but also small antlered creatures like miniature elk and things that moved across the, well, quote-unquote sky, like the shadows of birds. They all moved like they were alive, despite only being shadows on the wall. I must have watched this for 10 minutes before I just snapped awake, realizing how unnatural it was, as if it was all happening at once. I turned and I saw that the light bulb wasn't on. So why the cabin was suddenly bright just didn't make sense. Woke up my friend with what I now realize was probably an inappropriate level of unconcerned, given the situation. While I was still feeling oddly relaxed about the whole thing, my friend didn't respond the same way. I showed him the animal shadows, and he responded with disbelief, anger, and then fear within the span of 10 seconds. He ran from the shack back to the house, terrified, and I stayed and watched a little bit longer. I didn't want to leave. It's that very specific emotion that has stayed with me for so long. I couldn't help but shake the feeling that these spirits or whatever didn't want me to leave either. When I finally went up to the house, about 20 minutes later, his parents were up and furious. Understandably so, since it must have been 3 in the morning. My friend was a mess of sobbing. We were lectured about how lying and playing make-believe games were the devil's work, and how we needed to stop out Satan and all of his lies. It was surreal. We didn't go back to the shack, and the following day I went home. And somehow that reminds me of the water boy. Don't ask me how. Well, you might know. A ghost warning me from a psycho. Hello. So about a week ago, me and my friend went ghost hunting in an abandoned house, or more like a hut, big like 3 family cars. It was located in a forest. It was abandoned from the year 2001 because of newspapers I found in there. We went there at sunset, planning to be there for about an hour, and we got some activity on the EMF detector and on the spirit box. That's where we found out that the past owner's name was Peter. After half an hour in the building, we heard footsteps outside, and the conversation went like this. Me. Is there someone outside? Ghost. Yes, me. Is the person alive? Ghost. Yes, me. Is that person a danger to us? Yes, me. Does the person want to hurt us? Yes, me. Is there a reason why does he want to hurt us? No, me. Is he armed with a dangerous weapon? Yes, me. Should we leave? Yes. So after that, we heard a person outside. He wasn't even talking to us, so me and my friend got out of the building. We were almost an hour in the building by that. Someone shined a bright flashlight on my friend when he'd leave the building. After both of us leaved the building, and or left, went through a hole in the fence that we entered the property with, there was a fat guy, probably 50, with a big dog. He started talking to us and asking what we were doing there and if there was more people. After we told him the truth, he started saying that we should go, and we apologized. But then the guy pulled out a fucking machete and he started threatening us that he will kill us. He literally said how he would stab us with it. We're not even 18, so he was threatening minors that he will stab them even, well, even after we apologized like 10 times and he didn't even know if somebody owned it. He said, "I don't know who owns it." As we're backing out, this guy told us to come there the next day and fix the fence that's broken for like 2 years, and I had a broken arm. What? He wanted a person with a broken arm to fix a fence that isn't his. What was the guy even thinking? So after that we walked away, and of course he never showed up to fix the fence. But the crazy thing about it is that the ghost warned us about the guy getting every detail correct, because he didn't even have a reason to harm us. I think he's just some idiotic psychopath who's enjoying threatening people that are more vulnerable than him. Step into the world of the unexplained with Paranormal M. Don't forget to hit subscribe and ring the bell for haunting stories that will leave you in awe. The mystery starts here. The Mothman, a creepy creature, UFOs, and a deadly omen. That sounds better. I recently came by this story while I was searching for unexplained things that have happened that are also documented, so I thought it was pretty interesting. So I want to share it with you. Between 66 and 67, the quiet town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia became the center of a terrifying mystery. Sightings of a 7-foot-tall, winged humanoid with glowing red eyes. Over 100 people reported seeing this thing, dubbed the Mothman, and its appearances coincided with UFOs, weird phone calls, and eventually tragedy. The sightings. The first big sighting came on November 15th, 1966. That's when 2 couples driving near an abandoned munitions plant, the TNT area, had a massive creature with wings chasing their car around over 100 miles an hour. Terrified, they went straight to the cops. And they weren't the last to see it. In the months that followed, more people reported seeing the Mothman. Glowing red eyes that seemed to paralyze people with fear. Massive silent wings. A sense of dread whenever it appeared. The weird stuff. While the Mothman was freaking people out, Point Pleasant residents noticed other strange things. UFOs and weird lights in the sky. Creepy phone calls with static or strange noises. Mysterious men in black, warning witnesses to stay quiet. The tragedy. Then, on December 15th, 1967, disaster struck. The Silver Bridge connecting Point Pleasant to Ohio suddenly collapsed during rush hour. This killed 46 people. After the tragedy, the Mothman sighting stopped completely. Was it a coincidence, or was the Mothman a warning of disaster to come? Theories. No one knows what the Mothman was, but here are some ideas. A big bird. Skeptics think it was a misidentified sandhill crane, but witnesses insist it was humanoid and way scarier. Mass hysteria. Maybe people panicked and started seeing things, but dozens of unrelated witnesses told the same story. Alien or interdimensional being. The UFOs and men in black had people thinking this thing wasn't from Earth. Harbinger of doom. Some believe the Mothman is a supernatural warning of coming disasters. Why it's creepy. The timing is what gets people. The Mothman sighting stopped right after the bridge collapsed, like its mission was complete. Add in the UFOs, phone calls, and men in black, and it feels like Point Pleasant was caught in the middle of something far beyond human understanding. The Mothman had gone on to become a legend, but its connection to the Silver Bridge tragedy still sends chills down spines. Is it a warning, a cryptid, or something even stranger? We may never know. For more detailed info, you can check out The Mothman Prophecies by John A. Keel, the most famous account of these events. Articles from Point Pleasant Register and Charleston Daily Mail in the 1960s.
What I heard while camping. This happened 2 years ago, during late August of 2020. Me and a good friend of mine, we're going to call him Sam, were going on a 2-day, 1-night camping trip. This was deep in the Sierra Nevada mountains of Northern California, 40 miles north of Yosemite. We were scouting deer ahead of the season. We parked on the side of a 2-way highway, which was about 7,000 feet in elevation. Started walking straight up the mountain. We'd come upon a clear, flat meadow, and we decided it was a good place to camp. Once we set up camp, we climbed up about 9,000 feet. Came upon another meadow. We will call this the Upper Meadow. This had the most beautiful views I've ever seen in the Sierra Nevadas. And at this point, I was tired, and Sam wanted to explore the rest of the Upper Meadow. And I want to say it was about 350, 400 yards long. The grass was about waist high. We had bought a small little camping chair that fits into one of our packs. Sam wanted to explore. I wanted to sit and see the view and eat a snack. So we decided to split up. It was about 15 minutes later when I got this weird feeling. It wasn't necessarily a scared feeling, but more than putting me on edge, it felt like something was watching us. So I decided to get up to try and find Sam and reconnect. It took me 6 whole minutes to find him, which didn't make any sense. It was a fairly long meadow, but 6 minutes just felt too long. Something was just off about this meadow. While writing this, Sam and I both just got the goosebumps looking back at that moment, and for some reason we can't remember how, but eventually we met back up and went to the top of the mountain. At this point, we decided to go to the top of the mountain and looked around, then decided to go back down. Once we had gotten back to camp, we decided to eat dinner and go to sleep around 9:30. This is where it gets interesting. Once we had gone to bed, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Animal sounds here and there, but after around 45 minutes, we had both fallen asleep. It wasn't until, thinking 12:30 a.m. that I woke up to the sound of what I thought was a branch getting smacked against the tree. This went on for a while, but it was coming from all around. As I was laying in my sleeping bag, I listened to this and it suddenly stopped. Now, one thing I forgot is where we set up camp. It was next to the edge of a straight climb up a mountain. The reason I say this is that I heard and felt a sound kind of running, but the thud of its footsteps sounded heavy, like really heavy. The only thing I could think of during this time was, what the fuck is going on out there? I just couldn't move. I could hear this thing running until it suddenly stopped. Then I heard it again. When I heard it run, it almost sounded like it was on 2 legs. This happened 4 or 5 times. Then it all stopped for good. The next morning, I woke up to see if I could find anything that happened during the night, but found nothing. It was the strangest thing. Sam didn't hear anything, so he didn't believe me at the time, but now looking back, he feels differently. I don't know what to make of this whole situation. Writing this made my blood run cold. Ever since then, I've had so many questions and no answers. I'd love feedback from all of you. The tree in my childhood backyard. Up until the age of 10, I lived in a suburban neighborhood in Sacramento. The houses there were on the older side, but I'm not sure exactly how old. I know our house needed a lot of work and renovation, and I remembered my dad worked on it a lot when he first had free time there. While nothing strange happened inside the house, there was something rather odd about the tree in our backyard. It was the only tree that we had back there, and if memory serves, it was an oak tree. Could have been my childish mind back then, but something about that tree really unsettled me when it got dark at night. The branches just looked creepy and menacing in some way, especially when the wind would move them. But that's nothing paranormal. When I
rather what I think was paranormal were the orbs of light that would sometimes appear around the tree at twilight. I remember asking my dad what those orbs were. His response was an offhand comment, something along the lines of, probably just your imagination. I think the orbs were some kind of mischievous spirits, which perhaps flocked to the tree. The reason I think that may be the case is because of the 2 times those orbs got me in trouble. The first time they got me in trouble, I was about 7 years old, playing outside with my dog Loki. It was getting late, and right when the sun began to set, I saw the orb begin to descend from the top of the tree. Loki must have seen it as well, because he looked right at them and growled. They just hovered around the tree like firefly and lazily fluttering about. At this point, I was curious about what they were, so I began to approach. Loki must not have liked the idea of me getting close to the orbs, because he began to bark like crazy. Then, one of the orbs flew right by my face, and that's when Loki went nuts and ran straight up to the tree. He began to bark so viciously that my dad came out and yelled at him. Loki was a relaxed dog, so he never acted like that. When my dad finally got him to calm down and come inside, he lectured me, telling me not to get the dog so worked up when we played together. The next incident's kind of funny now looking back at it. Just a year before we moved out of the house and I was 9 years old, the orbs appeared one evening when I was outside making dirt roads for my toy cars. Dad must have wanted me to play outside that day, so he could have some alone time with my mom. When the orbs appeared, they seemed unusually playful in the way they flew around the tree. It was almost like they were taunting me or asking me to follow them. One of them flew right up to my face again. Since Loki was inside this time, I decided to play along and follow the orb around the tree. It then flew off the side of the house, a narrow space between the fence and my parents' bedroom. While chasing the orb, it flew right by my parents' window before stopping and disappearing. That's when I noticed my parents through the window, half undressed and staring at me in shock. After hearing my mother shriek at the top of her lungs, my dad stormed out to scold me like I'd never been scolded before. The orbs only appeared a few more times after that. I ignored them. Still believe that they're some sort of mischievous spirits looking to cause trouble. Has something attached itself to my daughter? Everything started in my old apartment right after I had my daughter. For the longest time, me and my roommate would hear and see things. My roommate could be in her bed with her door open reading, and she would see a little blue light come up the stairs and into my bedroom during the day. There's one time that I heard what sounded like a towing chain fall to the ground, but we don't even own one. Looked over our apartment, didn't see anything that could have made that kind of a sound, and also had things thrown from one room to another room as I was cleaning. Well, after I had my daughter, I had these weird feelings like I shouldn't be touching her. It was as if every time I picked her up, I had this feeling like something was going to attack me for touching my child. When I tried to explain this to my husband and his friend, they both laughed at me and said I was crazy, but in that same moment, a crack came from it was in the ceiling. That's where the baby bed was in the second story. My daughter started screaming. Ran upstairs, grabbed her, came down, and just cried because nobody believed me and I didn't know what to do. 2 months later, we bought our new to us house. Everything seemed fine for a long period of time. When my daughter turned 4, though, she started telling me how there was a man named Dwayne in her room. When I asked her what he looked like, she responded he's brown with a white shirt. So then I asked her, does he say or do anything when you're in there with him? She just said, no, he just watches and smiles at me while I play. So I let it go. Then a couple of months later, she started talking about what she called the silly guys. The way that she described them was not so silly. She told me that they were black and had red eyes. She even told me that the dad was the mean one. So because I'm a full believer in the paranormal, I took it upon myself to start carrying a Bible around her room and yelling things at it. Basically yelled that it had no permission in the name of Jesus Christ to touch my daughter, and that it was no longer welcome in my home. It's been years since then. All's been quiet. My daughter's now 11, and in December we started renovating the inside of her home. Went to my daughter's bedroom and saw what I thought was her leg on her bed, and I asked her to please get out of bed. Your dad and I need your help. I continued talking to her, and then walking out of her room. When I came into the living room, I looked out the front door. There's my daughter walking through the front door. I stopped and said, no fucking way. Went to her room immediately and saw no one was in her bed. My husband and his brother just laughed at me and said I was being stupid. A month later, I wake up at 12:30 or so, and her dog's staring at my dresser and growling. There's nothing there, and now just last week I picked my daughter up from her grandparents' house and noticed that her house was completely dark from the outside. But as soon as my daughter walked to her room, she yelled, "Mom, something's wrong." I walked to her room, she opened her door, and her colorful disco ball was going off. There's no way that we wouldn't have seen that through the windows from the outside of the house. She had sleepovers before it was going off, and you can see it through the blinds. It was pitch black when we pulled in. I have no clue what's going on, but I feel like it's attached itself to her and just reminds me it's still here. I have no clue what to do about it. Paranormal things that have happened to me. Okay, so I'm just going to start off from well, I'll just read it. Okay, so I'll start off from the very start. It's probably around 7. I was just chilling watching YouTube in my basement. Not even any thong paranormal, but I got paranoid and froze. I didn't want to move, but I turned my head and saw a green face of a lady. So I broke out of the trance I was and I ran upstairs. That was about it in that house since I was so little. The house is where it experienced more. B and my brother were sitting in the basement talking when this cushion was propped up against this filing cabinet. All of the sudden it fell. When it fell and made a bang. Something that a cushion wouldn't do by just falling. And the only thing it would have hit was the closet door, which doesn't make a metal clang sound. When I had company over, we decided to play hide and seek in the dark. This was around 11 p.m. When I was seeking, I heard footsteps and whispering of some sort coming from the basement. So I went down and instantly got paranoid. But here, I searched the whole thing and no one was there. They were all upstairs in the bedrooms. Also, in the same night, we were walking down my hallway, which has a mirror at the end, and I was walking with the people and saw a pale white face at my hips. This happened in the same room as the cushion falling, and that room also happens to have a dresser with mirrors facing each other, which some people call a portal. My friend said that she saw a tall man wearing a suit in one of the mirrors, and I instantly believed her, because I've always felt uneasy. And not only uneasy, but also cautious about going in that room. This is the last story in this house, besides me just getting paranoid and freezing up. But that's how boring I was in my room, looking out my window. My door was a crack open. I saw something crouching down and a face looking at me. So I laughed and looked at it for like 5 seconds and said, "Dad," because I thought it was my dad. My door just slammed shut. So I went downstairs, told my dad, because that's where I last saw him, and I asked him if it was him, and he said no. But when I kept interrogating him, he said that it was just get me to stop asking. So I went back to look out of my window, and my door slammed shut again, but I didn't even look a mitt, it just happened. So I went back downstairs, asked him, but he was still in the same position, and there's no way he could have gotten downstairs so fast. Last story. This is only a couple of months old. I was in my room watching videos when my cat turned his head and twitched his ears. So I paused my video and I listened. I heard a man talking. So I stood up, grabbed the only weapon, my X-Acto knife, on its last piece, and I went out of my room, but it was dark and no one was there. I know it's nothing crazy and exciting. I just wanted to share and get your thoughts. I've held on to these for so long. The White Surrey Apparition, a village's unseen visitor. In the early 1990s, in a quaint village nestled within Maharashtra, India, lived Rajesh, a diligent farmer dedicated to his land and family. His days were consumed by the relentless demands of agriculture, while the evenings were reserved for cherished moments with his wife Priya and their 2 young children. Life, though modest, was harmonious, until an encounter on a dusky evening set off a chain of events that would forever alter their existence. The unseen presence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the fields, Rajesh began his journey home. The path, familiar yet eerie in the twilight, seemed to stretch endlessly. It was during the solitary walk that he noticed a figure by the roadside, a woman draped in a white saree. Her demeanor exuded distress. Concerned, Rajesh quickened his pace to offer assistance. But as he approached, the woman vanished into thin air, leaving him bewildered and unsettled. Upon reaching home, Rajesh recounted the perplexing incident to Priya. She listened intently, her brow furrowing with worry. In an attempt to soothe his unease, he suggested that perhaps fatigue had conjured the apparition. However, deep within, a gnawing sense of dread began to take root in Rajesh's mind. Escalating encounters. In the ensuing weeks, the family's once peaceful abode became a theater for inexplicable occurrences. Rajesh was frequently roused from sleep by faint whispers. His name carried on an unseen breeze. Certain corners of their home grew unnaturally cold, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to enter. The children, the innocent and perceptive, spoke of shadowy figures lurking just beyond their vision, their playful laughter tinged with fear. The culmination of these events occurred one fateful night. As the family gathered for their evening meal, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The air grew dense, the temperature plummeted, and the flickering oil lamp cast dancing shadows on the walls. The children whimpered, their eyes wide with terror, as an unseen force seemed to grip the household. Seeking counsel. Determined to protect his family and unravel the mystery that plagued them, Rajesh sought the wisdom of the village elder, Arjun, a man revered for his knowledge of local lore and spiritual matters. Arjun listened with a grave expression as Rajesh detailed the harrowing experiences. After a contemplative silence, Arjun spoke of a woman named Meera. She had met a tragic end near the very spot where Rajesh had first seen the apparition. Her untimely death, shrouded in sorrow, had left her spirit restless, wandering the earthly realm in search of solace. Peculiar sleep paralysis apparition. This happened a few days ago. I was staying in Florida for a while with this girl. We were staying at her dad's, and she hated being at her dad's. She hated staying in her room, to the point while she was staying there with me, we'd sleep in a tent in the yard. We had gotten into a fight, and she went to stay with her daughter's father again. I stayed in her room while I saved up the money to go back north. One night I woke up sometime around 2-3 a.m. laying on back on one of the 2 love seats in her room. The room was dark, and on the opposite corner of the room from me was a closet and wardrobe with no door protruding from the wall. It barely had the room for a full person to stand inside it. Not even a minute after, I had opened my eyes and I felt an overwhelming weight on my entire body, and at the same time I had seen a face poke around opening in the closet. It crept out of the closet, and its full form was upper body, and it was an old woman, but the lower body of a baby that was proportionate with the rest of its body. Good comment, Gecko. It slowly made its way around the perimeter, walking almost as a baby and an old lady at the same time. That tracks. Made its way until it was at my feet, looking over at me almost confused, as if I wasn't the person it was expecting. It almost felt as if it was warning me. I shouldn't have been there. Then I turned away and made its way back to the closet. Almost instantaneously as it disappeared back into the closet, the weight on my chest dissipated, and a sense of relief washed over me. But within the same minute, the weight returned as I saw the same face poking back out of the closet. I somehow jarred myself fully awake and sitting before her and had a chance to lock me back in for another round. Turned on the light, checked the closet. Shortly after this experience, a neighbor informed that she had seen this apparition multiple times herself. She had lives there. She had lives. She had lived there since she was a child. And the girl's 60-plus dad had also moved in there around the same time. Then a conversation with her dad raised my suspicions, or, as they put it, suspension, that he had an attraction to children. Ugh. Funny and then gross. I left very shortly after this, without really much warning to anyone. It wasn't until recently I made the connection between my suspicions and the apparition. Residual energy can manifest as spirits with appearances related to the act that left the energy. Do you guys think that the spirit was the residual energy of heinous acts against children occurring in this house? I've never experienced anything like this before, or anything like it since, and it still bothers me. It makes me feel sick to this day when I think about the apparition. First paranormal encounter. In September, I traveled to Barcelona with my dad. We rented a small apartment in the middle of the city from a famous rental agency there. Honestly, wasn't expecting anything. When we got there, the apartment was on the 4th floor, which is the last of the small building. No neighbors besides a woman living in the 1st floor. The whole vibe of the building was creepy. No elevator, just stairs. The building door closes automatically when you enter, and no one besides the ones living there is able to get in. So our first night started, and my dad has like a hearing problem. I stayed a little bit talking to my boyfriend, and I start hearing noises outside, like someone's going up and down the stairs. It was scary already, because, no one lives there beside the woman in the 1st. I thought there were some thieves who came from the rooftop, and I was scared to death. Especially that one moment I heard them outside her door directly. Told my dad the next day, and he was like, "Meh, maybe it's that woman. He's just careless." Anyways, we're about to go out, and my dad should take his morning medicine. He keeps it in a small green bag in the kitchen table. He took the medicine, he went out. Spent the whole day outside exploring the city. We got back at 9 p.m. My dad needs his night medicine, but the bag, gone. It's no longer on the table. After searching, we found it tossed in a tiny corner behind the TV. It was shocking. My dad said that maybe the agency sent a maid to clean or something. She moved it. But the apartment was still messy as fuck with garbage on the floor, so there's no way a maid was there. But at this point, I was still in denial. During the night, I heard the same noises outside, and I just ignored them. The third day came. Didn't really notice much happening. Then the fourth and the last day came. Staying up late talking to my boyfriend in a video call in the living room, my dad sleeping, and suddenly, my boyfriend asks me if my dad got up. I was like, no. Then we kept talking normally, but at one point I had to sleep, so I went to the bathroom to do my skincare and stuff. And for some context, my dad's diabetic, so he uses a bath a lot. So whenever I'm in, he knocks at the bath door, and I get out as quickly for him to go in. So I was washing my face, my boyfriend still on the phone watching me, and leaning on the bath door, and suddenly my dad knocks 3 loud times at the door for me to get out. I look at my boyfriend on the phone and roll my eyes, saying, ugh, not again. Open the door, saying, here you go again. And the shock is, no one's there. My dad's still sleeping, and I can't describe the feeling I felt at that moment. My heart sank, and I realized that I'm dealing with something not human. I grabbed my phone, went to my room, and hid underneath my sheets. My boyfriend was in disbelief too, as he heard the knocking as well. It was unbelievable to both of us. He then told me that back when he used to talk about my dad getting up, it's because he heard a clear footstep noise behind me. I also saw a shadow, so he thought it was my dad getting up. Anyway, we left early in the morning to the airport, and this was one of the scariest moments of my life. Did I contact a spirit? So a few weeks ago, I started learning dowsing. I bought a beginner's kit. For those who might not know, dowsing, the type I practice, is basically using a pendulum to questions. You give it a direction for each answer. For example, left to right and vice versa means no, and away from you to closer to you and vice versa means yes. So after following the guide on how to train the pendulum on answering yes or no questions, I decided to start messing with it. I asked it questions like, am I in such and such place? And am I holding such and such object? After checking that, indeed the answers were correct. I started asking other questions until I decided to ask, is there a spirit in the room? The answer was yes. I started asking it more questions such as, is the pendulum moving because of the spirit? And, am I talking to the spirit? Both questions were answered with a yes. After some time, I figured out he's male and he's a spirit. He refuses to give me his age. When I ask what his age is by assigning each direction a number, like 0 to 50, 50 to 100, the pendulum stops moving. And when I asked him, will you tell me your age? He said no. I also figured out his name is Uthgaz. Uthgaz, or Uthgaz. After many questions, Uthgaz tells me there's a demon haunting me, and he was forced by a more powerful being to protect me from it. He said he doesn't want to do it, but he has to. He also confirmed the demon haunting me is indeed the figure I've been seeing ever since I remember. Some context on the demon. Ever since I was little, I've seen a humanoid figure watching me. It's covered in gray hair, has abnormally long legs and arms, and has no face. It also has some horn-like things on both sides of its head. I wouldn't call them horns, though. It's hard to explain. I normally see it standing next to my bed, but I've seen it in my old school and in streets, even in the shower. was always standing there and watching. But it's gone further than that. I've seen it standing behind my friends, grabbing their heads. They're oblivious to it, though. The worst has been when I'm taking a shower. I closed my eyes and I felt something weird touching my belly. I opened my eyes to see it right in front of me, its hand on my belly. It disappeared while I was frozen in terror. So, back to the original question. I know there's a big chance Uthgas doesn't exist, and it's just my subconscious mind inventing it all and transferring it to the pendulum through micro hand movements. That would be a scientific answer. But ever since, I may have contacted Uthgas, the demon has been more pacific. Or oceanic, to say the least. I tried searching Uthgas online and I got no result. If anyone knows anything that might be useful here or has lived something similar, please let me know. Any information is deeply appreciated. Wish you all a great day. I could be wrong, but I think I grew up in a haunted house. I've been watching videos about cryptids recently. I guess I just kind of wanted to just have this exist outside of my head. The house itself isn't that old, like 40 to 50 years. And before us, I think it was used for parties. The area doesn't have another haunting across the street. And there's a house and there is a house, and in the night, apparently, somebody can be heard walking to the bathroom. I've been told this by several people that this happens. To my knowledge, I'm the only person who experienced these events. So, like grain of salt and all of that, but that same vein, I didn't experience anything like this in any other place I've lived. The most persistent appreciation was the sound of clanking metal, kind of like pots and pans. It was very faint, but my room was the furthest point from the kitchen, so honestly, I spent a lot of my time as a young child just assuming somebody was making something. It did really freak me out, though, like the first time I entered the kitchen past 8 p.m. to find that no one was making anything, and I had no clue where the noise originated from. I think it happened every night, and if not, it was common enough to where it just kind of lulled me to sleep. It eventually stopped, but I have no clue when. The second, and this is the one that I'm least confident in existing, that's what I'm going to call the bride. So one time I was running through the hall of my house, and that's when I passed an open door. I saw what looked like to be a 5 to 6 foot figure in white in the corner of my eye. The room was dark, and nothing in there was white, let alone that brilliant white. Can't remember much about the figure other than approximate size and color. I call it the bride because, well, I can't remember much about it. That's what I called it then. Like I said, though, I'm not confident in this one. Now, the final one I'd argue is the one that affected me the most. The others happened when I was younger, but this one happened when I was like 14 or 15, so I'm pretty confident. It's a short story. One night I got up to pee at like 2 a.m. I heard the sound of like a chainsaw or something revving up in my house. I know the sound had its origins inside because my place had an echo and an outside noise wouldn't have moved like that. It scared the shit out of me. I'm a little embarrassed to say, but I was too terrified to leave my room. Waited till sunrise to pee, and it was so vivid I can't imagine it being my mind. That only happened once, but the fact I got scared like that as a teen made it so this one really sort of stuck with me. So I guess I'm done. There might have been more, but if there were, well, they'd been forgotten, I think. I think I only remember this because I was convinced enough of their existence to tell someone else at the time about it. Or it literally happened for years. Though I am curious on any of y'all's takes on these. Very small, headless figure. I used to talk to my dead grandpa when I was a little kid. Didn't even remember it. My dad was the one who told me, and he don't believe in ghosts. I regularly saw a translucent figure walk around the house, standing next to my bed. Human-sized black figure swinging between trees at midnight. That was during my childhood up in my teenage years. Then it slowly disappeared by itself. Fast forward to today. I can still sense paranormal presence, especially when I spend a few days and weeks in a new place. The last time I actually saw a translucent figure walking around was like 15 years ago when I first moved to my first owned house, and never again. 5 years ago, I built a holiday beach house in an island, and 2 years ago we moved to another house close to my first owned house, but I never saw anything on both new house. I sensed strong presence on the yard of my beach house, which was confirmed by the local elder, but never saw anything. Turned out my second daughter is kind of inheriting my sense. She regularly pointed and proclaimed seeing a person walking around in my bedroom when she was 2 or 5 years old. None of my other 2 children ever did that. Same as me, but much earlier she stopped seeing spirits and never mentioned anything paranormal anymore. She's 13 now. We visited my dad's house this Christmas holiday. I'm still here in my dad's house right now. Since my mom's passing 3 years ago, his house became creepier and creepier. 4 years ago, when my mom was first diagnosed with cancer, I witnessed the sound and vibration of wooden chairs being dragged back and forth on wooden floor on the second floor at 1 a.m. Twice, 2 days in a row, when no one was up there. It was so violent and angry sounding. Of course, everybody except my wife just laughed at me when I told the experience. I was convinced that this house is evil. 2 days ago at 1 a.m., my second daughter, who used to see things, ran away from my dad's room. There were 3 of my kids, my niece and my dad, bunking together in my dad's room that night. She was never scared of ghosts ever. Never laughed when watching scary horror movie, but this time I can tell that she's really afraid. I calmly asked what she saw. She said she saw a small cardboard-sized headless figure sitting on my dad's rack. And as she keeps staring on this headless figure, the face suddenly popped up from the headless figure and she freaked out. Never ever before. I'm a bit freaked out right now, and this enforces my thoughts that this house is evil. As far as I know, friendly, harmless spirit will always take shape of a normal human being. Anything this weird, out of shape, is definitely sent by the devil himself. What is it? Busy convincing my dad to move back to his proven clean and good old house right now. Any house sounds okay. Paranormal experience at my friend's new apartment. This all began about a few days ago. A good friend of mine, Scott, got a new apartment. He asked for some help moving in during the weekend. I figured it would take about an hour, and I agreed to help him. As Scott and I moved his stuff into the apartment, something felt off, like we were being watched. The apartment complex itself was older, so we thought nothing of it. We chalked it up to being a new place and continued moving his stuff in. It took about an hour to move everything in, and Scott asked if I wanted to stay and watch a movie. It was very late, and we ended up falling asleep. We were awoken to one of the worst smells I think I've ever come across. Both Scott and I are hunters, knew exactly what the smell was. Rotting animal flesh. It smelled so terrible, the whole house reeked of it. And then like that, it just smelled normal again. We were both freaked out. The next day, Scott was determined to figure out the smell. Scott told his landlord that he thought an animal had crawled into the ventilation and died.
When the landlord sent someone to check it out, the man found nothing. I called Scott later when I was at work and asked him if he had any other weird experiences like the previous night. He said he kept hearing knocking sounds in the walls and things around the house were misplaced. He asked to come back over that night. It was late when I got to his house, and again I felt very uneasy walking in. I want to point out that both Scott and I are Christian, and we don't profess to any specific denomination, but we attend a small non-denominational church every Sunday. And we do have a strong belief in Jesus Christ. The house still felt off, but it smelled normal. We thought we had imagined the other night, and it was late, and we were very tired. That's when we heard it. Slow and heavy footsteps down the hallway with the sound of chains rattling behind it. Again, with the horrible smell of rotting flesh. Scott stepped forward and said, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command any and all evil to leave this place." Almost immediately, everything fell completely silent. The smell was gone, and the house felt different. That was well over 2 days ago, and Scott has not had any experiences since that night. Whoever or whatever was in that apartment is gone for good. Scott has since done research on this apartment. Many years ago, there was a woman who lived in the same complex who took her life a few doors down from where Scott's apartment's located. We don't know if this has anything to do, well, as they are writing here, we do not know if this had anything we had to do with what Scott and I experienced during those 2 nights, or if it was just a coincidence. Whatever the case, neither Scott or I will forget it. Nor. I used to see a dark figure until an old man made it go away. So, when I was 14 during the summer of 2018, I'm spending some time at my grandparents' house. During the afternoon, I'd like to go into the backyard and play some football. It was always fine until one day I kicked the ball into the part of the yard that has a little corridor that leads to the front yard of the house. I went down to pick the ball up, and I was bringing myself up in the corner of my eye, though I could make up this sort of dark figure peeking at me from the end of the corridor. But when I looked at it directly, it disappeared. I didn't think much of it, since this is quite common and could be mistaken as a shadow from something else. The next day came, and I totally forgot about what had happened. But then, as I walked out to that backyard to go play football, I saw the figure again. The corner of my eye at the start of the corridor peeking at me. Now, I was about 172 centimeters at that age, but that thing must have been at least 200. I could make out his hands holding onto the wall and its face. Had nothing on it, just pure black. This one genuinely frightened me. It jolted back, and as I looked in its direction, it disappeared. It was in the corner of my eye, but it looked so real that I thought it was my sister playing some sick prank on me. I went to look into the corridor and walked all the way to the front of the house to see if anyone was there, and there was no sign of anyone. I didn't tell anybody, since I thought it was just all in my head. Until the next day, when I was playing hide-and-seek with my sister, and as I walked to the driveway and looked at the gate, I saw the figure. Not in the corner of my eye, quite literally 15 meters in front of me. For about half a second, I saw it trying to crawl over the gate, and it looked like it was trying to reach for me. I was too far away, and it was very bulky, completely dark, and had no face. But after that half second, I just disappeared. I was so in shock, since I'd never had any sort of paranormal activity before that. I went to my granny and I told her what I'd seen. Now, for context, this was in Portugal, and we're Roman Catholic. And she then said that I had to go see this old man that was going to pray for me. The next day we drove there, which was another village like 30 minutes away from where we were.
We stopped at his house. He told us to just walk into this little room in the house. It was full of crosses and pictures of Jesus and saints and Mary, like enough to literally cover all the walls. I then explained everything to him. He told me that I don't necessarily mean that it's an evil being, and it could just be a symbol of somebody that wanted to reach out to me, like somebody who hadn't talked to me in a long time and wanted to see me again. He then read out a very simple prayer and said that I could leave. After that moment, I never saw anything like that again. It's been 6.5 years since. Still have no clue what that could have been. Anybody have a clue what that could have been, or was that old man right? The Haunted Wardrobe and the Soldier's Curse. When I was younger, my grandfather and his sister used to tell me the same chilling story over and over again. A story about a wardrobe that haunted our family for generations. This wasn't just any wardrobe. It was the kind you could move around, not built into the wall. It seemed normal enough at a first glance. But the spirit tied to it, that was anything but normal. According to my aunt, the spirit of a soldier haunted this wardrobe. The soldier had supposedly died during a war, connected somehow to a stash of diamonds he either stole or found. Many people were searching for those diamonds, and the soldier paid the ultimate price when someone killed him. What they didn't know was that he had hidden the diamonds inside the wardrobe. The story goes that the soldier's ghost stayed with the wardrobe wherever it went, always wearing his army uniform. My mom remembers the wardrobe vividly. When she was little, it sat in the backyard of her aunt's house. She and her siblings would play near it, but she always had the feeling of being watched. She never dared go too close. My aunt claimed the spirit had even spoken to her once. It promised to reveal the location of the diamonds, but only on one condition. It wanted a life in exchange for the treasure. My aunt believed the soldier's death over the diamonds had bound him to the wardrobe, and he wouldn't give them up without claiming another life. Terrifying things would happen when anyone tried to open or search the wardrobe. It would tip over seemingly on its own, nearly crushing them. Sometimes nails would shoot out of the wood as if the wardrobe was defending itself. The family eventually stopped trying. They left the wardrobe in the backyard, not wanting to destroy it, since it had been passed down through generations, but also too scared to keep it in the house. Years later, my aunt had to move to Australia and couldn't take the wardrobe with her. She asked my grandfather to take it. He hated the wardrobe and wanted nothing to do with it, but reluctantly he agreed. Instead of carefully loading it into his truck, my grandfather threw it into the back with no straps or ropes to secure it. Then he drove recklessly, hoping the wardrobe would fall off along the way. And it did. Somewhere down the road, the wardrobe tumbled off the truck, shattered into pieces. My grandfather didn't even stop to look back. He left it there, broken on the side of the road. What's strange is that we never heard from the spirit again. It didn't come for revenge, and it didn't seem to follow him. You'd think that perhaps it stayed with the remains of the wardrobe. Whether someone picked up the wood or the remains are still rotting on the side of the road, I don't know. But part of me wonders, what if the diamonds are still out there too? What kind of curse might follow anyone who finds them? Misty Fern Ghost Story. When I was in middle school, I lived in a neighborhood with brick bungalows. One summer day, I was reading in her upstairs. That's when I heard a bit of a blast. I didn't really think much of it, as it was pretty indistinct. Home alone, the phone rang. Yes, this was before cell phones. I went down to the first floor to answer our kitchen phone. It was a family friend calling to say they'd heard on their police scanner that there was a gun fired at the address next to my house. During the call, I can hear sirens. And once I hung up, I went out onto my front porch to see what was going on. Outside, one of my neighbors is screaming, "She did it! Oh my God, she did it!" And they were also screaming as some of the emergency responders held her and they tried to calm her down. Her DIL had taken a shotgun, killed herself at the top of the stairs on the top floor. Apparently, her husband had cheated on her once again. He owned a bar and met women all the time. And they'd lived there a bit longer until he decided he was going to take his mom, the lady screaming, to a warmer climate. Haunting. A new family moved into the house with 2 daughters. One of the daughters was my age and we became quite close. She and her sister slept in the top floor area of their bungalow. It was one long room with a private bathroom and enormous closets. While in high school, a big group of us were going to a school dance together, carpooling. As we were pulling away from our houses, my friend remembered that she forgot the ID she needed to get into the dance. As she was lodged into the back of the car and I was more toward the front, I volunteered to go into the house to go get it. She handed me her house key and I said it was up on her bedside table. I went into the side. The house was dark, so I flicked on the light that turned on the front of the house interior lights. No one else was home. Her parents were out for the night and her sister was away on a business trip. I went to the stairs to the bedroom. It was cold, but I figured, they turn their heat down, at least when they go out. I then walked quickly the length of their bedroom and grabbed her ID. That's when I felt like, crap, there's something not right. So I turned and there was my former neighbor, the one who killed herself standing not too far from me. To say I was freaked out is an understatement, but she was friendly and smiled and gave me a wave. So I remember blurting out, "Hi Fern, nice to see you again." I ran out of there so fast that by the time I got to the car, my friend was screaming, "Don't tell me what you saw, don't tell me." That's because she knew I'd seen something she'd experienced regularly. I was literally trembling in my seat and her friends were just trying to console both of us. I felt bad afterward for the ghost. I think she was always a lonely woman. She had no ill intent. Haunted house A grew up in. Conveniently, the house I grew up in is mega haunted. The house is run in my family and was built by my family in 1903. It's very old, and we know at least 3 people have died in it. All of them died in the early to mid-19th century. Ever since I gained consciousness as a kid, I witnessed weird, unexplainable events. My dad's told me about when I was a baby, still in the crib. He would get up to pee at night, and when he would return to the bedroom, would be unexplainably on the floor. This happened multiple times. When me and my brother were kids, we would see silhouettes staring at us sleeping. I cannot make this up. We have an ancestor who always wore this specific hat, and guess who would often watch me sleep? I'm just going to state everything crazy that's ever happened. My brother would feel a woman's hand rub his back at night. My sisters would complain that somebody was watching the other one sleep. My sister and my stepsister at the time saw a man at the top of the stairs. Once, when me and my brother were kids, we were making funny faces in the mirror, and in the reflection, we saw a boot appear in the middle of the staircase. I would hear people talking in the other rooms, but couldn't understand what they were saying. Once at night, I was listening to music, and instead of putting my wired headphones away, I put them on the floor and woke up to them very neatly rolled up in my dresser across the room. Pencils and boxes would fly out. Books would fly off the bookcases. And one time, I was leaving the upstairs bathroom, and through the crack of my door, I saw who I believe is my dead relative talking silently across the room. After a couple of seconds, she stopped, and her eyes darted at me. When I freaked out, I looked, and no one was there. I would hear a person upstairs in my room walk from my door to my window over and over again. My sister once was cleaning in the living room and saw a completely darkened shadow figure staring at her through the window. When she looked, it ran, but there was no sound on her stone porch. My dad recently was on the back deck and was watching a car go by and saw the same female ghost I had seen. Also, quick side note, all of these apparitions look exactly like our dead ancestors. The door to our living room often got stuck, so we had to tie a ribbon to it, and sometimes it would slowly get pushed open, knocking on doors and whatnot. TV turning on, then off for no reason. So much more. If I remember anything, I'll add it. It also didn't help that we had a family graveyard on our property. Plus, we kept anything that had been passed down. But honestly, I never was really too scared by it because I never felt evil. I knew it was just my ancestors probably curious about me. A haunting in Kansas. A few years back, me and my friend were riding our motorcycles across country. If you've never done that, do it. Anyway, we're both amateur storm chasers too, and love finding a safe, dry spot to view thunderstorms from a safe distance. On a motorcycle, it's a lot more dangerous and exciting as you can probably imagine. Anyway, we were in southwest Nebraska, and I noticed on the radar that infamous hook where a potential tornado is. No sooner than I told my friend, the sirens in town started going off. The system was still about 15 minutes away, and we decided to get behind the storm by going south into Kansas. The highway going south was about half a mile up the road, so we headed that way. We were only 20 miles from the border, but this storm system stretched all the way down to Oklahoma, so we knew we'd be in the rain eventually. We did get far enough away where we could stop and watch the lightning and storm hit. That's where we would have been, in Nebraska. Now, riding in the rain doesn't bother me. It's when there's severe weather that does. It was already getting dark, and we started looking for shelter. A bar and a gas station, just something to get out of the pea-sized hail that was starting to fall. We finally came upon this little town and saw what was, for all intents and purposes, an abandoned, boarded-up building on the main drag. We found an awning to get under and some scrap plywood we used to lay over the bikes and an old tire to put over the wood to keep it down. The wind started blowing like mad. Started hailing again, golf ball-sized hail. It was intense. The wind was blowing the rain sideways, and the lightning was striking the ground all around us. The flimsy, what was left of an awning, really wasn't keeping dry, but it was keeping the hail off us at least. My friend was panicking, saying that there was a radar indicating tornado in the area, and if he had, he'd break into the building to get out of the storm. I was like, we can't do that. I'm not trying to catch a criminal charge. As both sat there hunkered down, we just heard what sounded like a deep growl. I tried to play it off, but then we heard the best way I can describe it is a raspy voice say, "Come inside." He said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "I sure as hell did." My heart was racing. Then we hear the same sounding voice, but this time it sounded like it was laughing. My friend was like, "Nope, fuck this." By this time, the hail had stopped anyway. It was raining sideways, but we noped the hell out of there. The power was still out, and it was around 9:30 at night. We came upon a gas station. It looked like the entire town was up under the gas station taking shelter. We managed to squeeze in and sheltered the rest of the storm out. Power eventually came back on, and we talked to a few locals. Someone told us that place used to be an inn, and the owner's wife ended up going insane, killing her husband and several other men with a shotgun one night in the 40s. I think my workplace is haunted. So I work as a cleaner in the high school in my town. The school was built somewhere around 1960s, I believe. It has had a few upgrades, however. Like most buildings are original and unchanged. The area I'm set to clean is a long corridor kind of building. At one end is the hall and auditorium, then the drama room, and following after that is 3 classrooms. My area is one of the old original buildings. At night, it does get pretty creepy, seeing as it's just a long corridor and looking down dark, creepy hallways is scary. But that's beside the point. Yesterday at around 7 p.m., I was in a fair rush to get everything done. I needed to vacuum my 3 classrooms down the corridor. I dragged my vacuum from my storeroom located at the building next door to the corridor and began taking it, to the furthest of 3 classrooms, so I could work my way backwards and lock up as I go. Being in a rush, I wasn't on edge or thinking or creepy things or getting in my head about anything, just wanted to get my work done. As I reached the doorway to the 2nd classroom, an incredibly loud bang sounded from inside the room. It was the sound when somebody takes 2 hands and slams it against a window. It made me stop in my tracks and stand so still and just listen for anything else. Nothing else happened, so I brushed it off, walked inside. I noticed that the source of the noise was that one of the old windows had come unlatched and opened itself. Again, I brushed it off and didn't think much of it. I continued walking down the hallway, and as I reached the 3rd classroom and began setting up my vacuum, I heard another loud bang from behind me at the entrance to the corridor. This made me a little more concerned, as it couldn't be the window unlatching this time. I was now on edge and I walked to the entrance of the corridor where I'd heard this noise, and I kid you not, another very loud bang came from the end of the hallway behind me. This cycle repeated around 2 times, me walking from one end and just trying to find the source of the noise and hearing the banging coming from the opposite end to where I was. Mind you, the hallway is around 70 or 80 meters in length, so walking back and forth is a pain. Now, I believe in ghosts 100%, and have had noises and happenings in this building before, but nothing quite like this. I decided to speak up and say, "Hello?" And also wondered if there were kids outside knocking on the windows being silly. I was standing in the middle classroom, and from next to me on the class window, the banging sounded. I can't describe how loud it was, and I've never genuinely yelped in fear and ran out of a building before. Whatever it was, I feel it was playing with me. As I got more scared, the noises became more apparent and loud until I was on the brink of tears. There was no one outside to my knowledge as I was checking out the windows as all this was happening. See ya. Real-life experience in the woods today. I typically bike about 10-15 miles into a local state park every other week or so. Came upon a wooded trail that would lead into a hiking-only area. I sometimes decide to ride these, and it's really fun to deal with the terrain. I hadn't done this one specifically before. Anyways, I get to the opening of the trail and hear a bird sound, except it was low and fluttering. Couldn't have been a bird because something was off about it. Mind you, this was the Florida swamplands. There's dried-out swamp around the trail with a wooden small bridge to cross, starting at the hiking trail. I stop the bike, take out my one headphone, and just listen. The noise harkens further away, as if further down the trail. However, the distance doesn't match the trail. It's off to the side, and the noise would put it in a deeper wooded side of the trail. In my head, I was thinking, it knows I'm here, yet still makes its presence known. This is not normal behavior from what I've encountered with wild animals. Usually they'll flee, go silent, or run from you. It was like it knew I was there, but wanted me to start the trail and check what it was. I got spooked. Something told me this made no sense because this bird noise was much too low and couldn't be made by a bird. It'd require a larger vocal cord. Turned my bike around, exited the wooded trail, and returned to the main trail. However, before I exited the entrance of the trail, I heard this noise just over my left shoulder, but louder. This made no sense. The distance it would have had to traverse in those few short seconds would have been insane. If measuring from the previous noise, it'd be at least 60 yards in 5 seconds. I knew this couldn't be normal because I didn't even hear the bushes rustle nor sounds of footsteps. Plus, this was thick palm and dried vegetation with a swamp between me and the sounds. Plus, multiple trees around. I would have heard it moving 100%. I pedaled hard and went another 20-30 yards to the corner of the trail that led to the trail opening. Then I heard it again from the woods, just over my left shoulder, yet this time it was even closer. I was only 10 yards from the clearing to the main trail, and biked my way the hell out of there. No idea what it was, and I'm certain that it was no bird. There isn't any way in hell that it was a bird, because what bird chases you? A rooster. Ran into a gator or wild boar less than 10 feet from me in this bike ride, but neither of those encounters spooked me like this. I'd love to hear what this community thinks, because I'm at a loss for words. I've actually had a couple kinds of birds chase me. Rooster, emu, ostrich, goose, pelican. I think that's it. How about you guys? Paranormal M is here to uncover stories that'll keep you awake at night. Subscribe and hit the bell to stay up to date on our chilling episodes. Prepare for a journey into the unknown. I think I might be haunted. How do I go about it? I'm young, still in my teenage years. I live with my parents and a younger brother. I have little experience with the paranormal, especially since I've always been more on the skeptic side. I don't know much about spirits or the afterlife, though I believe I've come to find myself living with one. Started about a year ago, at my best friend's house. We wound up incredibly bored and found ourselves making a very good decision. Oh yes, genius level at that. We played with her Ouija board. That night I supposedly, and I'm iffy with my belief in the Ouija, so supposedly spoke to 4 different ghosts. 2 male children, a young adult, and an older senior male, all of which had names. That night I slept terribly. Ever since then, I've had issues with insomnia. I think I've opened something. Ever since that night, I've been noticing more activity in my home, especially in my basement. That's where my bedroom is. I wake up frequently due to overwhelming feelings of being stared at. I see faint white or black outlines floating in and out of my bedroom. I see things being moved. I don't know why it likes to mess with and toss all my stuff. My phone was pushed off the counter and shattered. My headphone had been hit and spun. Stacks of boxes have fallen over. My computer mouse keeps clicking. Some nights the air feels heavier and my energy drains as soon as I enter the room. It flickers my lamp that I use for reading and schoolwork. I've replaced the light bulb multiple times and I don't have any other explanation for what could be causing these things. I've seen it once or twice. A faint apparition of a small child. A girl. Maybe around 12 or 13. Quite tall. Doesn't quite have a face, but I can tell that it feels sorrowful. The atmosphere is chilling, and I feel this sense of grief and tragedy. I don't think it means any harm, but it scares me. Scares me a lot. I don't know how to get rid of it, and I want to force it away. I don't want to be mean to it out of fear for my own well-being. I sleep with the Bible. I don't have incense or sage. I don't know where I could find these things. My mother's friends with a medium. Good person to ask. We've sort of talked, my mother being the middleman and sending messages. She says it could be a relative of some sort. Perhaps one that had passed away before and hasn't quite crossed over yet. That's about all the information I have, as my mother would probably rather believe that I'm hallucinating over anything else. So I'm sitting here at 3:31, typing up text to post on Reddit, anxious and irritated by my failed attempts at sleep. I'm terrified. I don't know how to deal with this. Some humanoid in dark cloak followed me. This happened from what felt like a month ago. I was originally going to post it, but I decided not to. Maybe I thought it was a little, too little to work with, you could say. I have this feeling of that decision being influenced, as shaky as that sounds. I now remember getting a little container cleaned out in the back lawn when I saw that entity. This instance wasn't like my usual hallucinations, which is why it stuck to me. The being stopped walking before blinking out of existence. Take a video of somebody walking, then cut a majority of it, but splice in the clip where they aren't there anymore. I saw the entity in motion, like they stopped walking when I saw them. All my other hallucinations were still frames. They must have been 2 or 2.5 meters away from me. I then remember being in the kitchen just a few minutes later. I may have been doing the dishes or washing my hands. I looked to my right and I saw that being again, same dark cloak. They stopped walking when I looked at them. Now that I remember it, I feel like I looked over to my right because I sensed something was there. It could be a false memory. I don't know how to put rationality towards memories. I need to look up some help on that front. They must have been 3 to 5 feet away from me by then. I went and told my family, and they told me to ignore the entity. I didn't at the time, and still don't think that there was any malevolent intent that I could sense from that being. Afterwards, I locked my doors and attempted to write the experience down, but decided not to. Again, I'm not entirely sure why. But as far as I know, I haven't seen that being again. Now that I think about it, I'm suspecting that they were just a passerby. They probably just wanted to walk in my front door and out into the neighborhood. I remember feeling like that being could walk into my room where I'd feel like I'd be trapped. But no such thing ever came to be. I don't have a mental illness, including schizophrenia, big fault on my end. I do have a mental illness, including schizophrenia, but I haven't been diagnosed yet. I don't sense any links between this and some stress I had prior, so I doubt it's that. If you're going to propose this being in a cloak being in a hallucination, then I would greatly appreciate it if I was given aspects of both paranormal experiences and hallucinations that differentiate them. That could give me some idea of telling these things apart without swallowing down a pill, which costs a lot of money. I get the last part. I think something is haunting me. What do you guys think? I think something is haunting me. What do you guys think? So to start things off, I'm a Christian who's always been a believer. My parents both grew up in households where activity was quite frequent. More in my dad's house than my mom's, but both had decent activity. My dad's family is very scared of this ghost, but they've had the house blessed every year now in hopes of warding things away. Recently, I bought a Ouija board to play with. Whoops, that doesn't sound smart. But I got yelled at and I was told to return before I even opened it. That's good. It's currently sitting in my garage unopened. It all started after I was on an angry rant saying how ghosts aren't real. And my dad's ghost and my mom's ghost never was real and all a lie. I kept going on saying ghosts aren't real. My parents just kept telling me how they are very real and I shouldn't be saying those things. 3 days ago, I'm in the basement by myself, and something falls off the shelf. It could be explained by the music playing on the Alexa, but there is no vibration. It landed decently far, like it was thrown from the shelf. The next thing happened yesterday when me and my girlfriend were hanging out at her dad's. First thing that happened was the garage door swung open all the way open when it was latched. I got up, closed it, and said it was probably a draft to calm her down a little bit. Then, not even 2 minutes later, we hear what sounds like running around the garage and something fell. At that point, I didn't check it out because I was startled. We ignored it and continued playing Xbox. Then, 5 minutes later, we heard the other garage door that leads to the garage completely slam. Again, the door was latched 5 minutes ago. We told her dad and checked everything and no one was there. That was that for the night after that. Then today, we're taking a nap in the same room and both my arms were in front of her and she was in my chest. She woke up from my dad texting me, and she said that she closed her eyes and she felt what felt like 3 fingers with long nails poking into her side. It was slow and it didn't stop. She said she slowly turned and looked and felt the fingers pull away very quickly, or fingers as she put it. She was very startled and freaking out, and all of this has happened in the last week. I'd just like to know what other people's thoughts are. Also, previously we were sitting in her basement and I was looking into her eyes, and in the back behind her, I am positive I saw a white flash scream across the back of the basement. I was put into shock. What do you guys think's going on? We would appreciate anything. Malevolent entity shadow figure at the side of my bed. Now, onto the experience. It's taken me a while to write this down, and I'm not entirely sure why, well, other than it's been busy, and rather, suppose I just wasn't up to sharing it here yet. I guess I might have just been deciding if it was interesting enough to even put it in for the, whole effort of typing it up. A month or so ago, maybe a little longer, I was in my bedroom asleep. Suddenly, I woke up to the feeling that someone or something was in my room. I looked up at the area beside my bed to see some dark figure standing within 2 feet of me. Its shape was very thin, and it was jet black and had a craggy outline, and the best way I can describe it was like it was made of sharp rocks. It had no real definitive texture. It stood maybe about 5'8", so based on where its head was in regard to where I saw it while laying down and how tall I am, I was a little afraid. I've had a bunch of experiences with things passing through my house or following me home. I feel like I've gotten used to it. In my tired, bit ballsy state, I sat up in bed and brought my face within maybe 6 inches of this thing's. It had no features or anything, no eyes, but I could feel it was looking at me. And I did not feel like it was harmless, and I glared at it, telling it I'm not afraid of you, fuck off. As I reached behind me to turn on my light, as expected, my light came on, there was nothing there. After I shut the light back off, the figure stayed gone. think I remember seeing a similar shadow figure at the bottom of my bed once. That was sometime prior to this particular night's event. I can't be completely sure about the timing. I waited a bit long to post about this, and I want to say I believe it was the same entity both times, but nothing's really come of it since I had my little confrontation with it. I'll admit this may have been some kind of waking dream, but certainly not sleep paralysis. I could and did move freely. Not entirely sure what to make of it, and I am interested to hear your opinions on it. Certainly not as wild as some of the other experiences, but I still find it something I wanted to share here. I may make a no-sleep horror story based off of this experience or dream or whatever this was, and I'm saying so now again to cover my own butt regarding the real versus fake debate that any and all of my posts on here seem to incite due to my writing hobby. So, for full visibility, I think it's important to include my intentions. Happy to hear any thoughts, read your experiences, or if anybody's seen something like this before. Get an opinion on whether or not it was just some waking dream or if I actually did see something. Feel like I did, but I also wonder if nothing more became of it because this entity knew it couldn't scare me, or if nothing else happened because it was all just a weird waking dream. Anyway, thank you for your time reading this, and feel free to ask any questions if you'd like. A weird light just followed me. I was walking my dog with my mom and sister. It was really cold and snowy outside. We decided to cut through a small neighborhood to get home quicker because we were all cold. As we cut through the neighborhood, I noticed a really bright light down another street. It was so bright it looked like a high-beam light of a car. My sister and I both noted the light and thought it was weird. About a minute later, we were also out of the neighborhood, and I looked behind us, and the light was right behind us. It was so blindingly bright I couldn't see anything past it or make out what it was. It was moving so slowly, it looked like it was floating. There was absolutely no noise at all of footsteps or anything. I noticed it was following us. I tried to get my sister and mom's attention, but they were distracted with their dog and didn't look back until a few seconds later. My sister noticed and said it was following us and we should go too. My mom said it was a bike at first, but she got freaked out when she saw how slowly it was moving and how extremely bright the light was. We sped out of the neighborhood quickly with it still following us, but it suddenly stopped at the end of a pathway and stayed there until we were far away. Once we got far enough away, I was watching to see if I could see another angle of it to figure out what it was. But the light came out of the pathway and two girls walking their dog walked by and turned in the opposite direction when they saw the light. It very, very slowly came out of the pathway. I could only see the figure of a really tall man with a huge hunch in his back. He was pushing what looked like a cart with a bright light attached. I'm still confused, though, because there was absolutely no noise coming from the cart or the footsteps behind us. It was silent outside, and there's snow and ice on the ground, so I feel like we would have heard the cart rolling through the snow. I would expect the opposite. The figure didn't even look in our direction when he came out of the pathway. The whole thing was just so creepy. We had to run a quick errand after walking our dogs. We decided to drive around our neighborhood to see if the guy with the bright light was still there. He was gone. So now we're all feeling pretty creeped out. Whether it was paranormal or just a person is still weird. How is there no sound? Why would a normal person be walking around with a light that's almost brighter than a high beam light? So they can see really well. But the weirdest thing of all is how quickly it got behind us. It was at the very end of another street, and in the span of about a minute it got right behind us. It was moving so slowly, so how did it get behind so quickly? Especially since it was a man pushing a cart, like it's not even possible to walk that fast and get that close so quickly. locked in my granny's cupboard, heard a weird voice. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, 39 now, I was in my granny's house watching TV. It was only me, my my older cousin that was in the house, and it was a Sunday around 3 p.m. I remember this because every Sunday the football results would be announced on TV. My older cousin would be, well, they would just be laying on the floor with a notebook and they'd write them down. Don't ask me why. I don't even know. But anyway, I used to hate when the results were being read out, so I decided to leave my grand's house and head back home. So I said bye to my gran, never said anything to my cousin as he was busy laying on the floor writing his results down, and walked into the next room. The kitchen. That's where my gran had a walk-in cupboard where the jackets were kept. I opened the cupboard, seeing my green jacket hanging up steps inside the cupboard, and pulled my jacket off the hook, and the door slammed shut behind him, locking me in. In pitch-black darkness, I fumbled around, grabbed the round door handle, turned, pushed, but nothing. It seemed like somebody was on the other side of the door, holding it shut. Now for the unbelievable part. I start to hear a low, deep noise, kind of sounding like those guys that do the throat singing thing. I don't really know what it's called. It's called throat singing. Then, like a male voice whispering softly in a sort of Arabic language. I'm now screaming, crying, and punching and kicking the door, and it's still not opening. The voice and the low sound is still chanting away in the background. I'm panicking like crazy by now, and my heart's beating out of my chest. I then lean on the door with my shoulder and push my feet in the back, and bang! Door flies open. I stumbled forward, and I fall on the kitchen floor. No one had been there holding the door, and in my head I was convinced it was my older cousin that was playing a prank. So I run back to the living room, my cousin's still laying on the floor in the exact same spot, writing his football results down. My gran's still sitting in her chair, and they both look like they've not heard a thing. My gran, seeing I was distressed, asked me what's wrong. I said nothing, put my jacket on, and walked home. Never told anyone what happened. For years this has played in my mind. The whole event must have only lasted for 30 seconds or so, but inside it felt like a lifetime. I'm not a superstitious kind of person, but this 100% happened to me. I can't explain how I got locked in, as there was never a lock in that cupboard door. It was only ever a round, turned, handle. But most of all, I can't explain that noise and voice I heard. Don't know, with being a kid, if it was just my imagination playing up on me or something, but this day I can't explain what happened. I lost my best friend 25 years ago. I recall it like it was yesterday. It was the Super Bowl Sunday, January 30th, 2000. All was good until I started having chest pains, difficulty breathing, and a feeling I was going to die. My mom had cancer at the time, and I was living with her to help her out. She and her best friend, Candy, rushed me to Carson Tahoe ER. In my 4-hour visit, doctors ran test after test and could find nothing wrong. My girlfriend, Debbie, was watching the game at Glenn's Eagles Bar restaurant. Couldn't be bothered or pulled from the game. Ugh. Debbie. I go meet up with all of her friends, and I could not shake the feeling of doom. I remember Debbie was celebrating a Titans victory and winning the football pool when the Rams scored late and snatched victory from their grasp. I wanted to home after the game and just chill. I almost was normal the next day, but something was still amiss. I was at work early at 8 o'clock when I saw my best friend John's younger brother David at the door. He came in and said, "I need to tell you something about John. He passed away yesterday." This occurred at the same time I was in the hospital. He had his PhD, and he was on his way home from Africa when his plane crashed 1 minute after takeoff. He'd spent 2 years serving in the Peace Corps and returned to serve. He met his wife in the Peace Corps. It's a small world as she went to Lawrence University and student taught at my high school, Appleton East, in my old hometown, Appleton, Wisconsin. I told the following story at John's memorial. I won a music trivia contest and won a trip to Hawaii. I took John when the girl I had a crush on, Jody, ghosted me a week before the trip. John and I spent my 23rd birthday in Waikiki, sitting on our hotel balcony listening to Kenny Loggins' concert. I was a DJ, sent tons of mixtape to John about every other week. I also sent Springsteen's 4-cassette box live, 1975 to 1985. That was something I sent to him for Christmas. He loved the Boss, and especially the Eagles. He also bought fifths of tequila and vodka, shipped it to him about once a month, shampoo bottles to get through customs. He was very popular at the Peace Corps functions. He played his guitar daily in the 4 years we lived together, and I still tear up any time I hear a song by the Eagles. Rest in peace, John. Still think about you every day, 25 years later. I need to wash my eyes. I was with a few friends, about 8 people. It was late one night and we had just gotten done swimming at a quarry in southern Indiana. Well, needless to say, we all got bored after it hit nightfall. All decided to go somewhere haunted and creepy. My girlfriend and I had just gotten some paranormal equipment past Christmas, or rather, this past Christmas. And luckily, I had it in the car already. We first hit up Tunnelton's Big Tunnel, but decided to go somewhere else due to the fact that it isn't that scary when you have a big group. We heard about a cemetery near Story, Indiana, and decided to go there. After a bit of driving down gravel roads for like a few miles, we finally found it. Deep in the middle of the woods, my headlights illuminated the Elkinsville Cemetery. It lit up the sign on the side of that was once a gravel road and is now a dirt path. We hop out of the car and make sure to be respectful as the grave as possible, and we weave to the very back end of the cemetery. We sit there doing the Estes method, or Estes method, sessions. I know I should know how to pronounce that, but I don't. We weren't having any luck, even with the EMF reader, no activity at all. After a bit, we started finding peace in the silence. Cemeteries didn't really creep us out, but loved the aesthetic of it. I started to stray away from the group because I thought I heard something in the woods. Wanted to get a clearer sound without interrupting conversation. Then I heard it. What sounded to be laughter coming from the woods. Sounded like a pack of hyenas. I went back to the group and asked them to listen as to assure that I'm not insane, but just then, I realized that the laughter not only didn't sound like a pack anymore, but it was also closer. I shined my flashlight everywhere, the tree line, the shelter behind us, the tree and the bush in the middle of the cemetery. I was looking for answers. We all jump up and ran to the car. Never had any issues starting the car ever since I purchased it a few years ago, but suddenly it didn't want to turn over. Eventually it would start and my headlights shined right into the tree with the bush in the middle of the cemetery. Right there in the middle of the bush was a pair of eyes looking right at us. I then see whatever it was take off on all fours toward the tree line behind us. I then whipped the car around to not lose track of it, but to our horror, what appeared to be an animal with fur crawling on all fours not even a second ago was now walking on its back legs with no fur into the woods. I was too in shock to move until my girlfriend grabbed me and shouted, "Drive!" at me, which I proceeded to floor it out of there. Couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched the whole way out of the woods, and to this day, haven't been able to find any animal that would be able to do that in southern Indiana. knocking on wall and door. It was 5 a.m. on Christmas. That's because my sleeping schedule is bad. But I heard 2 sets of knocks on the front door, which is basically right next to my wall and behind my head where I sleep, meaning that I can hear anyone and anything, even an animal on the porch, and every car that pulls into the gravel driveway. Anyways, I sit still, thinking it was my mom, and wait for my grandmother to open the door because the dog started barking, which normally wakes her up. She didn't wake up, but my cousin did from the barking and checked the peephole to see no one there. Mind you, I'm still in bed waiting for the door to open for my quote-unquote mom, but I don't hear anything. I didn't hear her going back to her room, so I got dressed and go and see what's wrong. She's there and confused and kind of freaked out while telling me no one's there, and then I go on and tell her how I heard 2 sets of knocks that were kind of faint, as in regarding the time being 5 a.m. kind of knocks. Well, we talk about it for a while, and the more I think, I realize I didn't hear no car pull in. I didn't hear anyone walk in or off the porch. And I could have sworn I heard my mom's voice faintly calling to the dog through the door to let her know it's my mom to stop barking between the knocks. Ever since that day, I felt a heavy feeling on my chest. I'm more paranoid about the dark and hate going to the bathroom at night. Fast forward to literally an hour ago at 6:40 a.m. where I'm laying on my side of the bed watching videos, and I start to hear this faint to loud knocking. It was 1 set, almost like 10 knocks in a pattern on my wall behind me, sounding like it was inside my house, not on the outside this time. I lay there frozen while my heart is beating out of my chest and my eyes are wide open. I finally sit up and try not to throw up and cry as I call my grandmother to come in here with me and tell her everything from Christmas to now. Another weird thing to point out is this time the knock was way louder, but the dog never barked, which freaked me out even more. My grandmother was awake but didn't hear it either. The more the days go on, I'm terrified what it wants. Terrified what it wants to do to me, and when it'll leave me alone. I understand it's getting a reaction out of me, but what am I really supposed to do but get scared? Another thing to mention is I've always heard knocks for years, but have never felt this heavy feeling or paranoia lingering for so long. In my last house, it was like 4 years ago, so I'd sleep on the couch and I would hear faint knocks on the window above my head and it would scare the crap out of me. I'm all alone and the window's kind of tall. I don't know what to do about the situation because I'm scared it's going to get worse. The more it knocks, the more it's feeding off my anxiety and emotions, so help me understand what's going on and maybe why this is happening to me. Grandmother visited me in a dream. Last summer, my grandmother was put into palliative care as her health began to decline. I'd already booked vacation time off near the end of August to go home. I live on the west coast of Canada, and my family's on the east coast. It was about a week before I was due home when my father called to tell me that I need to come as soon as possible. Today, if possible. I changed my flight and left that night. I arrived home 12 hours later and went straight to the palliative care center, meeting my parents, sisters, aunts, and uncles. I'd spoken on the phone to my grandmother about 4 days prior, but at this point she could barely say a word as she was in and out of consciousness. I crept in, leaned over, and whispered into her ear. She opened her eyes and in the slightest, like sort of a whisper, said my name. I gave her a kiss, and she went back to sleep. She was waiting for me to get home. Over the next 2 days, we encouraged her to move on. She would have bouts of semi-awareness where she would seemingly be talking to my grandfather who passed away a few years prior. 2 nights after I arrived, she passed on. It was never really sad, though. She was 94 and had lived a great life. There's no reason to prolong the inevitable. Father and I decided that I need to not stay around for the funeral as I had to get back to work, so I flew back west. Out of my immediate family, I've always been the more, open and deep one, you could say. I love researching spirituality, ancient history, often lost in thoughts of who we are and why we're here. I believe in reincarnation and that our bodies are animated by spirit, not religious. About a week after I was home, I had a rather frightening dream. I was at our old cottage in Nova Scotia. That's where grandmother was born. Spent my summers there growing up, too. I remember being in my grandparents' room when a lady in a black veil approached me. I knew it was my grandmother, but it terrified me and I woke up. The next night, I again dreamt that I was in the cottage. This time, I was in the room next to my grandparents. I was rifling through a cabinet with file folders looking for something next to the scene, sort of cut to the living room, and my grandmother was there in white. But she looked younger. But how I never knew her, and yet knew this was her. We sat on the floor and had great discussions about life and death and what it means to be alive, and unfortunately, I don't consciously remember the details of the conversation. I feel that she came to me because of my affinity with these subjects. Anyway, that was the first and only time I've been visited in a dream that I'm aware of. The validity of this encounter, to me, is without question. My neighborhood ghost attached itself to me. So, backstory: before my neighborhood was built, there was a family that lived in the main house in a section of my neighborhood. They had a daughter who died in the property before it was turned into a neighborhood. When I was growing up, I was always terrified to sleep into my room. I always felt like someone was watching me. I used to be so scared I would sometimes sleep in my parents' room on their floor. When I was 9 or 10, I was sleeping on their bedroom floor and I randomly woke up and saw a little girl cuddling my mom with a doll. The doll was an old-timey looking glass doll, identical to the one that we'd have in our basement. She was just staring right at me. My mom was sleeping on her side and was facing me. Looked like the girl's was just spooning her. I obviously woke up my mom and screamed, but no one was there, and my parents said it was probably just my imagination. Jumping a little in time here, after that, I never saw the little girl again. But as I got older, maybe 16 or 17, I noticed my stuff would go missing. For example, I had an A necklace that I loved, and one night I took it off and woke up and it was gone. I asked my mom if she took it or had seen it. She said no, so I assumed I misplaced it. Well, 6 months later, the same necklace was placed perfectly in my carpet. I asked my mom if she put it there, and she told me that she hadn't seen that necklace in 6 months. Happened again my freshman year of college. Came back home from break and had my mom with my favorite jersey. After she washed it, and she said that she put it on my bed when I looked and it was just gone. A year later, it was hanging in my closet like it had before the whole time. But I know for a fact no one in my family had touched it or seen it in at least a year. My TV would turn on to random channels even through the remote, or even though the remote was on a shelf next to my bed. Lights turning on and off. There were more things that happened, and I can talk about them later, but nobody else in the family experienced stuff. I've talked to a lot of other people in my neighborhood who've heard a little girl giggling or crying and footsteps that sounded like a child. They all said it wasn't their child, or they don't have any. That was the only things my neighbors had really experienced. Only small things that they can brush off. I don't know why, though, that this ghost has attached herself to me. No one else has experienced anything close to what I had. If anybody has any idea on what that would be, it would be great. Metal screws. A couple of years ago, my wife and I moved into an old blacksmith's cottage. It was built around 1700. It's housed in a remote village in the UK. It's a dream house for us, and we couldn't be happier. Despite the age of the property and the remote location, the atmosphere's never been, well, spooky. In fact, we've always felt warm and comfortable here. Not long after we moved in, we started to notice something odd. Metal screws kept appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Here's some examples. On one of our first nights, we were getting into bed, pulled the covers back, and a screw was sat in the center of the mattress. My wife had a screw drop onto her shoulder while walking upstairs. She was alone in the room. She also found a screw in the pocket of her dressing gown when putting it on one morning after a storm. Putting it on one morning. Period. Next sentence. After a storm, I went up a ladder to inspect her guttering and found a screw perfectly balanced on a roof tile directly above my head. There's ghost periods and commas everywhere. I'm starting to see them now. You just have to sort of unfocus your eyes. My wife was kneeling down, putting up wallpaper in our living room. She turned briefly to grab the brush. As she turned back, a screw had appeared an inch in front of her. She called me in to look, and I took a step toward the living room, and I stepped on a screw that was not there a second ago. I was painting a wall in the next room, and it was sat next to the paint pot. Can. I had a screw drop onto my shoulders. I sat watching TV. I was alone in the room. And my favorite so far, and the only one which kind of disturbed me. I was sat alone in the living room checking my phone, and I heard something above me. I looked up, watched a screw drop vertically from the ceiling and land at my feet. It appeared out of nowhere. This one was just about the oddest experience of my life. Just for background information, we both are in our late 30s and we don't have children. The screws are generally new-looking silver ones, sometimes darker and older-looking. These screws' appearances never really seemed upsetting, really. Just very odd and sometimes a bit unnerving. I'm naturally skeptical and a non-believer of ghosts and the like, and I'm sure these occurrences can be explained. But I'm kind of at a loss. Cattle mutilation story. I'm a healthcare professional working at a small hospital in the rural area of the Midwest in the USA. It's not unusual for me to see 6 to 8 patients a day. Occasionally, you run into a patient who you really sort of hit it off with, or it seems as if you've known each other for years. That's how my story starts. At my hospital, we have what's called a joint program for patients who are having elective hip or knee replacements done. I was scheduled to see this lady, who we just called Doris, for the last time before she discharged home later the same date. As I've said, Doris and I really hit it off. In the process of helping her prepare to head home, I asked what made her finally decide to get her knee replacement done. She explained that she had been to her doctor many times for knee pain, finally decided to follow his suggestion. After they found what she described as little beads around her knee in the x-rays, like bone and cartilage, or bone spurs, perhaps, I teased her by suggesting, the aliens probably put them in there. Doris didn't miss a beat. She told me that she wanted to show me something, asked me to grab her iPad for her. After doing so, she pulls up pictures of some of her cattle. Her and her husband are cattle ranchers in the area. There's a ton of cattle ranchers in a 50-mile radius of where I live. But the point is all this cattle, they'd been mutilated in the way you'd usually see on alien TV shows, documentaries and all that. I'm taking patches of skin taken out in perfect circles around the eyes, missing tongue, desiccated insides of perfect hide, missing rectum and udders, no blood, all that. I was honestly too shocked to speak much at first. I asked Doris who or what she thought was doing it. She stated she had absolutely no idea of it, that she was sure it wasn't the government. They could easily just come to any of the, cattle auctions and buy cattle. No one would be any the wiser. She said that she thought it was an intimidation tactic to leave the cattle behind like that to be found the next day. She also said that it seems they rotate around the cattle ranches in the area every year or so. Her ranch will go a few years unmolested while her neighbors will have problems. Also, she stated that it always seems to occur on what she called those weird holidays. By which I'm guessing she meant equinoxes or solstices and so on. She said that sometimes her husband will hear a loud whooshing wind sound from above his head outside as well. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Happened about 2 years ago now, and it's been in my mind ever since. It's creepy to think that this kind of thing's happening within a half an hour before I lay down to sleep every night. Dumbfounding amount of unexplained water in bed. My 4-year-old son woke up screaming in distress. While my wife was comforting him, my 7-year-old daughter came out of the room and said that her bed was wet and it was scary. Backing up. Last night we put our kids down for bed. They sleep in a bunk bed, my daughter's on top. After my son was screaming and my daughter saying her bed was wet, I thought she had just sweat a lot. Discounted the fact that it had scared her. I felt her and she was completely dry hair, dry clothes, dry skin, not even clammy. Dry underwear. Went into the room with her and just felt her bed and it jolted me. Her sheets had wet spots about 2 feet across and her bed was soaked down into the mattress, and I mean soaked, like somebody had poured an entire glass of water into her bed. She hadn't wet the bed. Like I said previously, she was completely dry, clothes and all. The position of the wet spot was odd as well. It was the upper half of the bed from where her chin would have been to where her belly button would have been. Even odder, the bottom part of her pillow was soaked and it, quote-unquote, cut off the top of the wet spot. By that I mean it was like the liquid came from above rather than getting the mattress wet and soaking into the pillow from below. The liquid was clear and scentless, and it soaked as much of it up with towels as I could. There was enough liquid to even wring them out into a bowl, so I did exactly that. I have some water testing equipment for an aquarium I have downstairs, so I thought to test the hardness and see if it was tap water. It'll be a little bit changed from your fabrics. Our water is extremely hard and tests at 360 parts per million. The liquid from her bed registered at 555 parts per million, 50% harder than tap water, and definitely not urine. The walls and ceiling in her room were bone dry. No water bottles or cups in her room at all. This water basically came out of nowhere with no explanation, and there was a lot of it. Can't come up with anything to explain it. No one really, and it's just both a little bit, both me and her are a little bit dumbfounded and freaked out. Probably unrelated, but it adds to the creepiness. Our dog was completely freaked out last night, stressed, panting, not leaving my side, ears back, acting absolutely stressed. That was both before and for the duration of the evening. Just because I'm super logical, I gotta point out that after it's soaked into your fabric, the parts per million might increase if you have, clothing softener and whatnot in the clothing. So it doesn't discount it being tap water. If it had less, that would be more alarming. I don't feel safe in my home anymore. For a while now, I've been seeing things around my house. Started off with small things like doors being nudged open without windows open or the AC on. The first big thing was seeing a shadowy figure in my parents' room. It wasn't doing much, just peeking around the corner watching me. I wasn't sure if it was real or not, but my cat reacted to it as well. Recently, it had started to progress further by being what sounds like running up the stairs while everyone's asleep. I had questioned my mom about where my cat was the night it happened. Majority of the time, he's with her. Other times, he's downstairs. The confusing part is that he's old. He doesn't run like that anymore. Other experiences that really seem to further show that there was energy that was above my sink, and there's a window. It's like a view to the fence along my house. But we have junk back there. One night, my dad picks me up from work, and I'm eating a late dinner. I hear what sounds like something trying to open the window, so the seal creaks a little. I heard it, turned, and saw a faceless creature, thing that was supposedly looking at me, duck away and hide. I run upstairs to get my dad, and we both run outside looking for whatever it was. The most confusing part is that it would have to make noise to escape. This thing vanished. No trace, no sound. He's a man of logic and reason, so he comes up with it being a reflection. It would have to be the weirdest reflection to not be moving as I turn my head, only to duck away a second after seeing it. But then on, I would see a figure in the bathroom downstairs. It would just stand there in the corner of my eye, but vanish when I would look at it. I was skeptical, wondering if it was a trick of the light, but as a last look, I looked over expecting to see the figure, but instead I see an arm poking out of the doorway. I froze as it again, like the face, retreat a second later. My cat was downstairs, staring at the doorway as confused as I was. I sat down sitting next to him, staring at the doorway, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did until I went upstairs. I had some clothes out, getting ready to put them away, when I heard what sounded like the whimper of a little girl. I wondered if it was me. I tried replicating the sound, but it wasn't happening. I've been beyond confused, wondering if it's my imagination or not, especially considering the fact that my cat has reacted to these experiences. I don't know what's going on or why anymore. Black figure staring at me during the night. A couple of years ago, I was trying to fall asleep at night. I was laying in bed when I saw a little black figure staring at me. I shared the room with my sister, and our beds were parallel to each other. At the corner of her bed was a black figure. It was super dark, and I couldn't make out much, but I could feel it staring at me. Here's the thing. I have a black cat. He normally sleeps with me at night. My first thought was that it was him. Really didn't think much of it. I didn't look at it too hard. I just saw a little black blob. I just continued to try and fall asleep, but I couldn't. I was just laying there for a bit. Half an hour passes, he's still there. I simply think it's the cat. More time passes, and it moves to a chair at the end of my sister's bed. At this point, I think I'll just go get the cat to come sleep with me, since he's just sitting there. So I get up towards it, and the thing just dissipates. I don't know how else to explain it. It just moved off as I approached it, and all of a sudden it was gone. I was so confused, but even more confused when I looked back to my bed, and it turns out my cat had been sleeping next to me the entire time. My sheets were black and gray, so I honestly hadn't seen him till I got up and turned back to my bed. It was so strange, and I got such an unsettling feeling that this thing was just staring at me for about an hour. I couldn't make out any features. I honestly can't explain it, but I just knew it was staring at me. I could feel it. It was also very small, about the size of a cat. I wasn't unsettled when it was just sitting there, as I thought it was the cat. I thought it was sleep paralysis, but I could move and I just couldn't manage to fall asleep. I was just laying there for about an hour trying to sleep, and once I realized it wasn't the cat, I was so overcome by fear I just wanted to cry and run into my parents' room and sleep in their bed. I was honestly too afraid to walk into their room. I had been spooked at this point. It never occurred again, though. Told my parents about it, and my dad, who is a very religious person, then placed the Bible in our room, open to a certain page. It's been years, and so far, that's the only paranormal experience that has ever happened to me. Nothing similar has ever occurred. It was just that one time. I have a hard time falling asleep in general, so it really wasn't strange for me to just be laying there trying to sleep for an hour. But I keep wondering if it was some time or type of thing like sleep paralysis, and that's why I couldn't sleep. The key that may have saved my life. Strange incident. About a week or so ago, I had some strange dreams. I lost my dad in 2012. Whenever I dream of him, it seems very real. As if it isn't a dream at all. What I mean is the two of us are doing things that we normally would have done when he was alive. They aren't mixtures of different visuals or random people doing strange things that don't make sense. They are, in fact, very pleasant and comforting. So last week, I had a rather weird one. People who I know have passed on, former teachers and neighbors, they were all in it. They were talking with each other and knew that I was there, but sort of just looking at me but not really engaging in any type of conversation. Can't even recall what they were saying. The weirder thing is that a couple of them were holding keys, skeleton keys. I felt it was weird, but didn't really think too much of it other than the fact that it was so vivid that I remembered it so well over the next couple of days. Here is where it all came back to me, just yesterday. I decided to get my daily exercise by walking. Rather than taking the dog, which I would normally do, I decided to go on my own and make it a long one. As I was entering a local park by way of a service road, I thought that I saw a skeleton key laying along the side of the road, and at that point I walked over to it, and the conversations that some of the people in my dream had kind of just started coming to me. They weren't anything out of the ordinary, just things like what they ate and how nice the weather was. I knew at that moment that I was remarking on the weather with my girlfriend on that day, and I had this dream, and well, no big deal. I always try to make sense of my dreams and connect them to my activities. I had no idea if it was really what they said in the dream, or if it was my imagination that was starting to make things up. I stared at the quote-unquote key for a second, and then just shook my head and smiled. It wasn't a key at all, but just a piece of rust. Literally, before I could turn back to the direction in which I was walking, a loud sports car with blaring music came around the bend. Not visible, but that's because of a swamp and a heavily treed area adjacent to the road. But it was at a high rate of speed, right through the section of road that I was standing on before I saw what I thought was key. Scared the hell out of me. Had my AirPods on and never would have heard it. It was very unusual for anybody to drive through that park that fast. It took me about a minute to wait for my heart to stop racing. At that point, I turned around and walked home. It took the wind out of me, literally exhausted me. Experience working at a hospital. A couple of years ago, I worked at a hospital as security. Part of the security duties for the second shift was to lock all the doors downstairs in the basement of the hospital. The type of things down there ranged from offices, supply rooms, bathrooms, and the morgue. We would also have to check the refrigeration temperature inside the morgue to make sure it was running properly, but I guess that's not important. So one night I go down to the basement, which is basically a big rectangle, locked all the doors, and just as I was going to make a right to take the stairs up, I noticed somebody walk out in the corner in what looked like blue scrubs. Take about 5 steps into one of the doors I locked, and by the way, they didn't open the door or anything, just walked right in. As security, I couldn't just brush this off because recently we had people steal from the supply room, so I had to check it out, and especially since it was after hours. As I walked up to the door, I immediately got goosebumps. This specific door was 1, an automatic locking door that can only be accessed by ID clearance, and 2, I didn't see the individual pull out an ID, which you'd have to do to get in. You pull out your ID, you scan it, wait for the green light to pop up, and then open the door. I literally just saw somebody take about 5 steps into the door like it was wide open, which it wasn't. This door automatically locks and closes itself. So I think to myself, well, if somehow someone accessed the door after hours, they aren't allowed to do so, so this might be the person that's stealing stuff. If a nurse or somebody needs to go to the supply room, they call security. Security escorts them because of stealing incidents, really. So I pull out my ID, scan it, open the door. Walked in and saw no one. Then I opened all the closet doors to confirm nobody was hiding, and then immediately got the fuck out because I was 100% sure I just saw a ghost. Later that night, I got a call from the ER department. It was a call to escort a nurse down to the supply room, and we made sweet love. No, just joking. I wish. Which actually happened is that I escorted her down to the basement to the supply room and told her what I saw. She then shuffled through some boxes in the supply room and pulled out the same exact looking light blue scrubs that I saw the ghost wearing. Except they weren't scrubs. They were blue gowns patients wear inside the hospital. So what I saw that night was a patient's ghost walking around the basement. After this experience, I definitely believe in ghosts and the afterlife. Till this day, I kick myself for not looking at the cameras that night. Sleep paralysis shadow people. So to start off, I want to explain that I suffer from bipolar disorder, and I deal with many sleepless nights because of it. I have experienced sleep paralysis so many times in my life since I was little that I never kept count. When I was little, I was absolutely terrified. I wouldn't be able to move, and there would just be this dark silhouette of a person standing nearby. The distance would vary from each experience. The most terrifying one that stuck with me was when I was maybe 10 years old. The figure was standing on my chest, and I had difficulty breathing. I never understood why this was even happening to me. Then as I got older, my fear turned to rage. Instead of wanting to scream out of terror, I was letting out a war cry. I would try to charge the figure, but to no avail. I turned 21 and I had stayed up playing games all night. When I finally drifted off, there was the figure, but this time was different. Again, I was filled with so much rage, all I wanted to do was attack the mysterious figure. I managed to lift my arm toward it, and it took a step back, and I woke up. That was the first time I saw it move. I then went a very long time without suffering sleep paralysis, till my wife left me unexpectedly when I turned 29. My grief consumed me. I spent many nights sobbing without sleep. Then one night, when I finally did fall asleep after being prescribed a very powerful sleep aid, the figure returned. A little bit of a red flag there. Except it was more aggressive this time, and it was no longer a shadow. It would never let me see its face. Still filled with rage, I would try to charge it, but my movement was very slow and took so much effort just to lift a finger. It grabbed me by the foot. But it sort of to its shock, I grabbed it. I then tried to pull myself up using all the strength I had, and just before I could look at it, it shoved its other hand in my face, blocking my view. I then bit its hand as hard as I could. I woke up shortly after that. So far, it hasn't returned, but that was only a few months ago. I'm sure that isn't the last encounter I'll have. Every time I have these episodes, I make it my goal to defeat whatever that is. And I will get stronger every time I face it. Given my bipolar condition, this could just have been my imagination since I don't have a very good self-image. I don't claim to know what it is or what's happening to me. But what I do know is I will stop fighting, or rather not stop fighting till it's defeated or leaves me forever. My older brother died on June 1st. About 2 months before his death, I started seeing a shadow person. My older brother died on June 1st. About 2 months before his death, I started seeing a shadow person walking from the kitchen to the bathroom. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal, but my boyfriend's never experienced anything. I never said anything to him about it because I'm not sure if he really believed me when I would tell him about the things I would see and hear. My purse was also thrown off of my dresser and landed on the foot of my bed. And there's 5 feet between them. One day I'm sitting on the couch and my boyfriend looks at me and says, "I've been seeing a person like shadow walking from the kitchen to the bathroom, but it's only in my periphery. When I try to focus on it, it just disappears. I just saw one behind you." And for him to see something I've been seeing actually was a relief. About 2 weeks before my brother died, I also had a friend tell me they see the same thing while at my house. And this home was built in the early 1930s, but there's never been any activity. A few days before my brother's death, I was standing in the kitchen. I could feel someone with me, but it was almost comforting. They said my name right by my ear, and the voice was male and almost a whisper. It startled me, so I jumped and said, "I hate it when you do that." After his death, there were no more experiences. I've always had a very deep connection to my brother. He caused an accident when I was 14 that claimed the life of a young lady. I was over 1,000 miles away, but I just knew. It was late at night and I was hysterical. I started calling friends and family, asking them not to let him do whatever it was I was feeling. The next morning, I got one of the worst calls I've ever had. He had killed a woman in an accident and wasn't expected to live. How did I know? Another time, I had a dream about him being lost in a forest, running but unable to find his way out. The next day, I started calling hospitals and police stations until I finally found him. He had laid on the floor in the bathroom for 3 days after a night of partying. He had internal bleeding. Blood had settled in one of his kidneys, and he had to be on dialysis. And again, how did I know? But I always knew when something was really wrong. I'd been thinking about my brother a lot in those 2 months before his death. At this point, we were 6 years estranged because of his lifestyle. I knew something was wrong, but what was the shadow about? I just don't understand seeing this thing weeks before he died, and then everything just stopped after his death. Is it a warning? Were they trying to tell me something and I just wasn't listening? Any thoughts on the subject are welcome. Wife saw a faceless figure going down the stairs. Roughly an hour ago, my wife and I were talking on her couch. Her seat allows for a peripheral view of one of our seats of the half stairs. It's a tri-story house. As I was saying something, she immediately jumps up and within a few seconds says she saw a kid, not one of our two, walking down the stairs. And that's what spurred her sudden movement. Where I was sitting is essentially back to the stairs, but I lined up the shot. Even if I had been facing that way, the wall would have blocked it. Details according to her, she tried to recall specifics of something she saw for 2-ish seconds. At the moment of realization of the figure, she felt a blanket was placed on her, attempting to tell her, "No, this is just your son, don't worry." But her internal instinct piped up and told her not to let this thing get behind her. Ironically, if that was its goal, I would have certainly seen it, if I am in fact capable of such things. I was lanky, possibly 2D, but almost spindly like a spider. Excuse me, it was lanky, not I, with knee joints resembling that of a spider. It had clothes on, unsure of exactly what, but it was wearing something. She saw it move, hand on the banister. The leg movement was similar to how her youngest kiddo comes down the stairs. Just a bit more overreaching, like it had to force itself to do so. Its face was almost purely white and had absolutely no facial features. She tried to rationalize it immediately and failed to do so. Since I did not see it, I'm forced to look at the conditions and do my best to reconcile it in my head. Mostly, I can get some sleep tonight. The lighting wasn't terrible on the stairs. There's 8 stairs, and at the top we have a night light wall outlet. She said it was on the 3rd from the top, stepping down the 4th from the top. The downstairs light illuminates it fairly well. I cannot chalk this up to the dark corridors hallucination that I have experienced in the past. Does anyone really have any experience with such things? I'm at a total loss. And it should be noted my wife appears to be very prone to paranormal encounters and experiences. I myself have not experienced one thing that I couldn't at least chalk up to weird timing or possibly my brain just playing a small trick on me. I certainly believe my wife, but I don't share the experiences that she has had. Double confirmation ghost sighting. I, a 34-year-old female, grew up with 3 sisters and my mom, and that's in Buffalo, New York. My whole extended family lives here too. We're very close and tight-knit. My parents would host both sets of my grandparents every Saturday night for dinner and cards. My maternal grandpa was on oxygen. He was a smoker. So for a couple of years with major lung and heart issues before desert and cards, he would sit in our golden love chair in our living room with both his arms resting on the sides and the oxygen tank near his feet. At the end of 2006, he passed peacefully, and we all miss him dearly. A couple of months after his funeral, my mom badly hurt her back, went to the doctor, and was prescribed pain medication. My mom's not the type to complain, but this injury had her down. She was down and out, and we've never seen her like that before. She said it was the worst pain of her life, took her pills as prescribed, and she began sleeping on the couch at night in her living room. It was the only way that she could get semi-comfortable. The medicine wasn't cutting her pain, and she began, quote-unquote, dreaming about how she wanted to die from the pain. She wasn't sure she'd ever get better again. She awoke to a voice coming from the other side of the living room that said, "Donna, you're going to be okay. You're going to get through this." She turned and saw her dad in a golden chair, oxygen tank and all. She was not afraid at all, but she couldn't believe her eyes. She turned back over and convinced herself she was high off the medication and went back to sleep. The same night, my oldest sister was out late partying with her friends. The front porch light was on, and the family rule, Mom was a stickler, was to turn it off if you were the last to come home. Sister stumbled into the house and was going to turn the light off, but she saw my grandfather with his oxygen tank in our golden chair. He was watching over my mom on the couch, never broke eye contact off my mom. She internally freaked out and ran to her bedroom, convincing herself she was hallucinating from being drunk. Fast forward to the morning. 5 of us are at the breakfast table, just chatting, and my oldest sister walks into the kitchen for breakfast. My mom says to her, "Jennifer, if you forget to turn off the porch light last night." My sister looks at my mom and goes, "Mom, I wasn't trying to say anything, but when I got home last night, I saw Grandpa on the golden couch with his oxygen tank. He was looking at you. Really freaked me out." My mom dropped her spoon, gasped, and said, "Jennifer, me too." Ghost didn't like the decoration. I'm from Germany, where people aren't particularly inclined to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. Germans generally prefer logical explanations for strange events and don't really embrace things like Halloween or horror movies. What Germany do you live in? So, when something weird happens, the usual response is a shrug, and it is what it is. That's why it's so surprising that even my family ended up saying, okay, maybe it was a ghost. I grew up in a very old house. My parents still live there, actually. Dates back to the 1910s, though the interior's been renovated several times. Despite the updates, the house still has a spooky vibe, especially at night. I remember how many of my childhood friends were too scared to go to the bathroom after dark. It became a bit of a running joke. Over the years, small, strange things would happen. Magnets would fall off the fridge for no reason. Pictures would tumble from the walls. But we'd just brush it off, muttering, it is what it is. Then one night, something happened that we just couldn't explain. My mom had this steel sign in the kitchen. It was one of those funny ones that said you take 1 glass of wine and pour it into the cook. She kept it in the far left end of the kitchen counter, where it was completely secure. No way it could have fallen on its own. One night about 10 years ago, we all heard a loud metallic clatter. The next morning, we noticed the sign was missing. It wasn't on the counter, it wasn't on the floor, it hadn't fallen behind the counter either. The counters are sealed to the wall with silicone, so that was impossible. Just gone. For years, my parents couldn't find that sign. My mom would occasionally joke the ghost took it. I think this house might be haunted. It became one of those funny but baffling family stories that we laugh about but never quite understood. Fast forward to last year. My parents had to replace their dishwasher, so they pulled the old one out, and guess what they found? The steel sign was lying behind the dishwasher. And here's the thing. The dishwasher was on the other side of the kitchen. The counters are sealed, and there's no logical way the sign could have moved across the room and ended up there. To this day, we have no idea how that happened. Maybe the ghost didn't like the sign. Who knows? I get that it's not the most thrilling ghost story, but sometimes it's the little inexplicable things that stick with you. Paranormal experience last night. For context, I'm visiting my family in Mexico City with my dad and my sister. We're staying at my grandparents' house. That's where my sister and I are staying in one room and my dad in the other. Moving on, after what was a very normal day, I decided to go to bed since it was getting late. I was getting up early the next day. Keep this in mind. The curtains on the window in front of me were closed. It did take me a while to sleep, but that's not really out of the ordinary for me. After about an hour, according to my watch on the nightstand, I was woken up by the buzzing of a fly and the itching of bug bites. After about an hour, I decided to go to bed since I couldn't kill the fly. Thankfully, I was able to go to sleep, but not for long. It was now 1 a.m. I woke up cold and sweaty to the fly buzzing again. I hate that. The blinds of the window in front of me were now open halfway. I was getting mad at this point, so I turned the light on to try and kill the fly. I did not see it once. If it wasn't for the bug bites, I wouldn't have thought I was hallucinating. After an hour or two, I gave up on killing the fly, so I decided to just chill on my phone for a while. Try to go to sleep. This was when I got an overwhelming sense of unease. I realized just how off things were. Not a single noise coming from outside, which is usually very busy. Not a single noise coming from inside, which had a lot of people. I sent a text to my dad to see if maybe he was awake and we could watch TV or something. The text didn't even go through, and this was when I got pretty scared. I looked out of the half-open window and saw that there was no movement outside at all. Not a single car passing by, nothing. I tried going to bed because I was getting very scared at this point, but I couldn't. No matter how hard I concentrated, I just couldn't go to bed. By now it was 4:30. I decided that I would just wait until I had to get ready since I couldn't sleep. I could still hear the fly every now and then, but other than that, there were still no noises at all. Must have been around 5 or 6 when I was finally able to sleep. My dad woke me up about an hour later, where I woke up feeling super tired and groggy. But the scariest part was seeing that all my bug bites were gone, and that the curtains were all closed. I would be happy all of the bug bites were gone, but I'm a simple man. Night shift. I've worked at a cafe for 7 years now, all throughout high school and now into college. I'm technically management now, because I host, make pricing decisions, and close the restaurant. The owner's mom was usually there every night to close and do the cash drawer. I was in Arizona for a few months visiting family, meaning that I close the restaurant by myself. So I go about my business, walking the cooks and busboys out the back door and locking it after they've left. I then head back to the front of the house to grab the cash drawer, credit card slips, and keys. Head back to the other end of the restaurant where the office is. The office light, in all the years I've been there, has never been turned off. Not after you leave the room, not even when you leave at night. I've had talks to them about why, but the owner's mom is not really negotiating on it. Always wants it on. Anyways, I walk into the back. I go to unlock the door to find the office light off. It was on earlier when I went back there. I'm the only one with keys to the door. I know I didn't turn it off because it's not a habit to me. I've never turned the light off once. I checked the side of the wall, flicked the light on. So it was in fact physically flipped. Again, I'm alone, and the only one with the keys, so I have no clue as to how the light was off. There's an older man who had a heart attack and died in the restaurant in the bathroom maybe 9 years ago. So people always say the place is haunted. Heard my fair share of kitchen pots clicking after the kitchen staff's left, or random slips printing off when no one's by the order screen to click print. Even the sound of toilets flushing after it's closed, but it's only around me. But this instance freaked me out the most. Last night while closing, the door to the inside of the restaurant slammed shut in front of me and the head chef. We just looked at each other with our jaws dropped. No one was in there, and the clear glass door is behind another clear glass door to the outside, which, by the way, had already been locked, so it couldn't have been the wind since it was behind the outside door. Kind of on edge as it seems as though the more I'm closing this thing alone, the more I'm noticing things happening. Really picked up when the owner's mom left town and I was left to close by myself at night with no one else. I don't want to get yelled at for not wanting to close, so I'm thinking about making the back of the house guys wait for me and leave altogether. It's a solid plan. My brother's glasses learned to fly. This is a story that happened to my best friend and me. It was in 2011. We still talk about it, and I honestly want to keep talking about it to never forget it. Hence why I'm sharing this with you. I firmly believe everything has a logical explanation. And for certain things, the explanation is something that humanity hasn't discovered yet. I for sure can't explain what happened here. So, summer of 2011, my best friend came over and we were in my room sitting at the desk. We were fooling around on the internet, just basically things 14-year-old girls do. Now, for context, my door was closed and so were my windows. My family didn't have pets in 2011, and our dog passed away a year before in 2010. We adopted our cats a year later in 2012. At some point, we heard a thump behind us. My brother's glasses that he forgot on my TV stand fell onto the carpet. That was weird in itself because, as I said, no breeze, no pets who could have kicked it. But the actual weird thing was that it fell a good maybe 1.5 meters in front of the TV stand. How? I'm not the best at physics, but without something kicking or hitting it, how could it fall that far from the TV stand, and by what force? We didn't see it fall. We just heard the thump. Looked behind and saw the glasses in the middle of my room. My friend and I obviously started screaming. We told my mom, but I think she thought we were making things up. I can't explain it. It was such a minor random thing. I know I wasn't tripping because my friend saw it too. Sometimes nowadays I bring this up to her to convince myself I'm not crazy, and she remembers it vividly as well. Now, I don't exactly believe in ghosts and stuff, but the house that we lived in, my family still does, I moved away, is quite old. It was built in the 50s, but my great-grandfather and my room used to be my great-grandparents' bedroom. I swear I used to hear weird creaks and noises every night. My parents always said, "The house is settling," or setting, or there might be mice or birds in the attic. I don't know about that. Step into the shadowy realm of Paranormal M, where haunting tales await. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Let the mysteries unravel before your eyes. My parents say they don't believe, then tell me these stories. My parents are from a small country in South America. Not sure about now, but back in the 70s and 80s when my parents lived there, the paranormal was normal. So many weird little stories and superstitions and legends from my parents. But they say that they don't believe in ghosts now. Not sure if they don't just give substance to the things that they've experienced, but I want to fill you in on one that included me. About 12 years ago, I was about 21 at the time. I think I was about to go into my senior year of college. It was the summer. My brother and I stayed home, and my mom and dad went to South America for the first time in about 17 years to see the family. It was an early Saturday morning, and my parents, along with my mother, cousin, and my mother's brother, decided to visit my mother's parents' grave sites. It's a very rural area, third world almost. No one really took care of the cemetery anymore. They knew it was going to be a scorcher of a day, so they went super early with umbrellas for shade and chalk because that was the thing to decorate the tombstones. A giant machete to chop away all the overgrown weeds and grass. They arrive, and it's a cemetery, so no trees overgrown, and the sun's already blazing. There's one cloud. It follows my parents to the grandparents' tomb, if I remember correctly. These were above the ground. My mom's cousin goes to chop the brush and weeds around my grandparents' tombs with the machete, and it flies out of his hands. Not a small man. Uses his hands a lot, strong guy. He's like, okay, maybe it's the wrong angle. He goes to grab it, it's stuck in the ground straight up. He tries again, same thing. But this time it flies the opposite direction that physics says it should land on the ground straight up. My dad tries, same thing. Finally, my dad says, okay, I think they want their son to do this because, remember, my uncle is there. He picks it up, chops it all away. Go about doing their tasks, and when they're done, the one cloud above them dissipates. The kicker, they call me when they come back from the cemetery from South America, and it's about 11 a.m. on the East Coast. Not too much of a time difference from where they are. Their call wakes me from a dream where I'm dreaming about a cemetery and people in it. The image of the dream still sticks out in my mind. Weird, right? I have more if anyone's interested. Beam me up. Strange visual patterns. Some nights ago, I had a strange experience that I can't quite explain. In that evening, I discussed UFOs and plasmoids with my friends on Discord, mentioning the existence of official documents released by trusted sources like the Pentagon, the military, and various universities. With conviction, I said, I want to see them. I was so excited. I woke up in the middle of the night around 5 a.m. I sleep in complete darkness, by the way. Whether my eyes were open or closed, I began to see a pattern of thin gray lines and dots covering my entire field of vision. These lines were arranged in a repetitive, harmonious way, creating ripples that seemed to form meaningful geometric shapes. The shapes were numerous, small, and they were constantly changing like a flow. I was scared. I thought there was a connection with what I said before, or maybe some entity was trying to do something to me. Whenever I looked at a light source, such as my phone screen or some device LED, the patterns would disappear in those areas as if they were overridden or erased by the light. I was fully awake, got out of bed, and walked around for a bit. After returning to bed and closing my eyes, the experience repeated itself, lasting about 5 to 10 minutes. I tried to look at the sky, but there was nothing waiting for me. Throughout this time, I felt a strange light pressure at the back of my head, possibly around the cerebellum, or sometimes even the front of my head when lying straight. Since that day, the same thing has happened again 6 more times. I'm continuing to keep track of the day and time of the visions, always at night. Every single time, I'm looking at new UFO news during the day. Breathing and meditating makes them go away, though. Once instead, I saw the visions after looking at some ancient cave painting image on my smartphone, resembling some alien figures in a spaceship. They only lasted a few seconds, though. It was 2 a.m. and I was chilling on the bed. Was it just a strong suggestion, and did I have a sudden brain ill? I'm curious if anybody else has experienced something similar, or has any ideas about what could be causing it. I'm open to both scientific and speculative explanations. My father is in hospice. Something strange is going on in the house. My father is in end-of-life care. They estimate he has 2 to 6 weeks left. He's at home with nurses coming by the house. I flew home last weekend as I live far away. When we first moved into this house, my mom and I were watching a movie, and we heard the side door open and somebody walk down the basement where my brother's room is. We figured it was him. We called out his name and no answer. Went down, no one was home. My brother later said he was working all day. Since then, we hear strange noises in the house, but I've since moved away. Since I've been home, we've been hearing strange noises and strange things are happening. It seems to be happening more frequently each day. That only happens on the main floor or basement, not upstairs. Here's a few examples. The living room light turns itself off and on randomly. The power went off and on 5 times one night. No power outages reported online. I sleep on the main floor, and I keep hearing banging that sounded almost like someone poking the ceiling with a broom, maybe 2 or 3 times a minute. I couldn't place where it was coming from. I kept opening my door to see if I could hear where it was coming from, and it would stop, and my mom didn't hear it. My dad took over my room in the main floor because he can't make up the stairs anymore. He told us that he heard loud knocking on his door 2 times during the night, only to get up, and by the way, it's hard for him to get up, and have no one being at the door. Today I placed a bottle of wine in the fridge. It was angled with the label facing sideways. As I shut the fridge, I saw the bottle spin itself so that the logo was facing frontwards. I have a dog, and his ball is lying by the TV, and it's winter, and all windows are closed. We're watching a movie, and no one's moving. The ball quickly rolls toward the couch my mom and me were on. Twice now we've lit candles, and when we go blow them out, there's a dead fly in it. Again, it's winter, and we haven't seen any flies around recently. I don't know what's going on, or if it's all in our heads, but I've been here for 6 days with something happening every day. In the last 2 days, almost 2 or 3 times a day. Do I sage the house? Is it related to my father being gravely ill? Is there anything I can do?
Shadows in reflection of TV screen. One night I saw movement in the reflection of the television. I was about 15 years old back in 2010. What I saw was a blob-like black mass that was formless, sort of like a cloud, just jittering in the reflection of the TV screen. I saw it take humanoid shape and crawl on the ceiling in the reflection of the screen. Moments after processing every possible logical explanation instantaneously, and remembering other family members experienced something creepy, I concluded that it must be paranormal. So I prayed for protection, and seconds later a voice spoke into my right ear saying, "Are you afraid of me?" It made me jump out of my bed and flee the room. Months, if not a little over a year, my youngest sister was maybe 6 or 7 years old at the time. My room had no door, and she often played with her other sister, or by herself if she decided to enter my room without my permission. Had my television off, and she was playing by herself. I was on the other side of the house. I heard a screech, thinking my baby sister got hurt. I came running to the rescue. Her entire face was red. She had tears and snot everywhere. She explained she saw a dark figure of a definitive woman, as if she was from The Ring. Always hated that TV. These events were correlation to the fact that a loved one was using a Ouija board. I've seen shadow beings in the corners of my eye. I've seen red eyes for a split second. I've seen these creepy things occasionally. One time I was using the restroom and didn't lock the door. A shadow being with red eyes actually opened the door, slightly peeking in, and then closed it. The good news is that when I prayed that the Ouija board to be thrown out, it was thrown out. God answered that prayer. Obviously, he knew it was a door that was spiritually, dangerous for me. Although I never played with it. I got no beans with God, but perhaps, I don't know if they deserve a thanking if they bought the Ouija board and then threw it out, but you catch my drift. I don't know what to say about my first sleep paralysis. Never had any sleep paralysis up until this point. Never experienced it again after this. I was laying on our queen-sized bed facing the wall with my back exposed to the rest of the bed. I was trying to fight the urge to fall asleep, but I eventually dozed off into a state in which I felt like I was both awake and asleep. Take note that before this I had checked the time on my phone. As I was in that state, my body couldn't move and my vision was starting to tunnel. Throughout this experience, I could only see the wall in front of me as I was laying on my side. I started to see shadows form around my vision. My hearing, I don't know how to describe this, but it felt like something was covering my ears, so the sounds I heard was a bit muffled. I began to hear high-pitched sounds, which eventually turned into screams. Sounded like burning souls from hell, squealing from that pain. For some moments, I felt like I saw those souls. Their voices overlapped, and I soon began to feel something. Since I was laying near the wall, a huge portion of the bed was behind me.
Behind me, I can feel someone or something crawling rapidly. Their limbs were pounding on the bed as it makes its way toward me. However, just as I feel like they're about to reach me, they never do. While I was hearing those screams and feel like something was crawling behind me, my mind was actually, to put it simply, a bit calm. But the way my body reacts says otherwise. My heart was pounding in my chest and I felt like I could barely breathe. In my mind, I kept on thinking, why is my body reacting like this? It's like I had no control over my body. And I'm generally not the type of person to hyperventilate or react that much when something happens. So my body reacted like that and I was genuinely confused. The moment I woke up from that sleep paralysis, my vision began to clear and for a split second I felt like I'd forgotten how to breathe. The experience was not that long, but it was surely more than a minute. But when I checked the time in my phone again, it was still the same time from when I checked it before. What kind of bothers me is that most of these indications of hell in some of my dreams, including the sleep paralysis with the screams of the dead, my dreams are always, hyper-realistic. Although I don't generally dream as often now, it still sometimes bothers me. I think my uncle is haunting us. Discussion. A bit of a strange one, but last August my uncle died. He was a very kind man, but suffered badly with his health. He had lost a leg due to diabetes and was virtually blind. He was very eccentric and always wanted the latest iPads, laptops, TVs, literally anything that was new in the market. He wanted it. As a family, we were concerned that he was wasting his money because he couldn't really see to use all his new gadgets. But no matter what we said, he told us it's only money and it made him happy. Anyway, one day he called me up and asked if I could set up his new 50-inch TV that he'd just had delivered. I set it up and all was good. But then, a few days later, he rang me. He said he was fed up with it and that I could set up a smaller one for him. I did it for him. He told me that I was to take the 50-inch TV home with me. I told him that, we could return it and get a full refund. He wouldn't hear of it, and I was to take it as an early Christmas present. I felt awful, but he was so happy that I now had it. A month later, he got an infection which led to sepsis. He was put into an induced coma, but sadly never woke up. I organized his funeral. All his gadgets that I had bought over the years were sold and the money given to charity, which I think he would have liked. I brought his ashes home with me before we scattered them in his favorite park. 2 months ago, I was sat in the living room watching the TV my uncle had given me. It popped in the kitchen and came back, and about 5 minutes later, and there was a big dent on the screen, like something had been thrown at it. All the kids were at school, there was no one else in the house, TV was ruined. We have since bought a new one, but it turned out that, it turns itself on in the middle of the night at full volume. My last night, my daughter was going to bed and her TV in her room switched itself on. And a number 4 appeared on the screen, like somebody had the remote and was channel surfing. The remote was on the other end of the room. Pictures have randomly been falling from the walls. Do you think my uncle could be haunting us? Weird things happening in my house. So I've been living in this house since 2019. The house has been owned by my family since it was built in 1910. It was renovated in 1998, and a couple of families have lived here since it was built. So in these 5, almost 6 years, quite a few paranormal things happened. So I'm going to list some of them here. First, our dog barking in the same room, but not in the same spot. But he would mostly look on the ceiling when barking. Second, a couple of cases of doors opening and closing on themselves. A couple of doors in the house have distinct sounds when opened or closed. Like the basement doors kind of hanging, so you have to slam them really hard to close them and press the doorknob also, really hard to open them. I was picking something up from the basement, and I was sure I slammed them shut. But halfway up the stairs, the door opened on itself. Third, I was up until 3 or 4 a.m. and in the walk-in closet. It's also a storage room. Something fell. I got up and went to see what caused that sound with a flashlight. I looked around, everything was how it was before. My only logical explanation is that a part of the vacuum cleaner fell and caused that really loud sound. Fourth, a TV turning on by itself. Might not be paranormal, but I'll list it here because it's weird as hell. Fifth, this is the most recent one. I was all alone at home and on the first floor of the house. The house has a basement, ground level. That's where the relative company is. First floor, finished attic, where my room is. And I heard a heavy, snorty-like breathing, which would occasionally slow down or speed up or get louder or quieter. Sort of like an FNAF2 when you put on Freddy's mask. FNAF. Friday Night at Freddy. Okay. An important thing to mention is that it came from the staircase, which is separated from the first floor with a glass door. This is the only thing I've captured on camera because it went on for like 5 minutes. I'm actually not sure how to post the video here, so I have to find a way, or else any of you have a suggestion on how to do it, I'll take it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer them as soon as I can. Strange stuff that I genuinely can't explain. 1. It was like 4 a.m. and I'm getting ready to go to bed. Then I heard something that sounded like a laugh, but a little bit distorted. Not to mention that the sound came from the direction that, well, the one window where my cat was staring into. 2. This one, I haven't experienced it personally, but my mother had experienced it. So my mother went to sleep around 11 p.m., then randomly woke up at exactly 4:44 a.m. to the sound of footsteps outside and the soft voice of a woman calling out to, in quotes, someone. My mother told me that the voice was saying, "Come on, come on," in a slightly Slavic accent. After that, my mother stood up from the bed and listened, but she heard nothing after that. 3. This one, I've experienced it myself. So I'm home alone. I'm at my PC without headphones on, so I can hear if somebody enters the house. The front door is like a sliding door, or something like that. We live in the outskirts of some village in the Netherlands near forest, or if my dog randomly starts barking, it annoys the neighbors a little bit too much, and while sitting at my desk, I hear footsteps outside on the concrete. Then I hear someone entering the house. So I exited my room, and I see who it is. When I left my room and went to the front door, I saw no one. So I started checking the house, thinking that somebody got it, but when I finished checking, there were no signs of foreign activity. 4. My mother experienced this one also, and it happened today, the date that I'm writing this, the 18th of January, 2025. So in the morning at around 8:30 a.m. I leave the house to go to school, and while leaving the house I say goodbye to my mom and I close the door. Then, like 2 minutes after I left, my mother suddenly calls me and asks me what I want to ask her. I was left confused by her question, so I asked her, "What? I'm like 300 meters away from home." Then, after a brief moment of silence, my mother explains to me how she heard the gate open and then close, followed by heavy footsteps, then the door opening and me calling her name. Keep in mind that I was 300 meters away. I've only ever had one negative encounter in my life, and it was in Gettysburg. I've never told anyone about this, except my mom, because I don't think anybody really would believe me. When I was 13 or so, my parents drove her family from Texas to Virginia to visit family. My mom was about, all things being educational and killing two birds with one stone. So one of her stops was in Gettysburg. We took a day to tour the town and the battlefields. And then we were supposed to stay in a bed and breakfast that night. The B&B was located either right on or very close to one of the battlefields. I don't remember which it was. The entire town was super creepy, and the bed and breakfast had a weird feeling to it, like there was a tension in the air. We checked in and everybody went to bed. Around 3 a.m. I woke up completely alert. Despite it being mid-July in the 19th century building with a window AC unit that limped along just enough to keep the temperature below 80, the room was ice cold. And there was someone standing next to me. I'm very glad I had the presence of mind to not open my eyes or even move an inch. I'm pretty sure I knew that I was awake anyway, because after about 30 seconds I could feel it lean down and look me straight in the face. It did not like me or my family. It wanted us out, and I could feel how angry it was. After a while, it left my side of the bed and just went to look at my brother, my dad, and my mom. It stayed longest by my dad for some reason. I could tell because I could feel his footsteps on the floor. There wasn't a sound, but there was that definite feel of heavy feet on the floorboards. Came back around to me again and stood for a long time. Very close, very hateful. Then it was just gone. I can't tell you how I knew at least that it hated us. I just had that feeling you get when someone's angry at you, but you don't know why and you're scared to ask. Well, turned up to 11. I kept this to myself until about 18 months ago, and I told my mom that I hated Gettysburg and would never, ever stay there again. She just said it was because of that thing that was in the hotel room. I saw it too, which, of course it is. That's why I'm never going back to Gettysburg. I watched a man disappear behind a tree. Okay. So when I was about, I think 7 or 8 years old, I was at my grandma's old house. I was outside playing in the front yard with my cousin, who was just a few years older than me. 10, 11, something like that. So we're out in the front, and something catches our eye at the same time, almost as if something subconsciously told us to look. We both look over toward the street, where there's like a few large trees lining the street, one of which has a man standing next to it. And the very moment we look, he turns and walks behind the tree. It all happened so fast, it was almost as if he knew that we were going to look before we did. My cousin and I both glare at each other in shock, as if to confirm, "You just seen what I did, right?" But without saying a word, we both darted over to the tree. When we get there, the man's gone. I look up thinking maybe he climbed the tree. I look at the other side of the street, and I thought the only explanation could be that if he maybe ran straight back, keeping in perfect line with the tree so we couldn't see him. He would have had to have been running so fast for us not to spot him while running over to the tree. I just don't see it likely. Or I just don't see it likely. I'm 28 now, and still to this day I have no explanation. Me and my cousin have never brought it up again, and because we don't keep in real close contact anymore, it feels kind of weird to contact him today and ask about this strange incident. I'll bring it up to him eventually and see if he remembers. But still, to this day, it bugs me. I have no explanation for it. I told my mom about it, and she mentioned that maybe my cousin had a friend nearby and they played a trick on me. I was like, so he came over for a second just to prank me and then leave. because we've never had any other friends over while I was there. And that still doesn't explain the disappearing act. It was so long ago, it happened so quickly that I don't even remember what the man looked like. I almost want to describe him as wearing a kind of Men in Black outfit. I vaguely remember him wearing sunglasses too. That goes with that outfit. But that could just be my mind implanting memories from movies at this point. I don't know. Smelling things. This might sound stupid, so I apologize, but it's driving me mad. I keep getting a strong whiff of cigarette smoke. It'll linger for a good 5 or 10 minutes. No one in my flat smokes. None of my neighbors smoke either. I've checked sockets and appliances, and we had some bloke out do a routine check for fire hazards and fire alarms. I asked him about it, and he couldn't find anything that could be causing it. I'll give some more context and explain why I think it could be paranormal. Please bear with me. My mom passed away in 2019 when she had osteoporosis, COPD, and emphysema. She was a heavy smoker. Doctors told her when she first got diagnosed that she needed to stop. She never listened. And that's what killed her. Even when she was put on a waiting list for double lung transplant, she wouldn't stop. She would still be here today if she had followed the doctor's advice and just quit. She was heavily into all things paranormal. I grew up watching the cheesy ghost shows and talking about the unexplainable with her. It's one of the things we bonded over, and it's become somewhat of a special interest of mine. Whenever I smell this smoke, Mom is always the first thing that comes to mind. It smells like her and the type of fag she used to smoke. The smell seems to follow me around the flat. I thought that it might be in my mind and just it playing tricks or something, but my dad's even smelled it a couple of times too. The funny and fucked up thing is the last few years with her were absolute hell. The sicker she became, the more abusive she got. That was both to me and Dad. She promised that when she died, she'd haunt us. She wanted to make my dad suffer especially. There's been a couple of odd experiences that we haven't been able to explain. Try to joke about it and say, it's Mom coming to get us. My dad's a skeptic, but when these things happen, you can tell he's uneasy about it. Like for a split second, it really could be Mom setting out to do what she promised. I don't really have anyone to talk to about this. They think it's ridiculous. So I thought I'd post here to get your opinions and see if anyone else has had similar things happen. The only time I've seen a white human figure in my basement. So, I'm 23 now. This happened 2 years ago. It was maybe 11 p.m. Can't remember the exact day, but this brings chills down my spine every time I think about it. I've only told 2 people in my life. I'm not into paranormal stuff at all. I know it's odd that I'm posting here, but I'm just looking for any insight into what I experienced. I'll give you a basic layout of my basement. Helps explain what happened. There's a post to the right of my couch, a wall to the left. The only way to head to the washroom is to walk around post toward the back of the couch and down the left side behind the wall. This is relative to the couch facing forward. One night I had to use the washroom, and as I'm walking toward the washroom, I had this really strange feeling to just turn around, which never happens. As I turned my head, all I could see was this human figure made out of just light, standing on the other side of the couch. Now, this light wasn't bright or anything. My lights were on, and it just kind of matched the room's light, so I had a good look at it. Couldn't see through it or anything. It was just there. It was standing and staring at me for at least 2 or 3 seconds. I felt nothing. My heart didn't race, I was just fascinated, but it seemed like it was caught off guard at the fact that I was staring directly at it. So it ran, sprinted toward the opposite side of the room, and as soon as it passed behind the post, it completely disappeared. This was the only time I've ever seen anything like that in my life. I've never had any paranormal encounters in my life besides that. It was odd because it was like another person was in my house just curiously looking at me. Didn't have a face, and the best way I can describe it was like a human form made of pure white light, but besides that, it seemed more scared of me than I was of it. It wasn't until it disappeared when I felt this surge of, what the fuck just happened? I started to understand the weight of what I just saw. I was dead sober. I don't drink or smoke. My house is only 6 years old at the time, and no one lived in it before. I don't have any dead relatives either. Everybody has dead relatives. Is there anybody who might know what could have been or maybe experienced something exactly like it? It was both terrifying and a crazy experience. Not sure what this was. Probably my imagination. First one 5 or 6 years ago. I was around 12, maybe 13. I went to take a shower in the evening around 9 p.m. I was always scared of mirrors and still am. But anyway, the way the bathroom is set up, the shower with curtains is in the corner. When you open the curtains, you see the mirror on the opposite wall. And in the corner of that wall, next to the shower, is the toilet, where I put clothes to wear after I shower. So I took a shower, went to get dressed, and opened the curtains. First thing you see is the mirror and sink. And if you pull the curtains all the way, you also see the toilet. So I pulled them all the way, and above the toilet, and I saw my grandma's face. Just the face, no body. It was almost like she was sitting there, but I couldn't see her body. She was looking straight at me, but she didn't look like anyone I knew. Maybe 90-ish years old, wrinkles in a bun. I stared for a few seconds and then blinked, and suddenly she was gone. I honestly have no idea what it was, but I hope it's just my imagination. The second thing, I'm in my bedroom asleep, and I woke up around 4:50 a.m. It was still dark out because it was winter. My bed was facing my door, which is in the corner of the hallway, and on the connecting wall right next to it was a toilet room. I don't know what it's called, but it's a tiny room with just a toilet inside. A bathroom, perhaps. It used to have a sink, but we got rid of it because there was no space at all inside. Anyway, the toilet room was always locked when my uncle wasn't redoing the floor. But anyway, I woke up and looking at the hallway, it looked like the light was on, which was weird, as I was the last person to go to bed and turned it off, but okay, no big deal. Then I saw footsteps directly in front of my bedroom. I knew it was right in front of it, but, well, that was because we were hiding the light from the hallway. They went straight into the toilet room, which was locked, but the footsteps didn't even stop and unlock. Just went straight in. They also didn't sound like anyone in my family. Later I realized I shouldn't have been able to see any of that, even the light underneath my door, because my floor level of the hallway is higher than the floor of my bedroom. Experience while driving home. This happened a few years ago, but just found this and it seemed like a good place to share. When heading back from my mom-in-law's one evening with my then wife, along with my 3 daughters, all teenagers at the time, we were on a small road that had a railroad crossing. It was getting dark, slight misting rain and cool like early fall. As we approached the track, even though it has cross guards, I always slow and look both ways as I'm approaching and while crossing. As I looked to my right before I crossed, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the tracks, about 30 feet away. I wasn't expecting to see someone and had to do a double take. As I looked back, there was no one there. While it was brief, I did get a clear image of what it looked like. A young woman, long wavy dark hair, wearing a long white dress with long sleeves with a white hood or veil over the top of her head. But not like a wedding dress, just an old-style, formal-type dress. Her head slightly tilted forward like she was glancing down, but her eyes were looking up as if they were crossed. It was a very neutral expression, not smiling or frowning or anything. It was, like I said, very brief, but I got a clear image. At first, I thought perhaps it was a light trick due to the damp air or reflection off our windows, maybe my mind creating an image based on all those factors. Till my youngest, who was 16 at the time, spoke up and said, "Did anybody else see someone standing up on the railroad tracks?" We both were kind of shocked over this. I asked her to describe what she saw, and she said it was a woman dressed in white with a veil over her head. No one else saw it, just us two. And I'm an artist and still do a lot of sketches. Later I made a sketch of what I saw and didn't say what I was drawing. I just turned it around and held it up and said, "Tell me what you think of this." She screamed and ran out of the room. I have no doubt she saw exactly what I saw. Now I consider myself an open-minded skeptic, and most things can easily be explained away. But we've never figured out what we saw, or why only us two saw it. But it still remains an intriguing mystery to us. Red-Eye Woman in the Mirror. Has anyone else ever seen a similar entity? As a child, I lived in an abusive home from ages 7 to 13. It was terrifying and left me with complex PTSD that I still am working through today. I've made a lot of progress, and I feel that we need better laws to protect victims since the abusers never face punishment for his actions. At age 10, the abuse was quite violent. I'll never forget this woman. I was alone in my room, my door was locked, and I didn't know what to do about the abuse because no one believed me. I remember just wanting everything to end, and looking back, this was probably the first time I went into a suicidal type of thinking. I looked in the mirror and everything was dark. I saw an older woman with long black hair with bright red eyes staring back at me. She seemed angry and intense. She was summoning me to her. I had a sense something was very, very, very wrong. It felt like I was in a trance. I couldn't move, and it was like I was being drawn to her in the dark. I had to physically shake myself to get back to reality. I don't know how long it was, but it was a very intense experience. She was gone, my room was bright, and I saw my blonde self reflected in the mirror. The abuse did get worse after this, but eventually my dad believed me and divorced from that family. I always wonder who that woman was. We were living in South Texas at the time, and I haven't seen her since, but her presence in that moment never escaped me. I know it could have been a trauma response, but I also strongly believe in spirits, all with varying intentions on us. Any ideas on who this was or any similar experiences? My only other idea was that she was an earlier, angrier version of an ancestor who was wronged. I see some similarities to another entity who I worked toward healing, and it doesn't really bother me as often as she did in my early healing journey. She also had long black hair and lots of anger, but never with the red eyes. This one would show up when I was doing ancestor meditation and yell at me, but now she's more peaceful. I met with a medium last year who helped me with the calming of this entity. It went really well. Maybe this was the same one. Still open to ideas. Poltergeist Encounter. This is a true story. So I, a 21-year-old female, was 15 at the time of this encounter. I'm from Queensland, Australia. I once lived in a small mining town in central Queensland with my mother, stepfather, and his daughter. Just for backstory, my stepsister's mother passed away when she was young, so if she was growing up, her mother's spirit would wander the house. One day, me and my mother and I were sitting upstairs watching Geordie Shore. Geordie, somebody help me there. My stepsister was at a friend's house and my stepdad was at work, so it was just me and my mom having a girls' day. We were halfway through an episode and started hearing noises from the hallway. Thought nothing of it as my stepsister's mother, normal spirit, would casually move plates and open cupboard doors. But all of a sudden, my mother and I felt a tight pain in our legs and chest. We feel the room get colder, but we were like in a 45 centigrade heat wave. Suddenly, we hear somebody say, "Quick, get out!" Moments later, we hear the dog start snarling at something downstairs. We go to see if anyone's there. We look in her room, the carport, and nothing. Dog's still growling and barking. But we realize it's to the movie room next to her bedroom. So we open the sliding door. Suddenly we see the TV get thrown from one side of the room to the other, shattering the glass base and the screen on impact. We refused to go in there for a while after that. A few months later, my stepbrother comes up to visit and stay for a few days. So, being the eldest child there at the time, I had to give up my room and sleep in the movie room. This made me uncomfortable. I go to turn the light in the room off and notice 2 red dots in the center of the room. So I turn the lights back on, nothing there. Repeated this process 3 more times. On the last time I turned the light on, I saw the figure of a woman, black like a shadow, bright red eyes, long black hair, and her back into the corner of the ceiling, hands on the roof, and her feet were planted on each wall. Never stepped foot in that room ever again. Slept in the lounge room upstairs for those 3 nights. Shepton Mallet Prison. Hubby and I wed in 2023. We're both interested in ghost and spooky stuff. So my bestie brought us a voucher to spend the night in a haunted prison cell at Shepton Mallet Prison. That's just outside of Bath in the UK. Is that how you say that? It was decommissioned in 2013 and is a tourist attraction now. Anyway, we had a tour with a guide and a large group at about 10 p.m., and by 11:30 we were able to walk on our own, and I stood in the courtyard watching the crowd disperse, and I chose an area to explore that no one had entered yet. Or so we thought. As we entered the gate tower where the guards would watch over and let vehicles in and out, we heard a male talking, a female giggling, and some banging. So we assumed somebody was upstairs. We climbed the narrow staircase, and when we got to the top, we realized that the room was empty. No doors to another area, no furniture to hide in or under or behind, and no humans to account for the voices we both heard. Freaked out, but buzzing, at least I was anyway. We found a tour guide chatting with other members of staff. I asked if one were hypothetically in the gate tower, would there be any way to hear talking and banging from the other area? He told us no, on the second floor and the adjacent building was offices and had long closed. I explained what we heard, and the guide's colleagues told us that they have over 1,000 entries of voices heard in that space. And that's a lot. We retreated to our cell in the early hours of the morning. We had to be out by 7 a.m., and we had traveled several hours to be there. As we got into bed, 2 sleeping bags on an air mattress underneath 2 metal bed frames that I definitely hit my head on in the night, I blamed my husband for letting off my eggiest fart ever. He denied having done anything. The man-child loves a fart, so I totally believed him. They say ghosts leave a foul smell. That was as exciting as our experience got. Another woman had an encounter in the execution wing, and there are some other stories of ghosts, including the Cray twins. If you're in Bath or planning to visit to the west of England, I highly recommend the overnight stay. Demon face syndrome. I'm not sure if this is the right place to post, so I've heard rumblings about the demon face syndrome that's been happening. I thought it was a bunch of creepypasta crap, but I just had the weirdest moment about 5 minutes ago, and I'm a little bit nervous I'm losing my mind or something. I was just on Instagram scrolling mindlessly before bed, and I stopped on this video. It was some girl talking about top 5 hydrating foods or something. I got bad vibes from her. There's no bad hydration. It was like she was getting paid to promote some random product. Well, yeah. That's why I'm not on there. But as I kept watching, her face started to distort into this really weird version of itself. Her eyes got really big and her mouth got wide. Started happening, so I subtly couldn't figure out if it was actually me seeing it or not, but eventually I was like, nope, she definitely looks different now and really disturbing. I checked the comments to see if anybody said anything. My guess was she was using a filter and maybe it was supposed to be a joke or something somebody made to be creepy, like Uncanny Valley horror stuff. But not one person said anything about it in the comments section. I scrolled through about 100 comments before giving up. I figured I should look at someone else's face to see if it was happening with everyone or just with her. If it was with everyone, I would assume I was having a mental breakdown, but no one else looked that way, just her. It was really scary, and I'm not sure if this was the demon face phenomenon everyone's been talking about. I've heard spiritual people on social media talk about certain individuals having the ability to see non-human beings. But again, I thought it was just bull and really didn't put much stock into it. There's so much random stuff online now. I don't believe 98% of what I see. The rational part of me says that it was a codec error and you saw like a ghosting drag of probably this lady's mouth yapping away trying to sell her thing. The other part of me thinks she's a lizard person. Why not? Northern Pennsylvania ghost truck. I was just thinking about a very haunted area near where I grew up. I'm often homesick for the mountains and was reminiscing about one of the strangest things I've ever seen. When the old mining cemetery was open and you could drive up, we went there annually at night on Halloween. There's a lot of lore, people seeing full-bodied apparitions and handprints appearing in the windshield if you drive up on a particularly foggy night. We took her annual trip up, and this was about 2006. I remember it clear as day. My dad's friend was running around with a cigarette shaking branches to try to scare us. I was tough as nails. He wasn't going to frighten me as the rest of the kids ran back to the car. I was standing there looking around at the old headstones and kind of taking in the chilly night air. It was perfectly calm and he was walking up behind me, still smoking and carrying on about how he could tell that I was my father's daughter. And as we're chatting, a white pickup pulled up next to our truck with the cab light on. The cemetery was on a hill. We were about 100 feet up the hill, so I could see clearly into the cab. I couldn't see a driver. I said to my dad's friend, "Hey, who's driving that?" He said, "I don't see anyone in the cab." Me neither. My dad's friend looked extremely confused. I yelled down to my friend who was outside the truck to look in the window. How the hell did they pull in? I could see in the cab the entire time because of the light. She looked in, turned completely pale, and jumped in her truck. Both my dad's friends and I ran down the hill, and the truck slowly backed out and went back down the path. Cab light still on. No one visible driving. I jumped in the truck, and she was yelling that there was no one in there. Either this was the most elaborate redneck prank ever pulled off and somebody had hid it for 10 plus years, or I saw a ghost truck. In our area, news travels fast. I'm sure some redneck rigged a self-driving pickup. It would have been news for days. I keep forgetting that they actually have those nowadays. Never seen one, but that's what I hear. Still sort of voting ghost truck. Mimic or too tired. Before I get into the backstory of my old home, I'd like to talk about my encounter. To set the setting, I'm in my brother's room playing Roblox on his computer. Headphones are on and music is playing. Leading up to me playing on my brother's computer, I had been awake for 24 hours and was playing on my phone in the basement, which was my normal hangout spot at the time. My mom was needing to talk to someone and didn't want to, me listening, hence me going to my brother's room to play on the computer while he was away from home doing something else. While playing, I heard clear as day, like a clap, clap, and then my name. It was my mom's voice, so I instantly turned around to look and the headset off, and the door was closed and no one was there, and my mom was completely across the house. There is no reason whatsoever to explain it. I told my mom because I genuinely was freaked out at this point, and I went to sleep at around 9 a.m. for a couple of hours, because I'm not even that tired. I was thinking I'm hallucinating, so maybe sleeping will help. Thing is, I've never ever had issues with staying up or being affected since my dad worked midnight shift. So we'd be up all the dang time. But for me to say I was too tired and hallucinated, it doesn't sound right because it isn't right. Now to get into the story of my house. It was a military home built in the 50s, but in the 80s a basement was built onto it. Or into it. In the process of building the basement, a man went missing. Nothing much to say, it's most definitely haunted, other than the suspicious concrete slab under the carpets, but the basement has always scared us. When my mom was a kid, she was terrified of running up the stairs even with the lights on because she thought someone was chasing her, gonna grab her. As we got closer, the fear never went away. And when I grew up, I developed the same exact fear. And well, as I've gotten older, it still hasn't gone away. Like I said, it was my hangout spot and I'd sleep there occasionally, but stopped after realizing I only got nightmares in the basement. Nightmares that I still remember as an adult in full detail, but for some reason only in that basement. Was I being haunted by an entity? Hey everyone, I moved into my aunt and uncle's house for the summer last year. I had some strange events happen over the course of my stay. To give some background, the previous owner died in the basement by suicide. I don't like talking about this or even thinking about it, as I don't like to give energy to paranormal events that impact me. I don't want to give them power. The first paranormal-ish event I can recall is probably a voice recording I made singing something, and I was playing it back and there was an interruption in the audio with almost a buzzing type of audio cut. Don't know how to explain it. The audio cut happened when I coincidentally heard a knock or tap on my room door. The second event wasn't really an event, but more of a situation where I felt like I was being watched in the window of my bathroom. Like I felt like I was doing my hair or getting ready, specifically at night. There were eyes on me, watching me through my window. third is me hearing a voice of men or one man having a conversation in the house when my two younger cousins were out of the house, and the only person in the house was my uncle, who had a thick African accent. The voices sounded very American. Fourth is when I couldn't sleep at night and I decided to hang out in the TV room. And at the corner of my eye, I could see something moving, like it was flapping its hands around, and every time I looked in its direction, it disappeared. My cousin's labradoodle looked in its direction too, and what really scared me was hearing the motion sensors go off when everyone was asleep upstairs. The last event that kind of worried me was hearing a tap or gentle knock or push on the door, and my dog staring at the direction of the sound and then barking at that direction. I've heard dogs are really sensitive to paranormal stuff, so this deaths worried me. This happened the night of when I told my friend on the phone that I felt like there was a ghost. Am I just being weird about everything and making something out of nothing, or does this sound like paranormal activity? Deaths. An indigo child changed my life. I had a person in my life when I was in high school, changed my perception of my life forever. Never felt a stronger astral connection before with no one. In those years, my borderline personality disorder was not yet diagnosed. I was in the worst years of my life, struggling seriously with drug addiction. I used heroin to cope for those 5 years. Luckily, I found my way out. And with a preoccupying case of bulimia, depression, anxiety disorder, and my mood swings being uncontrollable, I met this guy from another school. He was the cliché deranged and artsy guy, with a magnetic personality, and everybody looked at him with a strange I believe they mean perception. We used to date, and he revealed me that he was an indigo child, and he truly believed that I was too. We had this connection that I haven't experienced before or after him. We were in our cloud above the others. My life was a continuous discovery of new angles and shades of myself. I connected with my inner me and finally tried to find a cure, a palliative for my mental illness. One night he escaped from his home and walked 40 kilometers through the countryside to come to my house just to give me a letter. In that letter that I currently have, he talked about his upcoming death. He knew with certainty that he would be 19 and he would be dead. He pictured his death in detail, and he was not preoccupied about it. He just said that he'd be surrounded by blood, needles, and pain in the deathbed. Had no connection with drugs. Anyways, his 19th birthday came and went, and I was crazily paranoid. I began to suspect that he was a fraud. Not that I wanted him dead. I truly cared for his beautiful soul, and in April of that same year he died. He was crushed by a truck transporting gravel, and he died in an ambulance. With the news busted in my school, my first reaction was to laugh. I couldn't believe this was true. When reality hit me, I was gobsmacked and everything fell into place. I don't want to continue right now, maybe later if somebody's interested. But only remembering it so painful and soul-crushing. Goodbye, Luca. You're the most beautiful soul ever. Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of what Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum is, but in a paranormal group, I assume some of you may have some knowledge. I turned 21 back in November, took a trip to Vegas. I'm originally from Minnesota. The only thing I wanted to do was go to Zach's museum. I'm a huge believer in the paranormal and have many encounters over the years. So my mother and my 2 cousins were on a trip with me. We walked 3 blocks to get to the museum from our hotel, and we purchased the RIP pass so we can partake in the up-close and personal experience. I'm Irish. I always wear a silver 4-leaf clover necklace around my neck. I had worn it for 2 years prior to this point. Outside the museum, I was playing with the pendant. It's an anxiety habit. Just sliding it back and forth in the chain, which I do frequently. We go through the museum, walk through all the rooms, which are all filled with super cool and creepy looking objects, including Peggy the doll, Gretchen the doll, and Dybbuk box. Not only that, they had the devil's rocking chair and objects from serial killers. While walking through the museum, my back was on fire. My mom was nauseous, and my one female cousin had an instant headache while we were inside the exhibits. And we were all fine pretty much prior. The lore on Peggy the doll is if you look into her eyes, you can contract bad luck. We got to go into the room with Peggy, and I'm staring at her, right in the eyes, because why not? When I reach for the necklace to anxiously play with my pendant, and it's gone. Chain still around my neck, the loop that held the 4-leaf clover still in the chain. Just the clover itself was missing. And yes, skeptics could say, well, you've been wearing it a while, it could have just broke. But it just happens to be weird timing. And the next day, my mom ended up getting really sick for the remainder of our 5-day trip. Went to the museum on day 2. Coming home to find out she'd contracted the flu, scratched her cornea, and got a sinus infection. Although she didn't go into the room with Peggy, only I and my male cousin went in. Shadow person or something else. Let me preface this by saying that I really want to believe in the paranormal, while at the same time being a huge skeptic. This makes me seek out all the media I can find on the subject, while at the same time rejecting almost all of it as fake. Having said that, I had a strange experience a few weeks back that I still can't really explain. I was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Our kitchen has a window facing our driveway, which is covered in pebbles. I was chopping up vegetables when I saw something or someone out of the corner of my eye approaching our house. As soon as I looked directly, it was gone. It felt a bit weird, but I quickly dismissed it, thinking it was probably just a leaf, even though there wasn't any wind that day. Then, over the span of the next few minutes, it happened 3 more times, with every incident making me more sure it was someone rather than a something. However, since our driveway is covered in pebbles, I would have absolutely heard if somebody was actually walking out there. Also, our dog would definitely have heard it and alerted us. I was starting to feel a bit nervous about it, but seeing as nobody and nothing was actually there, I couldn't really do much else than continue making dinner. Then my son, aged 13, came into the kitchen. He started asking me what's for dinner, but he jumped back mid-sentence. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he saw someone outside. But they disappeared immediately. He was clearly shaken up, which doesn't happen often for him. This really freaked me out. Now I couldn't just swipe it away as my mind glitching out. Something actually happened. However, after this incident, nothing further did happen. We've lived in this house for several years. Never before and never after have I experienced anything like this. Also, we have a motion-activated camera facing our driveway, which wasn't triggered at any time during this event. What happened that day? I've been trying to come up with a rational explanation, but I'm drawing blanks. I think I saw something in my dorm. So when my college got released for break, I had to stay a while longer because my dad was waiting for an off day to come get me. So I stayed an extra 2 or 3 days. So the night before my dad came to get me, I decided to do some laundry. It was late, roughly 10 p.m. when I started, and granted I'm pretty much alone in this building beside a few other people. As everyone's finals were over now, so I thought I'd have the laundry room to myself. For future reference, my dorm was a hotel once. It got repurposed as a dorm, like it looks completely different other than the general style of the building. One portion looks like a motel and the other looks like a regular hotel. So, around midnight, exactly when I went to the communal laundry room to check to see if my laundry was dry, it wasn't. So I started it back up and left the laundry room. So the two buildings sit parallel to each other. And as I'm walking down the hall of the motel building, I can see inside some of the rooms of the hotel one. So there's 2 beds in one of the rooms. One of the beds is empty and the mattress is propped up against the wall. Now the other bed has sheets, so the room isn't completely empty. But as I'm looking into the room, I see a boy sitting on where the empty bed is supposed to be. He's wearing all black basketball shorts, black hoodie, and he's swinging his legs back and forth. He looked too young to be in a dorm. His head is down, so I can't see his face, and I'm thinking that the girl in that room just has a guest. But then, I realized that the springs are too wide for somebody to sit on it. The mattress is behind him on the wall. So, as I'm looking, I get this really odd feeling. Dread, almost. A sad feeling, too. I look down and I keep telling myself to not pay attention to it. I keep walking, but when I look back up, he's gone. There's nothing in the room now, and I remember getting the chills, and once I get back up to my room, I sat down for a minute and just kind of stared into space. Whatever I saw, I keep thinking about it. A hooded man stands near my boyfriend's grandma while she was sleeping, and she went to the hospital. Well, I was sleeping pretty tight, and I think it was something like 2 or 3 p.m. You know, when inside your house is totally dark. That would be the a.m. But not that pitch black darkness, more like a bluish darkness. Anyway, I was sleeping like a rock. Trust me, because I woke up all of a sudden without any sound waking me up. The door of his room was opened. He was clearly see the short corridor, part of the living room. And then I looked to the living room to see that something quite tall, 100% black and wearing something like a coat, was standing near his grandma's feet, and I paralyzed. I stared to the entity for about a minute or 2. It wasn't even bothered that I was looking to it. I looked at my boyfriend's bed, but he was asleep, and I wanted so bad to wake him so badly. But I was scared if the thing maybe would come to me. I thought maybe if I stand up or stick my leg pretty close to his body, it'll wake him up. But I was afraid the entity would look my way. So I tried pressing my eyes to see if it was maybe hallucination. Well, who knows? The things didn't even disappear for a second or 2, standing there like a real person. So creepy. After deciding that I couldn't do anything about it, I just closed my eyes, my heart pounding on my chest so fast that I thought for a second I would pass out and went back to sleep. Gotta put that back in there. In the chest. In the morning, I heard from my mother-in-law that his grandma wasn't feeling well, had to go to the hospital. I can't say how freaked out I was, but I didn't told her because she's skeptic as fuck. But I told my boyfriend what happened, and from that day on, I've always been afraid to wake up in the middle of the night and see something until last night when, well, I can tell you all later if you want to. Why not? Reflections of a person behind me. This happened today at work. I'm currently TDY at a military base in Kansas, Fort Riley. This building is on an airfield, It's not a main post. This happened midday today, and there's nobody around but me. I'd walk next door from my office to the next building over to go talk to somebody and grab a drink. Turns out the person I was looking for wasn't there, and the entire building was empty except me. Walked to the kitchen and I grabbed my drink from the snack fund with no issues, except for this uneasy feeling. This is unusual for me because I've been here a couple of months and never had off feelings. Turned around, walked out of the kitchen door and down an open hallway where the exterior glass door is. Just as I reached to push the door open, I saw my reflection, and someone else's was just standing behind me. Someone else's reflection. I got all the way out the door and held it open, expecting someone to come out behind me, and I hadn't thought about the fact the building was empty until I turned around to see who it was. Nobody. I paused and actually shook my head as I was confused, not really expecting somebody to be behind me. Went back, told my coworker about what happened. She believed me. Turns out that people stationed here full-time have had multiple experiences in this building, and they keep it amongst themselves. They only share it with people who bring it up. Partially to keep from sounding crazy and make sure stories remain true and don't get blown out of proportion. I haven't confirmed this yet, but apparently, in World War II, the building was used as a temporary morgue to house bodies of soldiers awaiting processing after getting back to the area. Significantly creepy. I've tried to debunk what I saw with light and darker furniture or things in that direction, and I can't. This entity was right behind me in the reflection, and there's nothing in there that can make that sort of a reflection that close. I'm only at this base another week. I might go hang out with the night shift guys and get keys to the building next door to see if I can do a nighttime investigation. Although I'm not super keen on doing an investigation by myself. Figure from the wall. I used to live with my best friend and his family in high school. The house was an older run-down house in a very nice part of town, so it stuck out quite a bit. The entrance to the den was covered with a mattress leaning against the doorway. It's because water damage made part of the ceiling fall in and none of us had the funds to fix it. Half the kitchen was the same way. Most of the windows in the house were covered up with cardboard or whatever else my buddy and his brothers could find. So the inside of the house was quite dark and eerie already. It was a well-known drug house for years for members of his family dealing and using drugs, so the house had seen its fair share of strange people and violence. So let's just say there was always this kind of bad vibe hanging out. I have many stories of this house, but the one that stuck with me the most is this one. I'm laying in my bed one night, watching TV, trying to fall asleep. I had school the next day. I was watching Cheech and Chong's Up and Smoking the TV at the end of my bed. I would close my eyes and then crack them slightly when I would hear a funny part come on the show. Did this for about 30 minutes until I got cold, so I covered myself up. I was almost asleep and cracked my eyes one last time and saw this solid black figure with a large strange-shaped head fall out of the wall above my TV and land on my bed sprawled out all over on top of me. It was really tall, no apparent face, and silent. I flinched, closing my eyes, and jumped up with my fist balled up, and when I opened my eyes, it was gone. But I heard a shuffling past my bed to the closet, saw my clothes moving like something had ran in there. Completely terrified, I started to say out loud that this is my space and it was not welcome. That I live here now and won't get rid of me, and well, I'm not going to be scared or terrorized by it any longer. Probably sounded like a madman to my buddy and his mom at 11:30 p.m. yelling stuff like that out of nowhere. But after this incident, I don't have any more paranormal experiences to this degree in the house, other than things moving or always feeling watched. Knocking on trees. We just moved to this house last month. but we've lived in the area our whole lives. Our backyard is a big wooded area where they turned into a metro park. There have been a lot of deaths throughout the years from accidental drownings and suicides. It's a beautiful area filled with cliffs, wildlife, a big river, and creeks. It also has its own Native American history that's passed down through generations. As far as I know, none of these properties were built on any burial sites, but I learned years ago that there is in fact burial grounds in this park, but everybody keeps it hush-hush for respect reasonings. So anyways, last night I was out back burning a piece of paper with my dog, whose favorite thing to do is to bark at the corner of our garage every single night. There's nothing even over there. At first, we thought it was a huge family of deer, but they weren't there. She goes in straight protective mode. Her fur stands up, so I stood out with her. Then all of a sudden, we heard knocking on the trees. Not like the 3 knocks of doom, or whatever Google says. It was more of a look at me, I'm over here knock. It was a full moon. The area was beautifully lit, and yet we saw absolutely nothing. My dog just stood frozen like I was just kind of staring to see where it was coming from. We saw absolutely nothing. Then it did it again. It was not under any circumstances looking behind the garage. It didn't sound like it was coming from that way or anyway. Just dead on behind right where we were at. This went on for about 15 minutes. Knock, pause, us staring. Felt like somebody was watching me. I dropped the paper and we both slowly backed into the house, Homer Simpson style. Shut and locked the doors, and we can still feel something staring at me. I don't know what that is that's out there, and I do know that it wants to make contact. Anybody have any ideas on what it could be? Homer Simpson style. I have a very serious matter, and I'm fed up at this point. My name is Tyler. I promise every single word of what I'm saying here is true. I've lived in my house for about 4.5 years. There's always been little things that happen here and there, but it's been extreme for about a year straight now. There's a demon or a poltergeist in my house. As I type this right now, it's 2:20 a.m. Another case of me being awake after being roughed up in my sleep. Every night as I'm falling asleep, this thing torments me, and it's always right as I'm dozing off, like it doesn't want me to get any sleep. It pulls and pushes my hands and legs, twists my head from left to right. Feels like it puts gas in my nose when I'm sleeping. I wake up because of the reaction of breathing in gas that burns, vibrates my bed, kicks my bed, and pulls me and pushes me. Yanks my legs super hard, and always right as I first fall asleep, like it's purposely tormenting me. I hear it walk through my hallway during the day, then slam my brother's door. It hissed at me once outside my bedroom door super loud before. It's literally so often and so much that I can't begin to try to tell everything. It's non-stop. I don't remember the last time I was able to just fall asleep without this damn thing smacking me around. Tonight I woke up after being pulled around, and it felt like it put gas in my nose and did something where it felt like I was deaf for a few seconds. I swear to my Lord Jesus Christ, I'm not lying about any of it. It does stuff to other people in my house too, but they haven't had any physical contact. But they have stories for days, but man, I'm exhausted. I don't know if it's the house or me. I wish I could actually articulate to you guys how bad it really is. I think anybody else would probably scream and cry every day. It's true torment. Something I never ever thought was even real just a few years ago, and now it's literally my everyday existence. Sometimes I just sit in awe. I can't even believe this shit is my reality. Fucking hate it, man. Wholesome haunting. I'm 18 years old. When I was 6, my dad died. He was an amazing dad, and when my siblings and I were babies, he was very protective. He was also in the military, and before he went on his last deployment, we made a Build-A-Bear, a customizable stuffed animal. When you squeezed the hand, it would play a recording of him singing "You Are My Sunshine," which he always sang to us at nighttime, or to calm one of us down. When my dad returned from his deployment, the song wouldn't play. He could squeeze all you want, and it just wouldn't. We thought it was just broken, because little kids do break things. Well, 2 weeks after my dad died, I fell down the stairs. From upstairs, you could hear my dad's recording play. It hadn't worked in the 2 years after he had returned. And it suddenly worked now. My mom, my sister, our brothers, all stunned. We tried to make it play again. Nothing. We thought it was just a fluke, some crazy coincidence. Well, my sister's boyfriend broke up with her next week. She came home crying. The moment she stepped through the front door, the bear goes off. It kept happening. When one of my brothers stubbed his toe, when my sister smacked herself in the head with the cabinet door. Right one. For years, every time one of us was upset, you would hear the bear. Stopped a couple of years ago. We figured that Dad decided that we were all teenagers now and didn't need his protection anymore. My sister didn't go to college because of her disability. She's taking some time off to heal and figure out her own path. I'm the second oldest. I just got my first college acceptance letter. I came in, tore the packaging open, and jumped for joy. We were all crowded around the kitchen when we heard it. The frickin' bear. Welcome to Paranormal M, where thrilling tales of the unexplained take center stage. Subscribe now and turn notifications for your weekly dose of mystery. Let the haunting begin. Weird experiences in my new apartment. Hearing voices and seeing things. I wanted to share a couple of strange experiences that have happened to me since I moved into this new apartment. I'm not really sure what to make of them. For some context, a few months ago I moved out into my hometown and into a new city to live with my boyfriend. The apartment's older. I think it's built in 1893, and was apparently used as a post office for a while, but nothing unusual or haunted about its history as far as I knew. Anyway, here's what happened. The first incident was a few weeks after I moved in. I was sitting at my desk working on a uni task with my in-ear headphones on. These headphones are super soundproof. I always blast my music so I can focus without distractions. Suddenly, I clearly hear my older brother's voice say my name. It wasn't muffled, it was as if he were right there. He even sounded concerned. I jumped, turned around, and nothing. My boyfriend was in another room, and even if he had been nearby, I would have heard him through my headphones. I went and asked him if he'd said anything, and he hadn't. I tried to brush it off as my imagination or something, but then a few weeks later another strange thing happened. I was in the same situation. I was at my desk, headphones on, totally focused. Out in the corner of my eye, I suddenly saw my mom's cat walk by. The thing is, I don't have a cat here. My mom's cat is back in my hometown. Both times I felt totally confused, but not scared. Just really unsettled and confused. Except for the weirdness of it, I don't feel like it's something bad, but I'm still wondering if I'm going crazy or not. As I said, I looked into the history of the building, but aside from its age and its past as a post office, there doesn't seem to be a lot of information about it, and particularly no spooky or unusual things about it. Could this just be my mind playing tricks on me, or could there be something else going on? Anybody else experience something similar? Could I be my uncle reborn? A strange dream and a family secret. Now I was around 12 or 13 years old. I had a strange dream about becoming a monk. My family's Buddhist, but since I'm a girl, it's not possible for me to become a monk. In the dream, I was in a ceremony preparing to be ordained. However, the monk who was shaving my head encountered a problem when he reached my nape. He said I had a wound there, and the blood was everywhere. He panicked and told me that I couldn't become a monk, then left the ceremony. After I woke up, I told my mom about the dream and pointed out exactly where the wound had been. For some reason, my mom went quiet. She then suggested I tell my grandma about this dream. The same day we went to see my grandma, and I shared the story with her. She also became silent after hearing it. Later, my grandma asked if I knew about my uncle's death. I told her no, as my family had never spoken about him before. Turned out that my uncle had been killed. He passed away 2 months before I was born. And the day he died, he had been told to stay home but didn't listen. He went to a concert instead, where his friends got into a fight with some random men. My uncle and his friends tried to escape by riding their bikes home, but the men mistook my uncle for the person who had mocked them. They followed him on their bikes. Thinking he was safe, my uncle eventually stopped. But the men got up to him and attacked him from behind, injuring him severely in the neck. Afterward, left him unconscious in the train track, where he was struck by a train. My grandma told me that my uncle, he had wanted to become a monk for her, but never got the chance. Both my mom and grandma were shocked when I pointed the exact spot on my neck where he had been injured. Do you think this was just a coincidence, or could I have been my uncle in a past life? And there's even more options than just that one, in the realm of the paranormal. Need answers to smelling perfume. I'm back in my hometown for a bit after a long gap of 3 years. Met some old friends of mine for dinner at a little far-off place from my house. I went for dinner riding my bike instead of asking friends to pick me up. I live way off route for any of them to come pick me. I have my own transport for a change. Well, by the time we got done, it was about 1:30. I had a long ride since I lived so far. Also, it'll be worthwhile to mention that these are all village roads. There's literally no traffic or people on the street at this time. I started my bike, put some music, and began the ride. I encountered no one on my way except for the occasional vehicle passing by and some stray animals. It was not eerie, and I didn't feel weird at all for 80% of the ride up until I turned the corner to where my street starts. As I was turning, I got a strong scent of perfume, even though there was not a soul there. Couldn't have been my perfume since I use a masculine scent, if this was a feminine, flowery scent. As I was pondering while riding, I got a whiff of the same perfume again, though this time it was a bit subtle. Again, no living being is in sight. There were no houses nearby to explain the presence of perfume suddenly, especially in an environment which smelled like dust and air for the most part. I felt extremely uncomfortable. This was immediately. I just sped up a bit so I could get home quickly. I became extremely uneasy until I saw my house and rushed through the front door. Please, can someone tell me if this has any meaning or significance? Why did I smell perfume randomly, and that too on the same stretch of the ride? I do like when it smells like air, wherever I am. Lady in White, Blood Red Child. This happened with one of my friends, and I'm going to share the story from his point of view. I was driving home late one night around 12:30 a.m. It was nothing unusual for me. This was my weekly routine. I was used to these late-night drives, so I wasn't scared or even thinking about anything serious. It was winter and the roads were pretty empty, so I was driving at around 90 or 120 kilometers an hour. Then I came to a bridge. The air near the water was more foggy due to the underwater, so I slowed down, dropped my speed to exactly 38 kilometers an hour. And that's when I saw her. A woman, dressed completely in white, standing on the side of the bridge alone. Now, I'm not one of those people who does stupid things in situations like this, so stopping wasn't even on my mind. But my car stopped on its own. I froze for a second, completely startled, and that's when I noticed she was holding a child in her arms. I don't know what came over me, but I rolled down the window and asked, "Do you want to go somewhere?" She didn't answer. She just stood there and slowly raised her hand, pointing down toward the river below. And that's when I made the mistake of looking at the child. His face was bright red, blood red. Can't even explain it in words. It was not normal. And after all this, I even wonder if it was even human. The fear after looking at the child kind of snapped senses in me right then, like I was back in control of my body. My mom's old advice flashed through my head, and I did exactly that. Spat in their direction. Then I slammed my foot in the accelerator and drove as fast as I possibly could. I didn't look back, not even once. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Why did my car stop, and why did I talk to her, and who was that woman and the child in her arms? And what exactly was she pointing at? Imagine if that was an actual person and you spit at her, holding up a kid. We'll go with the paranormal, though. Something strange happened. I had a thing happen this week that I absolutely cannot explain. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation, but damned if I truly know what happened. Context. Husband and I have been married 15 years. We've lived in our house 7 years. We have a 14-year-old daughter, and husband and I sleep in separate bedrooms because he snores. So, Friday, husband and I had a kind of pretty angry argument from holiday stress. Oxymoron. Lots of angry words that were said, and I don't think that he meaned. I took a sleeping med, which was Elavil, and went to bed early. I did get up to go to the restroom about 2 a.m. to go to the bathroom, and I noticed my drink cup was in a weird spot. I also noticed my hairspray was on the corner of my counter. I haven't used hairspray in years. I wouldn't have moved it. About 4 a.m., husband comes in asking, did I move or throw things around in his room? Clothes, mostly, like in the hamper. I said no and explained what I had found. Strange. The kicker is my THC vape pen that was always in 1 or 2 places was gone. I know our kid didn't get it because she hates the smell. Our back door was unlocked, and I guess husband forgot because he was upset. I'm feeling honestly like a poltergeist or bad energy was in our house. I've never really believed in aliens, but these drones, was it the Greys? I'm a rational, educated person who can't understand what I went through. Does anybody have any thoughts? Obviously, haven't been sleeping well since then. I most certainly have thoughts, and some of them are... Can ghosts get high? I don't think so. Weird things happening in my house. So let me preface this by saying that I don't think my house is haunted. We purchased it in 2022. I've only had about 3 or 4 occurrences. I wrote a post last year about my deceased grandma checking in on my 2-year-old daughter who's named after her. That being said, I do believe that we have family members who are all around us from time to time. This past weekend, I was up in the living room with my 6-week-old son. He was super fussy and hadn't slept yet. It was about 2 or 3 a.m. I kept hearing things moving around in the kitchen, but every time I would go to check, I would see what felt or something would get kicked over. Nothing would be out of place, but our dog was asleep under the bassinet and our big dog was in the bedroom with my husband. It really wasn't the pups. It kept happening for the rest of the early morning and almost sounded like footsteps, but I kind of just brushed it off. No big deal. The baby ended up finally sleeping at around 7 a.m. and I did as well. Fast forward to tonight. I was home alone with my son and my daughter, who's 3 now. She was playing, and I noticed she walked up to a long, skinny table where I keep family pictures. She was babbling on about, "Mom, I saw her. She came to see me." Really didn't think much of it and just said, "Cool, baby. There's lots of pictures over there." That's when I looked up and noticed she was pointing to a picture from Christmas in 2022 with my husband's family. She was pointing at his Mamu, who passed away in 2023. She was only 12 months old in the picture, so I really doubt that she remembered her. I was a little spooked, so I asked her again, "What do you mean?" She told me she saw her, and she came through her door. I've always believed in the paranormal, and I find it comforting that Mamu came to visit her. I saw my friend's doppelganger on multiple occasions. Hello. So this happened in the past, but I'm deciding to share it now. For privacy reasons, my friend will be called V. Me and V got on the same bus every day and every evening. We went to the same school. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and our bus went to a stop that we hadn't gone to before. We picked up some new people. All of them looked like regular people, nothing weird. V and I usually sat next to each other, same with today. Yet as I looked out the window, I saw her. I don't know if I was delusional, but it was her. Down to the hairstyle, the eyes, the hair color, everything was exact. The person even had V's birthmark on her face. All the freckles were there as well. Yet the person never got onto our bus. They just stood there watching the bus. They had the uniform on, but never went to school. I never saw them in school either. This happened sometimes when we went to that stop. Still, they never got on. V didn't have any siblings, and I was very confused. I tried mentioning it to V, and I didn't get a response. It seemed no one even noticed apart from me. Out of the years I was there, no one said anything. I stopped seeing this person after about 5 stops. I still don't know what I saw at that bus stop. After a while, I forget about this incident, and fortunately, I heard that after I stopped going to that school, I'd found out that somebody had crashed into the very bus stop. Every time I drive past there, it gives me the shivers. Me and V are still friends to this day. My brother who got on that bus didn't even say anything. I'm unsure if V was aware of this, but I'm very sure that she has no one else on that bus that could see that person. Ghost car. Many years ago, my friend, I'm going to call him A, and I'm going to switch it to Abraham, was driving another friend, B, Bart, and I home. The car was traveling on the expressway because it was about 2 a.m. in the morning, and the expressway was very quiet, and we were one of the few vehicles on the road. Suddenly, Abraham remarked to us, Wow, the light inside that car so bright. How can the driver be able to see the road out there if they're so bright inside the car? I looked out, but I saw no cars around us within seeing distance. I had pegged that I was too tired, hence didn't spot the car. We all got home safely that night. A couple of days later in a conversation, friend Abraham, asked us if we had noticed that car which had such bright lights inside the car. When Bart, who was then in the front passenger seat, also said no, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Abraham then told us that he felt it was strange that only the car was lit so brightly inside that he could only see the one shadow or silhouette at the driver's seat. He said he couldn't make out any details of the driver. The even more strange observation was that the car seemed to be going in slow motion, but it was just next to our car that night. I decided not to push the theory that Abraham had a supernatural encounter. Later that day, when Abraham and Bart and I left home that afternoon, I noticed that a religious pendant that usually hangs in Abraham's front rear view mirror was gone. Then I asked Abraham about it, and he said that he noticed that the pendant was cracked that morning, and he laughingly asked if any of us had broke it. To this day, I still hold the theory that the religious pendant probably kept us safe from the ghost car that Abraham had encountered that night. I gotta stick to shorter names. I visited my mom in her dream last night. When I called her today, she confirmed it before me telling her. I'm not sure where to begin, and I'm still shook. I've always had vivid dreams, so to speak. I always know when I'm dreaming, and I love it. Since I can remember, I got to know the term lucid dreaming, and I always look forward to sleep, so I can fly and so on. Last night, though, was different. I was standing in my mom's apartment, and her back was turned against me. She was far away, but I could see her clear. I shouted, "Mom!" She didn't answer me, so I yelled, "Hey, fatty!" Looked like she heard me, but didn't know where the sound came from. She turned around, but still didn't look at me, so I yelled again, "Hey, fatty!" I don't know why I yelled fatty. I've never called anyone that, and my mom is nowhere near overweight, so it was kind of weird. I remember waking up and I felt bad. I felt bad I was mean to her. I was kind of weirded out by everything. I told my husband, and he was laughing, saying, "Who cares, it's just a dream." My husband's nowhere near spiritual. Doesn't believe in anything supernatural. I still called my mom just to talk to her. The first thing she said after I said, "Hey, Mom," was, "Hey, honey, I had the weirdest dream. Someone yelled something at me, and I think they called me fat." She was on speakerphone. My husband's jaw dropped. I was shaking. I told her it was me. It wasn't a dream. If I didn't have my husband by my side, I would have gaslighted myself because I would think I was going crazy. What is this? I've had dreams where my grandmother told me I was having a baby girl. Didn't know I was pregnant. My grandma died at my birthday, so I've never even met her. She was right. It was a girl, and I was pregnant. It wasn't planned. My daughter was born at her birthday. Something strange happened to me as a child. When I was 2 or 3 years old, I remembered that the night was starless. The darkness was immense, and the only thing that illuminated the environment was my house and a lamppost that was on the street. At that time, our house didn't have bars and the street was dirt. I don't know what time it was, but I think it was around 9 or 10 p.m. and I was outside playing. Just then, a man appears out of nowhere and calls me. He was a Caucasian man with light blue eyes, white hair, and pale white skin. He was wearing a red plaid shirt, green pants, and sneakers, as well as glasses for his eyes. He was quite kind. He called me and grabbed my hand. He told me that we were going to see some relatives and he was taking me to the darkness of the street when my mother came out and called me. Since she was looking for me and couldn't find me, he shouted at me to come in, and the man kindly let go of my hand. His gaze conveyed confidence, kindness, and above all, a peace that I'd never felt before. I'd gotten a little upset since I wanted to go with that man. The peace and happiness that he radiated was something that until today, at 18 years old, I've never seen or felt such a sensation in another human being. Not even in my own family. When he let me go, the man said, "Someday we will meet again." He walked slowly, disappearing into the immense darkness of the night. I've always asked my mother about that man, who he was, and if it's possible that he had some flyer or kidnapper of infants. She claimed that that night she didn't see anyone with me, and that I was completely alone. I was going into the dark with no one, alone. Those words still leave me thinking today and make me believe, along with other experiences I've had, that life after death is a reality, and it's more complex and full than we believe. Someday we will meet again, son. Lady in Yellow. Wondering if anybody else has had these types of experiences. When I was a little girl, like a toddler through 10 years, I would be scared to death to sleep alone. My parents were pretty nice to let me sleep in between them on their cow king most nights. There were a few nights that I remember extremely well. Ones that have haunted me for years. I've even researched the previous owners of our home with no luck. One night I'm laying in between Mom and Dad in their bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to feel sleepy. Mom and Dad had already drifted off to sleep, and I could hear our grandfather clock start chiming from the living room. All of a sudden, a glow could be seen from the hallway, and then as it entered the room, I freaked out. Standing at the foot of the bed was a tall, slender apparition of a pretty woman with red hair, wearing a long flowing yellow dress with a flower in her hair. It was either a dark pink or a red flower. I'm not sure, but it might have been hibiscus. I immediately sat up and woke my parents up. Well, my mom was the only one who agreed to deal with me. I was yelling and asking her who that lady was, and where'd she come from, and why she here. All my mom could say was that she's so sorry that she can't see any woman. I was adamant and pointing, and still Mom couldn't see. The woman just stood there, staring for a few minutes, then disappeared. She came back a couple more times, and then as I got older, never again. I actually got used to her when she did show up and would talk to her while my parents slept without any response from her ever. While I was still scared, as long as my parents were next to me, I didn't think I was in any danger from her. And to this day, I remember exactly what she looks like. The other day I asked my 82-year-old mom if she remembered those nights. She looked at me completely shocked and alarmed, almost like she had just seen a ghost, and told me, "I don't want to talk about that right now." But she did acknowledge that she did remember those nights. Time is either going very fast or very slow. I feel like time is kind of doing its own thing. When I was in school, which I finished in 2016, a day felt like it lasted ages and that I could do so much in one day. For example, I could easily go to school for 6 hours, get back home, about half an hour by bus, eat something, do homework or some revision, play on my PlayStation with my friend for a couple of hours, and then go back to my school's football soccer pitch to play with my friends in person for another few hours. Then time started going extremely fast once I finished school. It often felt like a week would go by in the time of a normal day when I was at school. Felt like I could barely do anything in one day. It just felt like time was going faster and faster. Basically feels like some years you've been skipped, mid-2016 when I finished school to 2019. legitimately felt like these years had gone by in a month. 2020 was kind of a mix. Sometimes it felt like a month flew by, other times days lasted for ages like it did when I was in school. If someone was to ask me when I finished school, my first thought would be to say a year or two ago, even though it's been almost 5 years, and this has been happening no matter how busy or free I was. Now, I always heard a lot of adults and elderly people saying that the older you get, the faster time flies by, so I assumed that was what was going on. However, time recently started to feel normal again. By this, I mean it felt the same as when I was in school. I feel like I can do so much again. Time started to feel normal since about November and December. Why is this happening as this is happening to anyone else, and is there a way to fix this? You did not give us anywhere near enough information about what changed during those years and the time you're talking about now, so kind of hard to give you an intellectual or otherworldly comment. The former, though. Visitor after a close call. Years ago, I was driving home on a Sunday mid-morning after an early job I had. I was on a frontage road and missed my entrance to the highway, so I continued straight toward the next traffic light. The light was green, but a car coming through a crossed street red light struck my car. Caught the car to the corner of my eye before impact, so I had enough time to react so that it struck my driver's side front wheel with the passenger side front wheel, rather than me being T-boned. No injuries from either of us except for small cuts and maybe bruises from airbag deployment. Later that night, I was sitting at the dining room table at my home, alone with the lights off. Ambient light came in from the kitchen and living room. I think I was just sitting quietly when I felt or heard or both something behind me. Kind of like just a slight shuffle of movement, and felt more like that feeling of knowing someone's there, like sneaking up for fun. I seriously thought one of my kids or wife were there without me knowing. I smiled, turned around to see who it was, but it was no one. Immediately, I thought of a spirit or entity like death or maybe a guardian angel coming in to let me know that it wasn't my time. I had strong, sobering feelings of fear of the fact that I might not be alive at this moment, and of being blessed to have been spared, and of course an unsettling feeling of not knowing who or what had just been standing behind me. I wasn't thinking about the accident before this experience, and it may have just been in my head. Tried to rule out any possibility that a usual supernatural experience is actually something that can't be explained, and that more times than none there is a reasonable explanation. I've had one or two unexplained experiences in my life, and I believe there are some things we do not understand and cannot explain, but I try to find a rational answer. I'm curious if anybody had a similar experience. Pale white humanoid. I'm in the Philippines, and there's not really any similar stories or sightings of pale white humanoid in our country. It was evening at my mom's house around 9 or 10 p.m. I was about to cook something in her dirty kitchen. The kitchen is located at the backmost part of our house. It's at the very corner of our lot between two rooms. The neighbor's property and half-wall opening to an open lot. The wall is about 5 feet with metal bars and chicken wire on top of it to prevent snakes and rodents going inside her home. I opened lights and was greeted by this white, bald humanoid. I'll call it humanoid because, hell, it didn't look human. It had bloody red veins on its head, long fingers or nails, I'm not sure. They were as long as its head. It's poking out behind the upper left corner of the half wall. I just froze there trying to make out what it is. I think it's a good 5 seconds. Its hands moved in a fanning motion. A good example is when an oriental folding fan opens and closes. In that motion. Its hands were in front of its face doing this, simultaneously going down the half wall, disappearing from view. When it was gone, boy did I storm out of that kitchen. Now this year, in January of 2025, we were there for the holidays. About to leave the house when it happened. My wife said she had seen a pale white arm from the room adjacent to the dirty kitchen. As she described, the hand did same like fan-like motion. It vanished to the room. My wife said the arm had a shadow. The arm poked out of the door. When the arm disappeared, she got closer to look and found that the door to the room was closed. I didn't tell the first story to my mother, but when my wife saw the thing, and that seems it's already inside the house, we asked her to burn incense in that part of the house. Greetings, Philippines. Is my daughter astral projecting or just having a strange dream? Honestly, y'all, I would probably classify myself as a skeptic, but I had an extremely strange experience this morning. My daughter of 4 wakes up this morning around 1:45 a.m. crying in her bed. I went into her room to see if she was okay. She sat up in bed and starts telling me about the dream she was having. She said she wanted to stop, quote-unquote, disappearing out of her bed. Yes, Gecko. I told her she was still in her bed and that she hadn't gone anywhere. Then she told me about her dream. She said in her dream she kept disappearing out of her bed. She said that she knew her body was laying in bed essentially, but she kept disappearing close by into other rooms or in the house. She cited her mother in my room as an example. She's always been good at remembering her dreams and often tells me about them, and she has never described a dream like this to me before. Seemed pretty shaken and confused when I talked to her. Honestly, it had taken me a little back as well. Also, as far as I know, she would have no idea what the concept of astral projecting is. She only watches kids shows on TV, mostly cartoons, and does like Minecraft videos on YouTube. So the fact of what she described to me with no reason to lie and not having known about it in the first place, being so close to that, has me kind of intrigued. Do you think this was just a strange dream, or can anybody with kids tell me if their kids have described strange dreams with a mundane cause? Could she just maybe be having a unique imagination? Just so queer to me because she's never said anything like this before. She's a girly girl who loves Barbie and Alex from Minecraft, not into ghosts or paranormal or anything scary or strange at all. If a spirit didn't scream at me, I could have died. No, I've never been a spiritual person, really. However, years ago when I was 16, I was doing a work experience in a bird sanctuary in a farm. It was a big place. It was shut for the winter. There were 3 of us working that day, me, the boss, and a volunteer. My boss told me he was going to pick his kids up from school. The volunteer had left early, so I'd be there by myself for about half an hour. He said while he was gone to change the bird feeders. Simple job, no problem. Except one bird feeder was drilled into a barn to which I had to climb a wall with an 8-foot drop to reach. Pretty much a tragic accident waiting to happen. But this time we had inches of snow and the brick wall was very icy. I got into the wall and balanced while walking across carefully to the bird feeder. About a few steps in, this incredibly loud male voice screamed, "Get down!" It made me jump, but I awkwardly laughed and apologized thinking it was my boss. Only thing was is I could see the car parked from there and his car was gone. Couldn't have been the volunteer, she had also gone home. And of course, was a woman where there's very much a male voice. I got down, looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. Nothing and no one. I even let out a cliche hello. Searched all the acres and still the same result. Thought back to where the voice was coming from and seemed like it was right in front of me. Someone shouting right in my face. When my boss got back, I asked him if there was anyone else, and he said no. Didn't tell what happened because I didn't want to seem crazy. I only told a few people about this. My only really possible paranormal experience. None of which have believed me, and I don't even blame them. I just think and almost cringe about what would have happened if I didn't hear that voice. Story about me and paranormal activity as a kid. When I was younger, I was told that I attract paranormal activities or something like that. The story my mom told me that confused me was when I was around 4. I was in the living room when my mom came in and saw her child crying and pointing to the window. Of course, she'd checked and nothing was there, and when she asked what was wrong, I guess I stated, "Mom, I saw a man in the window." I stated that he was pale and tall and pointy. Like any mother, not in some horror movie, she took me and ran outside and drove away. I have no memories of that, but I do one memory of my late Grammy's house. I was around 6 and I was playing with this girl in my Grammy's room, and of course my Grammy was confused, so she called me to come into the living room. She asked me, "What are you doing in there?" I stated I'm playing with this girl who's wearing something that my aunt was wearing. My Grammy's sister, who was over her house. My aunt told me to tell the girl to go to her grandma, and I told the girl, who said her grandma's dead. So my aunt then said to tell her to go to heaven with her grandma. So I told the girl that, and she started walking up clouds of stairs toward a bright light. I don't remember anybody who looked like that girl in real life close to me or remember seeing her face, so I'm not sure if that's a dream or not. Another story about my mother's sister, I'll call her my aunt, and she was 4 and she was in a corner looking at a wall, rocking back and forth, mumbling in Portuguese. None of my family on my mom's side, speaks Portuguese at all. And when they turned around to see what was going on, Aunt was sleeping. Me and my sister's encounter. This happened between 2014 and 2016. One night, my family and I are going out to dinner. We would all get in the car in the garage and then back out and leave. My parents and older brother were in the car and told me to go get my sister. She would usually take a longer time to get ready. She's in the bathroom upstairs, so I walk inside the house and toward the stairs. From the bottom of the stairs, I yell out to her from the bathroom to hurry up because everyone was in the car already. Right after I yelled at her to hurry up, I saw this dark figure of a kid around my age run out to my mom's room, the master bedroom, which is the only room whose entrance you can see from the bottom of the stairs. This dark figure runs out of this room, cuts the corner, and runs down the hallway either into my room or my brother's, and then disappears. It was visible because I saw, and not only did I see it, I heard the footsteps of it running down the hall into one of the rooms. After it had disappeared, my sister quickly opened the door and leaned across the banister of the stairs, looked at me with the most horrified look in her eyes, and asked, "Did you just run across the hall?" I looked at her just as shocked as she was. We both realized that I couldn't have run across the hallway and come downstairs that quickly. She then hurried downstairs and we both ran to the car. And then we left to go to dinner with her family and never spoke of it again. This is one of the few times I've experienced something paranormal that I'll remember the rest of my life. I don't know what I saw, but I know that it was real, and the fact that my sister felt the footsteps of whatever it was running down her hall right outside the bathroom is proof that it did happen. We both experienced it. I know my house isn't haunted, and I'm sure it's nothing evil, but at the time it was pretty scary. Door opened by itself right in front of me. My parents and I go to this church built in the 1800s. And as my dad's the pastor, I end up spending quite a lot of time there. We've been going there for almost 7 years. Time in which I experienced quite a few things that I can't explain. It's mainly been stuff like the sound of doors opening or closing or getting locked or unlocked, people chatting or singing in another room, or the sound children playing and laughing, sounds of footsteps and other similar stuff. However, I never saw anything or anyone, and everything would be the same as it was before. Like if I left a door closed and it sounded like it opened, it would be closed, and, when I'd walk over there and there was no one or nothing that could have opened or closed it. I think it's worth to mention that these things happened while I was there by myself. Anyway, I once went there with my mom as she forgot something she didn't want to go by herself. Needed to go to the toilet, so I went to do my business while she was looking for her stuff. Didn't lock the doors. My mom knew I was in there, and she could have used the other toilet if she needed to go as well. However, the door just opened by itself. I literally saw the door handle go down by itself, then the door opened by itself quite violently. I managed to stop it when it was about a quarter of the way open, but it still opened with a quite high amount of force. After I finished, I asked my mom if it was her. She said no. It was only then that I realized I didn't hear any footsteps, like on the floor where footsteps are quite obvious. I explained what happened to my mom, but she said it was just the wind and the door mechanism playing tricks on me, which didn't make sense. Went back to the exact same door a few days later, closed it, tried to open it without touching the handle, but I just couldn't. The door would simply not open no matter how I pushed it and the amount of force I used, meaning it was definitely not the wind. Can a house be haunted in a good way? Here's a question I've been asking myself for a while now. I, a female of 39, have been living in an old house, built approximately in 1820 for 5 years now. Used to be a farm at first, and remained so until after World War II. It's a small town outside of Paris, France. The house has evolved a lot over the years, and as you can see, it doesn't look as old as it is from the outside. Can't see. But it still sports ancient stuff inside, an old bread oven, for instance. Ever since I moved there, I've sometimes had the feeling that there was some sort of presence there. I never actually saw or heard it distinctly. It's more of a quick light that passes by in the corner of my glasses, or something that moves in a nearby mirror, as if something passes on the other side of the mirror. Happens either in the living room or in the bathroom or in my older son's room. Sometimes at night, I can feel a cool, steady breeze on my face like a quiet and comforting breath. And in all of these situations, I feel good. Paranormal entities normally terrify me to no end. I've experienced living in a negative haunted house filled with bad energy, and I strongly believe in ghosts and such. I just never heard stories with reassuring entities before. I feel like this entity, and for some reason I really think it's a lady, means nothing but good. Like she's protecting us or something. Could it be a dead relative, or could it be someone that's used to living here? She just feels nice and calm and like she wants me to know that she's around without scaring me at all. And so far, it's what's been happening. I slowly realize that she's here and that she means well. I even sometimes find myself worried when I don't, see or sense her presence for a few weeks. What do you think it could be? Has anything similar ever happened to you? I think I saw a portal opening when I was 14. When I was 14, 20 now, I was sitting in the basement of our old house. I was with my sister, who was 16 at the time. The basement was quite big, maybe 5 meters from the entrance to the back wall, and maybe 2 or 3 meters wide. We were sitting on a bed at the back wall just talking, and when I happened to be looking at the entrance when suddenly, next to the entrance, a kind of ball of light or electricity. It appeared and it stretched to the floor and ceiling. It made a very weird high-pitched sound that got higher and higher, and then it disappeared. It kind of looked like some sort of portal opening, and it was very bright and white in color. My sister was very freaked out and asked me if I saw it too. I did, and almost right after, I went to the spot, wanted to check if it left any marks or anything behind. It didn't. There were no ceiling lamps or anything near it, so I don't think it was some kind of electricity. It didn't appear up from the floor or down from the ceiling. It appeared in midair and then stretched to the floor and ceiling. It was a sunny summer day, and there hadn't been any thunderstorms recently when it happened. If I had been alone when I saw it, I'd have thought I'd imagined it, but my sister saw it too. A couple of months before this, our mom fell down the stairs leading down to the basement and passed away in the basement entrance. I don't know if that's irrelevant, but I thought I'd mention it. I've tried researching to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, but I haven't found anything. It didn't match the description of ball lightning. I still often think about this, even though it's been many years since this happened. An entity entered my house. About 2 years ago, I personally believe something entered my house. I was in my room and a family friend was coming over to grab something. I unlocked the door so they wouldn't have to knock or anything. They live really close, so maybe 5 minutes later I hear the door open. My dog started barking and bolts downstairs as per usual. Then I heard the creaking of somebody walking up the stairs and into the living room. As they walked up the stairs, I clearly heard in their voice them shout, "Hello?" So I shouted hi back and said I'd be down in a few minutes. So about 2 minutes later, I hear the doorbell ring and my dog starts barking and running downstairs again, so I go down kind of confused. When I got to the door, I saw said family friend outside of it, and the door was now locked. I unlocked and opened the door and asked, "Oh, did you forget something?" He just looked at me confused, and he then said, "I just got here." Confused, I just peeked into the living room and I saw no one was there. Still confused, but I just brushed it off and continued on with the day. Although, the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it seems. Think about it. Something opened the door, locked it, mimicked the person's voice perfectly, then walked upstairs and disappeared. And I know that I didn't just hear something, as my dog reacted to it too, and doors can't just lock themselves. And if anybody's curious, no, the family friend did not have a key. I tend to tell the story to people who will listen. Some think I just heard something or imagined it. Others truly believe me. I don't know what happened that day myself, if I'm being entirely honest. It's not a truly terrifying experience, I suppose, but it's unnerving. I hope whatever came here that day doesn't come back. I think my dad might be following me. I really don't know where to post this, so I'm just throwing this out there. For backstory, my dad was an extremely frequent smoker. He'd say he's been smoking since he was 16, and how it's quote-unquote, how I'm keeping myself alive. He barely had any teeth, and the walls in his room were yellow. Burn holes in a lot of the blankets and even the curtains. Couldn't step into his room without taking a deep breath beforehand. It was bad, and I swear it had part to do with him dying, but I guess I really don't know. He died in January of this year. We brought his ashes home in February, and that's when it started. Ever since, the stench of cigarette smoke just seems to follow me, even surrounding me when I'm sitting around or about to sleep. It only comes out at night, and it gets so bad where I have to pinch my nose and breathe out of my mouth. When I'm in my room, I have to close the door to get it to go away. My dad's room is right next to mine, so I do it almost every night for years. Whenever it's around, I feel uneasy, like I'm not alone. My dad and I never really had the best relationship, especially before he died. He was a piece of shit to me, and it was no secret to everyone that I hated him and he hated me. So maybe this is his way to annoy me even more. I brought it up to my mom about maybe a month of it happening, just to see if she could also smell it, and that it's just a lingering stench, but she said, "Really? No, I haven't smelt anything. That's just your dad visiting you, maybe." Okay, well, I don't know him visiting me, Mom. Jeez. Maybe it's nothing, but he was a big paranormal monster movie guy, so maybe he just wants to have some fun, I guess. Has anyone felt or heard electricity before? Yeah. During my childhood and late teens, I apparently experienced electricity differently from others. In school, whenever we were going to watch TV in the mid-2000s, I could tell before I went to the classroom, like 20 or 30 meters away, that we were going to watch TV. It's like a static noise and a feeling, hard to describe. I could stand at the end of the hallway and tell my friends, "Nice, we're going to watch TV today." Their response was always, "How do you know?" I explained to them about the static noise, and they looked at me as if I were stupid. I could also hear what I can only describe as electrical currents traveling through rooms. It's the same noise as the TV. The difference is that it feels alive. I could sit somewhere and feel it come into the room. The closer it got to me, the higher the static-sounding feeling would get. After a while, it would get out of the room, and it was almost as if it were walking around the room. I know it sounds frickin' weird. One time, it was really scary. I'd gone to bed one night. I'd laid with my face against the wall. A couple of minutes later, I felt this electricity come in from my room. I felt how it came closer and closer to my bedside. The electricity became stronger and stronger. I realized that this thing or whatever was leaning down toward me inches away from me. I had to squint my eyes because the static sound and feeling from it was really strong, and because I was afraid. About 5 minutes later, it slowly disappeared out from the room. Anyways, my 20s had disappeared completely. Still sensitive to other sounds. Usually no one else can hear them, which makes me feel crazy sometimes. Don't feel crazy on that one. I have my own story about that. A good one. Has anyone seen their child before they were born? The week my unborn child was conceived, I kept seeing a boy every time I would look at the bed. Or at the BD. I'm assuming bed. I knew it would be ours by the features, but I had no clue what was happening right then. I also had gotten his name a year prior while meditating in the mountains, and this was after I had a spiritual awakening after hugging what I believed to be my twin flame. When we hugged, it's like our hearts connected and started pumping energy through each other's veins. We started giggling immediately. He swung me around right in front of my ex. Thankfully, he didn't see, and we composed ourselves in time. So at that point, of course, I'm like, no way, after what I just felt. Why would it be someone else? But now I see. When I met the man, I didn't actually meet him. We were just in the same room. We would sneak glances, but never look at each other face on or speak to each other until my ex-roommates made us sort of talk to each other. Now, this is no fairy tale. None of it was the way I pictured love, and we were kind of overly cautious with the other due to how strong our emotions were. didn't want to get attached because of our past. But the way that we would look at each other and the feeling in the air when we were in the same room, that's what kept us coming back. I could go on, but the point is, has anybody else gotten their child's father's name and seen their child in their eyes before even knowing either would even have said anything about your experience? And are you guys happy now? Did you both put in the work on yourselves to be happy? I sadly have no friends that believe in the paranormal, so my experiences go in one ear and out the other. I refuse to go this whole pregnancy getting advice that does not fit me. I think my dead aunt, who committed suicide 9 years ago, tried to contact my family this evening. So I've been struggling with anxiety and depression for the past years. But this winter break more than usual, and this afternoon, for whatever reason, I decided I wanted to take one long trip down memory lane. So I plugged in my external DVD reader and started looking at old photos and videos from when I was 10 to 15, 24 now. I stumbled upon a picture from 2006, Christmas Day, with me, my sister, my uncle, and 2 second-degree cousins whom I just met for the first time. It's not important, but they were 24 and 22 at that time, and they were the sons of my aunt's sister. I was watching all these old photos with my mother and sister, and this part is important to the story. After feeding my need of watching old embarrassing photos of my family from back in the day, I went outside for a smoke. When I come back, my mom was literally shouting when I rang the bell, and the weirdest thing just happened. She was cleaning the kitchen table, and my father's cell phone was on the table alongside other things, and she piled them up together and moved them to the chair that was nearby. After 10 seconds, the phone started saying something of the likes of, "The number you are trying to reach is, well, non-existent." My father picked the phone up and was trying to call my dead aunt's old number, which was saved in my dad's contact list from all those years ago. It hadn't been used since. He freaked out on how it was possible, because the phone unlocks with the pin of a fingerprint. Anybody, even if it magically unlocked, should have at least tried to automatically call one of the last dialed numbers, not a number that hasn't been used in 9 years. We're all pretty freaked, and this experience, well, kind of gives us the chills. Don't take items from dead bodies. As a kid, I used to be obsessed with World War II. I would collect items and made it a passion of mine. One day, I had some money. I visited a local surplus store. I saw an authentic US M1 helmet on the shelf that I hadn't seen before. It was covered in dirt. Even kind of damaged. These can go for a lot of money. I asked the owner how much it was. He reluctantly said $20, which surprised me. When I asked why this was, he pulled it down off the shelf to reveal brown, crusted material inside and a bullet hole through the temple area of the helmet. There was no exit hole. He explained it had been dug up by a metal detector in the Ardennes, if that's how you say that. Being a stupid child, I bought it. I had no thoughts or fears about it and just thought it was cool. After a week of having it in my possession, I began to have horrific nightmares, mainly involving visions of death. My parents would report constant yelling in my sleep. Having no prior mental illness issue or genetic predisposition, I was just brought to a therapist. No conclusion was reached, and the nightmares continued every day until 2 months later I decided to sell the helmet to afford a new backpack. The nightmares stopped the day it left my possession. Nice pun. Not only during this time did I assume the helmet had anything to do with it until years later, accidentally stumbling across accounts from veterans describing cursed war trophies and battlefield items affecting their lives. Please do not take items from dead bodies. Solid advice. The Screaming Woman. I'm a 16-year-old girl who's always seen, felt, and heard stuff other people haven't. I always get told I'm schizophrenic, but I'm not. I'll be sharing this very weird and unsettling story in case somebody knows something about this woman. It was last year in August. I was laying in my bed and I tried to fall asleep. Put down my phone and closed my eyes. The next thing I see is a woman screaming for help. At first, I thought I was dreaming, so I opened my eyes and grabbed my phone to check the time. 22:07. That's 10:07. Only a minute had passed. I was confused since I'd never gotten such a clear image before, nor have I ever seen, felt, or heard this woman before. I'll be sharing details of the image I got from her in case anybody knows something. Very old clothing, early 1900s type of clothes. Her hair was dark or brown or black, and so was her hair. Her hair was also up in a ponytail. Her eyes were dark, but you could see the fear in her eyes as clear as day. Her mouth was shaped as if she was saying help, and she had bullet wounds on her chest, stomach, and possibly on her face. She wasn't the only one in the image. There was a man behind her, also early 1900s clothing, and had a cowboy kind of a hat on. Looked mad, as if he was shouting at her. He also was holding a shotgun, which was pointed at this woman. I'm certain that this woman is trying to tell me something. I'm 100% sure that this has happened to somebody, and she wants me to tell her story. And I know that sounds weird, but I've been around spirits my whole life. I communicate with them, and I just want to know if anybody knows something that is close to what I've explained. Please let me know. I can't keep this to myself anymore. Shadow behind locked doors. I used to live in a shared rented flat with other girls. One day everyone was out, and I was alone on my floor studying. My room door was shut. The door had a small gap at the bottom, so if somebody passed by, you could see their shadow through it. That day as I was studying, I noticed someone walk past my door. I wasn't surprised because I thought it was one of the girls. Let's call her Jane. It was about the time Jane usually came back. The shadow crossed once toward the open area on the right and then back again toward her room on the left. Shortly after, I heard her room door open and shut, so I assumed it was her. About half an hour later, somebody knocked on the main door to the floor. Since Jane's room was close to the main door, well, I just expected her to answer it. I didn't even bother to get up. However, after 5 or 6 knocks, I got up to open the door myself. When I checked, I noticed Jane's door was shut. I opened the main door, and to my surprise, it was Jane standing there. I was confused, but I was so engrossed in my studies that I didn't think much of it. I let her in and went back to my room. 5 minutes later, Jane came into my room and asked if I had drunk water from her copper jug. I said no, and she told me she clearly remembered filling the jug before leaving, but now it was half empty. That's when it struck me. I had seen someone inside, and I had heard her door open earlier. And even more bizarre, the main door had been locked from the inside all along. The open area where I saw the shadow go was also locked. I told Jane everything, and she was so shaken that she threw away the water from the jug. We never knew who or what that was. Any ideas? A few. Saw my grandmother after her death. I'm from India, and I experienced this about 2 years ago when my grandmother died. My grandmother used to live in my family village, which is about 400 kilometers from my city. We got the news of her death in the afternoon. We were shocked and started packing as we had to leave within an hour. My cousin's family met us in the halfway, and we started our journey together. It was a 6-hour-long drive. We reached our village at around 11 or 12 p.m. My grandmother's body was resting at the entrance of her house covered in a white blanket. It was a heartbreaking moment for us. Everyone from our village was at our house mourning at the death of my grandmother and planning about her final rituals. It was 2 p.m. Me and my cousin's brothers were tired, so the elders suggested us to take a nap. Since there's no place left for us to sleep, we decided to sleep right next to her grandmother's body. I was not at all scared by sleeping this close to my grandmother's dead body. Instead, I felt a feeling of peace and love around her. I fell asleep and I saw a dream of my grandmother, which made me feel so happy and kind of also scared. In the dream, I saw my grandmother waking up next to me and everyone was confused. She started saying in a joyful and happy voice that she's very happy to see that all of her children and family had come to meet her in the final moments of her life. Then she hugged me and my brothers before laying back to rest forever, and then I woke up. Tell me, guys, what do you think? Was it just a dream I had because of emotional breakdown, or my grandmother communicated me in the last time before leaving this world? Sorry for making a long post. Just wanted you guys to tell my experience in full detail. Encounter with the spirit in broad daylight. My mom went to the hospital to refill her medication. Decided to use the bathroom near the pharmacy while she waited. This bathroom was closer to an operation/waiting room, so she went there. While she was in the bathroom, an older woman with a walker entered, went into one of the larger stalls. A few seconds later, a younger woman followed her inside. My mom found this a bit odd, but assumed the younger woman was a caretaker helping the older woman. After a few minutes, the younger woman exited the stall and left the bathroom. But the older woman never came out. Another woman who was in the bathroom checked the stall after noticing something was off. To her shock, the stall was completely empty. No older woman, no walker, nothing. My mom, now curious, went in to double check and make sure, and the stall was empty. Both my mom and the other woman were completely stunned. There's no way the older woman and the walker could have just disappeared. This is the part that really blows my mind. Seeing a spirit in broad daylight is already rare and unsettling. But the walker disappearing too, that's a solid physical object. How could it just vanish into thin air along with the spirit? We're just still trying to process what happened, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, or if anybody's experienced anything similar. Well, I will say that most spirits people see are wearing clothes, which are also solid physical objects, aren't they? Just my sixth sense. A real story about sleep paralysis. This didn't happen to me, but a friend of mine, whom I'm very close with, and she also happens to be my relative. Also a very triggering experience for those who are dealing with sleep paralysis. I had an episode of it the first time about a month ago. I'm very scared to even lay on my back after hearing this. You all must have heard the horror stories about sleep paralysis demons. That when you see a SP demon standing in your room, you should only be scared if you can move. Because if you can move, you are not in sleep paralysis. And if you're not in sleep paralysis, you are not hallucinating. Didn't take such stories seriously because in my mind, sleep paralysis could only be a natural phenomenon that's expected to be experienced by most people by the age of 50. And that of all of it is probably in your head as part of hypnagogia. I'm not sure after hearing this from somebody, but I do trust her with my heart. Back to my friend, her family had been dealing with all kind of paranormal encounters for years. That's because of her mom's sister-in-law put a hex on the house. They've found stinky animal oils on their doors, floors, and so many other magic items in their house so many times. One night, my friend was walking past the living room where her older brother was sleeping in, and as she looked at the inside of the room, she sees a dark entity hovering above her brother, strangling him. She turns on the light and the entity vanishes. Her brother wakes up and says that he was in sleep paralysis, getting strangled by an entity. They describe the same entity, so I strongly think that as much as sleep paralysis is a natural phenomenon, there can be cases where real entities are involved. Door opening and closing by itself. I was about 9 years old, and I was in bed just laying there when I see my bedroom door slowly start to open. I saw a yellow light, like maybe the hall light was on. I called out to it, "Hello?" No reply. Then I started to think it was my sister playing a prank on me, so I said my sister's name, but I'm not going to tell you the name. "I know you're just playing a prank on me." No reply, and then it slowly closed. The thing that also was really weird is that it was silent when it opened and closed. It was odd because at the time I had a mirror that hung in the door that made a horrific noise every time you opened and closed the door. I was very religious at the time, and I thought, did I get visited by an angel? I get up out of bed and open the door. It's completely pitch black. I go downstairs and my sister was on her computer. It looked like she had been there for a while. I asked her, "Did you just come upstairs and open my door?" She said no. I said, "Are you sure?" She said no. She had been down there on her computer. I asked where Mom and Dad were, and she said that they were in bed hours ago. The next morning I asked my parents, and they said that they never went up there. And honestly, if it was them, why wouldn't they say anything back to me at the time? I really believed it was an angel or something that checked in on me, or maybe somebody who had passed. I prayed a lot for signs as a child, and maybe I got one. But as I grew up, I started to be really skeptical. But I think back to that moment. What really happened that night? A summer of strangeness in rural Washington state. I work out in a very isolated stretch of the Olympic Peninsula in Washington state, and I've had an alarming amount of strange experiences while out here. The basic things that happen are humans screaming far away in the woods. It's a really dense rainforest with no trails. Hearing high-pitched voices say one or two words like "thank you" and "again." Sometimes I'm all alone, and sometimes my boyfriend will be here and hear them too. There's a really upsetting presence that sometimes appears to be a tall shadow that crouches and peeks out from behind things in the dumpster area. And all but a couple of my coworkers have had unpleasant experiences while taking the recycling out. Another friend saw a face gliding by her window like it was on a skateboard looking straight in. Inside of it, huh? Until recently, it's been mainly ghostly happenings around here. But in the past week, we've had some things happen with strange lights. First thing happened was my boyfriend and I waking up to our bedroom being flooded with an intense bright light. We just stared at each other while it was happening for a good 20 seconds, then the light just flicked off and the room went back to pitch blackness. Our room backs up to a dense forest. We promptly looked outside to make sure no one was there as soon as the light flicked off. Nothing but pitch blackness and no movement. 2 nights ago, a coworker of ours was returning home late at night. When he got out of his car, he saw an orange ball hovering over one of the housing units. Did a couple of loops and popped out of sight at the same time as he started feeling scared. Well, that's good.
The Puncher Bag Ghost. Well, this is something that happened 4 years ago. I got home from work around 6 p.m. But in wintertime, 6 p.m. is kind of like midnight. So it was dark already. I live with my older brother in a small apartment. 2 bedrooms, kitchen, bathroom, and a small living room. We had it as a personal gym with some weights and a punching bag hanging from the ceiling. That punch bag weighs around 200 pounds. It's attached to the ceiling with a chain, so when you punch it, it moves the chain and it makes noise. So that afternoon I got home, brother wasn't up yet, went to my room, left the door open, turned on the PC and just started relaxing. Suddenly the chain started to make a noise. I didn't mind at that moment, just continued my things. When the noise increased, so I just got up to take a look and I saw the bag moving from side to side. My rational mind, though, maybe the wind. Went to check if the main door was open, but it wasn't. I stopped the bag, went to my room a few minutes later again, but I wasn't scared. I thought this was interesting, actually. Came to mind to say this very strong and loud, "Stop doing that. I don't want to play now." That punch bag stopped right there. And that's when I freaked out. Couldn't move, I felt goosebumps, and I want to run, but I was too afraid to move a finger. I managed to play loud music from the computer to try to recover a little. 10 minutes later, my brother got home and I felt much better. Nowadays, when I told this to people, I just laughed about it to see their reaction. Even them got goosebumps listening to my experience. This happened to my friend. At 16, I was chosen to lead a group of young freshmen, assist instructors at an adventure camp in Sembawang. I wasn't fond of the location as it was near the infamous Kampong Wak Hassan, which has experienced common sightings of Pontiacs and Pokongs. The beach nearby is also a hotspot for people to dispose of quote-unquote spiritual items. Before our night walk, we had a briefing. Each group would have a walk through a dense forest, passing by the beach, a mosque, and an old gate. The leaders had to stay at chosen positions along the route to ensure students wouldn't stray. When night fell, I took up my spot near the beach and waited for the first group to pass. All at the corner of my eye. I saw someone at the beach but paid no attention to them. Soon the presence came closer to me and I heard small chants, a dead giveaway that someone was throwing away something spiritual. After the person left, I felt someone's hand grab me. I was shocked but didn't dare to turn around. Thankfully, a group of students finally walked past my route and all was back to normal. During the debrief, everybody said they felt someone standing next to them even when they were alone. Just like me, no one dared to look back. Post-experience, I came down with a fever and a mysterious mark temporarily appeared in my hand. How are you going to not explain what the mark looked like? Dad's strange encounter as a teen. When my dad was 17 or 18, he remembers lying in his bed, unable to sleep at around midnight. The street lamp light from the other side of the street always hit the wall and ceiling in his room. It was deadly quiet in the street, as it was the 1970s in Belfast. My dad lived off Falls Road, and there was a curfew imposed in the British Army, so no one was allowed out after dark. Suddenly, my dad hears the sound of someone sprinting down the street and sees a break in the streetlight on his wall. He jumps up and looks out the window to see who is running. No one is there. He keeps looking for a few minutes to see if anyone was hiding in the gardens, expecting to see an army or the police Land Rover to appear. Looking for somebody, but nothing appears.
He shrugs it off, goes back to lying down, but minutes later he hears exactly the same sounds. And again he jumps up to look, but nothing. That's when he was about to go back to lying down again and hears the running sound once more. But this time he's like, well, he's there to see it. He sees a shadow cast on the house and pavement that grows and shrinks with the angle of the light being cast. He hears the footsteps get louder and fainter, but can't see a person, a dog, or anything that makes footsteps. He didn't sleep that night or properly for a few weeks trying to listen out for the sounds. But it never did happen again. Was it paranormal, or was my dad just having sleep issues living in an area plagued with fighting, violence, and death? Not sure myself. My dad isn't a believer in ghosts, but he knows what he saw and heard what was strange and has stuck with him for over 50 years. Shadow beings in our home. My wife, myself, my daughter, we all live in a 2-bedroom home. My wife has lived in the property a year before I moved in. Has never come across any paranormal activities until I moved in. There's been about 3 instances of a shadowy silhouette in her bedroom in the dark. My wife thought it was me leaning up at her bed at night. I fell asleep downstairs. 2, I thought my wife was peeking through the doorway pulling faces at me, which I said, "Stop being silly and come to bed, you donut." My wife was in the bathroom brushing her teeth. Nice nickname. 3, we both saw a silhouette peeking through the doorway. 4, there have been several incidents of things being knocked over which shouldn't have fallen over. Things were firmly placed down. 5, my daughter was pushed off the toilet. 6, I've woken with scratches on my back. My wife is very into this kind of thing, but is concerned. She's burned sage in the house and has she's very religious, or rather her grandmother is. She had her bless the house with holy water. We're still having incidents. My wife is generally scared and wants to move house immediately. If it helps, the house was built in 1901, which was part of a mining community. Any tips or pointers as what to do would be great. I have to edit out my dog sucking on his foot. Scared me. I put a curse on you. So, quick context. I come from a very superstitious culture. Believes in black magic and curses and the evil eye and all that. I've heard so many stories, but this is the first time I've personally encountered anything remotely creepy or off. I was staying at my aunt's house, and it was the last leg of a month-long escapade. I was looking forward to staying with family and not bouncing from hotel room to hotel room. I was sharing a room with my sisters, and all night I felt like someone was in the room walking around. I'm not a great sleeper in general, so I thought it was me. Next day, everybody went out, and I decided to stay home and get some rest. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, and the air just felt really heavy and negative. Again, I chalked it up to lack of sleep and travel. As the week went on, I couldn't be in the room alone. I was just so scared of being in the room by myself, day or night. Suffice to say, I didn't get much rest. When we left, I asked my sisters, and they said they felt creeped out too. My sister randomly called my aunt one day and mentioned it. Our aunt told us that somebody had cast black magic on the family. So much so that my nephew would wake up screaming in the middle of the night like clockwork. We were on the first floor and he was on the second. Big house would not hear it. They eventually got the house cleansed and blessed, and my nephew's okay now. But I still absolutely refuse to go back. Those are some evil vibes, like pure hatred. Never found out who did it. Weird hallucinations. It's about my life, and it's really bothering me sometimes. Basically, for context, I live near 2 graveyards. They're usually old and contain very old and rigid gravestones. And I explored the graveyards before when I was younger. Now I'm older, and I experienced weird stuff. For example, I usually see some white smoke in the corner of my eye and shrug it off. But it happened multiple times. Like some wind flew by or someone was passing by. There were small instances of smoke. Couldn't really explain them as I'm not a smoker. There wasn't any smoke in the house. It happened when I was alone. I couldn't really explain it. I usually laugh it off and say something under the lines of, "Oh, spooky ghost," or something really silly. It looked small and like somebody was heading toward a direction. And sometimes, oftenly, I feel unsafe in my room. When I'm alone in my room going on my phone or doing something, I sometimes, very rarely, get nervous and panicked as if the room is packed with entities. I felt like I was being watched. Like imagine a whole room filled with people just staring at you. That's how it felt. No one was there, and I felt the need to get out immediately. I slept on my couch all night. The feeling was dreadful, as if I was kicked out by someone that wasn't even there. All my instincts just told me to get out as soon as possible. And that's all there is to it. Is my room haunted? We moved into our new house a year ago, and especially in my room, there are things happening. First instance was when me and my sister shared the room. We both heard the floor creaking many times. It was as if someone was walking right there, but there was no one. Second instance was the tap for the flush in the bathroom that was connected to our room was closed automatically many times. So when we asked our parents about the tap, if they were closing it, they had no idea. At least they told that they never touched the tap. Then third instance was when we heard sounds. Sound of things falling like it fell in the room, but nothing fell at all. Sound of phones vibrating, but no phone was actually vibrating. And the feeling of somebody being there in the room when I'm all alone. Sometimes a static sound is heard right near the ear out of nowhere. And there were times when things went missing from their original place and were again found where it should have been originally. So after these incidents, we called a priest. We let him bless our house and everything stopped. So we went on a trip, and after returning, everything started again. So this time, I prayed over the room, and I do pray regularly. So for now, everything's silent. I don't know what this is, but if somebody knows, tell me. Before anybody asks, no, me and my sister are not on any medication. We're mentally fine. No history of any mental conditions. Way to brag. Strange object seen as a child. This is one of the only times in my life that to this day I still don't understand what I was seeing. This happened sometime in the late 90s. I was between the ages of 7 to 10, I believe. During one summer, I was outside playing. As I was walking up to the steps to go back inside, I looked up and spotted this super strange object floating in the sky, maybe 10 to 15 feet above me, but a little ways, like it was coming closer. At first, I thought it was like a kite, but immediately I knew it couldn't be because there's no wind really, and it was staying at the same height, moving at maybe about 5 to 8-ish miles an hour toward me. The best way I can describe it is like a cube, but it's moving and reshaping into itself, almost like a 4D object, like a tesseract, I think it's called. I remember I was so shocked and scared that I had my hand on the doorknob to go inside, but was frozen because I was scared to look away for fear of losing it. I wanted so badly to yell inside for somebody to come look, but I knew it would be gone in a mere moment. So I just stared at it noiselessly and it went by me. It was so close I felt I could almost jump and touch it, but it was just out of reach. Till this day, I don't know what the hell that was, and this was in the late 90s, so there weren't drones around. I'm hoping somebody's seen something similar, or has any theories on what it could have been. Drones around that we know of. Kid ghost running through my house, etc., etc. I've been reticent to talk to anyone about it because it sounds like I'm going completely nuts, but I think there's a child ghost that appears sometimes in this house. On at least 4 occasions since we moved in, I've seen this kid run through the room. He's about 8 or 9 years old, he wears a 70s-era striped shirt, has brown hair and a bowl cut. Always laughing like he's running away from someone playing tag. First, I saw him upstairs. Then he ran across the hall and then nowhere to be found. Since he's run through my bedroom, disappearing to the master bath, downstairs living room, and my downstairs office, while none of us have ever seen him at the same time, my wife and one of my sons have reported similar events. The other day, we're sitting at the kitchen table. I thought one of my sons was across the room, like when you see somebody out of the corner of your eye. So I didn't look up. But then the cabinet flew open and several glasses fell out and shattered on the floor. Turned out my son had been upstairs the whole time. 2 hours after we cleaned it up, an ornament fell off my Christmas tree and broke. Weird, but no biggie. But then, 5 minutes later, the tree fell over. Not gradually, it was like it'd been pushed. I was on the couch right in front of it when this happened and had a distinct feeling like somebody else was in the room right before the tree fell over. No one else was in the house. Has anyone seen an entity that looks human but has no face? 10 years ago, when I went to bed, I dozed off for about 2 minutes when I suddenly heard something move by my window to the right. I looked at the window and I noticed that the blinds curved upwards as if something were between the blinds and the windowsill. As I regained my senses, I realized to my horror that a figure was crawling in through the window. I laid there in horror, not knowing what to do apart from staring at it. It was pale and had long brown hair. The moment I stared at it, it stopped in its tracks. On all fours, it slowly moved its head toward me, and I shit you not, it had no face. It was completely smooth where the face should have been, like a mannequin. I jolted out of my bed and ran out into the hallway and took my baseball bat. I barged into the room, and there was no one there, and the window was closed. By the way, I live on the 3rd floor with no fire escape. A couple of weeks later, I sat on the balcony during sundown when suddenly something caught my eye. On the roof on the opposite building, I saw a head peek up, and a couple of seconds later it slowly went down and disappeared. Of course, there could be logical explanations for all of this, but maybe I hadn't fully woken up yet, and the head peeking up could have been a bird. It wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move the whole time, but to this day it scares me. Someone told me it could have been some kind of forest spirit. Have you ever seen anything alike? I think I saw a ghost at my grandparents' house. I recently went to a family reunion at my grandparents' house on my dad's side. At one point, I went down to the 1st floor and my aunt told me to come upstairs because all my cousins were playing blackjack there. I went up the stairs and I saw them playing. Then I noticed a very skinny girl, same height as me, wearing a white winter jacket, black pants, and white socks. She was watching the boys play cards. She had really heavy makeup, thick eyeliner, dark eyeshadow. I don't have a habit of staring at people's faces for too long, but at first I thought she was my cousin, my uncle's daughter, but wasn't really sure because of the makeup. She even stepped back slightly to make way for me. I didn't think much of it at the time. But later when I got home, I realized that cousin never showed up for lunch. I asked my mom and the other cousins, and they all said the same thing, only my uncle came to the reunion, his wife and daughter stayed home. None of my cousins saw the girl, and I didn't say a word. Now that I think about it, she disappeared right after I walked past her. And the weirdest part, when I walked up the stairs, she smiled a little and even raised her eyebrows like she was surprised to see me. It was 10:45 a.m., broad daylight. I was completely sober, no alcohol, no drugs, nothing. So, did I just see a ghost? Small paranormal phenomena today. I give ghost tours through a small haunted attraction at my local theme park. It's part of a side job I have on weekends. And today I had some weird experiences. The place I work is pretty notoriously haunted. Security guards report seeing orbs floating down the street on security cameras at night. Friends have reported seeing a little ghost boy or being pushed by a man in another area of the park. And I myself had one or two very minor instances at work experiencing the paranormal. But today it was a bit more than usual. Today, as I'm waiting at the entrance, just hanging out, waiting for guests, when I heard whistling coming from inside the haunt. No one was in there, and there was nobody around since it was nearly opening time, and not too many folks had come in yet. Later on, as I was finishing a tour, I heard the loud thumps of somebody walking over a bridge farther back in the haunt where nobody's back there. That's because we close the entrance behind us as we take tours through. My whole group was present and accounted for. I was the only tour guide on staff at the time. Now, I've had sensors go off around me. I've heard footsteps and had a general feeling of being watched while alone in the haunt. But these occurrences that happened today were the most direct and obvious, and the distinct sound of somebody walking over the bridge happened with other people around me. Weird stuff, but that's why I love working here. Need help sighting of a disembodied arm and a cryptic warning whisper. I have a personal relationship with a boy that I've helped for many years since he was born. I'm like his big uncle, and he always relied on me for when things are tough. He yesterday sent me a picture of something that happened to him. Tried to seek help elsewhere, but no such help was forthcoming. I'm open to supernatural beliefs, but my little, as they're putting it, ahijado, called me today very distraught and sent me this picture. He mentioned he was sleeping early, and around perhaps 11 p.m. he woke up when someone was whispering on his ear, "Be careful," in Spanish. He took a picture of the darkness as he felt a heavy presence in the room, and all he got was that picture. You can see he's on his bed, and next to him, disembodied skeletal arms show. I don't know what this means or how I can help him. I tried to Google around, but beyond some European folklore mentions of disembodied hands or arms serving as warnings, I got nothing much. Any help or guidance would be helpful. And by the way, this happened in Miami, Florida. My poor ahijado is scared, and he's a simple baker boy in a pastry shop. Lives with his mom, and he's never been on drugs or anything weird, and he rarely has a social life. I thought my dad was home. I was 17 at the time, and my dad, he had got a new girlfriend. He would sleep at her house often. I've always been a little paranoid when home alone, so I always locked my door when I was in my room. I had gone to bed and locked my door and was laying in bed watching TikTok. I had forgot to turn off the hallway light, and through my door I could see the light, I should say. Then out of nowhere, I heard somebody walking up the stairs, and my stairs are loud, I should say. I sat up in bed so I could see through the crack in my door, and it was the most silent I've been in my life, and I listened. It walked very slow up the stairs, but I first thought it was my dad, but it was weird how I didn't hear the front door close. It then walked down my hallway. I could see as the walking sounds passed my room. I couldn't see the light through the crack of my door, and the light I could see before was gone. It was all black. When it went into one of the empty rooms beside my room and the light in the hallway returned, it then walked around a bit in the room. It then walked to my door and didn't press down the handle, but just kind of shook it a little bit so the door moved. I was shitting my pants at this point, and then I heard it walk down the hallway again. Not the stairs. Everything just became quiet again. Something eerie keeps happening in my flat. I first remember visiting this flat when it was my nan and my granddad living here. I started visiting every weekend due to me needing a break because of my autism. I remember sometimes thinking I saw a shadow or having a feeling of not being alone, but being a kid, I just shrugged it off as nothing. My granddad passed in 2016. Hit me very hard as I was close to him. My nan was struggling to cope alone, so I moved in the next year. Now, I've always had a fascination with the spirit world, but myself have never really seen anything. But my nan has mentioned her events that she's witnessed in this flat, such as a town crier, a girl in a Victorian dress, and a very tall man in a bowler hat reading a newspaper. I also recall a time my granddad said he'd seen the little girl in the dress also, as well as a soldier walking into and out of what is now my bedroom. I myself have never seen anything physically. A few strange things have happened though, such as a phone disappearing completely, and my phone's moved from my bedside table to my TV stand, and I often hear my name being called from the living room, only to find my nan asleep, as it only ever happens at night. There is an odd feeling in this flat of loneliness and sorrow, but I'm unsure why. Still have no idea why I've never witnessed anything myself since moving in here. Ghostly voice or tiredness. Started a new job in August. It's a small team of staff, and a lot of the time it's me and my director in the same office. The buildings are very old, dating back to the 1920s or 30s, and have housed many businesses since my employer bought them over 20 years ago. I was in very early one morning to catch up on missing a day, and I was sitting down with a coffee and sorting out my emails and what jobs needed to be done that day. That's when I heard a woman's voice say, "Humph," or in my ear. I turned my head toward the door, expecting my boss to walk in, but no one was there. Got up and looked out into the hallway, into the small kitchen unit, but no one. I even go down the stairs to see if anybody was in the unit below ours. It's as if you can hear them talking if it's quiet. Still no one. I then thought maybe the sound came from my laptop, maybe a Spotify advertisement or a YouTube video that was still loaded and hit the play by accident. But the only app open was email and Adobe InDesign. Sat for a good 10 minutes trying to figure out what it could have been, but honestly, I cannot explain it. Weather was calm and it was 7 a.m., so no one was expecting to be in for at least another 2 hours. What do you guys think I heard? Has anyone encountered the Hat Man before? During my childhood and late teens in the 2000s, I was a very, very vivid dreamer. I could basically command myself to dream vividly. I had a dream one time about him. I was a kid in the late 2000s. Keep in mind, I didn't know who the Hat Man was back then. In my dream, I found myself surrounded by trees. I realized very quickly that it was the forest next to my old school. I had fun in the beginning, but I realized that I was not alone in the forest. The dream played out in daytime, so it was an easy spot to find anything. Anyways, when I walked around in the woods, I noticed a dark figure in the distance. It just stood there watching me. This figure was darkness itself and had a black trench coat and black fedora hat. Freakiest part was that this figure was surrounded by this dark, visible aura. It almost looked like smoke from a fire, but darker. I freaked out, ran through the woods toward my school. This figure kept the same distance all the time, but I never saw him move. I ran into the school and hid in a dressing room. The last thing that happened was that I could feel him just outside the room coming closer and closer, and then I woke up. Have you had any similar experiences?